Jiang Sun, 78 points. Second place. Deep within the quiet campus of number 18 high school, in classroom 5 of the first-floor high school building, a wave of synchronized boos suddenly erupted. The malice was palpable, raw, and unfiltered, yet no one in the room seemed to care. The students grinned, as if this were perfectly normal behavior. The young teacher holding the test papers remained calm, even joining in the laughter. Only Jiang Sun, sitting at the very front row, bore the brunt of it all, his face displaying an expression that was undeniably different from the others on the inside, but outwardly appeared just like theirs, a helpless smile masked as embarrassment, weakness, and the kind of easygoing nature that made him a soft target for bullies. Indeed, Jiang Sun had no intention of causing trouble, especially considering his small frame. Even if he did try to fight back, he'd most likely end up getting beaten anyway. Despite number 18 high being an ordinary public school where student behavior was relatively decent overall, there were always a few guys his age who grew taller without growing wiser, the type who occasionally lost their minds and felt the need to prove their dominance in the class. If Jiang Sun ended up on the receiving end of a punch, well, there was no one here to stand up for him. Not even those so-called relatives who technically shared his blood. Whoa, Jiang the pockmark's killing it today. The shorty with acne is going to rise up and take over. Come on, be nice, okay? We should help classmates with physical challenges otherwise. If he gets angry tomorrow and his pimples burst and mess up his face, it'll be our fault. A few loud mouths from the back row cackled away, each trying to outdo the other with sarcastic remarks. This time, the teacher finally couldn't hold back anymore. Still chuckling, she said, "Don't laugh at people with skin problems, all right? I mean, not you, Johnson, ha, sorry. I slip your nicknames just too famous." Fresh out of university, the young teacher clearly hadn't mastered self-restraint. While apologizing to Jiang Sun, she turned her attention to the back row, trying to sound serious as she scolded them. "What do you have to laugh at Jiang Sun for? His score isn't bad at all, 78 points, second in the class. And you lot? Who highway you're laughing? You only scored 72. He beat you by 4 points. Didn't you always say you were smart?" The guy who had mocked Jiang Sun the hardest, the one who claimed Jiang's face would rot off, immediately pulled a sour face and grumbled, "I didn't perform to my full potential. Okay? If I had, I'd have scored at least 80. Sure, whatever. We're all waiting for that miracle," the teacher muttered, then pointed at another ringleader of the mockery. "And you too, who Jiangji, don't get cocky. One day, Jiang Sun might beat your score. And then where will your pride go? By the way, you scored 86. Whoa. A collective gasp of admiration filled the classroom. Compared to Jiang Sun's earlier harsh treatment, this reaction was nothing short of heavenly. Smiling slightly, the math teacher passed down the exam papers. They landed neatly on Jiang Sun's desk. He glanced at his score and then heard the teacher whisper something quietly. "Jiang Sun, good job. Keep it up." Jiang Sun looked up, ready to thank her, but the young female teacher, Ms. Zhang, quickly averted her gaze from his acne-covered face, then raised her voice again toward the class. "I swear, you all need to take this seriously. The class average is 58. If I get fired on my first job, I'm blaming all of you." Jiang Sun shrugged it off with a silent haha, handed the paper forward, and went about his business. Behind him, when the students received Hu Jiangzi's paper, it was as if they were passing around a secret martial arts manual. Everyone took turns marveling at it, gawking for a few seconds before sending it down the line. But before it could reach Hu Jiangzi himself, Hu Highway started acting up again. "Jiangji, you're doomed. Your paper's been touched by Pocky McAcne. You'll get poisoned if you touch it now." "Hu Highway." Ms. Zhang frowned. "Once the grades come out, you suddenly become a comedian? What did Jiang Sun ever do to you that you keep bullying him like this?" Hu Highway, wearing a smug grin like a shameless clown, retorted, "Teacher Zhang, you're being unfair. I'm just telling the truth. Don't you guys agree?" As soon as Hu Jiangji egged them on, a group of immature idiots in the back row began chanting in agreement, though none of them really knew why. But in a classroom of barely 50 students, a dozen or so noisy kids could still make quite a racket. Ms. Zhang, still fresh out of college, struggled to control the chaos. These students weren't outright delinquents, but they were cheeky, difficult to manage. Worse yet, Hu Jiangji, the top scorer in class, was practically the deputy leader of this little gang. Teachers always favored high achievers, and under such circumstances, someone like Jiang Sun, quiet, academically decent but not outstanding, and painfully disfigured by acne, inevitably became the scapegoat. Finally, Hu Jiangji got his test paper. He waved it around proudly, making it rustle loudly, and declared at full volume, unable to hide his arrogance. "I thought I could hit 90, but man, I ran out of time. That last question, I totally knew how to solve it, but I didn't get to write it down. His neighbors smirked awkwardly, clearly jealous. Ms. Zhang cut in gently. All right, stop bragging. Every time you say you can do this and that. But when are you going to actually get a perfect score? 86 is impressive here, but don't forget you're not just competing against this school anymore. You got to measure yourself against the best students across the entire city. Though meant as a reprimand, her words came off more like praise. Hu Jiangji swelled with pride, nearly floating off the ground. He boldly proclaimed, "Teacher, you worry not. My performance alone will guarantee you get praised by the principal. 2 years from now, you'll be proud of me, I promise." Let's not jump the gun, the young teacher, flattered by the compliment, found herself smiling despite herself. But before she could continue, once again from the back came Hu Highway, acting like head, eaten something wrong today, chiming in with a smirk. Speaking of being proud, I remember someone whose face. Laughter exploded from the back of the classroom. At that moment, a hand slowly rose from the front row. Ms. Zhang blinked in surprise and asked, "Jiang's son, what is it?" Jiang's son stood up calmly, saying nothing at first. He waited until the laughter gradually died down, then spoke clear, steady, and loud enough for everyone to hear. Normally, doctors don't seek patients, and true wisdom isn't lightly shared. I could have ignored all of your foolishness until graduation, but I simply don't have that kind of self-control anymore. Looking at all your stupid faces, if I don't teach you a lesson today, how am I any better than someone who sees suffering and does nothing? I can't hold back. When I see fools, I have to act. That's my principle. Sooner or later, the whole world will know Jiang's son is a man of noble character, a genius beyond compare. I can't just abandon you fools here and betray society. I won't allow myself to betray humanity. Chapter 2. The King of Spraying in the Classroom. An unexpected silence enveloped the space as all eyes turned towards Jiang Xin, brimming with astonishment. Yet, simultaneously, they instinctively averted their gazes, finding it difficult to maintain their focus on Jiang Xin's disconcertingly exquisite visage. It is not an exaggeration to state that his face, marred by an array of acne, was somewhat intimidating. Only Hu Highway, the instigator of the uproar, maintained a steady gaze upon Jiang's son, his expression evolving from shock to fury, and eventually to a menacing scowl. Hu Highway was acutely aware that Jiang Xin's incessant verbal jabs were directed solely at him, entirely disregarding the presence of his classmates. This brazen act of insult, akin to having a finger pointed at his nose, was utterly intolerable for the self-proclaimed king of Class 5 at the 18th High School of Dongou City. Amidst the collective bewilderment in the room, Hu Highway absorbed every ounce of negativity emanating from Jiang Xin, leading to an explosive surge of emotions that surged to his head. In an instant, the room witnessed his uncontrollable rage as he slammed his palm onto the desk, exclaiming, "Try saying that again." The force of his strike was so intense that it seemed as if he might leap from his seat. This fierce reaction jolted the young teacher, Miss Zhang, back to reality. A recent graduate, still naive to the harshness of the world, she instinctively decided to target Jiang's son. Attempting to exhibit solidarity with her students as she cried, "Jiang Xin, calm down. Everything can be discussed. Please don't act impulsively. Hu Highway might just beat you to a pulp." Such juvenile humor elicited laughter from the class, slightly softening Hu Highway's demeanor, though he maintained a stern expression. Fixating on Jiang Xin with an air of unresolved displeasure, Jiang Xin cast a sidelong glance at the Navi mathematics teacher beside him, feeling utterly exasperated. However, having already spoken his mind, retreating now would be tantamount to inviting his own demise. Thus, without a second thought, he disregarded Miss Zhang's foolish suggestion of negotiation and directly confronted Hu Highway, inquiring loudly, "Hu Highway, why are you so agitated? Did I just insult you? I merely stated that I cannot ignore fools. Why are you so anxious? Are you worried that you are not a fool and might be left behind? Or are you concerned that you are indeed a fool and cannot accept this reality?" Hu Highway found himself at a loss for words, caught in a dilemma. Faced with such an inquiry, he could never admit to being a fool, yet to vehemently deny it would evoke the very impression he sought to avoid. A predicament more foolish than the accusation itself. Moreover, within the context of Jiang Xin's previous remarks, he had unwittingly placed himself in the position of a fool. Explaining his explosive reaction. Realizing this, Hu Highway's frustration morphed into a furious outburst. "You're the fool." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Teacher Zhang, instead of addressing Hu Highway, began to reproach Jiang Xin with a tone of earnest persuasion, saying, "Jiang Xin, could you please refrain from speaking so much for now? If there are any issues, let us resolve them after class. Please do this as a favor to the teacher, if you would." "That's not going to happen." Jiang's son replied resolutely, his tone firm. "If you prevent me from speaking today, I want to be able to survive these 2 years at school. Please refrain from interrupting me. Let me finish what I have to say. After I am done, any subsequent issues will not concern you in the slightest. I will take full responsibility, even if it means facing dire consequences. The freshly graduated young woman, lacking in principles and stance, softened at Jiang Sin's unwavering demeanor. Glancing at her watch, she urged, "Then please hurry up. Nearly 10 minutes of this class have already passed." "Thank you," Jiang Sun said without wasting a moment. Turning directly to Hu Highway. "Hu Highway, please calm down for a moment. I will address whether you are being foolish shortly. We can discuss this in 2 minutes. What I have to say is not aimed at you, but is intended for the entire class. Please do not interrupt me. Allow me to finish, will you?" Hu Highway rolled his eyes, irritated, retorting, "Speak your nonsense. Come down, you ugly fool. Don't waste my class time." Sighing heavily, Jiang Sin displayed an expression of profound dismay, shaking his head with a hint of disdain for Hu Highway's intellect. Without allowing Hu Highway to react further, he turned his attention back to the class, addressing them collectively. "Classmates, I understand why you have harbored prejudice against me. I am well aware of the reasons. Perhaps even more so than you. Every morning, as I brush my teeth and wash my face, I too feel a sense of revulsion towards myself. Thus, I am determined to fiercely defend your right to ridicule me and feel disgusted by my presence. Why? Because it is instinctual. I cannot allow you to act against your nature, just as I cannot stop a dog from eating feces. If a dog cannot do it, neither can I." The 50-odd students exchanged glances, bewildered. In a corner, a playful student whispered, "Is he calling us dogs?" "No." Jiang Sin promptly denied, clarifying that it was merely a metaphor, although that was not the crux of the matter. He raised his voice, drawing everyone's attention away from the dog analogy, swiftly shifting the conversation. "The point is, what does it matter if you mock me? What do you gain from it? A fleeting sense of amusement, perhaps a feeling of superiority over me, right?" However, with a dramatic pause, he suddenly elevated his voice, commanding the attention of the entire class, not allowing them a moment to think or react. He continued rapidly, "Does laughing at me truly elevate your status? By deriving your joy from my suffering, have you genuinely gained anything? Have you?" "Yes, indeed. We have successfully acquired my disdain for you, have we not? Yet, it is of little consequence, for I am unable to take any action against you at present. However," dear classmates, Jiang Sin's tone suddenly softened as he scanned the classroom, making fleeting eye contact with each pair of eyes, and in a deliberately subdued manner. He spoke earnestly, "My inability to act against you today does not imply that I will remain powerless in the future. Is our world truly one where appearances reign supreme? Even if there is an element of superficial judgment, I am merely 16 years old. My acne will not persist indefinitely. It shall eventually fade. But what of my wealth? My power, my future standing in society? These attributes have the potential to improve year after year. As for you, do not concern yourselves with what lies ahead. Consider your present circumstances. How well can each of you perform academically at this moment? Reflect upon it with your astute minds. How many among you genuinely believe that in 2 years, you will assuredly gain admission to a university? Even if some of you have exceptionally capable parents and the absence of a degree poses no significant issue. What if circumstances arise in the future that place you at my mercy? Do you truly think I would spare you if I had the opportunity to act justly and openly against you? Classmates, one must leave a margin of goodwill for future encounters. It is a simple truth, is it not?" Some children in the classroom began to display contemplative expressions. At that moment, however, a derisive voice suddenly emerged from the back row. Hu Jiangji, stepping in for Hu Highway, interjected mockingly, "You speak as if you are certain to excel. What scores have you achieved yourself?" This remark, coming from the top student Hu Jiangji, carried considerable weight. The once captivated students, momentarily entranced by Jiang Sun's presence, quickly broke free from his influence, as a group of boys in the back row, eager to serve as Hu Highway's free henchmen, erupted in joyous laughter. However, Jiang Sun, known in his previous life as the king of internet trolls, was well prepared for such a retort, denying them any opportunity for a comeback. He immediately countered, "Indeed. So the question arises. Since you all recognize that those who score higher possess the confidence to speak boldly, why don't we engage in a wager? Hu Highway and Hu Jiangji. Do you dare to gamble with me?" "Oh no, we wouldn't dare to gamble with you." Hu Jiangji, true to his top-ranking status, retorted sarcastically, suggesting it would be pointless to win against you. "What could you possibly lose to me? Your acne, perhaps?" Yet, Jiang Sin, with his wealth of experience in verbal sparring, met this sarcasm with a sharp retort. "Are you a reincarnation of toilet paper, raised on excrement? How can you utter such nonsense if you're too afraid? I clearly did not misjudge you. You are merely a waste of space among fools, and when confronted by someone moderately competent, you are rendered worthless. Jiang Xin's provocative tactics have proven effective throughout history. Few can resist such a challenge. The previously jovial Hu Jiangji, upon hearing these words, instantly lost his smile. His expression darkening as he replied, "What are the terms of the wager?" "Very simple." Jiang Xin, without the slightest hesitation, pointed a finger and declared, "You, and Hu Highway, as well as all those who think they can toy with me, let us wager on the final exam of this semester. If my total score is even half a point lower than any of yours, no, even if we tie, I shall go to the police station and change my name to Zhang Matzi. I mean what I say. But if you lose, I'll simply call you by new names without needing you to change your identification. Hu Jiangji, from now on, you shall be known as Hu Dasha, Hu Highway. You will be Hu Erbi. Who else dares to take me on? If you wish to gamble, raise your hand. Today, Teacher Zhang is here to bear witness." Upon hearing his name mentioned, Teacher Zhang suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly interjected, "Whoa, Jiang's son, that's enough. Everyone was just joking around." "Teacher, there must be limits to joking." Jiangxin retorted sharply. "I can tolerate someone teasing me, but I cannot accept being treated as a mere jest. If I do not educate these fools today, they will inevitably face the same from others in society later on. I am not afraid to tell you now. 2 years from now, during the college entrance examination, if the second highest score in this wretched school is within 50 points of mine, I will consider it my defeat. A bunch of muddle-headed individuals think they can jest with me? What are they even worth?" With that, he turned to the entire class and boldly proclaimed, "I challenge all of you alone. The opportunity is yours. If you dare not, then cease pretending in front of me. Hu Jiangji, Hu Highway, and all the others. Do you dare?" The essence of an argument lies in the emotions that Jiangxin had bottled up for years, and it rendered the entire class silent. After a few seconds, someone in the front row next to Jiangxin suddenly began to clap. A robust fellow, grinning widely, exclaimed, "Well said. Damn it, I'll bet. I bet you win. After all, I can't beat you." As soon as these words were spoken, several students in the front row, the so-called Jianghu figures, chimed in. "Damn it, the top student and the second student battling it out? I 1T bet. I'm just here to see who turns out to be the fool. I certainly 1T be the fool." In the back row, Hu Jiangji and Hu Highway's subordinates exchanged glances. One of them urged, "Come on, what are we afraid of?" The other firmly declined, "Screw that. Why don't you go up instead?" At this moment, Hu Jiangji and Hu Highway fell silent. Hu Highway was seething. Fully aware that the situation had changed from the previous semester, he could no longer outscore Jiang Senator Hu Jiangji, as Jiangxin had surmised, was simply a coward. Despite their silence, Jiang Sun refused to grant them an escape and pressed on. "Hu Jiangji, Hu Highway, I'm asking you, do you accept the wager?" All eyes in the class turned towards the two, and they felt as if they were being placed on a hot seat. Hu Highway, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, was the first to resort to petty tactics, shouting, "I bet your mother, whether I wager or not. You'll always look like this for the rest of your life. The words are nothing but trash. You may as well remain silent." Jiangxin's tongue is exceptionally venomous. His insults strike directly at the most sensitive spots. You should refrain from claiming your masculinity when you step out. I shall henceforth refer to you as Hu the eunuch. Hu Highway erupted in anger. "Jiang, you wretched scoundrel." Jiangxin, unfazed, shot back with a scathing retort. "Hu the eunuch, what do you have left to assert your manhood? Perhaps you should return home and practice with your own mother first." Such logically flawed yet audacious curses left the entire class in a state of astonishment. Hu Highway's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. Jiang San then turned to Hu Jiangji, inquiring, "Who the simpleton, will you wager?" Hu Jiangji, intimidated by Jiang Sen's relentless pressure, felt his legs weaken, yet managed to maintain a facade of disdainful laughter, saying, "Jiang, do you dare compare grades with me?" Such audacity. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the small teacher Zhang, who had been a hindrance to Jiang Sen, unexpectedly lent a helping hand, exclaiming, "Exactly. What is there to fear? Hu Jiangji, take the bet with Jiang Sen. Otherwise, the teacher and all your classmates will lose respect for you." The forced smile on Hu Jiangji's face froze instantly. "Bet against him. Bet against him." A chorus of opportunistic voices erupted in the classroom, eager to incite further chaos. In the adjacent teacher's office, 3 teachers without classes overheard the commotion from Class 5 of the first year and exchanged glances. Zhang Xuefen, the political teacher, asked the head teacher of Class 5. "Xia Xiaolin, Teacher Xia, what is happening in your class?" Teacher Xia furrowed her brow, rising from her seat, and replied curiously, "I don't know. Let me go take a look." Chapter 3. All right. Jiangxin, how dare you? Amidst the raucous cheers and jubilant shouts of Hu Jiangji from the entire class, Hu Hiwei suddenly comprehended the implications of Jiangxin's command regarding his family's ethical relations. With a furious roar, he leaped up from his seat in the back row and stormed towards the front, his face ablaze with anger, clearly intent on confronting Jiangxin with reckless abandon. The cacophony in the classroom abruptly ceased, and the young miscreants displayed expressions of astonishment mixed with inexplicable anticipation. Realizing the potential disaster, Teacher Zhang hurriedly stepped in front of Hu Hiwei, his mind racing with images of Jiangxin meeting a grim fate within the classroom. Hu Hiwei, let's discuss this rationally, he implored. Get out of my way. Hu Hiwei forcefully shoved the slight figure of Teacher Zhang aside. Weighing less than 90 pounds, the young teacher staggered, utterly unable to withstand the fury of the 16 or 17-year-old, and was inadvertently groped in the process. At the podium, Jiangxin took a half-step back, his gaze fixated on the iron triangular ruler resting on the desk. At this critical juncture, he recognized the necessity of momentarily abandoning his legal sensibilities. Faced with the choice of being brutally beaten by Hu Hiwei or striking first with lethal intent, Jiangxin decisively opted for the latter. Damn it. What is the worst that could happen? Prison? With my status as a minor and a good attitude while confessing, the law will surely be on my side. After all, I have nothing to lose. The barefoot need not fear the shot. Perhaps I could still take the college entrance examination from behind bars, emerge as an inspirational figure, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Who's to say it's impossible? In that fleeting moment, Jiangxin vividly envisioned an alternate trajectory for his life, and, with unwavering determination, seized the rigid, sharp triangular ruler, raising it to strike at Hu Hiwei, who had now entered his range of attack. A collective gasp echoed throughout the classroom as all eyes widened in astonishment. Hu Hiwei, momentarily taken aback, instinctively recoiled a step. But just as the tension reached a breaking point, an enraged voice pierced through the air from the doorway. Jiangxin, what are you doing? As Jiangxin swung the ruler, halting mere inches from Hu Hiwei's nose, he quickly retracted it, and, with a serious expression, theatrically exclaimed, Wow. This ruler is of exceptional quality. Teacher Zhang, don't hesitate. Pose a question. I am ready. Still dazed from having just been taken advantage of by Hu Hiwei, Teacher Zhang stared blankly at Jiangxin, unable to grasp the convolutions of his thought process, leaving him momentarily speechless. The rest of the class mirrored his bewilderment. Gazing at Jiangxin as though witnessing a divine spectacle, the room engulfed in silence. Even Hu Hiwei himself stood frozen, unsure whether to retaliate. Amidst the overwhelmingly bizarre atmosphere, Xia Xiaolin furrowed her brow as she entered the classroom, swiftly approaching the bewildered Teacher Zhang, standing behind Hu Hiwei, and inquired with concern, Teacher Zhang, what on earth is going on with these two? The character of Teacher Xiao Zhang is evidently of the type that lacks discernment. She neglects her duties during moments when she ought to supervise her students, yet feels compelled to incite discord when silence is warranted. When Xia Xiaolin inquires, she evades the truth, awkwardly stumbling over her words, providing cover for Jiangxin and Hu Hiwei by vaguely explaining that it was merely a minor altercation. A minor altercation? Xia Xiaolin's gaze was piercing as she saw through the facade, pointing at the imposing Hu Hiwei, who stood at nearly 6 feet tall, exclaiming, Had I not intervened, I dare say he would have nearly beaten Jiangxin to death. Upon hearing this, Hu Hiwei abruptly recalled his original intent, responding in anger, If I had killed him today, it would have served him right. Who the hell are you referring to? Despite standing at under 5 feet 6, Xia Xiaolin's authority as the homeroom teacher was undeniable, silencing Hu Hiwei with a single word. After chastising Hu Hiwei, she turned her ire towards Jiangxin, declaring, Jiangxin, you too, is it? I had thought you were sensible. This ruler, when struck upon a person, can one still survive? Jiangxin promptly threw the ruler back onto the desk with a clang, replying earnestly, Teacher Xia, believe me or not, I was merely preparing to use this ruler for solving problems. My conscience is clear, and the heavens bear witness. Was he still attempting to twist the narrative? Xia Xiaolin's eyes widened, round and comically adorable, as she pointed at Jiangxin's nose, shouting, Do you take me for a fool? If you were indeed solving problems, why would you hurl the ruler at Hu Hiwei's face? Not at all. Jiangxin protested, his expression one of unjust indignation, maintaining his innocence. I was merely testing the ruler's durability. He suddenly charged at me. Did you not see that I held back? Had I truly wanted to strike him, I would have done so long ago. His words suggested that, despite his comparable height and weight to Xia Xiaolin, He could indeed take down Hu Highway. Hu Highway could hardly tolerate such remarks. The anger he had barely contained under Xia Xiaolin's admonition surged forth once more as he bellowed at Jiang Sun. You dare utter another word? Who the hell? Who the hell? What the hell is happening in your class? A rebellion? Suddenly, a coarse and fierce voice resonated from the corridor outside the classroom. The moment that voice broke the silence, every individual present, including Xia Xiaolin and Xiao Zhang, instantly paled. All the students immediately straightened in their seats, their hands folded neatly on their desks, suppressing their laughter and adopting a serious demeanor as if to convey that failure to study diligently today would result in dire consequences. Then, amidst the atmosphere thick with trepidation, a middle-aged woman with a formidable presence, whose visage was adorned with excess flesh and whose stature was robust, strode into the classroom, her face radiating palpable fury. Known as the most formidable figure in the realm of high school education in Dongyu City, the director of the Political and Educational Office of the 18th Middle School, Zheng Haiyun, entered without uttering a single word, yet her mere glare nearly claimed the lives of half the class. After releasing the Conqueror's hockey, he strode directly to the podium, yanked Jiangsun down without uttering a single word, and forcefully tossed him out of the classroom. After disposing of Jiangsun, he returned to the classroom with a gaze that could pierce through the soul, fixating on Hu Highway with an interrogative intensity, demanding, "Was that you just now?" Hu Highway, overwhelmed by fear, dared not meet Zheng Haiyun's eyes, transforming into a timid figure, and meekly explained, "It was that person outside who provoked me." "Nonsense. Is that person even as tall as your waist? How could he have provoked you?" Zheng Haiyun struck with dual precision. The classroom erupted in muffled chuckles, as many struggled to suppress their laughter, caught in a painful internal struggle. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun, standing outside, felt utterly exasperated. This was an outright personal attack. What has happened to this school? In 2005, things were chaotic, but there should still be basic rules for insults. Mr. Zheng, it's not like that. It was just a minor squabble between the two children. Summer Xiaolin, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, hurriedly intervened. What could have been resolved internally had now fallen into the hands of the disciplinary committee, casting an unfavorable shadow over her role as the homeroom teacher. Yet, Zheng Haiyun's approach to student discipline was as serious as a police officer apprehending a thief, treating the situation with an attitude of people's democratic dictatorship. Though not at the level of a calling, she regarded this matter as directly linked to her professional standing. At times, Jiang Sun even suspected she had set herself a KPI, requiring a certain number of students to be disciplined each month. Thus, the entire Class 5 of the first year bore witness once more to Zheng Haiyun's unyielding nature. "Ms. Xia, you need not speak," Zheng Haiyun dismissed Summer Xiaolin, completely disregarding her as a distinguished graduate from a top university, interrupting her plea with indignation. "I heard what this student said from afar. The entire grade heard it. If these two students are not properly dealt with today, how will the school manage in the future? Ms. Xia, let me tell you, a class cannot be managed in such a manner. If anything were to happen today, you, as the homeroom teacher, would be held accountable first. You too, come with me." Zheng Haiyun forcefully pushed past Summer Xiaolin, seizing Hu Highway's hand and dragging him outside. Hu Highway offered no resistance as he was led out by Zheng Haiyun, who cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Sun before hastily turning her face away in disgust, barking, "You come along as well." Jiang Sun, resigned to the situation, followed obediently behind Zheng Haiyun, sighing, "Mr. Zheng, I am innocent." However, in Zheng Haiyun's lexicon, the word innocent held no meaning. Any student she deemed deserving of punishment, if she had a firearm and the law permitted it, would have long since turned the school into a graveyard. Zheng Haiyun, seemingly relishing the opportunity to exert her authority over Hu Highway, held his hand firmly, walking ahead with a cold smile, "Whether you are innocent or not, you know in your heart." Faced with such a situation, Jiang Sun wisely chose to remain silent, recognizing that any further words would lead to his own demise. The three of them walked in silence, emerging from the teaching building and traversing 100 meters until they reached the administrative building, situated in close proximity to the main teaching edifice. The administrative building stood 4 stories tall. The top floor housed the offices of the principal and the school secretary, while the middle 2 floors were occupied by the finance department, archives, and various mid-level officials. The ground floor contained 3 rooms designated for the driver's lounge, a storage room, and the political education office. Undoubtedly, the political education office held the lowest status within the school's administrative hierarchy. Yet it was precisely here that interactions with students were most frequent. Zheng Haiyun briskly pulled Hu Haiwei along, entering the political education office before finally releasing him. Upon turning around, he noticed Jiang Sun quietly entering as well, which elicited a slight softening of his demeanor. Inside the office sat another deputy director of the political education office, Zhang Yukai. Zheng's appearance was rather unappealing. His high cheekbones, sunken cheeks, and squinty eyes gave him an air of insidious cunning. Upon seeing Director Zheng return with a student, Zheng immediately donned a facade of feigned profundity and greeted them with a grin. "Oh, what brings you here this time?" Zheng Haiyun bent down to fetch a thermos, pouring some water into his enamel mug without turning back, stating, "It's a student from class 5 of the first year, causing a ruckus during class. I don't know how Teacher Xiao manages that class." "Oh, a first-year student," Zheng Yukai remarked, lifting his head and sizing up Hu Haiwei before glancing at Jiang Sun, who stood by the door. Upon recognizing Jiang Sun's appearance, Zheng grimaced as if the acne on Jiang Sun's face might erupt and splatter him, revealing visible disdain. He directly inquired, "Is he also a first year? So short?" Jiang Sun bristled at this remark. Was it his choice to be reborn into such an unreliable body? He dreamed of reincarnating as Takashi Kaneshiro. Yet, in this dismal school, was there even a chance for such aspirations? Even the most superficial internet celebrities would look down upon them. "Zhang, there is nothing I can do. I grew up in the mountains, and as a child, I barely had enough to eat. How could I have had the nutrition to grow taller?" Jiang Sun responded candidly. Zheng Yukai, however, interpreted Jiang Sun's honesty as mockery, refusing to look at him while continuing his personal attacks. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "From the looks of your face, it seems you're suffering from overnutrition. Living in the mountains. Huh? And yet you didn't study properly? What is the fuss about?" Jiang Sun insisted, "I'm innocent in this matter." "In this place, there is no such thing as innocence," Zheng Yukai replied, pulling out a cigarette and adopting a pose reminiscent of someone relishing a fine Cuban cigar. He lit it nonchalantly, inhaled deeply, and exhaled languidly before lazily turning to Hu Haiwei and asking, "And you, what do you have to say?" From the moment Hu Haiwei entered the office of the political education department, his intellect and courage felt utterly diminished. When Zheng Yukai posed a question, Hu was at a loss, unsure of where to place his hands, his face a portrait of confusion. Zheng Yukai, satisfied by the timid demeanor of the student before him, chuckled softly. However, just as he was about to continue his charade, Zheng Haiyun abruptly interrupted, disregarding him entirely, and called out to Hu Haiwei, "You, come with me." With a heart full of trepidation, Hu Haiwei complied and hurriedly followed Zheng Haiyun into the inner office. Jiang Sun remained motionless by the door of the outer office, watching as the door to the inner room closed. A flurry of indistinct, pixelated license plate numbers flashed through his mind, and a faint smile crept across his lips. Yet he remained silent. Zhang Yukai soon grew bored and, disinterested in conversing with Jiang Sun, shifted to a more relaxed posture to smoke. Instantly, his demeanor transformed from that of a military leader enjoying a Cuban cigar to that of a laborer squatting at a construction site, savoring a cigarette. The abruptness of this change revealed his long-standing penchant for pretense, honed to an art form, leaving Jiang Sun genuinely impressed. The office of the political education department fell into an eerie silence. After about 10 minutes, Zheng Haiyun and Hu Haiwei emerged from the inner office. Hu Haiwei looked as if he had been coerced into some ordeal, his face streaked with tears, while Zheng Haiyun appeared flushed with satisfaction. He turned to Jiang Sun and inquired, "You are the second in your class, correct?" Jiang Sun nodded. Zheng Haiyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he scolded, "What are you so proud of being second? You are only in your first year of high school. Being second now does not guarantee you will remain there. Being second in your class is not the same as being second in the entire school. Are you betting with someone? Come here. I do not care who you are betting with or what the wager is. Here, any bet will result in punishment." Jiang Sun felt an urge to roll his eyes at the absurdity of such remarks. What kind of fool would utter such words? Does the political education department have a vendetta against academic achievement? However, venting his frustration would serve no purpose, and he could only accept the situation. He approached Zheng Haiyun without protest. Zheng Haiyun had been holding a thick file, which she opened and laid on the table. At the bottom of the document, Hu Haiwei's information was already filled out, complete with a thumbprint. Zheng Haiyun then pointed to the blank space below, produced an ink pad, and placed it before Jiang Sun, urging, "Press here." With alacrity, Jiang Sun extended his index finger, dabbed it in the ink, and pressed it onto the document. leaving his fingerprint for the first time in this era. Only then did Zheng Haiyun begin to inquire about Jiang Sen's details, though there was little of significance to ask, merely his class, name, and address. However, when she inquired about his place of origin, both she and Zhang Yukai paused momentarily, taken aback by the obscure address he provided. Xiaozhai behind Lanyutishan, 3rd Gully, Julagu Village, Qingshan Ethnic Autonomous Township, Oshuan County, which had no house number. After Jiang Sun finished speaking, Zheng Yukai fell silent for 2 seconds. To mask the awkwardness, he suddenly stood up, extending the cigarette, but in his hand, toward Hu Haiwei's neck. Hu Haiwei trembled in fear as Zheng Yukai bellowed, "Don't move." Naturally, Hu Haiwei dared not budge. Then, Jiang Sun turned his gaze towards Zheng Yukai and, with the ember from his cigarette, deliberately burned the red thread hanging from Hu Haiwei's neck until it was severed. Suddenly, Hu Haiwei felt a heavy object drop from his chest. With a sharp crack, the jade pendant tethered by the red thread fell to the ground, shattering effortlessly into 2 pieces. Zhang Yukai nonchalantly returned the cigarette but to his mouth and remarked with a smirk, "At school, wearing such things is prohibited. This was made clear at the beginning of the semester. I suppose you'll need another reprimand." Zhang Haiyun, who had been filling out paperwork, glanced down at the shattered jade pendant and, as if struck by a pang of conscience, said, "Enough already. Once is sufficient. Having it happen twice in one day makes it seem as though our professional standards are lacking." Zhang Yukai, having been publicly undermined by Zheng Haiyun once again, fell silent, feeling a sense of futility. He rubbed his nose, glanced at the time, picked up an English textbook from the table, and stood up, saying, "Class is about to end. I have another lesson to attend, so I'll take my leave." "All right, go ahead," Zheng Haiyun replied, still engrossed in his paperwork, not raising his head. Zheng Yukai shot a glance at Hu Haiwei, stepped over the broken jade pendant on the floor, and exited the room. As he passed by Jiang Sun at the door, his pace noticeably quickened. Jiang Sun remained silent, yet his mind was flooded with an array of curses, not directed at Zheng Yukai, but rather feeling as though fate were mocking him. After Jiang Sen and Hu Haiwei emerged from the disciplinary office, the bell signaling the end of class rang outside. The previously tranquil campus was suddenly filled with the lively figures of future students. Xia Xiaolin, feeling concerned, approached to accompany the two, hoping to prevent any further conflict on the way, especially as she noticed Hu Haiwei's dejected demeanor, with flashes of malice in his eyes. Xia Xiaolin felt her efforts were worthwhile. For Hu Haiwei, the day's misfortunes, first being reprimanded and then having his jade pendant ruined, could hardly be blamed on Zheng Haiyun or Zhang Yukai. As he walked back to the classroom from the disciplinary office, he concocted numerous elaborate schemes in his mind for the physical annihilation of Jiang Sun, including, but not limited to, stabbing, knocking him unconscious, hiring a hitman, and encasing him in concrete, among other fantasies. However, in reality, he knew he only dared to fantasize. The thought of carrying out such actions filled him with trepidation. If he ever had the chance to confront Jiang Sen, that would be his ultimate victory. Upon entering the classroom building, Xia Xiaolin instructed Hu Haiwei to return to his classroom first. He headed straight for the restroom, not to attend to biological needs, but to wash away the traces of tears on his face, lest anyone notice he had been crying. Meanwhile, the genuinely desperate Jiang Sen was forcibly summoned by Xia Xiaolin into the senior office, where a number of teachers had just returned from class. Upon seeing Jiang Sen enter, the teachers instinctively turned their heads away, feigning mild discomfort. Only Xia Xiaolin, suppressing her nausea, opened the drawer and took out a very small tube of ointment. Handing it to Jiang Sen, apply this. Your skin condition is quite severe. If it doesn't improve, I believe you should consider visiting a hospital. Jiang Sen accepted the tube, noticing it was an eye ointment, and inquired, "Is it effective?" "Rest assured, I use this eye ointment for my acne. It is an anti-inflammatory medication, primarily composed of antibacterial and anti-infection agents," Xia Xiaolin explained. Jiang Sen scrutinized her face, which appeared remarkably clean and healthy. However, Xia Xiaolin dared not gaze at Jiang Sun for long. She lowered her head and softly remarked, "Does your bet with Hu Jiangji still stand? If it does, I wish you success." This time, the monthly exam results revealed that your scores were not far from his. Only in mathematics and physics did the scores diverge slightly. "Are you confident for the final exam?" "Of course," Jiang Sun replied, tucking the ointment into his pocket. "Otherwise, why would I wager so significantly with Hu Jiangji?" The teachers nearby perked up at this. Class 5 of the first year was not particularly strong academically. Yet Hu Jiangji consistently ranked among the top 5 in the entire grade. Jiang Sen, at best, could barely be placed within the top 50, if even that. Upon hearing this, some teachers could not restrain themselves. Zhang Xuefen, the political science teacher, expressed her confidence in Jiangxin, chuckling, "Jiangxin is quite capable in my subject. He undoubtedly surpasses Hu Jiangji. If he performs normally, he could easily outscore him by 10 points. Is political science truly that formidable?" Chimed in Zheng Rongrong, the chemistry teacher. "I thought Jiang Sun could only compete with Hu Jiangji in chemistry." Jiang Sun had previously placed second in chemistry, just 1 point shy of Hu Jiangji. "Hearing you speak, have we perhaps underestimated Jiang Sun?" Added geography teacher Dang Yue. "His geography scores are commendable as well. Last time he scored 89. I believe achieving 90 in the final exam is within reach. His English is also quite good," remarked the English teacher, turning to smile at Jiang Sun before quickly turning away, stating, "At least he is not inferior to Hu Jiangji. He ranks among the top 5 or 3 in the entire grade. Is he truly that impressive?" A group of recently graduated teachers chattered excitedly. Zhang, the mathematics teacher who had nearly lost her composure in the classroom earlier, couldn't help but interject with her own peculiar humor. "So it must be that Zhang Hong and I have failed in our duties, dragging our student Ma Zi down, right? Please don't refer to him as Ma Zi. That's quite hurtful to his dignity," Zhang Hong, the physics teacher, said, though she candidly admitted her lack of fondness for Jiang Senator. "However, I still favor Hu Jiangji. Intelligence is innate. One can discern it from their performance in mathematics and physics." Her words were rather harsh, eliciting discontented expressions from several teachers present. In the office, the only history teacher who was not freshly graduated and was somewhat older suddenly burst into laughter. It seems we, the humanities students, have once again incurred the disdain of teacher Zhang." Instantly, the office was filled with laughter, the kind that only those in the know could appreciate. However, it wasn't truly disdain. Zhang Hong was still attempting to explain, but no one was paying her any mind. Xia Xiaolin disregarded her and directly addressed Jiang Sun. "You see, everyone still holds you in high regard. I am aware of your family situation, to be frank. The path ahead for you undoubtedly be more arduous than for your peers. When troubles arise, you must learn to endure. Do you understand?" Jiang Sun concurred with this sentiment and nodded. Only then did Xia Xiaolin relent. Glancing up at the clock on the wall, she remarked, "Let's head back. Class is about to commence." "All right," Jiang Sun replied, turning to exit the office, only to immediately veer into the adjacent restroom. With only a minute or two remaining before class began, the restroom was currently devoid of any presence. He approached the squat toilet, quickly unzipping his trousers. And as he hurriedly relieved himself, he muttered silently to himself, "Oh, heavens, could you perhaps grant me a modicum of favor? I can accept not becoming a James Jiro Wong, but could you at least allow me to resemble a proper person? You managed to orchestrate my rebirth, and I've endured over 2 years of hardship since then. How about we make a wager this time? If I achieve the top rank in the entire school by the end of the term, might you bestow upon me a little favor so I can savor some sweetness? Just give me something." As he continued his quiet lamentations, the water flowed for a full minute. Suddenly, the class bell rang outside, prompting Jiang Sun to hastily shake off, pull up his trousers, and anxiously wash his hands, barely taking the time to dry them on his clothes before sprinting toward the classroom. As the lingering sound of the bell faded, the entire building fell into a profound silence. In the empty restroom, the faucet dripped once, releasing a droplet that swiftly transformed into a pattern resembling a smiling face in the basin, accompanied by 2 cheeky characters reading, "All right," in an instant. It merged with other droplets and vanished without a trace. Chapter 4. Unconventional Blossoms Report. Jiang Sun dashed to the classroom door, arriving just as the bell rang to signal the end of class. Standing at the podium was Zhang Hong. Upon noticing Jiang Sun, Zhang Hong's reaction was rather frosty. She cast him a fleeting glance and, with an expression devoid of warmth, uttered a dismissive, "Come in. Took you long enough, even for a restroom break." Instantly, a voice from the corner chimed in, "Must be kidney issues." This elicited a ripple of light laughter among the students. If the target of the jest had not been Jiang Sun, it might have been dismissed as mere playful banter, but in Class 5 of the first year, any incident involving Jiang Sun often took a darker turn. Amid the laughter, another voice quickly added, "Jiang Sun's hormone levels are a bit excessive. Just get him neutered." This comment came from the back row, where Zhang Yuba, eager to curry favor with Hu Highway, felt compelled to speak up. After his remark, he shot a flirtatious glance at Hu Highway, who remained ungrateful, his expression still grim. Zhang Yuba's words only served to remind Hu Highway of Jiang Sun's earlier troubling comments regarding his relationship with his mother, conjuring images in his mind that were best left unspoken. Clearly, The words egg and ovum had inadvertently become Hu Highway's personal taboo. In the face of such juvenile provocations, Jiang Sun felt no desire to engage further. Some words might hold weight when spoken once, but repeating them only serves to undermine one's dignity. The wager had already become common knowledge, circulating from the political education office to the entire first-year grade. So Jiang Sun realized that reclaiming his honor verbally was not as crucial as achieving tangible results that would leave certain fools with bruised egos. Beyond that, he recognized that excelling in academics was, after all, the fundamental duty of a student. Choosing to disregard the taunts, he swiftly returned to his seat, necessitating a slight adjustment of the chair by his deskmate. Such a hassle, coming in and out without any purpose. His deskmate, Zhang Yaoyao, muttered with evident irritation, reluctantly dragging her chair to allow Jiang Sun to slide into the inner seat. Her disdain for Jiang Sun was palpable, rivaling Hu Highway's animosity that day. Ever since summer vacation had concluded and the seating arrangements were rearranged by Xia Xiaoan, Zhang Yaoyao had felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles, tormented by the mere sight of Jiang Sun's face. In her mind, given her own striking beauty, she believed Xia Xiaoan ought to have paired her with the most handsome boy in class. Instead, the pairing of the prettiest girl with the least attractive boy felt like a personal affront, a desecration of her beauty, an utter travesty. Throughout the entire semester, Zhang Yaoyao often found herself the subject of playful teasing by her classmates, which, coupled with her internal dissatisfaction, gradually intensified her aversion towards Jiang Sun over the course of several months. She no longer made any effort to conceal her feelings, openly lamenting her plight in Jiang Sun's presence on a daily basis. Fortunately, her dismal academic performance was such that it barely warranted attention. Otherwise, one could only speculate the weight of blame Jiang Sun might have to bear. Jiang Sun, as he did with others, chose to disregard Zhang Yaoyao's remarks, calmly taking his seat without engaging in any verbal or visual communication with her. Despite his rebirth, he still harbored a certain admiration for youthful girls. However, given his own unfortunate circumstances, he found it challenging to pursue any romantic endeavors. Young women of this age typically gravitate towards charming and attractive individuals, making Jiang Sun's aspirations akin to the formidable challenge of a lunar expedition. Moreover, his primary life objective transcended such trivial matters. He had a clear understanding of what was paramount in life, distinguishing between the essential and the superfluous with remarkable clarity. While he certainly appreciated the allure of young women, he felt no urgency to act hastily. Individuals like Zhang Yaoyao, who lacked discernment, were not even on his radar. Additionally, drawing from his extensive experience in the nightlife scene of his previous life, Jiang Sun was quite certain of Zhang Yaoyao's future appearance. She would not age gracefully. Her features suggested an inevitable decline in beauty before the age of 30. This alone allowed him to maintain a composed demeanor towards his classmate. As his dating philosophy had always been to seek quality over quantity, he preferred the prospect of a genuine connection that could lead to a family. Perhaps it was this mutual disdain that had prevented any significant confrontations between Jiang Sun and Zhang Yaoyao over the semester. When one dislikes another to a certain degree, the ultimate expression of that sentiment often manifests in such a manner. As Jiang Sun settled back into his seat and retrieved his physics textbook from his bag, Zhang Yaoyao instinctively dragged her chair a few centimeters away, distancing herself from him. Zheng Hong, observing this familiar gesture, unexpectedly allowed a smile to break through her typically stoic facade. With a gentle tone, she remarked, "The curriculum for this semester has concluded. Let us review today. I will pose a few questions for everyone to tackle, and those who finish may leave early. And what if we cannot finish?" A voice piped up from the corner of the classroom, where a mischievous student often played the role of the class clown. Zheng Hong, unfazed, shot back with a sardonic smile. "Oh, if you can't finish, how can you even have the audacity to speak? This semester, have I taught you in vain? Have you truly squandered an entire term?" A hefty reprimand was swiftly and decisively directed at the class clown, leaving that foolish student utterly speechless. After ruining the joyful spirits of her students, Zheng Hong calmly turned away, picked up a piece of chalk, and began inscribing problems on the blackboard. Muttering to herself, "Your class is truly incomparable to the one next door. The students there are far superior to yours. The only one of note in your class is Hu Jiangji. Alas, it troubles me greatly. How on earth should I teach you?" In the back row, Hu Jiangji smirked and remarked, "Mediocre, really, just slightly better than a few particularly outstanding classmates." This incited another round of laughter from the rear. However, Jiang Sun feigned deafness. merely raising his eyelids slightly as he observed Zheng Hong's silhouette, pondering how it is that the 2 classes she teaches rank at the very bottom of the entire grade. Surely, she must possess some awareness of this reality. Yet, such thoughts could not be voiced aloud. After all, his own performance was hardly exemplary, with his average falling short, particularly in physics and mathematics, which significantly dragged down his monthly examination scores over the past year. Had he maintained a leading position from the outset, his circumstances would not be so dire. However, the present situation was looking up. The first year was nearly over, and he was starting to catch up in mathematics. Once they divided classes in the second year, he would likely bid farewell to Zheng Hong. Jiang Sun reflected silently, watching as Zheng Hong swiftly completed 5 problems on the board. After finishing, she turned around, inexplicably adopting a stern demeanor, as if someone in the room had failed to pay for their usage. Addressing the entire class with a cold tone, she declared, "Begin working, if you are stumped. Feel free to consult your books." With that, she seated herself, exuding an air of determination that signaled no one should disturb her as she immersed herself in a remarkably thick tome, an English physics volume exceeding 1,000 pages. Jiangsun had observed Zheng Hong perusing this hefty book since the first semester of last year. It made an appearance every couple of months. Yet she had only managed to reach the 4th or 5th page over nearly a year, with its cover still pristine. Zhang Haiyan, once talented, Zheng Hong. Jiangsun counted on his fingers, contemplating just how bizarre it was that a school like this could ever produce students who would gain admission to prestigious institutions. It would be a miraculous sight indeed, as if the very ancestral graves of the principal were ablaze. Chapter 5. The issue of competence. The classroom was enveloped in silence, occasionally disrupted by hushed whispers. Zheng Hong remained steadfastly focused on her studies, meticulously crafting her demeanor to convey that she possessed a deeper understanding of physics than any English teacher in the school, and a greater grasp of English than the physics instructors. Jiangsun, on the other hand, fixated on the 5 problems on the blackboard, enigmatic equations that he seemed to grasp only partially. For a full 20 minutes, he failed to solve a single question. His mind adrift, consistently drifting toward Zheng Hong. He harbored a lingering suspicion that this young woman, who was oblivious to workplace norms yet relished in her facade, would eventually be ensnared by her own pretense. It seemed inevitable that one day she would be unmasked as a fraud. Or perhaps she would be mistakenly regarded as genuine by the school and sent to a prestigious event, only to falter and crumble under the weight of her own charade, leading to a dismal fate. The former scenario appeared to be the kinder outcome, merely resulting in a loss of face, unlike the latter, which would unfold in a public spectacle, dragging her institution into disgrace and jeopardizing her livelihood. For someone like her, who thrived on pretense, losing a stable yet modest position would undoubtedly render her future endeavors fraught with challenges. Those within the system were well informed, and the likelihood of securing a reputable job would diminish significantly. Private enterprises in the outside world were often pragmatic, favoring authenticity over artifice. After all, if employees indulged in deception, how would the already idle proprietors of these businesses manage their own affairs? This chain reaction of professional consequences would ultimately bear down on Zheng Hong, potentially culminating in a singular outcome, prolonged unemployment. At that juncture, she would either have to lower her proud head and marry a man she deemed unworthy, resigning herself to a life of domesticity, or utterly shatter her dignity by resorting to sales or insurance work. As Jiangsun pondered this, he felt an overwhelming urge to caution Zheng Hong. Stop pretending. The class average is barely scraping 40. Instead of flipping through that cumbersome English tome, why aren't you helping us with these problems? Do you genuinely believe you are destined for a Nobel Prize in physics? Wake up. You are merely a normal university student. Zheng Hong, engrossed in the voluminous text, was not entirely absorbed in its content. The convoluted writing style of this insipid book was as perplexing as celestial calculations. And despite having furtively glanced at the Chinese version at home, she found herself utterly bewildered by the material before her. Frustration mounted as she sensed no murmurs of admiration from her classmates, and after 20 minutes of perseverance, the thrill of maintaining her FA swiftly dissipated. At that moment, an exceptionally talented student in physics, brimming with enthusiasm, rose from his seat, swaggering towards the podium with his backpack, a piece of manuscript in hand. With a rather audacious demeanor, he thrust the paper towards Zheng Hong. In her heart, Zheng Hong was utterly enamored with this individual, exclaiming that he had arrived just in time. She hastily closed her hefty tome and placed it on the podium, eagerly accepting the answer from the physics prodigy, nodding in acknowledgement, allowing him to leave class a good 10 minutes early. However, the instant the talented student proudly exited the classroom. Zheng Hong did not even glance at his answer. Instead, she stood up and proclaimed her own academic achievements. Look, he completed all 5 questions. While some classmates haven't even written down 2, I have read through an extensive section of this English literature review. Jiangxin felt a surge of frustration, but upon glancing down at his blank paper, he was overcome with shame and quelled his anger. The fact that he struggled with physics could not solely be attributed to Zheng Hong's teaching. He bore some responsibility as well. He spent too much time on other subjects, neglecting the grandeur of physics. Due to his appearance, even the physics teachers from other classes avoided him, leaving him without anyone to seek guidance from. Additionally, he had only enough money for the bus fare home and could not afford supplementary books from the bookstore. He lacked the audacity and skill to steal, for he knew that the moment he entered the store, he would attract the attention of both the owner and patrons, making it impossible to discreetly take a high school physics textbook priced above 15 yuan. Even if he managed to steal one, the owner would likely report him to the police immediately, identifying him as a scruffy, short student. In less than half an hour, the authorities would undoubtedly corner him at school. If discovered, he would likely lose his status as a special poverty-stricken student. So why? Why could I not grasp physics? Here I am, a distinguished reincarnator who scored 138 in mathematics on the college entrance examination. Why, upon my rebirth, do I still struggle with physics? This defies logic. Jiangxin clutched his chest in torment, frowning, and instinctively glanced at Zhang Yao's manuscript. To his dismay, he found she had scribbled several lines of meaningless formulas, amplifying his anguish manifold. Damn it! This woman, this fool. At least she had the audacity to write down things she herself did not comprehend. Why can't I be so shameless? Is it possible to earn even half a point for just writing down a solution in physics during the examination? As Jiangxin grappled with his internal turmoil, a slender finger descended from above, lightly tapping his desk twice. He looked up to find Zheng Hong. Her face flushed with anger, her eyes filled with a rage as if Jiangxin were the one who had failed to pay for her service, suddenly demanding, "What are you doing?" The inquiry was delivered with such volume that it startled every student in the classroom, who had been engrossed in their work, causing them to lift their heads in unison. Following this, Zheng Hong furiously interrogated Jiangxin. "After all this time, you haven't written a single word. Are you even here to study?" Jiangxin, having long been unaccustomed to such concern from a woman, felt a wave of emotion and candidly replied, "Teacher, I can't solve any of these problems. Can't solve them." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hong appeared to be possessed by some malevolent spirit, her demeanor spiraling into hysteria as she shrieked, "You can't solve this? Are you an idiot?" At that moment, more than 2/3 of the class, like Jiangxin, found themselves unable to tackle a single question, their minds buzzing with a collective denial of their own incompetence, and they instinctively fell silent. Zheng Hong abruptly seized a hefty textbook from the desk and exclaimed, "With your limited intellect, you dare to wager against Hu Jiangji? How arrogant, how delusional." The school's most knowledgeable physics teacher in English adeptly employed 2 idioms, showcasing her exceptional command of the language, and then, without further ado, strode out of the classroom. The room was filled with glances exchanged among the students, with over 10 minutes remaining until the end of class and Zheng Hong's sudden departure. They were left uncertain whether to disperse early. Jiangxin felt a twinge of embarrassment from her reprimand and scratched his head lightly. In the back row, laughter erupted as some mimicked her words. "How arrogant! How delusional! With your intellect, are you an idiot?" Seated in the front, Jiangxin found no inclination to be angered. Instead, he mused, "Indeed, falling behind invites criticism. All misfortunes in life ultimately stem from a lack of capability." He furrowed his brow and pondered whether it was necessary or even feasible to elevate his physics score in the final month before the end of the first year. Even an increase of 7 or 8 points would surely be better than none, wouldn't it? With this resolve solidifying in his mind, he picked up his pen and began to write fervently on the paper. After hastily applying formulas to 5 problems, he paused to examine his work, startled to discover that he had actually solved one of them. Just then, Zheng Hong returned from outside and glanced at Jiangxin's paper. Noticing that he had completed a problem in such a short time, she couldn't help but scoff. "What's the point of writing nonsense? You're just deceiving yourself." Jiangxin remained silent. Chapter 6. The 18th Poverty. There is no need to submit unfinished work. Please do not erase the problems written on the blackboard. We shall utilize them directly in our first class next Monday. You may now leave. A few minutes later, Zheng Hong returned from the office and, having announced the early dismissal, hurried out the door, appearing to be even more distracted than the students themselves. Jiang-sun could empathize with the sentiments of this novice in the workplace. After a prolonged period in a job, one often becomes weary, irritable, and yearns for freedom. Particularly at this juncture, coinciding with her nearly one-year anniversary of employment and the impending assessment, it was evident that she had little to showcase in terms of accomplishments. Her mindset had essentially succumbed to a sense of premature resignation. The itch of the first year had intensified, becoming increasingly overwhelming and uncontrollable. In stark contrast, the majority of teachers such as Xia Xiaolin, Zhang Xuefan, and Zhang Rongrong, who were diligent and responsible, found themselves in a predicament akin to rookie athletes encountering a wall of seasoned competitors. They were genuinely exhausted, their spirits willing but their energies depleted. Zheng Hong, however, was simply disinclined to work. "Do not erase the blackboard. Do not erase the blackboard," cried Zhu Chu, the class health monitor, as soon as Zheng Hong exited. Yet, aside from the tasks requiring cleaning today, no one paid her any heed. The clatter of desks and chairs being moved filled the room, and Xia Xiaolin, hearing the commotion from Class 5 next door, glanced at the clock on the back wall, noting that there were still over 3 minutes remaining. She murmured, "Why is Teacher Zheng dismissing class so early today?" Swiftly redirecting her focus to her own students in Class 6. Let us continue. We shall discuss the final problem. The last sentence of this passage. The proud eagle spreads its wings and soars towards the rising light. What does it truly signify? It suggests a sense of self-importance. Came the reply from the students. Outside the classroom, a mischievous student from Jiangxin's class dashed past the entrance to Class 6, prompting Xia Xiaolin to turn and scold. "Huang, go stand in my office." The student immediately recoiled, and a chorus of laughter erupted from behind him. "Fool, off to the office with you. Ah, I find you even more impressive." The cacophony outside grew increasingly unruly, prompting Xia Xiaolin to descend from the podium and glare at the raucous group. The laughter ceased abruptly, and upon closing the classroom door, she returned to instructing her students. Just then, Jiangxin emerged from the classroom, observing the lively yet somewhat dim-witted group before him. He mused that their excess energy could have been better utilized. As he intended to head towards the opposite staircase, a hand unexpectedly grasped his shoulder from behind. The atmosphere in the second-floor corridor shifted dramatically. All present held their breath, their gazes fixed on Hu Haiwei and Jiang Sr. Several students who had almost reached the staircase paused and turned back, their expressions betraying curiosity as they prepared for the unfolding scene. Jiangxin tilted his head and gazed at Hu Haiwei, realizing that the latter was neither speaking nor making a move. This led him to conclude that Hu Haiwei, much like Hu Jiangji, was merely a fade of bravado. With a hunger that urged him forward, he decided to inquire directly, "What's the matter? You better watch yourself. Don't let me catch you outside again." Hu Haiwei shot back a threat, giving Jiangxin a shove before casually swinging his backpack onto his shoulder and striding away with an air of nonchalance. Jiangxin narrowed his eyes as he observed Hu Haiwei's retreating figure, while even the onlookers in the corridor could not help but display their disappointment. "Is that it?" Only Hu Haiwei's loyal sidekick, Zhang Boyu, echoed his words like a wise parrot. "Did you hear? Be careful when you go out from now on." With that, he hastened to catch up with Hu Haiwei, and soon their conversation echoed from a short distance away. "Haiwei, is that all? Damn, are you an idiot? Didn't you see I got into trouble with Haiyan last class?" This remark carried a hint of pride, reminiscent of the mindset of a juvenile freshly released from confinement. Jiangxin chuckled to himself, turning to leave just as he brushed past Hu Jiangji, who was sauntering out of the classroom. Hu Jiangji raised his hand, mimicking a shooting gesture towards Jiangxin, and softly exclaimed, "Bayu, you foolish, pus-filled creature. Good luck facing the finals." Jiangxin couldn't help but be amused. At this dilapidated institution, even the instances of school violence appeared pitifully trivial. Such antics were almost endearingly cute. Once successful in the future, he resolved not to return to bully them. After all, they were merely a bunch of naive children. With a positive mindset, Jiangxin parted ways with his classmates and briskly descended the stairs from the opposite side of the teaching building. Exiting through the rear entrance, he made a beeline for the cafeteria. In the grand scheme of life, nothing is more paramount than a good meal. Regardless of the troubles that loomed, one must first satisfy their hunger to muster the strength to confront them. The campus of the 18th school was not vast. Upon leaving the main teaching building, he navigated past the dilapidated laboratory, walked by the small playground where the morning assembly was held, and past the shabby dormitory before taking a slight turn. Directly facing the back of the dormitory stood the cafeteria. Currently, the cafeteria was run by the school itself, which meant that efficiency was mediocre. At the time of the class dismissal, dinner was not yet prepared. However, today as circumstances were understandable, since there were no evening classes at the 18th school. The number of students dining here was typically few. Additionally, it being the weekend, many boarders had returned home, leaving at most 50 individuals, counting some teachers, administrators, and cafeteria staff. For the head chef, this meager turnout could understandably lead to a slight sense of complacency, akin to how a particularly easy exam might provoke procrastination in certain students. As Jiangson entered the cafeteria, the bell signaling the end of class rang out from afar, and the spacious dining hall, capable of seating 700 to 800, was eerily empty at that moment. The cafeteria's serving window was only operating one side, and among the 3 food racks, only one contained warm water for insulation. A mere 3 or 4 dishes had been prepared, and it was evident that the portions were insufficient for the students remaining on campus for the evening. The tantalizing aroma of meat wafted from the window, suggesting that several hearty dishes were being prepared. However, this had no bearing on Jiangson, for he had no inclination towards vegetables. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Jiangson approached the sink designated for washing evening plates and cleansed his hands. He then shook off the moisture and proceeded to the table where the rice and soup containers were placed. He first took a bowl and filled it to the brim with rice. The next moment heralded the arrival of a spectacle of culinary technique. Grasping another bowl, he held the ladle firmly, drawing in a deep breath as he plunged it into the depths of the soup pot. Instantly, a plethora of ribs, corn, and kelp floated to the surface. Jiangson's heart swelled with joy. Could it truly be a day of celebration? Was the principal perhaps hosting a feast? The soup pot contained an abundance of meat. Seizing the opportunity before the crowd swelled, he shamelessly scooped a generous helping of the soup base, deftly manipulating his wrist to extract a bowl brimming with tender rib meat. Balancing his meal, he set it on an unoccupied table before hastily returning to fill another bowl with a nutritionally balanced broth, departing only when his heart was content. He had spent not a single cent. As he sat down with his soup and rice, he could hardly restrain himself from devouring the meal with ravenous enthusiasm. Today was no different from any other. He had been studying since 5 in the morning and had barely eaten at noon, leaving him particularly famished. Outside the cafeteria, groups of boarding students entered in 2s and 3s, and upon seeing Jiangson devouring his meal with the fervor of a starving man, they exchanged glances laden with sympathy, albeit tinged with amusement. Only the kitchen staff, the kind-hearted Annies, truly empathized with Jiangson's plight. Throughout the year, they had witnessed his unabashedly brazen attempts to partake in the cafeteria's free rice and soup. Initially, they had found his behavior off-putting, but as time wore on, they could not bring themselves to disdain him. In a world where nearly every household had only one child, it was hard to fathom a family so frugal as to deny their offspring a proper meal for an entire year. Observing Jiangson's frail stature, it was evident that he had suffered from malnutrition since childhood. This boy, embodying the trifecta of shortness, poverty, and frailty, seemed destined for a grim future. Merely contemplating his fate could evoke tears. Chapter 7. The grim reality. 10 minutes after the school bell rang, the lights in the cafeteria finally flickered to life. As the boarding students and teachers on evening duty gradually entered, Jiangson had already devoured his first bowl of soup rice. He then rose to fetch a second bowl, knowing well that he would need sustenance for the night ahead. The boarding students had long grown accustomed to Jiangson's routine. It elicited no surprise from them. Only a few intellectually slower children delighted in incessantly pointing at Jiangson, giggling among themselves, and exaggeratedly spitting out rice and laughter. Jiangson, however, had neither the time nor the inclination to engage with the children. His evenings were more precious than the hours spent in school. The material he had failed to grasp during the day demanded his immediate attention. In addition, he had various assignments to complete, a week's worth of soiled clothes to wash, and chores to assist with around the school, what was commonly referred to as work-study. It was precisely because no 18 high school was willing to offer this increasingly rare opportunity for high school students to engage in work-study within the urban confines of Dongou City that Jiangson had managed to enroll in this dilapidated institution, scoring over 100 points above the general admission line. Ultimately, life had left him no choice. Speaking of rebirth, Jiangson had indeed encountered his share of misfortune. When he was reborn, it was already the latter half of his middle school year. The previous occupant of this body had just been rendered unconscious by his irascible father, though it was possible he had suffered a fatal beating. Meanwhile, in another timeline, Jiangson had coincidentally encountered a luxury electric vehicle that had lost control, leading to a swift and untimely end to his flourishing career, merging his fate with that of the unfortunate boy. Fortunately, Jiangxin had endured considerable hardship in his previous life, cultivating an extraordinary resilience. Were he an ordinary individual, such calamities would likely have driven him to madness or profound despair for years. Unlike many, Jiangxin possessed an innate tenacity upon awakening. He cursed his fate but rapidly acclimated to his new reality. After about 10 days of recuperation, he swiftly embraced his new life. Throughout his third year of middle school, Jiangxin persevered at the dilapidated institution in Qinshan Autonomous Township, Oshuan County, completing the entire 3-year curriculum in just 1 year. In 2004, the middle school entrance examination in Dongou City had a total score of 750 points, comprising 150 points each for Chinese and mathematics, 200 points for natural science, 120 points for English, and an open book examination for history and society worth 100 points, alongside 30 points for physical education. Jiangxin's final scores were 126 in Chinese, 128 in mathematics, 164 in natural science, 118 in English, a suspiciously low 76 in history and society, and 12 in physical education, culminating in a total score of 624 points. Unfortunately, that year, the admission scores for high schools in Dongou City were peculiarly high, with the minimum score for vocational schools set at 400 points, while the threshold for general high schools was raised to 510 points. Above the general high school admission line of 510 points, there exist 3 subtly distinguished score thresholds. The first tier, represented solely by Dongou Middle School, has an admission score of 690. The second tier, led by Dongou No. 2 High School, has a score of 672, followed by the 4th Middle School at 650, the 8th Middle School at 645, and the 7th Middle School at 630, extending down to the 14th Middle School at 620. Thus, it stands to reason that even if Jiangxin's performance were less than stellar, he could still qualify for the 14th Middle School. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that all schools in the second tier do not accept students from non-local urban areas, and given Jiangxin's mediocre scores, there is no basis for them to make an exception. Consequently, Jiangxin's only viable option was the third tier. In stark contrast, the admission scores for third-tier schools plummet dramatically. The highest score among them is at Dongou City No. 22 Middle School, with an admission score of 580, which is a full 40 points lower than that of the 14th Middle School, indicating a significant decline in student quality. Further down the line, No. 21 Middle School requires only 540 points. And lastly, the 3 struggling institutions, No. 18, No. 13, and No. 11, each sit at the minimum standard score of 510 points for Dongou City's entrance examination. The stark contrast between the aspirations of attending university and the reality of attending a school that merely meets the lowest standards is evident in the quality of education, teaching staff, and student demographics. Yet, Jiangxin had no alternatives. Dongou No. 22 even charges tuition fees as a private institution and would dismiss his score of 624. No. 21 Middle School serves as a refuge for the children of local educators, those who study diligently yet struggle academically, often possessing some social connections. Ultimately, the remaining trio, No. 18, No. 13, and No. 11, expressed a keen interest in Jiangxin's score of 624, particularly when they learned that his points of loss were in history and social studies. As well as physical education, they regarded him as a precious find. In the end, the principal of No. 18, displaying magnanimity, waived all of Jiangxin's tuition fees for the 3 years of high school, and even offered him a modest work-study position that would yield about 300 yuan per semester. However, what the principal did not realize was that when Jiangxin emerged from that secluded valley, he possessed only a meager sum of money for transportation, leaving him with absolutely nothing else. Thus, the 300 yuan provided by the school would merely suffice for essential toiletries and the considerable expense of paper and pens, with any leftover funds allocated for his travel back home during holidays. As for meals, this was simply the reality he faced. Jiangxin refrained from discussing these financial hardships with the principal. This was not merely a matter of pride, since the issues had been resolved. He felt no need to owe anyone a favor. Moreover, it was crucial to note that his academic performance since entering high school had consistently fallen short of the principal's expectations, making it unfathomable for Jiangxin to request further financial aid under such circumstances. Moreover, he harbored doubts that if he failed to achieve commendable grades in his second year, the principal might very well expel him prematurely. After all, the annual tuition fee amounted to 4,000 yuan, and the 18th high school was hardly a charitable institution. As a student from a financially disadvantaged background in Ocean County, whose education was contingent upon the support of the local education bureau to escape the mountains, he feared he might indeed be persuaded to withdraw and return to the rural school in Chinshan Autonomous Township. In that desolate place, even the final exam papers had to be borrowed from the city, in an environment where educational resources were already nearly depleted. Jiangsun questioned whether he could rely solely on self-study to re-enter a prestigious institution. The resources available at 18th High School were, after all, the last lifeline he could grasp due to his ethnic minority status. As for the authenticity of his minority identity, Jiangsun could only refer back to the words he uttered after trudging dozens of miles to the county education bureau. Kneeling at the entrance and bowing his head, "We don't even have a bowl to eat from. Is there anyone who is more underprivileged than my family?" In summary, based on the principle of resource allocation by urgency, along with his reasonably acceptable scores and the genuinely heartrending circumstances of his family, Jiangsun had managed to board the vessel of fate-altering opportunities. Throughout this entire process, although no one from the village, valley, town, or county extended a helping hand, some even deliberately hindered him, he remained sincerely grateful to the county leaders and the principal of 18th High School. Regardless of whether their motivations stemmed from social responsibility or self-interest, the fact remained that he had ultimately benefited from this phase of his life. From this perspective, Jiangsun felt that including last year and extending to the conclusion of the college entrance examination, he could continue to bow in gratitude to the leaders of Ocean County for the next 2 years without issue. It was merely a matter of bending his knee and touching his forehead to the ground. What a trivial endeavor. However, he feared that this year the leaders might not consent. For last year, he had received a lucky red envelope of 100 yuan in return for his bow, and had it not been for his unappealing appearance, he might have even been mistaken for a godson. Alas, such a splendid opportunity was marred by his visage. Nonetheless, ultimately, the quality of the days ahead hinged on his academic performance. Whether faced with bullying in school or dire economic conditions, if he could maintain consistently stellar grades, these seemingly insurmountable challenges would undoubtedly be resolved. With such an aura of achievement, perhaps even his appearance would become somewhat more palatable to others. With a sigh, Jiangsun forced down a second bowl of rice, meticulously gnawing every morsel of meat from the bones and savoring every drop of soup. Before finally letting out a contented belch, he patted his belly, stood up, and carried his clean plate to the cafeteria entrance, tossing it into the collection bin. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by the breathtaking hues of the evening sky. On the playground, a large group of children lingered after school, reluctant to return home. Engrossed in their game of basketball, observing them, Jiangsun suddenly felt that the world was indeed a beautiful place. So many children, running about with an abundance of energy, consuming calories that seemed to have no limit. Unlike on the day of his physical examination for the high school entrance exam, when, upon completing 1,000 meters, it felt as though his stomach had shrunk, leaving him so famished that he could hardly stand. He merely wished to kneel down right then and there, inscribing a large character for miserable upon the ground. Chapter 8. The dormitory building and cafeteria of number 18 middle school are separated by a passageway no wider than a basketball court. Upon exiting this passage, one traverses a small playground equipped with several basketball hoops, where morning assemblies are held. Directly across from this playground, beneath a raised platform, lies the school's broadcasting room. Adjacent to this modest broadcasting room is an even less conspicuous door. Entering through this door leads one to a small courtyard in front of the dormitory building. This courtyard, more accurately described as a small atrium, is obstructed at the front by the low broadcasting room. To the left stands a dilapidated 4-story building, the students' dormitory, while to the right is a row of 6 lowly service rooms designated for faculty. Facing the entrance door, 2 utility rooms complete the modest layout. Surrounded on all sides, this secluded space feels almost entirely detached from the school. Rarely do students express curiosity about this area, as if it were non-existent. The courtyard is sparsely populated. The 4 inner service rooms have remained vacant for an extended period. These rooms contain no beds, no furniture, nor any belongings. The other 2 rooms are infrequently used, only occupied during severe weather events when the Education Bureau mandates staff presence overnight. However, it is understood that the administrators will certainly opt for the comfort of the administrative building, leaving the unfortunate teachers to occupy this space. The 2 service rooms, designated for male and female staff respectively, might only illuminate during a handful of nights each year. Consequently, the campus security personnel do not expend much effort here. They only air out the bedding on sunny days every couple of months, disregarding whether the on-duty teachers find it useful or not. Ultimately, the only habitable space in this courtyard is the student dormitory. The middle and high school divisions of number 18 accommodate approximately 60 boarding students across 6 grade levels. The middle school comprises fewer than 20 students, all residing on the top floor, primarily those living on the outskirts of the city who return home every weekend. The remaining 30 to 40 high school students hail from both nearby counties and suburban areas, with the majority coming from the suburbs. Among them, less than 10, including Jiangxin, managed to stay for an entire semester without returning home during holidays. Jiangxin and his peers reside on the 3rd floor as first-year students, while second-year students occupy the 2nd floor. The 1st floor remains unoccupied by 3rd-year students, as this is only the 2nd year since the establishment of the high school division at number 18. Thus, it is unequivocal that Jiang Sun and his fellow students are perceived by the school administration as underwhelming potential, while also shouldering the responsibility of serving as the institution's 2nd cohort of experimental subjects. This sentiment is similarly echoed among the leaders of the city's education system regarding No. 18 middle school. In the initial 4 to 6 years of the high school's establishment, regardless of how the institution may fluctuate, the absence of notable achievements is of little consequence. It merely serves as a period of practice. The principal, characterized by a rather lascivious demeanor, enjoys considerable leeway for trial and error. However, as time progresses, if the 18th high school fails to produce commendable results after the 3rd batch of students, it is likely that this young principal, a key figure nurtured by the Donggo City education system, will find it exceedingly difficult to envision a prosperous future. After all, the city's education bureau has invested substantial resources and opened numerous privileged pathways for him. Should he ultimately be incapable of effectively managing the school, there would be little hope for his prospects. It seems that the principal has recognized that his true zenith of authority may only span these few years. Thus, in the year when Jiang Xin and his peers enrolled, essentially the 2nd year where he could fiercely pursue development, he decisively exercised his personnel authority, depleting a significant portion of the resources granted by city leaders. Aside from admitting around 10 exceptional underprivileged students like Jiang Xin as a bold gamble, he also hired an impressive cohort of 20 recent graduates from provincial normal universities, comprising 1 male and 19 female teachers. Among these 19 female educators, approximately half are undeniably capable of embodying the title of class beauty. Particularly noteworthy is the chemistry teacher, Zheng Rongrong, who teaches Jiangxin's class. Her complexion is exquisitely radiant, fair with a hint of rosy glow, her youthful visage strikingly attractive, and while her figure may not be deemed overly voluptuous, it is certainly well-proportioned. Jiang Sun could almost swear that this older, unmarried principal, with his rather dubious character, likely had his sights set on Zheng Rongrong from the very beginning. All the talk of enhancing the school's teaching staff, improving educational standards, and constructing a faculty pipeline, such proclamations are merely a facade. His true objective is singular, to pursue, it is, rather, the pursuit of pure love. Moreover, it is highly probable that after a year's time, the principal may have already succeeded in his endeavors. Evidence of this can be seen in Zheng Rongrong's peculiar schedule. She never attends the first or last class of the day and does not, unlike other young teachers, seem eager to take on the role of homeroom teacher. Her working conditions appear quite relaxed, arriving later and departing earlier than most. In fact, she remarkably teaches only Jiangxin's class, even managing to have her grading time compared to her colleagues. Ah, how wonderful it must be to be a principal. As Jiang's son ascended the dimly lit staircase, he gazed at the imposing iron gates separating each floor, listening to the occasional laughter of young girls from beyond the gates, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. He mused that if he could one day become a principal like the lascivious one, he would undoubtedly pursue, the pursuit of perfect love. With a sigh, Jiangxin lowered his head, rubbing his full belly, and leisurely made his way to the 3rd floor. The boys' dormitory on the 3rd floor comprises 6 rooms, accommodating a total of 21 individuals from 8 different classes, yet only 3 rooms are in use. The remaining 3 rooms, which the school would rather leave vacant, will not be converted from 8-person dormitories to 4-person ones. The reason is, well, there is no need for a reason at all. On this leisurely weekend, the 3rd and 4th floors lay desolate, devoid of any activity. Those boarding students who returned home for the weekend simply shouldered their backpacks and departed after classes, never to return for another visit. Jiang-sun approached the door of room 302, extracted his key, and with a creak, opened the door that was at least as old as he. The room was characteristically empty, with the other 5 occupants yet to return. They were likely either dining in the cafeteria or playing basketball on the court. Among those who might be on the court were 2 students from the first and second classes of the first year, with whom Jiang-sun had exchanged little more than nods throughout the year. The other 3 were his classmates, Zhang Rongxing, Xiaomin, and Wen Xiebin. The dormitory was modestly sized, with 4 sets of bunk beds arranged along either side of the walls, and in the center, 6 desks huddled together. The walls, freshly painted white just 2 years prior, still appeared relatively clean. Outside the window, stainless steel grills securely fastened to prevent any impulsive actions by students allowed a view that stretched past the cafeteria roof to the small road outside the school. 2 fluorescent lights and a ceiling fan, dust-covered and unused, hung from the ceiling. Beyond this, a few rickety chairs and 2 large wardrobes shared among 6 residents occupied the space. However, Jiang-sun had never utilized the wardrobe, for when he arrived the previous autumn, the clothes he wore comprised his entire wardrobe. The school later provided him with 2 sets of spring and winter uniforms, leaving him with a total of 4 outfits, which could be neatly folded and placed at the foot of his bed. During the cold winter months, he layered the spring and autumn uniforms for warmth, effectively conserving space. Speaking of which, the weather in Dongou City is not particularly frigid, making this manner of dressing quite adequate. It was only during the new year when he returned to his mountainous hometown that he found it somewhat challenging. Fortunately, Jiang-sun was young and resilient, and the greatest fortune of his 2 years of rebirth was that he had seldom fallen ill. Even when he did, a few days of drinking hot water sufficed to see him through. Upon entering the dormitory, Jiang-sun first switched on the light and then approached the bunk bed he shared with Zhang Rongxin, placing his backpack on the desk beside his bed. He then crouched down to retrieve a wash basin from beneath his lower bunk and stepped back outside. Turning left, he found the restroom and water room at the other end of the boys' dormitory staircase. As he entered the similarly narrow and dimly lit water room, he inhaled the faint mingling scents of toothpaste, laundry detergent, and other subtle odors. Jiang-sun turned on the tap, and the water, having been heated by the sun throughout the day, gushed forth, pleasantly warm. Dongou City, situated in the hilly coastal region of Jiangnan, had limited natural resources but was never short of water. Jiang-sun's favorite season was summer, as bathing was a delightful experience, and undergarments dried in mere hours. He dipped his hand into the basin, feeling the water transition swiftly from warm to cool, and then shut off the tap once the basin was half filled. Though he did not have to pay the water bill, the thought of encountering an idle school administrator who might criticize him was a considerable waste of time. He picked up the towel, which had been used for an indeterminate number of months and had become uncomfortably slimy, and twisted it with reluctance. The water that emerged could easily serve as biological material. With the towel in hand, he cautiously began to wipe his face. Each stroke brought a painful reminder of the blemishes that marred his skin. Eventually, he could no longer resist setting down the towel and stepped toward the sole mirror by the water room door to examine his reflection closely. Acne spread across his face, from his forehead to his cheeks, from his cheeks to his chin, and further down to his neck. The pimples densely populated his nose, flanked by the sides of his nose, and even invaded the area behind his ears and on his earlobes. Some had even taken residence within his nostrils, creating a disconcerting array that seemed to cover nearly every inch of his skin. The blemishes that had only just surfaced yesterday had not yet subsided, and now a fresh crop had emerged, layering upon the old. Some had ruptured, oozing white pus, forming clusters upon clusters. It appeared his condition had notably worsened compared to the previous days. It was no wonder that today, the glances cast upon him by others felt particularly disconcerting. Now, gazing into the mirror, he too felt unfit to venture outside. Zioxyolin was indeed correct. This situation warranted a visit to the hospital. However, the pressing question remained, where would the funds for medical treatment come from? Should he approach the Education Bureau? Dear esteemed leader, I would like to request a stipend for medical expenses to treat my acne. Good grief. If the head of the Education Bureau in Chishan Township, Old Kongth, were to hear such a request, he would undoubtedly deliver a sharp slap and then proceed to wash his hands with a soap worth at least 5 yuan for over half an hour. Sighing deeply, Jiang-sun could only raise his hands toward the afflictions on his face. Taking matters into his own hands, he grimaced and squeezed each right pimple until a revolting mixture of yellow, white, and green pus was expelled, ceasing only when blood emerged from the last one. He stood before the mirror for approximately 20 minutes, internally anxious to commence his homework. Suddenly, he heard voices rising from downstairs. Damn, Huang Mingjia's assets are truly impressive. Little Rongrong could take a sip or two. It's not too late for her to grow taller. Get lost. Go die. You pervert. Why don't you go drink instead? Oh dear. Little Rongrong is shine now Jiangson isn't any taller than me. Why don't you let him drink? He can't take it anymore. Just look at his face. Clearly, he has matured beyond his years. Unlike your underdeveloped stature, Xiaomin and Zhang Rongxin continued their banter, their voices growing nearer. Followed by a timid voice belonging to Wen Xianbin, whose deep tone radiated the earnestness of a simple child. Looks like we'll have to wash clothes again tonight. I wish I could go home, Zhang Rongxin replied. Just hang in there. The final exams are almost upon us. Exactly. There is only 1 month left, Xiaomin remarked. Her tone laced with a sense of impending relief, before adding, but Jiang's son is in trouble. He might as well change his name to Jiang pockmarked. The youth, impulsive and oblivious to the vastness of the world, had already ascended to the 3rd floor, entering their dormitory. Soon, the room was filled with a cheerful cacophony of laughter. Jiang's son, silently listening, remained unperturbed as he continued to stand before the mirror, tending to his skin. A few minutes later, the earnest and unassuming Wen Xianbin entered, carrying a basin overflowing with laundry. As he passed by the doorway, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Sin's profile and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Daring not to greet him, hastily lowering his head and moving away, Jiang San, undisturbed, eventually finished his meticulous task and approached the sink, where he reverently picked up his precious bar of transparent soap to cleanse his face thoroughly. Afterward, he returned to the mirror and took out the ointment that Xia Xiaolin had entrusted to him, applying it delicately. At that moment, Xiaomin hurriedly strode in, and upon seeing Jiangxin applying the ointment, she exclaimed loudly, Jiangxin, give it up. With your condition, you ought to go to the hospital for surgery. Where did you get that ointment? Be careful, you might make it worse. As she spoke, she entered the bathroom, turning on the water with a rush. Listening to the sounds from the restroom, Jiangxin tightened the cap of the now 1/3 depleted ointment, carefully returning it to his pocket before addressing Xiaomin. If you cover the medical expenses, I'll go. Whoever doesn't is a fool. Xiaomin emerged from the bathroom, her belt cinched, chuckling as she replied. I'm not paying for your medical bills. Isn't this your own issue? For heaven's sake, if you're broke, just say so. I wish I could soar to the heavens, but who wouldn't talk big? Jiangxin laughed as he gathered his basin, towel, and soap, stepping out, while also grabbing the pair of underwear hanging in the corner. This solitary piece of undergarment represented his only real investment over the years. After all, one simply cannot function without a change of underwear. Moreover, relying solely on one pair for extended periods, drying it with body heat, is utterly disproportionate in terms of efficiency and energy consumption. Additionally, there is a crucial point. Wearing damp underwear is truly uncomfortable. As Jiangxin exited the room, basin in hand and his face smeared with ointment, Wen Xianbin quietly remarked, Jiangxin's face looks terrifying. Sighing, he added, indeed. This fellow faces a daunting future. I genuinely worry that even if he manages to enter university, he may struggle to find employment afterward. While others may suffer disfigurement and evoke sympathy, his situation is simply repugnant. Xiaomin approached the sink and turned on the tap, letting the water flow freely as she spoke in a heavy tone, but then abruptly shifted the subject, boastingly asking, by the way, how many points do you think you'll score in the history exam? Will you get an A? The speech of Wen Xianbin is always characterized by a languid and hesitant tempo, punctuated by a bashful smile as he remarked, if only I could attain AB. I would be overjoyed, unlike you all who can secure an A. Xiaomin, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, I believe achieving an A in geography is quite feasible. But history remains uncertain. When Xianbin continued, Jiang's son mentioned yesterday that he is confident he will secure A's in all 3 subjects this year. Xiaomin scratched his head, almost as if chastising himself, and noted, after all, he's someone who can challenge Hu Jiangji. It would be expected for him to attain an A in history. However, considering this year's final exams with history and geography, and we shall omit computer science, those 2 subjects won't even contribute to the overall score. Jiang Sin's advantage in the humanities is completely diminished. I can't fathom how he dares to wager with Hu Jiangji. Is he attempting to trade his political science for Hu Jiangji's physics? Even that score wouldn't suffice for a fair exchange. As Xiaomin murmured, she finally turned off the faucet, shook her hands, and cheerfully added, yet it seems irrelevant to me. Next week, after the geography and computer science exams, I will have 2 fewer classes this semester. Haha, just thinking about it brings me joy. When Xianbin remarked, the free time will be filled with mathematics and physics. Silence. I refuse to listen. I shall not hear it. Xiaomin playfully shouted as she dashed outside. In the water room, only when Xianbin remained. Sighing with a mix of envy and helplessness at the accomplishments of his 3 classmates in the dormitory. He continued to methodically attend to his laundry as if engaged in a ritual, taking his time as though he could wash until the end of time. The antiquated incandescent light on the ceiling flickered erratically as it was accustomed to doing. On the mirror by the door, a wisp of steam brushed across the surface, revealing fleeting words that vanished almost immediately, cruelly chilling to the bone. Reward for achieving an A in history. Skin condition transitions from critical, life-threatening, multifocal acne syndrome accompanied by severe oily folliculitis to critical, multifocal acne syndrome with severe oily folliculitis. Conditions for continued improvement. Achieve an A in geography, an A in computer science, and rank first in the entire school in this year's final examinations. Penalty for failure. Skin condition reverts to critical, life-threatening. Multifocal acne syndrome accompanied by severe oily folliculitis. Additional reward for completion. Perfectly sculpted eyebrows and eyes. Chapter 9. Market Analysis. When Jiangxin returned to room 302. His face smeared with ointment, Zhang Rongxin was diligently engrossed in his homework, while Xiaomin stood by the window with a telescope, chuckling lewdly as he mused. If only our school had 2 dormitory buildings, one for boys and one for girls, ideally facing each other. Just think, when the girls are taking a shower. Dream on, Jiangxin interrupted. The total number of girls boarding here barely exceeds 20. A whole building for 20 girls would not just be wasteful. It would resemble a horror film. Xiaomin turned to Jiangxin. Not genuinely malicious, but simply accustomed to banter. I feel like living with you gives off a similar horror film vibe. Haha. Zhang Rongxing, who was focused on his studies, suddenly burst into laughter. Jiangxin, now desensitized to Xiaomin's relentless personal jabs that came daily without fail, merely went along with the jest, replying nonchalantly, I would gladly transform into a vengeful spirit, purging this world of all foolishness, striving for peace, and restoring beauty to our realm. Curse you. Xiaomin laughed, raising a middle finger at Jiang. Senator Jiangxin chose not to engage further, setting aside his belongings and, like Zhang Rongxing, hastily retrieved his weekend assignments from his backpack to begin his work, having just spent over 20 minutes popping pimples. He was now faced with the prospect of sleeping 20 minutes later than usual that night. Even though tomorrow was Saturday, it still held its own set of plans. Moreover, he had already formulated a strategy for the upcoming final examinations while eating earlier. At the first high school of 18, the final exams did not distinguish between arts and sciences. All 8 classes of the entire grade were thrown together, and subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, history, geography, and political science all contributed to the overall score. However, due to the provincial exam scheduled for this semester, the first-year students would be tested only in history, geography, and computer operations. Consequently, 18 High and its sister schools would not repeat history and geography in their assessments. The final report card would directly reflect the results of the provincial exams as the overall assessment, graded in 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, without specific scores. Thus, the scores for history, geography, and the relatively insignificant computer science would not factor into the final total. This meant that Jiangxin and his peers' final examinations would essentially resemble a rigorous science competition. Ultimately, they would only face 6 subjects, aside from Chinese, mathematics, and English. The remaining subjects would be physics, chemistry, and political science. This was rather unfriendly for Jiangxin, who leaned more towards the humanities. Fortunately, the biology course, which he also struggled with, would not commence until the 2nd year, considerably alleviating his tutoring burden. Among the 6 subjects at hand, only physics and half of mathematics posed a significant challenge for Jiangxin. The mention of half mathematics was due to the fact that over the past month, Jiangxin had nearly regained the clarity he once had when mastering problem solving. Many questions now seemed increasingly straightforward, with only further practice and instinctive problem-solving skills lacking. Conversely, physics still had the power to inflict genuine and devastating setbacks upon him. In the realm of language arts, achieving a score exceeding 100 is hardly a challenge, provided that the examiner does not intentionally deduct excessive points from the composition section. I harbor considerable confidence in attaining a score of 120. As for English, a score of 130 should be quite secure. However, reaching 140 poses a bit more of a challenge. In mathematics, I aspire to score between 101 and 120. That fool, Hu Jiangji, has a ceiling of around 130. Thus the score disparity is not vast. Attaining 90 in chemistry should not be difficult, and I possess a fair degree of assurance in achieving 90 in politics as well. Physics. Before the end of the month, I will endeavor to achieve a score of 60, if at all possible. Jiang Xin, with a relatively objective self-assessment, has established a feasible target in his mind. Excluding physics, based on his performance in the preceding 5 subjects, he would already rank as an above-average student at Dongou High School, teetering on the edge of the top tier in Xuzhou province, essentially the so-called 985 line of a decade hence. Regrettably, a single subject in physics has jeopardized his overall standing. Nevertheless, Jiang Xin remains steadfastly confident in winning the wager against Hu Jiangji. The final examinations differ significantly from the routine monthly assessments. In regular monthly tests, the subjects of language, mathematics, and English are graded on a 100-point scale, where Jiang Xin's advantages in 2 major subjects are not clearly highlighted. On the contrary, mathematics often leads to a greater score disparity. Coupled with the losses incurred in physics, his strengths in the other subjects become effectively nullified. Consequently, what should have positioned Jiang Xin prominently among his peers results in an overall ranking of approximately 40 to 50 in his cohort. However, such a scenario will not manifest in the final examinations. Firstly, in language and English, Jiang Xin typically scores around 85 on a 100-point scale. Together, these subjects would only afford him a lead of about 10 points over Hu Jiangji. Yet, with the final examination transitioning to a scoring system of 150 points, Jiang Xin is confident of surpassing Hu Jiangji by over 10 points in language alone. While in English, he expects to extend his lead by at least 15 points. As for mathematics, despite considering himself somewhat lacking, this is merely in comparison to his peak performance in a previous life. He is, after all, a candidate who could consistently score above 130 in mathematics for the liberal arts entrance examination. How could he truly be deemed weak? The present circumstance is simply a matter of having set aside this knowledge for too long. Considering his age from his previous life, it has been nearly 20 years, and he merely needs to reacquaint himself with the material. Although his mathematical aptitude is not particularly strong, he has dedicated an entire year to bridging the gap and has now nearly caught up to the citywide average. In the context of the underperforming 18th middle school, this places him firmly in the upper middle tier, much like the mathematics paper distributed today, where he ranked second in class and within the top 20 of his cohort. For this year's final examination, with a mathematics paper worth 150 points, Jiang Xin is quite certain he can attain around 110 points. With a bit of good fortune, approaching 120 is not outside the realm of possibility, which aligns with the goal he set for himself at the beginning of the year. In contrast, Hu Jiangji, who appears remarkably astute and vigorous, is, in Jiang Xin's observation, a quintessential example of someone with a high lower limit yet a rather modest ceiling. 135 points. That is Jiang Xin's assessment of Hu Jiangji's ceiling in mathematics for the college entrance examination. Naturally, Hu Jiangji will certainly pursue a science track, and the difficulty of future mathematics examinations will undoubtedly be considerable, which distinguishes him from Jiang Xin. However, at this moment, since they are both in their first year of high school, Hu Jiangji is unlikely to surpass his current limitations. Moreover, given the boy's current state of drifting, even achieving the 135-point benchmark may prove elusive. Ultimately, his score might hover around 127 or 128, at most falling short of Jiang Xin by 15 points. In comparison across the 3 major subjects, Jiang Xin conservatively estimates that he can secure a minimum of 350 points in Chinese, mathematics, and English combined. This is his baseline. In contrast, Hu Jiangji's maximum potential seems to cap at about 340 points. The disparity in their true capabilities is starkly evident. As for the other 3 subjects, Jiang Xin is equally capable of maintaining a lead over Hu Jiangji by over 10 points in both political science and chemistry, further widening the total score gap to approximately 20 to 25 points. In essence, as long as Jiang Xin's physics score does not fall behind Hu Jiangji by more than 25 points, victory will be assured. However, based on the recent results of the final unit exam in physics, it revealed Jiang Xin with a score of 46, while Hu Jiangji attained 89. It seems Jiang Xin's lofty aspirations have been somewhat curtailed. Well, it appears that within this school, only he has the privilege to refer to Hu Jiangji as Hu the Fool. Others might want to refrain from such attempts. After all, the difficulty of confronting Hu Jiangji head-on is indeed substantial. That said, if there were no challenge whatsoever, well, what would there be to wager upon? Jiangxin calculated that he had a month ahead to surmount this hurdle. With a fair opportunity to elevate his physics from an abysmal failure to a precarious pass, indeed a significant possibility. With this thought in mind, Jiangxin could not help but exclaim, "Go, go, I am the strongest. Go, go, I am the best." Yes. Xiaomin, leaning against the window, turned her head. Her mouth twitching as she regarded Jiang's Senator Zhang Rongshan, who was diligently completing his assignments, could not help but lift his head. Rolling his eyes in exasperation at Jiang's Senator Jiang's son. "Are you out of your mind?" Yet Jiang's son merely chuckled. "Mathematics. And I can only manage a meager fourth in class. What do you know?" Zhang Rongshan immediately erupted in fury. You pest. Go die. Just die." Chapter 10. Contestants. As dusk gently enveloped the surroundings, the three individuals in room 302 had all, whether consciously or subconsciously, entered a state of diligent study. The two robust students from Class 12 of Grade 1 had yet to return, likely having gone home. Su Nbn was also absent. Engaged in washing clothes for over an hour, a task he would likely continue until lights out, adhering to his habitual routine. In the adjacent rooms 301 and 303, there were faint sounds of movement, though noticeably quieter than usual. As the weekend descended upon the dormitory, the scene remained unchanged. Those who could return home had done so. Only individuals like Jiying Sn, Zhing or Ng Seiqing, and Shomn, who were completely from out of town, had no choice but to remain behind. However, in a comparative sense, Jiying Sn was undoubtedly the most constrained. He genuinely found solace in staying at school rather than returning to his home nestled in the mountains, where the living conditions were exponentially harsher than the dormitory, rendering even the most basic daily life quite inconvenient. Unlike Zhing or Ng Seiqing, Shomn, and Su Nbn, these three were technically school choice students, having paid to enroll in the subpar 18th high school due to the deplorable teaching conditions of the local county-level high schools. Among the 8 tuition-waived impoverished students who graduated alongside Jiying Sn, 2 were local residents of Dong-ou City, genuine city dwellers who had no need for boarding, commuting daily alongside local children, completely inconspicuous as impoverished students. Excluding Jiying Sn, the remaining 5 comprised 4 girls. He was uncertain whether they stayed in the dormitory over the weekend, but he knew one of the girls, Huing Im Nji, was quite well developed and a classmate of theirs. The last boy, assigned to Class 11 of Grade 1, was named LNSH Ox, residing in room 301. He excelled academically but was exceedingly reclusive, hardly engaging in conversation with Jiying Sn or any of the other boarders on the 3rd floor. Despite this, Jiying Sn could empathize with LN's sentiments. Children, after all, possess a strong sense of pride. Bearing the label of a destitute student inevitably breeds inner turmoil and resentment. Unlike Jiying Sn, who appeared shameless on the surface and often behaved as such, his sense of pride remained a foundational aspect of his humanity, though he seldom displayed it openly. At Jiying Sn's age, having weathered numerous storms, he inherently understood that dignity is earned through strength and is ultimately measured by results. Lacking the requisite ability only exacerbates one's suffering. Yet, entirely discarding one's dignity is equally untenable. The notion of having come to terms with certain matters does not imply a passive acceptance of fate, but rather an understanding of the mindset required to confront reality. Moreover, the next layer of comprehension involves discerning how to attain one's desires. Only upon reaching this level can an individual truly face the world without fear, manifesting as what the ignorant mock as shamelessness. However, in such moments, Jiying Sn found himself increasingly indifferent to their scorn. After all, as long as one is aware of their own actions, there is no need to explain excessively to the foolish. Similarly, when an individual possesses the courage to confront life's myriad challenges, and can then calmly observe the diverse array of people and events in the world, they gradually become rational and discerning. They begin to comprehend the ulterior motives behind certain perplexing behaviors exhibited by some in society, as well as recognize those who, despite their inflated self-esteem, are destined to become mere fodder in this chaotic environment. This encapsulates Jiang Sen's internal rhythm when faced with this bizarre society, highlighting one of his true strengths on a spiritual level. While the vast majority struggle at the first level of understanding, he has already established roots at the 4th level and is subtly exploring the 5th level of social navigation in his daily life. For Lin Xiaoxiu, aspiring to reach Jiang Sen's current standing may require at least another 2 to 3 decades. with an even greater possibility that he may never escape the confines of the first level. For a child from a poor family, taking root in a big city is far more complex than mere academic performance. It necessitates a resilient heart as well. In the dormitory 302, tranquility reigned from just before 6 in the evening, making it seem as though no one was present. Jiang's son remained as still as a mountain, engrossed in his studies. Observing Jiang Xin's steadfastness, Zhang Rongxing suppressed his own feelings of frustration and chose to endure. Meanwhile, Xiaomin often sought to initiate a conversation, but Jiang Xin either ignored him or bluntly told him to be quiet, while Zhang Rongxing feigned interest with exaggerated responses, inadvertently deepening Xiaomin's sense of isolation. Consequently, Xiaomin had no choice but to join the two in completing their assignments. The weekend homework assigned by the school was not extensive, and Jiang Xin tackled the easier tasks first, beginning with his strongest subjects, geography and chemistry. The former is regarded as the science within the humanities, while the latter is considered the humanities within the sciences. Both require extensive memorization coupled with an understanding of the internal logic of the disciplines, making them particularly suited to Jiang Xin, who appears to lean towards the humanities yet possesses an intrinsic complexity that straddles both realms. These subjects have consistently been his forte, enabling him to achieve scores above 90. Even during high school, when he would occasionally secure over 90 on exams out of 100 in an environment like the 18th high school. At times, Jiang Xin himself must concede that he is, indeed, a gifted student in certain subjects. Regrettably, in 2005, Xuzhou Province had yet to initiate reforms for the college entrance examination, which did not allow students to select their preferred subjects within the 3N framework. Had Jiang Xin been able to choose geography, chemistry, and politics as his subjects, achieving a score above 270 would not have been unattainable, and if he could also reach around 400 in language, mathematics, and English, then becoming the provincial top scholar would not merely be a dream. However, this remains a mere hypothesis. By this time next year, Jiang's son would still have to diligently take his comprehensive humanities examination. According to Jiang Xin's observations, this world bears little distinction from his previous life. Not only does the trajectory of world history remain fundamentally unchanged, but even the names frequently appearing in the news broadcast show little variation. Only a few provinces, cities, counties, and towns have undergone drastic renaming due to certain forces beyond control. Under such circumstances, it is naturally unrealistic to expect a sudden reform in the college entrance examination of Xuzhou Province. Additionally, it is difficult for him to assert that he would indeed achieve a score of 400 in language, mathematics, and English. A score of 400 remains a considerable challenge, even for someone who has been reincarnated. After more than an hour of self-study, Jiang Xin swiftly completed the chemistry and geography assignments left over from the weekend. By a little after 7, he picked up a notebook filled with excerpts from his language studies and exited his room. As Jiang Xin stepped out, Zhang Rongxing finally set down his pen, rubbed his ink-stained fingers, and let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaomin, who had grown increasingly impatient, retrieved a box of chess from the drawer, slammed it onto the table, and exclaimed, "Damn it, he has finally left. I would have felt awkward calling you if he hadn't tea. Come on, let us mix work with leisure. Let us indulge a bit." Zhang Rongxing did not refuse, though his gaze remained somewhat vacant, still unable to accept Jiang Xin's earlier taunt. He scored 71 in mathematics today, a slight misstep, yet it fell within his capacity. What he found intolerable was the fact that Jiang Xin had managed to surpass him. No need to dwell on it. Jiang Xin studies diligently all day, so it's only natural he would surpass you, Xiaomin pointed out sagely. You're not doing poorly yourself. After all, you are still 4th in the class, aren't you? I was originally 3rd. Zhang Rongxing retorted indignantly, revealing that he had once ranked 6th. That was ages ago. Strive to catch up next year. Xiaomin replied cheerfully, satisfied with her own 8th place in the class, standing tall without a care. However, Zhang Rongxing could not help but frown. Living under the same roof, he had seen Jiang Xin ascend step by step within less than a year. Shortly after entering school last year, during the first semester's midterm exam, Jiang Xin's scores in mathematics and physics were dismal, yet he still managed to rank 6th overall. By the time of the final exam, having passed the mathematics threshold, he jumped to 4th place, surpassing Hu Haiwei and nearly pushing him out of the top 3. Then came the midterm exam of this semester, where Jiang Xin's mathematics score continued to rise, reaching the threshold of 70, and despite a poor performance in physics, he successfully claimed the 2nd position in the class, displacing both Zhang Rongxing and Huang Mingjie. all while being over 40 points behind in physics, his overall score closing in on Hu Jiangji. Since the beginning of the second semester, what had sustained Zhang Rongxing's sense of psychological superiority when faced with Jiang Sun was that, regardless of the examination, his mathematics score consistently exceeded Jiang Sun's by 3, 5, 6, or even 7 points, allowing him to maintain a solid lead. Until this afternoon. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Zhang Rongxing gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Yet, with a face resembling that of a late-blooming elementary school student, no semblance of fierceness could be discerned. Even the voice retained a youthful timbre. Xiaomin found it amusing and couldn't resist the urge to playfully pinch his cheek. Zhang Rongxing immediately jumped aside, shouting, "You pervert! What do you want to do to me?" Xiaomin chuckled mischievously and replied, "What do you think I want to do, little one? Today, it is just you and me here. Go ahead, scream as loud as you can. No one will come to save you." Zhang Rongxing yelled. "Scream as loud as I can. Scream as loud as I can." The two were engrossed in their playful antics when suddenly, a loud, impatient knocking echoed from outside the door. Shoo! Xiaomin thought it might be a teacher coming to check on them. So he quickly quieted down and went to open the door. Upon opening it, he found not a teacher, but Lin Xiaoxu from room 301 standing there, looking quite irritated. Little Lin bluntly stated, "Could you keep your voices down? I can't concentrate on my reading." Oh, my apologies." Xiaomin quickly apologized. Lin Xiaoxu turned and walked away. Xiaomin stood in surprise for a moment before closing the door and turning to Zhang Rongxing, exclaiming, "Wow, that scared me to death." Zhang Rongxing suddenly asked, "Isn't Lin Xiaoxu one of the top students in our class? What did he score in math?" "I have no idea," Xiaomin replied, "but he ranked first in the overall scores for the midterms. Honestly, we are not on the same level as him. What's the point of asking such details? It's too distant, even Hu Jiangji can't compete with him." "True." Zhang Rongxing nodded, finding Xiaomin's words quite insightful. Chapter 11. Steady. Keep going. The evening breeze was gentle, and the campus was shrouded in darkness, save for the twinkling stars above. Only the third floor of the comprehensive sports building, separated by a wall from the dormitory courtyard, remained illuminated, with the sound of basketballs striking the floor echoing through the night. It was the basketball team of the 18th school engaged in practice. Jiangsun looked up, feeling a twinge of envy for the youthful vigor of those athletes, capable of running and leaping with such ease. He reminisced about his own days, when he was known as the Iverson of a certain province, but alas, as his weight increased, his athleticism waned. Years of neglect followed, until a fateful accident thrust him into this world anew. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the name of his province had vanished, and if the Iverson across the ocean still existed, he would likely be approaching retirement as well. As for Jiang Sr., he cursed silently, lamenting that he could scarcely afford a meal, let alone play basketball. Hastening his steps, Jiangsun steadied himself and recited the entirety of the memorial of departure under his breath, striding past the small pond in front of the sports building, heading toward the school's entrance. This evening, like every other, he needed to dedicate approximately an hour to assist the elderly gentleman in the reception office, after which he would require the elder's signature to secure the 300 yuan subsidy by the semester's end. From Jiangsun's perspective, the value of this money was extraordinarily high, enough to bring tears to the eyes of even the wealthiest benefactor. If one presumes a semester to span 20 weeks, his weekly wage amounted to a mere 15 yuan. To earn this paltry sum, he had to toil for approximately 8 hours each week, translating to an hourly rate of merely 1 yuan and 87 cents. In essence, if he were to labor 10 hours a day for the school at this rate, he would only manage to earn 18 yuan and 75 cents. In the current year in Donggo City, a bowl of egg noodles could already command 6 yuan. This meant that after an arduous day of work, he could barely secure enough to eat, with a surplus of 75 cents insufficient even to purchase a bottle of soda. The utmost he could afford was a skewer of fried tofu. Moreover, street vendors no longer accepted 5-cent coins, as they had ceased circulation many years prior. 20 years have come and gone. 20 years have come and gone. Exploitation, sheer exploitation. Yang Liang. Yang Liang was nothing short of a living testament to those who died from overwork. As Jiangsun passed the administrative building, the recitation of the memorial of departure stirred within him a sense of class resentment, ignited by the thought of his meager 300 yuan subsidy each semester. Yet, in an instant, his gaze fell upon the principal, the lecherous figure embracing Zhang Rongrong as he descended the staircase, prompting a wave of shame that compelled him to lower his head. What a grave misunderstanding. How could this be class hatred? This money was, after all, allocated to him by the school. What was wrong with me today? Why had my awareness sunk to such depths? Jiangxin engaged in earnest self-reflection, hastily averting his eyes, turning left and hastening toward the reception office. However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when he was called out by the principal and a teacher behind him. Cheng Zhangpeng's voice rang out, "Jiang's son, what are you doing wandering around the school at this hour? Aren't you supposed to be studying?" Upon hearing the principal's unmistakably displeased tone, Jiangxin quickly turned to explain, "Principal, I'm helping the old gentleman with the cleaning. It's something I must do every evening." "What happens every evening?" Cheng Zhangpeng appeared quite displeased as he swiftly approached Jiang's son, his voice resonating loudly enough for nearly everyone in the administrative building to hear. "I permitted you to enter the 18th middle school for the purpose of academic achievement, not to engage in menial cleaning tasks. Does the school require your daily assistance and janitorial duties? I expect you to excel in your studies. Why on earth are you cleaning? Who instructed you to do so?" Jiang's son was momentarily taken aback by Cheng Zhangpeng's barrage of questions, yet he quickly gathered his thoughts to explain, "I have no idea. A teacher handed me a form and instructed me to seek the signature of the old man in the reception room every evening. It must be signed daily. Only then can I receive the 300 yuan subsidy at the end of the term." Just as he finished speaking, a small round-headed figure hurriedly emerged from the political education office on the first floor of the administrative building. He trotted over to the group, slightly out of breath, and cautiously inquired, "Principal Cheng, what seems to be the issue with this child?" Cheng Zhangpeng furrowed his brow slightly, indicating Jiangxin and questioning the small round-headed man. "Teacher Wang, do you know who instructed this child to clean every evening? I certainly did not authorize such arrangements during the meeting." "I'm not certain either." The round-headed figure replied, bewildered, "It seems like it might be a matter for the General Affairs or Finance Department." Cheng Zhangpeng immediately adopted a stern expression and demanded, "Clarify this. Is it the General Affairs or Finance Department?" "General Affairs. This matter is definitely under the jurisdiction of General Affairs." The round-headed figure quickly regained his composure and decisively implicated his colleague, then inquired, "Principal Cheng, would you like me to call Director Zhou right now?" "Never mind." Cheng Zhangpeng waved dismissively, muttering to himself, "It's after office hours. Why summon someone for such a trivial matter? It's only 300 yuan for an entire semester." The round-headed figure, observing the principal downplaying the situation, could not help but feel a twinge of regret in his seemingly amiable expression. Cheng Zhangpeng then turned to Jiangxin and asked, "Where is that card you mentioned?" "I have it. I'm carrying it with me." Jiang's son promptly retrieved his notebook and reverently handed over the card that was tucked within its pages. Cheng Zhangpeng accepted the card and, illuminated by the dim yellow light of the street lamp in front of the administrative building, scrutinized the card that was densely marked with ticks. He exclaimed, "Goodness, you truly have been cleaning every single evening?" "Yes," Jiangxin affirmed earnestly. "There are numerous places that need cleaning: the corridors of the teaching building, the parking lot, the music building, the experimental building, and the sports building. The old man cannot manage all of that alone." Cheng Zhangpeng, listening intently, nodded slightly, as if considering the validity of Jiangxin's claims, and then inquired, "Are you the only one cleaning, or are all 8 of you involved?" "It seems to be just me. I haven't seen anyone else," Jiang's son replied uncertainly. "However, I only spend about an hour each day sweeping and mopping up and down the floors, so it's actually quite manageable." "An hour each day? How much time does that accumulate over an entire semester?" Initially, there were no evening study sessions scheduled. Cheng Zhangpeng instinctively began to educate, but soon realized how foolish the decision to forego evening study was. As he paused mid-sentence, he shifted to an authoritative tone, declaring, "You need not clean this semester. Starting next semester, you will only be required to clean twice every weekend. You will still receive your compensation." Wang Ji, please inform the old man at the reception about this. Just say it was my instruction." "All right, I'll go tell him right away." Wang Ji promptly dashed towards the reception, calling out loudly, "Old man, I have something to discuss with you." Watching Wang Ji run off, Cheng Zhangpeng glanced at Jiang's son, whose face was smeared with ointment, and gently shook his head. He reminded, "Jiangxin, your recent grades are somewhat different from what I anticipated last year. Do not think that I am oblivious to your situation. I am well aware of it. You and your classmates were admitted without tuition fees, and the funds are, after all, from the school. I have a clear understanding of where your group stands in terms of final grades. I understand, Principal. Rest assured, I will strive to improve." Jiang's son nodded vigorously, eager to assure him. Cheng Zhangpeng responded with a nonchalant hum, and gently added, "You should return. Your studies are of utmost importance." Achieving a place in a reputable university will serve you far better than earning a few thousand or 10,000 each month. Goodbye, principal. Jiangxin bowed respectfully before hastily turning to leave. Once Jiangxin had distanced himself, Cheng Xiaoping wrapped his arm around Zhang Rongrong, who had remained silent throughout, and softly said, "Let us go home." Zhang Rongrong nestled against him like a cat. For a young woman just out of university, a man in his 30s, accomplished and charismatic like Cheng Xiaoping, was undeniably captivating. As they approached the school gate, the automatic door had opened slightly. Cheng Xiaoping displayed no hesitation in walking hand in hand with Zhang Rongrong, their fingers intertwined, past Wang Ji and the old man at the reception, who were both grinning. They crossed the street and entered the night market opposite the school. Once they had walked a distance, Zhang Rongrong began recounting some amusing incidents from the day. That boy just now made a wager with the best student in his class. Oh, what was the wager? If either of them performs well in the final exam, they get to call each other by their nicknames. He is called Jiang Matzi, and the other student is Huersha. Cheng Xiaoping chuckled heartily. Now that's an interesting bet. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun had returned to the dormitory courtyard and was gently patting his chest. That was close. I almost stumbled upon the principal's secret romance with a teacher. Luckily, that old man reacted quickly, and I was no slowpoke either. What is this Zhang Rongrong? I have not only never seen her, but I have never even heard of her name. Muttering to himself, Jiangxin entered the courtyard and locked the gate behind him. Having a month free from cleaning duties was indeed a blessing. Yet, on reflection, wasn't he that old man subtly threatening him? The expenditure on flowers is primarily funded by the school's finances. This statement carries a somewhat alarming connotation. If one fails to achieve commendable results in the final examinations, the risk of expulsion may indeed loom large. Sin, remain composed. Steady yourself. With encouragement resonating within, Jiangxin hurriedly made his way into the dormitory building. Chapter 12. The Struggler Check? Not a chance. Again. Dream on. You're finished. In room 302, two young friends, engrossed in their game of chess moments after Lin Xiaoxiu departed, erupted into a cacophony of shouts at the slightest disagreement. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room 301, Lin Xiaoxiu, already in a foul mood, clenched his teeth as he listened, his imagination conjuring gruesome images of dismembering Zhang Rongxing and Xiao Min with a saw, yet he remained inactive. The absence of a saw and the presence of numerous people in the building rendered any action imprudent. After all, what rational person would entertain such audacity? Suddenly, a light, rhythmic footfall echoed through the dilapidated dormitory, its clarity piercing the silence, audible even through the doors to several rooms. Xiao Min, mistaking the sound for a teacher conducting a check, quickly quieted down. Moments later, the footsteps approached the space between rooms 301 and 302, culminating in the sound of a door creaking open as Jiangxin entered room 302, prompting Zhang Rongxing and Xiao Min to exclaim in unison. Xiao Min shouted, "What the? I thought a teacher was coming. What are you two afraid of? Are you hiding something illicit in the dormitory?" Jiang Sun casually remarked as he stepped inside and shut the door behind him. He glanced around, noticing that when Xianbin had yet to return. "Shut it. You're the one up to no good," Zhang Rongxing retorted, eager to proclaim his innocence, then curiously asked, "Aren't you supposed to be sweeping the floor today?" "Not anymore. We don't have to sweep this semester," Jiang Sun succinctly explained. "The school said with finals approaching, we should focus on our studies." "Oh." Zhang Rongxing's disappointment was palpable. Xiaomin interjected, "It seems like you poor souls are only left with the sweeping duties. I've never seen Lin Xiaoxiu do it. Must be a privilege reserved for the top student. Zhang Mingjie has never swept either. Not a single girl has done it." Zhang Rongxing immediately countered. Xiaomin burst into laughter, gesturing lewdly. Such is the privilege of the great Nai Nai." Jiangxin displayed little interest in their banter, extracting his English homework from his backpack and calmly stating, "Not having to sweep is preferable. It saves me an hour this evening." Upon seeing Jiangxin's demeanor, Zhang Rongxing lost interest in their chess match, turning away to rummage through his bag for an unknown textbook. Xiao Min, observing the scene, exclaimed in exasperation, "Please, can you two find some balance? This is driving me to despair. I can't concentrate on my studies while you're both so absorbed in your own worlds. Watching you is making me want to jump out the window." "Don't act rashly. Jumping from here won't solve anything," Jiang Sun replied, flipping through the English workbook provided by the school. "I suggest jumping from the teaching building instead. There are no iron bars, and it would create a far more impactful scene." Xiaomin couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, you heartless beast, with so many pimples on your face. It must be divine retribution." Zhang Rongxing, with an exceptionally low threshold for humor, found this utterly amusing, bursting into laughter and echoing Xiao Min's words, divine retribution. Quite reasonable, ha ha ha. Jiangxin understood these two children well. They were merely jesters, unlike Hu Hiwei, who thrived on provocation. Thus, he exhibited a measure of tolerance toward their antics, the corners of his mouth twitching in silent exasperation before returning to his own tasks. The classroom soon descended into a tranquil atmosphere, with the trio refocusing on their studies. Jiang Sun approached his English exercises with an effortless grace, completing them with minimal pauses. In his previous life, during the 2 years following his rise to fame, he frequently found himself in English-speaking environments, occasionally compelled to deliver speeches. His command of the language remained commendable. However, upon his rebirth, he struggled somewhat with the high school examinations. This was largely due to a clash in cognitive approaches, compounded by insufficient exam training. His study routine had devolved into little more than rote memorization of vocabulary, resulting in scores that merely hovered at a certain level. In summary, whether during last year's high school entrance examination or the recent monthly English test, the scores Jiangxin achieved did not accurately reflect his true capabilities. Only their English teacher was likely aware of his genuine proficiency. Unfortunately, the English teacher had recently become unexpectedly pregnant and had left to rest at home. The only woman in the entire school who truly appreciated his talents had departed just like that. Now, a temporary instructor had been assigned to Jiangxin's class. An elderly woman in her 50s, nearing retirement, who had been transferred from the 9th grade. Jiang Sun refrained from commenting on her teaching abilities, as the entire class was well aware of the situation. Simply put, her own grasp of English was alarmingly inadequate. Her knowledge base seemed to have stagnated at the middle school level of the 1990s, perhaps even beneath that of more advanced middle school students. Faced with high school English examinations, she often found herself bewildered by the logic behind many questions, let alone teaching them to her students. Each lesson devolved into a repetitive reading of the texts, marred by her poor pronunciation. The atmosphere in the classroom was consistently awkward from start to finish. When it came time to explain the test papers, it left both students and teacher in a state of utter despair. However, such was the nature of schools like 18th Middle School. Even if the administration acknowledged the incompetence of some veteran teachers, as long as they held their positions, they had to endure their presence. After all, the loss to students was merely a few points on entrance and college entrance exams, while the dismissal of a teacher could mean the loss of half a family's income. How absurd. In the context of a long-serving English teacher at Jiangxin's school, the institution can merely turn a blind eye, allowing this elderly lady to impact only 1 or 2 first-year classes during the twilight of her career, rather than occupying a crucial position in the 3rd year, which would further diminish the already dismal entrance examination success rate of 18th Middle School. Within this unspoken understanding, where everyone recognizes the teacher's ineffectiveness and she is acutely aware of their awareness, no one, including herself, harbors hopes of exceptional teaching outcomes. The objective is simply to navigate through the final months of the semester until a new teacher arrives to take over. For the elderly lady, her daily motivation to rise from bed hinges solely on the salary for these last few months and the anticipation of retirement benefits. For students like Zhang Rongxing and Xiao Min in Johnson's class, this translates to a carefree approach to English lessons, relying on the foundational knowledge left by a competent teacher for examinations. Meanwhile, students such as Hu Jiangxi and Hu Hiwei have enrolled in extracurricular tutoring classes to gain an advantageous lead over their classmates in total scores. As for Jiangxin himself, once the official English teacher departs, he can finally afford to allocate less time to assignments in a subject that no longer demands significant effort from him. Even if he only manages to spare half an hour to review English texts, it is still preferable to enduring the elderly lady's lectures. The new teacher merely recites from the textbook during lessons, assigning exercises from the school's prescribed workbooks, with a friendly and harmonious interaction between students and teacher. The weekend assignments are not overly burdensome. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiangxin swiftly completes his English homework in just over half an hour. Following that, he tackles politics, mathematics, and language arts for a staggering 4 hours, writing until 11:30 at night. Except for a brief bathroom break, he hardly shifts from his chair. Once he finishes his language arts assignment, he abandons the remaining physics problems. Jiangxin, feeling dizzy and with sore eyes, stands up and stretches lazily. At this moment, Xiao Min is already nestled in bed, soundly snoring, while Zhang Rongxing exhausted himself an hour earlier, stubbornly persisting in a futile endeavor to compete against Jiangxin until the last drop of energy is expended. Naturally, Jiangsun does not exert effort to educate them on how to navigate life. After standing for a moment, listening to the growling of his stomach, he reflects on how fortunate he is to have had a hearty dinner. Otherwise, he might not have made it this far. Once the dizziness subsides, he bends down to retrieve a basin from beneath his bed and strides out of the dormitory into the washroom. To his surprise, when Xianbin is still washing clothes, Jiangsun glances at him in disbelief, approaches the sink, fills a basin with water, and while picking up his toothbrush and toothpaste, casually inquires, "Are you not done yet?" "Oh." When Xianbin replies, a bit embarrassed, his words slow, "Just 2 more items. I'll finish soon." Jiangsun finds himself at a loss for words. A person's daily time is limited. Some choose to strive diligently, while others prefer to indulge in idleness. The manner in which one lives is a reflection of one's own choices. He swiftly completed his dental hygiene before turning and stepping into the shower. A routine that took no more than 10 minutes, washing his hair, body, socks, and underwear all in one go. He then hung the socks and underwear in the laundry area, slipping into the slippers gifted by Zhang Rongxing, the sound echoing softly as he exited the laundry room. As he reached the door, he called out to Wen Xianbin, inquiring, "We all went to bed. Didn't you bring your key?" "Huh? Oh, yes, I did." By the time Wen Xianbin uttered those words, Jiangsun had already arrived at the dormitory door. Upon returning to his room and placing the basin down, he wasted no time waiting for his hair to dry. He immediately collapsed onto his bed. The moment he lay down, the pain on his face seemed to vanish, and he thought to himself how remarkable the ointment given by Xia Xiaolin was. As a few tasks for the following day flitted through his mind, he succumbed to a deep slumber within 3 minutes. Zhang Rongxing, still engrossed in his book, noticed the steady rhythm of Jiangsun's breathing and finally set down his textbook. With heavy eyelids, he glanced at Jiangsun and then raised his hand to check the time. Noticing it was past 11:40, he realized the elder would soon turn off the power. He sluggishly stood up, forgoing his own dental care, and simply removed his clothes before extinguishing the light. Room 302, the only one still illuminated in the building, finally fell silent. Shortly thereafter, as the building's power was cut, even Lin Xiaoxiu, who had been huddled under the covers with a flashlight studying, set aside his paper and pen. Only in the laundry room did Wen Xuanbin's startled voice pierce the quiet. Hey, why did the lights go out? I still have one last piece to wash." Chapter 13. Beneath a man's knee lies gold. At precisely 6 o'clock on Saturday morning, Jiangsun awoke, compelled by the trifecta of hunger, the pressing need to relieve himself, and his biological clock. He promptly rolled out of bed, hastily grabbed some toilet paper, and dashed to the washroom to address his urgent need. After a quick return, he adeptly gathered his facial and grooming essentials, returning to the washroom to complete his morning routine in mere moments, while also retrieving his undergarments and socks that had been washed the previous night. Once he returned to the dormitory, fully dressed, he glanced at Zhang Rongxing's alarm clock on the table, noting that it was only 6:08. Inside the dormitory, Zhang Rongxing, Xiaomin, and Wen Xianbin were still in a deep slumber, akin to dead pigs. Jiangsun was unaware of what time Wen Xianbin had returned the previous night. All he observed was a substantial pile of clothes and pants that Wen Xianbin had spent the entire night washing, yet had failed to complete, all soaking in a large stainless steel basin, leaving him bewildered. In summary, it appeared that Wen Xianbin had toiled throughout the night, only to accomplish nothing. A sight that made Jiangsun feel a sense of wasted time on his behalf. Reflecting on the naivety of youth, Jiangsun gulped down half a teacup of boiled water, then took his keys and neatly folded a notebook to tuck into his pocket. With nothing but a breeze in his sleeves and a lack of possessions, he stepped outside. After a night had passed, and having just emptied his bladder, the pangs of hunger in his stomach became increasingly pronounced. However, the school cafeteria remained closed on weekend mornings, and even if it were open, Jiangsun could hardly afford to eat there, as free meals were unavailable and the cheapest bowl of plain congee cost 50 cents, a price that felt exorbitant to him in his current state. In fact, since his rebirth, Jiangsun had not had a proper breakfast for an extended period, whether in his mountainous hometown or at number 18 high school. For nearly an entire year at No. 18, he had attended classes each morning on an empty stomach. If physical education class coincided with this hunger, it became even more unbearable. At times, he envied the girls who could shyly inform the PE teacher of their discomfort. Unfortunately, he had no such luxury. His only recourse was to slack off during class, often daydreaming, and on sunny days, he might even wish for the capabilities of a cold-blooded creature, hoping to bask in the sun and absorb enough energy. Yet, this remained but a fantasy. He could only seize the opportunity during outdoor PE to rush to the cafeteria ahead of others, hoping to avoid some scorn while getting his meal. Nevertheless, Jiang Sun considered himself fortunate. At least he had not been reborn as a girl. Had he found himself transformed into a beautiful young woman, enduring the incessant attention of besotted boys would have prompted him to seek an early exit from this life. The mental strain would simply be unbearable. With his thoughts wandering, Jiang Sun stepped out of the dormitory, recalling a humorous anecdote meant to amuse his friends, which made him chuckle, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. Despite the hardships of his rebirth, he remained fundamentally optimistic, knowing that this suffering was merely temporary. Once he persevered through this phase and entered university, life would undoubtedly improve significantly. Thus, it is indeed true that education can alter one's destiny. As Jiang Sun traversed past the pond in front of the sports building, he made his way by the main teaching building and the landscaped areas, and soon approached the reception room at the school gate. The door of the reception room remained firmly shut, yet the vegetable market across the street was already bustling with activity. Jiang Sun cautiously knocked on the door, softly calling out, "Old man, old man." After calling for 2 or 3 minutes, footsteps echoed from within, and the old man, clad in a white undershirt, opened the door with a furrowed brow, grumbling, "You little rascal, even on my day off, you disturb my slumber." "I apologize, I truly apologize," Jiang Sun smiled apologetically, like a dutiful grandson. The old man, aware of Jiang Sun's intentions, refrained from further scolding and asked with a stern demeanor, "You're heading to the usual place, right?" Yes. If there's any work this afternoon, please feel free to call on me," Jiang Sun replied hastily. "No need for that. The principal already told you not to work yesterday." The old man waved his hand, opening the door to the reception room and half closing it again, irritably advising, "Make sure to return early this afternoon. Don't stay out too late again." "All right, rest assured, I will be back early," Jiang Sun promised eagerly. Slipping through the partially open door, the old man promptly shut the door behind him. At that moment, Jiang Sun became a semi-nomadic figure in the city, driven by hunger. He briskly crossed the almost deserted street and entered the narrow alley of the vegetable market directly opposite the school. Following the lively stalls that had already come to life at dawn, he walked about 100 meters before turning into a small eatery that specialized in glutinous rice dishes. The establishment was modest, encompassing around 30 square meters with 7 or 8 tables, yet at that moment, it was devoid of any patrons. The slightly plump middle-aged proprietress stood at the entrance, packaging fried dough sticks, meat buns, and rice balls for passers-by. Upon seeing Jiang Sun, she immediately exclaimed, "You're late today." Jiang Sun was well aware of her exaggeration, but being dependent on her for sustenance, he could only feign compliance, apologizing profusely. Yes, I overslept." "Enough chit-chat. Get to work," the proprietress commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Sun dashed inside, skillfully opening a small door painted to match the wall, retrieving an apron and putting it on. He then grabbed a small stool and boldly seated himself in front of a large plastic basin outside, promptly taking up the used bowls left by customers and beginning to wash them. This establishment was one he had painstakingly discovered at the beginning of the last academic year. It took him a considerable amount of time to persuade the proprietress to allow him to wash dishes for 2 mornings each week without payment. In return, he would receive the unsold buns, dough sticks, and glutinous rice. Though it felt almost like begging, Jiang Sun had no other recourse. The act of studying may appear to be a sedentary endeavor, yet it exerted a significant toll on his body, akin to moderate physical labor. If he were to survive solely on watery rice for an extended period, his body simply could not endure it. During the entire year of his 3rd year in junior high, had it not been for the meager assistance he managed to extract from the Village Women's Federation through relentless bowing and pleading, his exam scores might have plummeted even further. After all, when hunger reaches a certain threshold, the very act of focusing on a single problem becomes an arduous endeavor. He vividly recalls the day of the entrance examination. By the end of the 2-hour test, his hands trembled uncontrollably, purely from a lack of sustenance. Fortunately, he worked with remarkable speed, and by the time he ran out of energy, the paper was already completed. However, attempting to review his answers proved challenging as concentration eluded him. Thus, upon his arrival at the 18th middle school, his most pressing need became finding a means to sustain his physical condition. Fortuitously, directly across from the school lay a bustling vegetable market, a true stroke of serendipity. Initially, the plump proprietress of the shop, moved by his plight, acquiesced to his unreasonable requests. In fact, at the outset, she would intentionally slip him 20 to 30 yuan each month as a form of wages, which he gratefully accepted without hesitation. Yet, as time passed and his presence became a commonplace occurrence within the little shop, the proprietress's generosity began to wane. After all, if she were to give him 20 yuan a month, that would accumulate to over 200 yuan in a year, not an insignificant sum. Even after excluding the winter and summer breaks, being a family woman, such charitable acts could not be sustained indefinitely. She reasoned it better to purchase an additional piece of clothing for her son than to continue her philanthropy. Thus, from the latter half of his first year in high school, the proprietress, upon awakening to this reality, ceased his wages altogether and began treating him more like a regular employee. Each weekend, she would endeavor to extend the shop's operating hours, striving to sell off her stock. Any unsold goods would be intentionally divided, with Jiangxin taking one bag while she retained a portion for herself. Nevertheless, Jiangxin remained profoundly grateful to the proprietress for providing him with this lifeline, for given his current circumstances, he could scarcely hope to find a more suitable opportunity. After all, no establishment would hire a high school student for merely one morning a week, unless it were a family-owned enterprise. In reality, such situations were rare. Parents who owned breakfast shops typically could not bear to have their children rise so early to assist them. For these hardworking parents, seeing their children gain admission to reputable schools was the ultimate aspiration. Hence, this small, dilapidated shop merely served as a last resort for a child in dire straits. Often referred to as inheriting one's family business, Jiangxin lowered his gaze while washing dishes, mentally reciting the vocabulary from his English textbook as if capturing photographs. Deep within, he envied those children fortunate enough to have familial enterprises, who did not have to struggle so painfully for their futures. If only he had even a modest shop that could barely accommodate a person, how much easier life would be. Alas, that wish remained tantalizingly out of reach. Regardless of past or present, Jiangxin's circumstances in his youth were exceedingly dire. In his previous life, his parents divorced, and shortly after graduating from university in his 20s, he earned little before his father succumbed to a sudden illness. Even before his father's passing, their household was already stripped bare of resources. His rise to fame came many years after his father's departure. However, he was utterly unprepared for the reality that, compared to his former existence, this life could be even more abysmal, truly a torment of existential despair. In his previous life, he at least possessed an urban household registration and a relatively decent abode. Whereas in this life, he found himself in a mountainous region that he struggled to articulate. His mother also died young, reportedly by suicide. And the reasons remained shrouded in secrecy among the villagers and local officials. Surely, nothing good could come of it. Yet, her early demise had its silver lining. At least it spared him from further complications. The real predicament lay in the fact that in this life, his father was a drunken wretch, incessantly consuming low-quality liquor, only to sleep it off and subsequently disturb Jiangxin's peace. The primary issue was that the village Jiangxin inhabited still adhered to the antiquated tradition of collective farming, necessitating robust labor for the terraced fields. However, the previous incarnation of Jiangxin exhibited a stubborn disposition, refusing to drop out of middle school to return home and toil in the fields, which ultimately led to his death at the hands of his inebriated father, thus granting Jiangxin the opportunity to inhabit this body. The shared suffering of their respective lives, despite being in the same vessel, rendered them akin in plight. Yet, this body was born into a realm of poverty and hardship, rendering its material conditions even more lamentable. Thus, the only semblance of hope Jiangxin could cling to, without jest, was the superiority of the socialist system. At least he could scrape together a meager sum from the village. Even if it amounted to only 30 to 50 yuan a year, it was better than nothing. Additionally, there was his ambiguous ethnic identity, a blend of truth and illusion that defied clear definition. As Jiangxin silently washed the dishes, he immersed himself in memorizing this semester's English vocabulary from A to Z. The flow of customers in the shop ebbed and flowed until nearly 11 o'clock, when the sun blazed overhead and the roadside stalls in the market began to close up. The aroma of lunch wafted from various households, and the plump proprietress finally started to pack up the unsold goods of the day, preparing to return home for some rest. After washing the last dish, Jiangxin stood up, stretched his back, and turned to smile at the proprietress, who displayed a remarkable immunity to his expression. With a stern demeanor, she instructed him, "All right, you can head back now. Here's a bag for you on the table. Be sure to come early tomorrow." "All right," Jiangxin replied eagerly, hastily picking up a small stool and returning to the shop. He neatly hung up his apron and placed the stool back against the wall. Wiping his hands on his clothes, he approached the table where his earnings for the day lay, opened the bag, and pulled out a still warm meat bun, devouring it in a few ravenous bites. The comforting warmth of the greasy bun slid slowly into his stomach, which had grown numb from hunger. After a week devoid of any substantial nourishment, coupled with an entire evening spent without a morsel since 5 o'clock, the moment a bun graced his palate, Jiangson involuntarily inhaled deeply, his heart aflame with the realization that the radiant allure depicted in culinary animations was indeed no mere fabrication. This was, without doubt, the very essence of hope and existence. Farewell, dear aunt. With a satisfied pat on his now filled belly, Jiangson felt revitalized, casting aside any melancholic reflections. Swiftly securing his plastic bag filled with provisions before hastening out the door. The bag, heavy in his grasp, contained not only 4 small meat buns and 2 tightly packed rice balls, but also a bottle of warm milk, truly a treasure trove of nourishment. It seemed the proprietress was far from the archetype of a capitalist. Jiang Sen's steps were light as he retraced his path out of the alley. The blazing sun of late May bearing down upon him. He mused, noting the absence of classmates, particularly Zhang Rongxing and his companions, who had not graced him with their camaraderie. It appeared they were all collectively indulging in a languorous slumber beneath the sun's rays. Upon reaching the mouth of the alley, he chose not to return to school but instead turned left, embarking on the road known as Zhenoyu Road. After walking approximately 300 meters, he eventually paused before a modest bookstore. At that very moment, a burly figure, a man in his 20s, emerged from the shop. This was the bookstore's owner. With a scowl etched upon his face, he regarded Jiangson with disdain, unceremoniously waving him away while exclaiming with palpable annoyance, "Leave. Leave. You've been taking advantage of my shop all day. You're ruining my business." Jiang-san, however, responded with a cold smirk. The stout proprietor, incensed by this, glared menacingly and retorted, "What do you want?" Without missing a beat, Jiangson suddenly knelt, his knees pressing against the cement at the entrance. His gaze unwavering as he declared with absolute resolve, "This is the last time. If I return to take advantage again today, I'll ensure not a single soul remains in this village." As his words echoed, the burly owner and the scattered patrons within the bookstore were left momentarily stunned. The audacity of such boldness and seeking advantage left the owner sweating profusely, a bead of perspiration forming on his forehead. The sheer audacity of it all was almost too much to bear. Chapter 14. The King of Kings. Damn it. Get in, get in, get in. Thank you, boss. Half a minute later, Jiang-san, through sheer sincerity and unabashedness, finally managed to persuade the burly owner, who, in a fit of exasperation, allowed him entry, thus enabling him to peruse the reference books with a semblance of dignity. Just moments ago, he had knelt with unwavering resolve, yet now, upon rising, he exuded a demeanor of servility. The owner, irritated by Jiang-sen's obsequiousness, pointed towards a corner of the bookstore and curtly instructed, "Go squat over there. And don't disturb my business. If every day were like this, I might as well shut the place down." Yes. Jiang-san, clutching a bag filled with supplements, lowered his head and hurriedly slipped past the shop's curtain. Muttering in agreement, whether acknowledging his impact on the owner's business or conceding to the proprietor's judgment remained unclear. However, the stark reality was that the household broadband installation rate in Dongou City had already reached approximately 50. In 2 or 3 years, as this statistic proliferated nationwide, the bookstore's viability would indeed be jeopardized. Furthermore, the relentless march of time heralded the advent of the mobile smart era. Yet, such thoughts lingered unvoiced in Jiang-sen's mind. Like the owner, he had to navigate the immediate challenges of life. Otherwise, if he failed to secure admission to university, the future would hold even graver uncertainties. On this sweltering day, with the air conditioning humming within the shop, Jiang-san, drenched in sweat from washing dishes that morning, felt as though he had stepped into paradise upon entering. He approached the shelf housing the reference books with familiarity, diligently wiping his hands before selecting a physics guide for his first year of high school. He then discreetly retreated to a small corner, less visible to the patrons. In this secluded nook, directly beneath the air conditioning vent, a refreshing breeze enveloped Jiang Senator. Although the current was somewhat brisk, he deemed it bearable. Cautiously, he opened the reference book, anxious not to crease its pages, and began to leaf through until he reached a problem-solving example. Hastily, he retrieved the notebook and pen he had brought from the dormitory that morning. The notebook, pressed too closely against his trousers, had absorbed sweat, dampening several pages. Upon discovering the deep water stains located at the back of the notebook, Jiangson sighed in relief. He promptly knelt down, half prostrating himself on the ground, and began transcribing the exercises from the reference book. The few patrons in the store watched in astonishment as Jiang Xin, clad in the uniform of the 18th middle school, engaged in such a humble endeavor. In a city as economically developed as Dongyu, it seemed unfathomable that any child would subject themselves to such indignity. In all honesty, many children would simply let such reference books gather dust after purchase. If any child were to study with such diligence, parents from ordinary families would be more than willing to invest in a whole shelf of them. The patrons exchanged glances, yet none ventured to inquire further. The burly owner, too, harbored no illusions that these fellow book borrowers would generously contribute to Jiang Xin's plight. The burly proprietor furrowed his brow as he sat before his computer, engrossed in the increasingly obsolete game, Legend. Lighting a cigarette, he exhaled deeply, his expression fraught with anxiety over the impending rent for the latter half of the year. His mind wandered back to the past 2 semesters, recalling how Jiang Xin would come every weekend, leeching off the resources, nearly exhausting the entire year's worth of supplementary textbooks. This dismal place, flanked by a bustling market on the right and a thoroughfare on the left, was surrounded by residential complexes filled with relocated villagers, hardly conducive to a scholarly atmosphere. The only patron was Jiang San, an ultimate freeloader. It was infuriating. He had initially believed he had secured a location opposite a school that would at least preserve his investment. But who could have anticipated that the students at the wretched 18th high school had no interest in studying whatsoever? Come nightfall, the school was enveloped in darkness, with even evening study sessions forsaken. For heaven's sake, this was high school, a regular high school, a battleground for college entrance exams, traversing the entirety of Dongyu City. Even the rural high schools would manage to hold a couple of classes at night, right? Yet here was the 18th high, so peculiarly unconventional. What was the principal thinking? Did they not care about graduation rates? Did they not desire esteemed positions and wealth? Were their aspirations so elevated that merely being a high school principal sufficed for fulfillment? The shopkeeper was perplexed, clicking the mouse distractedly, inadvertently slaying his comrade in the game. His brother on the other end immediately erupted in indignation, questioning, "Why did you kill me?" Without a moment's hesitation, the proprietor typed back, "I only struck you because you were my brother. I wouldn't have bothered with anyone else." "What? You only killed me because we're brothers? Is that not acceptable? Why don't you take a few swings at me in return? Come on. If we're brothers, then strike." The keyboard clattered as he typed furiously, one hand clutching the cigarette, ash scattering everywhere, his focus swiftly reverting to the game. The patrons in the shop pretended not to hear, absorbed in their studies amidst the dense smoke. On this sweltering summer day, outside, the bare pavement began to reverberate with the loud chirping of cicadas from some unseen corner. Everyone in the room was engrossed in their tasks, the atmosphere notably harmonious. Aside from the proprietor's lack of profit, everything seemed tranquil and idyllic. Jiang Sun remained quietly hunched on the floor, diligently copying one problem after another. When hunger struck, he swiftly consumed a rice ball, followed by a bottle of milk to soothe his throat. He disposed of the trash directly into his bag, being careful not to make too much noise while eating. He knelt and squatted intermittently, starting shortly after 11 in the morning and laboring until nearly 4 in the afternoon, managing to transcribe various types of mechanics problems from the first-year physics syllabus, with at least 2 example problems for each type. Yet, it still felt insufficient. The reality was that he simply could not kneel any longer. Moreover, being buffeted by the air conditioning for nearly 5 hours left him feeling a bit dizzy. At that moment, falling ill would truly be catastrophic. Jiangxin hastily stood up, stepping out of the frigid breeze's reach to stretch his limbs. At this juncture, the bookstore was left with only him and the proprietor. The boss turned his head and asked in a deep voice, "Have you finished copying?" "Oh, not yet." Jiangxin replied, a bit embarrassed, in a tone of negotiation, "Boss, may I take it home to copy? What do you think?" The boss immediately raised his voice, "Don't push your luck." No, I was just asking." Jiangxin smiled and inquired again, "Can I come back tomorrow afternoon? I promise to finish by then. We have our final exams next month, and if I finish tomorrow, I want to come back." "You damn. Didn't you say this morning that you'd curse the whole village if you came back tomorrow?" The burly boss laughed in anger at Jiangxin's shamelessness. Jiangxin quickly retorted, "I don't have much attachment to the people in my village. If you let me copy for half a day tomorrow, my neighbors from the next village can suffer too, all right? How dare you? Get lost. What a worthless thing." The boss slammed the table, his eyes glinting with menace. Seeing no way out, Jiang Sun sighed regretfully and said softly, "Boss, I'm truly sorry for bothering you this year. I really appreciate it. If I make it big in the future, I will definitely repay you. Wishing you prosperous business." Thank you. He then bowed slightly, returned the physics supplementary book he had just copied from, and walked out with half a bag of dinner and half a bag of trash. The burly boss was momentarily stunned, but suddenly filled with a surge of emotion. He couldn't help but call out, "Hey, wait." Jiangson turned around to see the boss standing up from behind the counter, striding towards the bookshelf, pulling out the supplementary book he had just been reading, and handed it over. Frowning, the boss looked down at Jiangson's small frame and muttered, "Consider it a gift. It's infuriating how the wealthy don't study, while those who wish to learn lack the means. This society is truly disgusting. Make sure to study hard. This is the only path for you. Don't end up like me, merely running a shabby shop to get by." "Thank you, boss," Jiang's son replied, his face lighting up with a smile. "As long as I persist and never give up, things will improve." "Never give up." The boss chuckled and shook his head. "I've passed that age, and I have no expectations left. Just go, don't come back tomorrow. I'm a small business. Giving you this book is already a loss. There's a bigger store down the street. Go check it out. No one will bother you there. What does it mean to spare the hamster but throw it into someone else's grain chamber?" Jiang's son silently scoffed and said, "Okay," just as he was about to leave. The boss suddenly called out, "Wait." Jiangson turned back again. The boss asked, "How are your grades?" Jiangson looked up at the boss. A ray of slanted sunlight streaming into the shop, illuminating his figure. The air conditioning in the store swayed their clothes, and in the ensuing silence, the burly boss suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind rush past his face. "This year, I ranked first in the whole school," Jiangson declared before turning and stepping out of the shop. The burly boss watched Jiangson's slender yet seemingly towering figure under the brilliant sunlight. Utterly stunned and filled with respect, he believed that he might never forget the scene of today. Chapter 15. The Hidden Dragon Achu. In the vastness of the campus, Jiangson let out a vigorous sneeze. Exiting the air-conditioned room where he had spent the afternoon, he felt the abrupt change in temperature, causing his pores to contract. Initially, he thought the rising warmth was quite pleasant, but as he walked back to school, he sensed something was amiss. A dizziness enveloped him, and he felt a chill at the breeze. Perhaps it was the consequence of his pretentiousness, resulting in some form of backlash. Damn it. Is this the price of being free? Clutching the pristine textbook detailed explanation of key points for the physics exam in Xuzhou province, Jiangsun sighed as he carried a plastic bag filled with rice balls and meat buns, passing by a school trash can. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies compelled him to open the bag and discard several smaller packets before he silently urged himself not to catch a cold and continued to hunch his shoulders as he approached the dormitory building. Within a few paces, rounding the administrative building and passing the main teaching block, he suddenly heard the laughter of girls ahead. Under the basketball hoop in the small courtyard of the dormitory, several female students were engaged in a spirited game. Clad in short sleeves and shorts, they radiated youthful vitality. Upon witnessing this, Jiangsun felt a sudden alleviation of his discomfort, quickening his pace to get closer. Peering from a distance, he noticed one girl who had developed exceptionally well. Her short-sleeved uniform could hardly conceal her figure. As he moved a few steps closer, he recognized her, indeed. It was his classmate, Huang Mingjie. Upon spotting Jiang San, Huang Mingjie hesitated, unsure whether to greet him, and merely managed a faint hi. Her voice so soft that even she could scarcely hear it, let alone with the considerable distance between them. However, the other girls were far more exuberant. A girl whose name Jiangsun did not even know shouted from 30 to 40 meters away, "Matsi. Matsi, I heard you made a bet with your classmates, huh? You don't need to bet. Regardless of whether you do or not, we'll all call you Matsi anyway. He might let you off, but we certainly won tea." At this exclamation, the playground was instantly filled with joyful laughter under the setting sun. Jiang San, upon hearing this, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him once more. With a resigned sigh, he reflected on how, since the beginning of the semester, the nickname Jiang Matsi had inexplicably spread throughout the entire grade, becoming a sort of consensus. The origin of this phenomenon was likely due to the collective encouragement of his political teacher, Zhang Xuefan, and his mathematics teacher, Xiao Zhang. However, it was clear that neither teacher intended for this to happen. Initially, after Jiang Sun achieved a remarkable score of 96 on his end-of-term exam, Zhang Xuefan returned at the start of the new semester and, following the English teacher, became Jiang Sin's second admirer. Thus, as the school year commenced, she took Jiang Sin's paper and embarked on a tour of praise across all 4 classes in the grade. According to the accounts of boys from other classes in the dormitory at that time, Zhang Xuefan extolled Jiang Xin's exceptional abilities to such an extent that it made the other students appear to be political dimwits in comparison, thereby significantly enhancing Jiang Xin's reputation within the school. This, indeed, was the foundational reason for his newfound notoriety. As for the subsequent events that unfolded, it can only be said that they were entirely attributed to the efforts of Teacher Zhang, the mathematics instructor. Teacher Zhang, a rather whimsical individual, despite her commendable teaching abilities, lacks the essential qualities expected of a high school educator. Her manner of speech mirrors that of the students, leading to a rather informal atmosphere. Consequently, not only was Jiang Sun referred to as Matzi, but Zhang Rongxing was affectionately dubbed Little Rongrong, and Xiao Min, who bore a small black birthmark beneath her eye, was playfully called Panda. In her class, there seemed to be no nickname that Teacher Zhang would shy away from using. Over time, when Teacher Zhang inadvertently mentioned Jiang Sun, also known as Matzi, in other classes, students began to equate the name with Jiang Sun's identity. It is well known that the dissemination of nicknames occurs at a far more rapid pace than that of one's given name. Thus, by the conclusion of the midterm examinations, the moniker Jiang Matzi had become an established term of reference. If it had not been for Hu Haiwei's deliberate attempt to mock Jiang Sun using this nickname, Jiang Sun would have remained indifferent to it. Unfortunately, Hu Haiwei's audacity could not be tolerated, and Jiang Sun would not allow him to overstep his bounds. In summary, apart from the intentional jibes from individuals like Hu Haiwei, the name Jiang Matzi had long since lost its mocking connotation. In fact, those who used the name did not perceive their actions as ridicule or personal attacks. The girls around him, devoid of any malice, simply enjoyed calling him by a more amusing name rather than the mundane Jiang. Senator Jiang Sun found himself at a loss, unable to scold these oblivious girls, and could only lower his head and make a hasty retreat. As he passed by Huang Mingjie, he nodded in a manner reminiscent of an elderly gentleman returning home, offering a silent greeting. To his surprise, the girl, who possessed a naturally timid disposition, blushed at the exchange. Witnessing this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but think how amusing it was that she could blush at the sight of someone like him. Indeed, she ought to feel embarrassed for her own embarrassment. Jiang Matzi, don't run away. Do share your thoughts, they exclaimed. And what do you mean by saying that being second in the school, with a score less than 50 points from you, constitutes a loss? Don't you think that's rather dismissive of our classmate Lin Xiaoxiu? A real man must achieve the top score in the final exams. Otherwise, we might have to escort you to the police station to change your name. In the midst of their relentless teasing, Jiang Sun exchanged not a single word with Huang Mingjie and fled back into the building without looking back. However, it was not that he wished to avoid a deeper conversation with the girls. After all, such opportunities were rare, and he hadn't engaged in a meaningful dialogue with a girl for quite some time. The issue lay in his growing discomfort. He truly felt unwell. Enduring a headache, he hurried back to the third floor, where the door to dormitory 302 stood wide open. Xiaomin reclined on the bed, engrossed in a fantastical novel of dubious origin, the cover alone hinting at its unhealthy content. Meanwhile, Zhang Rongxin was fervently attempting to leap high enough to touch the door beam, his desire to grow taller palpably evident. However, the absence of Wen Xinbin loomed large, seemingly lingering in the water room. Jiang Sun cast a lingering glance at the novel in Xiaomin's hands, feeling a stir of emotion within, yet he quickly regained his composure. The temptation was undeniable, but not at this moment. For him, the ability to string together a few words for profit had become an intrinsic skill, effortlessly within reach. Nevertheless, the crux of the matter was that he was not fully prepared. Setting aside the daily pressures of studying and examinations, the fundamental resources for production, namely, a computer, internet fees, and the initial investment of time and energy, were beyond his current means. Moreover, it was inconceivable for him to approach a cyber cafe owner to negotiate, hoping for the latter to generously support him like a favored son, providing free sustenance and internet access until he received his payment. It was essential to recognize that the rent in Dongao City's urban area was steep, and the cyber cafe industry was booming. Each computer served as a cash cow for struggling students, and no proprietor would gamble on a mere whim simply because of his face. Even a fool in the owner's position would not commit such folly. Thus, students remain students, and one must act in accordance with their age. Some matters, no matter how pressing, cannot be rushed without thorough preparation. While earning money is significant, academic pursuits must not be neglected. As someone on the brink of witnessing the vistas from the mountaintop, he had long surpassed the naive age of being solely fixated on wealth. Those who regard education as unimportant are unlikely to ever ascend to the heights where such credentials hold true value. Without reaching that pinnacle, they will never grasp the profound significance of education. Yet, Jiangxin understood. Presently, a sum of 10 million or even 100 million lay before him. He would undoubtedly desire it. But, to Jiangxin, these funds paled in comparison to the tangible importance of a full-time undergraduate degree. Only by obtaining that diploma could he pursue greater, more ambitious endeavors and fulfill a more significant mission. Therefore, he would rather endure present hardships than relinquish the hard-earned opportunity to study and take the entrance examination. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of this rebirth? What was the meaning of his struggles in a previous life? Thus, until he accomplished this interim goal, he would suffice with merely enough to eat and live. The ideal of balancing study and production must await its opportune moment. In summary, the adage holds true. Money can be earned at any time, but to forsake another vital element of existence in the pursuit of wealth is undoubtedly a fool's bargain. On the very second day of his rebirth, Jiangxin had already contemplated the issues he needed to resolve in this lifetime with utmost clarity. At present, the foremost priority was undeniably education. Education, education, education. Failing to grasp this fundamental truth signifies a lack of understanding of the future world, as well as a profound ignorance of the historical essence of China. Indeed, it is imperative to tackle matters with diligence and resolve. However, one must distinctly differentiate between urgency and importance. Both leftist recklessness and rightist conservatism are to be avoided. Efforts will not be in vain, as perseverance leads to success. I am not in a hurry, for I shall eventually rise again. Jiangxin's thoughts began to muddle, and he found himself rambling incoherently, attempting to bolster his spirits. He casually placed the plastic bag on the table, removed his shoes, and reclined on the bed, his mind swirling with the notion of sleeping for just 10 minutes before rising to eat, and then studying physics in the evening. Lost in these thoughts, he unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. Having been awake since 6 in the morning, he was utterly fatigued. Zhang Rongxing and Xiaomin exchanged bewildered glances as they observed Jiangxin fall asleep upon his pillow. After a moment, Xiaomin suddenly chuckled and made an inappropriate gesture towards Zhang Rongxing, saying, "Indeed, one must grasp both hands, like Huang Mingjia's great Nana." Zhang Rongxing covered his forehead in exasperation and remarked, "My dear fellow, how is it that at your age, you have yet to serve time? It defies logic." Chapter 16. Vigilance. Alas, I have finally finished washing. What the hell? You actually decided to come back? You've spent an entire day and night on just this laundry, haven't you? There is so much to do. Are you not planning to finish your homework? Isn't there still tomorrow? True. Tomorrow is still Sunday. How delightful. In a daze, Jiangxin heard the voices of Xiaomin and when she had been conversing. Feeling a throbbing headache, yet he mustered the strength to rise. Glancing at Zhang Rongxin's alarm clock, his vision slightly foggy, he was still able to discern that the time was 8:12 p.m. Instantly, he sprang up with a start, exclaiming, "What the hell?" His voice was thick with nasal congestion, and his throat felt hoarse. Without a doubt, he had caught a cold. Damn it. Jiangxin couldn't help but repeat himself, feeling utterly drained as he slumped back onto the bed. It seemed that just that one shout had completely sapped the little energy he had left. A few hours prior, he had merely intended to take a 10-minute nap before getting back to his tasks. To his dismay, he had not only overslept but had also depleted his physical strength. If only he had not been so reckless that morning. In truth, the physics study guide could have been copied over several weeks at a leisurely pace. After all, the myriad of problem analyses he had transcribed could not be digested all at once. Had he endured even half an hour less of the frigid air today, perhaps he would have managed better. Reflecting on the fact that he had endured the cold from 11 a.m. until after 4 p.m. was indeed excessive. That irresponsible boss of his had tea even tried to stop him. So infuriating. Jiangxin, feeling somewhat playful in his frustration, noticed the warmth of his breath against his nose. He touched his forehead, which indeed felt a bit hot, although he was uncertain of his exact temperature. Sitting diagonally opposite him, Zhang Rongxing glanced over while poring over his English textbook and remarked bluntly, "Sin, you look like you're on the brink of death. Should I help you order a coffin?" "No need," Jiangxin rasped, extending his hand toward Xiao Rongrong. "Just give me the cash, I'll buy it myself." Damn. Upon hearing this, Xiaomin immediately tossed aside the hefty fantasy novel he had been laboriously flipping through all day, energetically shouting, "Jiangxin, you're a genius. I respect you as a man." Jiangxin promptly reached out to Xiaomin, saying, "Since you respect me as a man, how about contributing to the funeral expenses? Death is a serious matter. A couple of hundred isn't too much. nor is a few dozen too little. Get lost. I wouldn't even give it to a dog. Xiaomin laughed heartily, running out of the dorm with his pants tinting, proclaiming loudly, I'm off to take a dump. Despite feeling dizzy and cold, Jiangxin's mind was remarkably clear, prompting a cold smile. After spending an entire day engrossed in dubious novels, he dared to claim he was off to the restroom. Clearly, he was off to indulge in something else entirely. Silently scoffing at Xiaomin, Jiangxin took a deep breath, grabbed his large tea mug, and downed the half cup of lukewarm water in one go. The cool liquid invigorated him considerably, and upon patting his stomach, he sensed a peculiar mix of hunger and satiety. However, at this late hour, feeling unwell, it is imperative to eat something. Jiangxin felt a tumult of emotions within, gazing at the bag of delicacies on the table, lamenting that he had brought back such a bounty today, which could have yielded an epic battle with physics problems. Alas, not only had he squandered several precious hours in slumber, but his appetite was also notably diminished, with an array of rice balls and meat buns before him. If he failed to consume them tonight, given the current temperature, they would undoubtedly spoil by morning. Yet, to force himself to eat, setting aside whether he could finish them, considering his current frail state, the pressure on his stomach might exacerbate his illness. Should he find himself unable to rise in the morning, he would be unable to wash the dishes, and without that, he would miss out on 3 meals. The absence of those meals would spell a day devoid of sustenance. Falling ill and facing starvation, was this not a vicious cycle leading to self-destruction? With a frustrated exclamation, Jiangxin repeated his grievances for the 3rd time. Zhang Rongxing could no longer contain his sarcasm. Come on, who do you want to screw? Jiangxin did not respond immediately. Instead, he chose to acquiesce to reality, tremblingly unwrapping the plastic bag containing the rice balls, weakly uttering, if I say it. You might be terrified. Instantly intrigued, Zhang Rongxin's seemingly youthful face lit up with a mischievous glint, and he pressed on, tell me. I'm not afraid. I can handle it. Well then, I shall confess. Jiangxin retrieved a rice ball, inhaling its aroma. Having been cooked just before 11 in the morning and remaining in an air-conditioned room for much of the day, it still exuded a faint fragrance. Showing no signs of spoilage, he took a generous bite, surprisingly finding it palatable, swallowing it with ease, and finally murmured, I wish to. Star. Zhang Rongxing squinted. Who? Jiangxin reiterated. Star. Feeling tricked, Zhang Rongxing erupted with indignation. Are you toying with me? What do you mean by star? Why not say monkey? Scoundrel, do you dare to speak of animals? As he munched on the rice ball, Jiangxin robustly defended himself. I said star. Does that not suffice? Zhang Rongxing bellowed. Who is star? It's a name that cannot be uttered, Jiangxin explained, his demeanor composed. The entire world knows I am a man of impeccable character. How could I stoop to discussing such vulgar matters with you? Have I lost my mind? After a brief silence, Zhang Rongxing settled back down, remarking, Jiangxin, your resources are depleted. Not at all, Jiangxin replied, growing increasingly confident as he savored the rice balls. With a good appetite, one thrives. Without it, one perishes. My appetite is robust, and come morning, I shall rise like a champion. Zhang Rongxing teased. So, you plan to die tonight and seek rebirth tomorrow? When Xiaomin, who had remained silent, finally found his humor in the exchange, bursting into laughter before quickly covering his mouth. Jiangxin paid no heed, merely continuing to savor his rice ball while engaging in a verbal spar with Zhang Rongxing. Little friend, even if I were to perish, you still wouldn't clinch the title of first in class. Who knows, perhaps Xiaomin might even surpass you by the end of the term. Just as he spoke, Xiaomin strode back in with a commanding presence. Jiangxin glanced at the clock and scoffed. Only 5 minutes? Xiaomin, clearly feeling guilty, immediately wore an awkward expression and forced a smile. What do you mean by 5 minutes? Jiangxin replied. You. What about me? Xiaomin, unable to withstand the inexplicable moral pressure after just a few exchanges, erupted. I was in the bathroom for 5 minutes. Is that not normal? You take just 5 minutes too, don't you? Jiangxin retorted. Not at all. My digestion is excellent. I require a maximum of 3 minutes smooth process, aesthetically pleasing. Well, there you have it. Xiaomin showed no signs of dropping the topic, further embellishing. I take 5 minutes, and you take 3. Clearly, you are faster. Jiangxin paused momentarily, casting a discerning gaze at Xiaomin. However, he clarified, those 3 minutes were spent in the restroom. This caused Xiaomin to become flustered, and he suddenly shouted, You son of a b. Are you following me? Are you spying on me? You creep. Jiangxin turned to Zhang Rongxing and Wen Xianbin, inquiring, "What do you think?" Zhang Rongxing, puzzled, looked at Xiaomin and said, "Xiaomin, what on earth are you talking about? Jiangxin has been right here the whole time. Could it be that Jiangxin has transmitted his terminal illness to you, and now a virus has invaded your brain?" Xiaomin's face turned pale, and he stammered, I. Enough. No one is pursuing your criminal responsibility. It was merely self-massage. At most, it stunts your growth. What's the fuss?" Jiangxin interrupted the conversation and casually asked, "Aren't you going to take a shower?" Xiaomin, realizing, shouted irritably, "I was just about to. After wasting so much of my precious time talking nonsense with you two," he exclaimed in frustration as he approached the shared locker, opened it, retrieved a change of clothes, and hurriedly exited, muttering, "Jiangxin, you really are something," discussing bathroom matters while eating. Jiangxin, relishing his rice ball, replied, "That's nothing. I could even discuss dung removal. Let me tell you about the environment of the latrine back home. It's a masterpiece of nature's ecology." Xiaomin exclaimed, "Damn it," and swiftly fled the dormitory without looking back. Zhang Rongxing, sensitive to the mention of stunted growth, urgently asked, "Hey, what do you mean by self-massage? Why would that stunt growth?" Jiangxin glanced at the underdeveloped boy, unwilling to lead him astray, and casually remarked, "Oh, it's merely a form of internal cultivation, returning to innocence, pursuing the unintentional leading to the harmonious." "Shut up." Zhang Rongxing, clever enough, interrupted Jiangxin's nonsense directly. Yet, the conversation came to an abrupt halt. In dormitory 302, silence once again enveloped the space. Zhang Rongxing lowered his gaze to the book, while Wen Xianbin stood by the window, lost in thought, and Jiangxin concentrated on his meal. The three of them remained unaffected by one another. In just a short span of time, Jiangxin felt that after a brief quarrel with Zhang Rongxing and Xiaomin, his nasal passages had cleared significantly. Indeed, the spirit plays a crucial role in many instances. Ailments seem to prey on the weak. The more one is unwell, the more one must adopt a fierce demeanor. Otherwise, it becomes all too easy to be overtaken by illness. With a few hearty bites, Jiangxin swallowed the entirety of a substantial rice dumpling, feeling slightly full, yet perfectly satisfied. He stood up contentedly and stretched widely. After a hearty meal and ample rest, all seemed well. In a pleasant mood, he turned to gaze at the nightscape outside the window. A gust of wind swept in, enveloping Jiangxin entirely. Suddenly, he shivered, experiencing a significant chill. Darn it. It appears that relying solely on spirit is insufficient. The triumph of spirit over all is not mere idealism. A material foundation is indeed necessary for support. Jiangxin muttered to himself, hurriedly donned his shoes, and dashed out. Less than 10 minutes later, he returned, drenched in sweat, clutching 2 unidentified cold medicine pills he had procured from the old man at the reception. Back in the dormitory, he first borrowed some hot water from Zhang Rongxing to swallow the medicine, then fetched more hot water for himself from the washroom. In the sweltering summer heat, he wiped his body with warm water. By the time he completed this series of actions, Xiaomin finally emerged from the shower, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he spotted Jiangxin, and inquired, "Are you here to take a dump too?" "I am not," Jiangxin replied firmly. "I intend to devote all my limited energy to the boundless pursuit of knowledge." Xiaomin, holding a basin in his right hand, raised a finger with his left. Just then, someone entered from outside the washroom, glanced at Jiangxin, and casually remarked, "So am I." Jiangxin and Xiaomin exchanged glances as they watched Lin Xiaoxiu, bearing a basin, stride into the shower with an air of exclusivity. Xiaomin whispered, "Jiangxin, you're done for. He set his sights on you." Jiangxin smiled slightly and shook his head. He is the one who is done for. He has targeted someone he cannot possibly hold. Chapter 17. Minor wounds do not keep one from the front line. As the night deepened, the door of dormitory 302, which had been left ajar all day, was finally closed. Despite his ailing condition, Jiangxin stubbornly pushed through the discomfort, forcing his swollen head to delve into the supplementary book sent by his boss, engaging in solitary study. The notebook he had used as a draft in the morning had now transformed into a canvas for calculations. Yet, whether it was for notes or sketches, his writing was minuscule, a stark contrast to his previous bold and expansive approach to life, now constricted by circumstance. Inside the room, having just finished his shower, Xiaomin continued to immerse himself in his fantasy novel, occasionally erupting into sly chuckles at the protagonist's clever deceptions or falling silent and serious at the more intimate encounters between the leads. Jiangxin, however, feigned ignorance, his attention riveted solely on the supplementary book. Feeling he had grasped some concepts, He extracted a few problems assigned by Zheng Hong the previous day to test his understanding, not necessarily seeking correctness, but rather a spark of insight. Observing Jiang Sen's diligence, Zhang Rongxing was equally motivated, pulling out a hefty extracurricular math workbook and immediately launching into a frenzy of problem-solving, albeit only tackling those he had already mastered, giving the impression of a prodigious intellect with a promising future. However, to Jiang Sen, honing one's skills in the first and second years of high school held little significance if merely focused on rote learning. The first and second years were indeed foundational. Yet they also represented a period for elevating one's potential, especially in the first year when the pressures of college entrance examinations had not yet fully materialized. Allowing for a diversion towards more challenging problems, Jiang Sen preferred to engage with difficult questions, a lesson learned during his previous high school experience. By the time one reached the third year, the focus shifted to sheer volume of practice, with little opportunity for fundamental improvement. Students primarily aim to enhance their consistency in answering questions, seeking stability rather than excellence, though some may surge forward in their third year, achieving significant score improvements. A closer inspection reveals that these late bloomers predominantly excel in basic questions, seldom managing the more complex problems. What Jiang Sen aspired to was far beyond these rudimentary tasks. In his mind, a mathematics paper worth 150 points had the first 136 points as an assumed certainty, leaving him with true ambition focused on the final 14 points. To conquer those elusive 14 points, Jiang Sen had been intentionally training himself over the past year, though it appeared at times that he struggled with even basic problems. This was merely a surface-level observation. From a broader perspective, he was making steady progress in elevating his overall proficiency. His ultimate goal was to harness decades of accumulated knowledge and experience to unleash his full potential during the college entrance examination. Thus, in a certain sense, the preparation for this pivotal moment did not begin in the first year of high school, but rather for the average individual, it commenced as early as elementary school. Regarding Jiang San, it is a battle that has persisted since a previous life. In the dormitory, 3 individuals are each engrossed in their own activities. Some are industrious, while others appear inexplicably lost. When Xianbin stands by the window like a specter, speechless and motionless, his mind adrift, staring blankly from around 8 p.m. until just past 10. For nearly 2 hours, while Jiang San, despite his illness, diligently studies the physics problems assigned by Zheng Hong. Grasping the logical concepts behind the first 2 questions, classmate Wen remains entranced by the view outside. It is not until Xiaomin finishes a thick novel and sighs with contentment, that was delightful. I could have read more. That when Xianbin turns his head, asking in a dazed tone, was it good? Absolutely. Xiaomin replies, her face alight with joy, clearly pleased with the novel's content. Yet, she quickly follows up with a hint of regret, but it did consume a bit too much time. Damn it, I had intended to finish my homework today. It seems I must wait until tomorrow. Thankfully, tomorrow is Sunday. She reassures herself, there will still be time. Indeed, when Xianbin finally steps away from the window, approaches his bed, and breaks into a knowing smile, tomorrow is Sunday, a perfect opportunity to devote a whole day to completing his assignments. Hearing this, Xiaomin can't help but quip, I managed to read an entire novel in a day, while you, not even touching a book. Why are you dragging your feet? I was doing laundry. When Xianbin retorts with conviction, their essay mountain of clothes. I can't just leave them to stink. Can I? Wait, I recall you were washing last night, weren't you? Xiaomin exclaims, tossing aside her novel and sitting up, her feet searching for slippers on the floor. You've been washing those clothes for an entire day and night? Well, it's not just a little bit of laundry. There is quite a lot. When Xianbin replies with a deliberate slowness that belies the truth, last night, there was a power outage, so the clothes soaked overnight. When I checked this afternoon, they had an unpleasant odor, so I washed them again. Xiaomin finally locates her slippers, puts them on, and asks, Did you start washing this morning? No. When Xianbin clarifies, I was asleep in the dormitory this morning. I only began washing after I had lunch and a nap around 2:30. And what about last night? After finishing the laundry, I took a break in the evening. As soon as he finishes speaking, Jiang Sen suddenly looks up, exclaiming, Wow, there's something else. Haha, I agree. Bin Gu, you are truly invincible, Zhang Rongxing chimes in. Laughing heartily in response to Jiang's senator feeling a bit shy, when Xianbin scratches his head, glancing at the clock as he says, It's getting late. It's time for bed. I need to rise early to tackle my assignments. With that, he slips off his shoes and climbs up to the top bunk, as if performing an inner ritual in preparation for the simple act of lying down for the night. Indeed, it is quite late. Jiang-san, accustomed to Wen Xuanbin's procrastination, chose not to meddle further. He picked up the large teacup and took generous sips of plain water, muttering to himself, I feel I can tackle another problem. Zhang Rongxing, having held back for 2 hours, finally could not restrain himself. Singge, are you working on yesterday's physics assignment? Yes, Jiangsan nodded. I couldn't grasp it in class, so I must decipher it myself. Did you buy that reference book today? Suddenly so affluent? Zhang inquired. No, the shopkeeper gifted it to me. He claimed to see colorful rays emanating from my head, declaring me to be a prodigy destined for greatness, urging me to take it for free now and repay him once I achieve success. Zhang Rongxing seized the opportunity to critique. There's no need for that. I suggest you simply give up. I believe in you. Not only are you not a top scholar, but regardless of your physics score, you will never surpass Hu Jiangxi. You must believe in yourself. You certainly cannot achieve it. Ah, Xiaorongrong, your jealousy has rendered you unrecognizable. Jiangxin could not help but smile. Adopting a tone of exaggerated mockery, your curses are futile. You must defeat me for them to hold any weight. But alas, you have no chance now. For I have recently discovered the rhythm of victory. Last year I found a little, this year a bit more, each day surpassing the last. Ensuring that the defeated shall never rise again, moving from one triumph to the next. Little loser, is your father not formidable? Is he not infuriating? Is he not detestable? If you are dissatisfied, score a few more points in math than I do. Exceed my total score, can you truly accomplish that? With a snarky remark from Zhang Rongxing, Jiangxin could unleash a torrent of retorts. Though the young lad possessed a sharp tongue, he was no match for Jiangxin's caliber. Under the relentless barrage of Jiangxin's jests, he collapsed in despair, clutching his head and yelling, Ah? Jiangxin, you rascal! The most contemptible of the 18th middle school. The most wretched among the wretched. Listening to Zhang Rongxing's lamentations, Jiangxin felt a wave of relief wash over him. After 2 grueling hours of physics, he was indeed fatigued. Temporarily pausing his studies, he reached for a plastic bag containing 4 meat buns, opened it to inhale the aroma, took one out, and after confirming its quality with a bite, quickly stuffed it into his mouth, speaking through a mouthful of oil. Do you know why I spoke so little last semester? Because I was painfully aware of the nature of you lot. Until I secured solid results, anything I said would be wrong. I would rather remain silent while you mocked me. Otherwise, the more I resisted, the more awkward the situation became, and the happier you were. How could I, a paragon of talent, willingly become your source of entertainment? Do you possess the fortune for that? Had it not been for that fool who highway instigating trouble yesterday, I could have endured until sophomore year. Divided by the disciplines, do not presume that you insignificant beings, even Cheng Zhanpeng, should tread carefully in my presence. Whether you choose to believe it or not, the closest opportunity for him to ascend in his career lies within my grasp at this very moment. Thus, you lot must remember, this instant marks the pinnacle of your lives, for you have the rare fortune to compete alongside me, Jiangxin. This is indeed your lifetime's glory. Ah, Xiaomin, who originally intended to head to the restroom, could no longer contain herself upon hearing this and interjected, Jiangxin, I am genuinely impressed by your talent for boasting. It is no wonder you excel in both politics and language. Is that so? Jiangxin had no intention of elucidating the intricacies of his political and language examinations and swiftly shifted the topic. In truth, I possess many other virtues and strengths, which I shall reveal to you in due time. I doubt there will be such an opportunity, Xiaomin replied, visibly displeased. At this rate of your boasting, I fear you may not survive to see your 18th birthday, for someone will surely put an end to you. With that, she exited without uttering another word. Evidently having learned from previous encounters, Jiangxin could easily discern that Xiaomin would undoubtedly return for another round this evening. In this era, the complexities of fantasy novels are surely beyond the comprehension of a mere underage high school student. However, he could not be bothered to guide the youth on how to achieve self-management. After finishing a meat bun, he casually grabbed another one, picked up the 2 physics problems he had just completed, and walked over to Zhang Rongxing, inquiring, Handsome, how did you solve these 2 questions? In the previous moment, Zhang Rongxing was still sulking, but in an instant, he found himself bested by the 2 handsome men. Casting a fleeting glance at Jiangxin's answer, he endeavored to maintain a tone of indifference, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling upwards involuntarily as he declared, You must have erred on the first question. Jiangxin pressed on. So, does that mean you are confident about the second question? Zhang Rongxing was clearly reluctant to offer guidance, yet he still managed to utter a reluctant acknowledgement. Children often possess such tender hearts. Jiangxin chuckled softly and quickly returned to his seat, reopening the supplementary textbook. He focused on the thought process outlined within, first solidifying his understanding of the second question he had answered correctly. Such questions, derived from self-study, were invaluable. Every point mattered immensely. Otherwise, the faint promise of tonight would dissipate by tomorrow, rendering his efforts in braving the cold wind all afternoon and falling utterly futile, as well as disappointing those who awaited his folly with eager anticipation. Jiangxin hastily devoured a few buns, washed them down with a generous gulp of water, and resumed his battle with determination. After several hours of unwavering focus on his studies, he realized, almost unconsciously, that his headache had subsided and his nasal passages had cleared. Indeed, learning empowers. In the dormitory 302, an inexplicable silence enveloped the room once more, with Jiangxin and Zhang Rongxing each immersed in their own thoughts. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Xiao Min returned to the dormitory with a slightly ethereal gait, observing Jiang Sun and Zhang Rongxing diligently engrossed in their studies. And when Xianbin already tucked under his covers, staring vacantly at the ceiling, he could not help but feel a tinge of regret for his actions that evening. With a sigh, he too retrieved his English textbook, reciting a few words in a mere token gesture. Zhang Rongxing's alarm clock ticked away, while Jiang Xin spent half an hour reworking the first problem, presenting it to Zhang Rongxing once more. This time, Zhang Rongxing finally nodded in acknowledgement, yet, out of habit. He muttered under his breath, "What rubbish, only now does it get done." Jiang Xin, lacking the energy to engage in banter, returned to his seat to tackle the third problem. After flipping through the study guide for a moment, he discovered a nearly identical question. However, perhaps due to the exhausting day, just as he recognized the problem type, drowsiness suddenly overwhelmed him. He forced himself to finish reading the question, only to glance at the time and realize it was already 11:30, feeling that enduring another half hour would be futile. He folded the corner of the study guide and closed it, rising to take his basin and exit the dormitory. He also picked up the 2 remaining meat buns that would undoubtedly spoil by morning, tossing them into the trash outside with a tinge of regret, thinking to himself how fortunate he was that the proprietress had not left him with much today. Otherwise, it would have been a significant waste. Entering the washroom, he quickly completed his washing regimen and applied a third of a tube of ointment to his face. After lingering in the washroom for about 10 minutes, Jiang Sun returned to his dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside, Xiao Min was eager to regain her footing, inquiring about Jiang Sun's whereabouts during the past 10 minutes. However, Jiang Sun lacked the strength to respond, remaining silent as he collapsed onto his bed, covering himself with the thin, nearly translucent blanket he had brought from home. Almost as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Min, feeling suddenly disheartened, lost interest in studying vocabulary. She closed her textbook with firm resolve and promptly lay down to sleep. That night, Jiang Xin's rest was far from peaceful, plagued by a succession of bizarre dreams. At one moment, he found himself at an electric vehicle exhibition facing death, and in another, he encountered his father from a past life, with various scenes cycling through like a performance. Thus, he tossed and turned through the night until morning, when he gradually opened his eyes, bleary-eyed, only to glance at the alarm clock and find the time glaringly indicated it was already past 6:40. What on earth? Jiang Sun suddenly shouted, jolted awake, and hurriedly rolled over to grab the basin from beneath his bed before rushing out of the dormitory. Within 2 minutes, he resolved his urgent matter and sprinted back to the dormitory, gulping down a bellyful of cold water before hastily exiting the dorm building. As he dashed out of the dormitory courtyard and made his way towards the outside, he fortuitously encountered Huang Mingjie and her group of female classmates, who were also heading out. Jiangxin zipped past Huang Mingjie, prompting the girls to call out, "Mazi, why are you running so fast? Are you off to commit some mischief?" Jiang Sun, indifferent to the surroundings, hurriedly slipped through the slightly ajar electric gate of the school, crossed the road, and swiftly vanished from the girl's sight. Huang Mingjie, noticing Jiang Xin's flustered demeanor, suddenly whispered to her roommates, "I feel so sorry for him." Upon hearing this, the girls erupted into a chorus of playful teasing. "Oh, Agile, are you feeling pity for him?" TSK, it's hard to tell. I never would have imagined you harboring affection for someone like Jiang Sr. No, absolutely not. Huang Mingjie grew flustered and anxious, vehemently denying the accusations with cheeks flushed crimson. "Don't spread such nonsense," she stammered. "I've barely exchanged a few words with him." As she spoke, her body swayed unsteadily, causing the fabric of her blouse to tremble erratically. The elderly janitor, sweeping the courtyard at dawn, happened to pass by. His eyes widened noticeably, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. Chapter 18. the sole survivor of Dongou City in the early morning. The market at the 18th Middle School was more bustling than usual for a Sunday. Fortunately, the number of patrons seeking breakfast was not overwhelming, allowing Jiang Xin to arrive at the shop without encountering a deluge of dirty dishes in the foot basin. The proprietress, too, appeared less flustered than he had anticipated. However, his tardiness did not escape her notice, and she chastised him, to which Jiang Sun humbly acknowledged his fault and promptly apologized before hastening to his station to commence work. As he settled in, without even donning a pair of gloves, he plunged his hands into the frigid tap water, a shiver coursing through his body. Realizing the discomfort, he recognized he could not request another leave from the proprietress, so he gritted his teeth and silently cursed his plight, forcing himself to endure. After a few minutes, he gradually acclimated to the cold. Yet, adaptation did not negate the undeniable reality of his illness. Having barely slept the previous night and with insufficient rest compounded by skipping breakfast, he found himself half squatting, half sitting at the shop's entrance. As the sun ascended, he began to feel lightheaded. Phlegm lodged in his throat and mucus congested his nostrils increased in quantity, yet he refrained from expelling them in front of the shop, enduring until there was a lull in foot traffic, allowing him to discreetly clear his nose, wash his hands with cold water, and resume his duties. He persevered through nearly 3 arduous hours until around 10 o'clock, when the proprietress, unusually benevolent that day, decided to close up early. Jiangson hurriedly finished washing the last dish before laboriously rising to his feet, wiping his hands and trudging over to retrieve his meal. Upon opening the plastic bag, he discovered 2 additional tea eggs inside. Glancing up in surprise at the proprietress, with a stern expression, she instructed, "Hurry back to rest. You look unwell today. Eat an egg to fortify yourself. Take care of your health these next few days. You're just a child, always making yourself look so pitiful. As if I were mistreating you. I kindly keep you on to work, and yet it nearly turns me into the villain." Dizzy and standing in silence, Jiang Sun listened to her words before simply thanking her. "Thank you, Annie." He refrained from uttering any empty promises of future repayment and exited the shop. The temperature that day was even higher than the previous one, with market stalls on either side of the street erecting larger sunshades. The stench of decaying vegetable leaves filled the air, causing waves of nausea in Jiang Sen's stomach. After only a few steps, he felt the sun's heat prickling his skin. Caught between chills and heat exhaustion, as though he might collapse at any moment. Wiping his forehead, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, this is really annoying." He crossed the street, his body aflame, arriving at the school gate, where the elderly man in the reception room was watching television. Noticing Jiang Sen's return, he casually inquired, "Not going out again, are you?" Jiang Sen shook his head and asked the old man, "Sir, do you still have that medicine from yesterday?" Upon hearing this, the elderly man clearly hesitated to part with the scant cold medicine he had prepared for himself. However, noticing Jiang Sun's condition worsening, he reluctantly said, "I still have some medicine left, though there are only a few of those from yesterday. There are a few others, but I'm uncertain if they can be taken together. Perhaps you should wait until tomorrow when the school doctor is back and consult him." Jiang Sen thought it impossible to wait until tomorrow. Doing so could be detrimental. He promptly replied, "It's fine. I'll just take some medicine to get through tonight. I can't endure this discomfort any longer." With that, the old man begrudgingly rose, walked to the desk in the reception area, opened the cabinet, and retrieved 2 different packets of capsules, asking Jiang Sun how many he needed. "Just give me them all," Jiang Sun rasped, taking the 2 packets from the old man's hand, devoid of the strength to utter even a simple thank you. He then staggered out of the reception area, feeling dizzy. A few minutes later, he found himself on the upper floor, though he couldn't recall how he had gotten there. Once he regained his senses, he noticed a cup of hot water placed before him, steaming invitingly. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he realized he had poured the water himself. The dormitory was quiet. With the blackout curtains drawn, casting a dim light, the 3 sloths were still asleep. Xiaomin was genuinely in slumber, her snores barely audible but unmistakable. Zhang Rongxing, however, was lounging in bed, wrapped in a blanket and clutching a pillow, tossing and turning. Meanwhile, when Xianbin was wide awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought, Jiang Sun envied their carefree existence, letting out a sigh. Without further ado, he mixed the medications given by the old man and took them, disregarding any concerns about allergies or whether they could be taken simultaneously or whether they should be consumed before or after meals. In his desperate state, he was willing to try anything. After swallowing the capsules, he went to the washroom to clear his sinuses and throat, returning to down a large bowl of water, which stirred a gurgling protest from his stomach. Weary, he opened a plastic bag containing 2 rice balls, 2 bottles of milk, and 2 tea eggs. The sight of it did not evoke even the slightest hint of appetite. Rather, he felt a wave of nausea. How could such delightful items suddenly appear so revolting? Yet, if he did not eat now, these items might spoil by evening. With another sigh, Jiangsun took out the noticeably larger rice ball, hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself to take a bite. Each mouthful, drenched in meat juices, threatened to come back up. Strangely enough, this discomfort seemed to hasten his eating. The sound of his hurried chewing caught the attention of Wen Xianbin, who was on the upper bunk opposite him, prompting him to inquire, "Are you that hungry?" "Yes." "Very hungry," Jiangsun replied, his voice thick with nasal congestion. He forced down another half of the large rice ball, only to feel an intense thirst arise. He quickly inserted a straw into one of the milk bottles, but dared not drink too much, fearing it would spoil his appetite. He merely took a small sip to soothe his throat before hastily returning to his meal. Through his relentless efforts and struggles, the hefty rice ball, sufficient for 2 meals, rapidly diminished in size. As he continued to consume it, Jiangsun increasingly felt the discomfort of fullness in his stomach. Yet, he persisted with unwavering determination. Finally, after what felt like an excruciating 10-minute ordeal, he managed to swallow the last mouthful of rice. However, just as he set down the bag containing his meal and allowed himself a moment of relief, the contents of his stomach rebelled. Accompanied by a substantial amount of milk he had just gulped down, erupting unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Jiangsun instinctively clamped his mouth shut. As the contents surged forth, his complexion changed dramatically, his mouth instantly filled to the brim. Wen Xianbin stared wide-eyed at Jiangsun, seemingly anticipating something. Yet, Jiangsun remained motionless, his fist clenched tightly, holding his breath. After a few seconds, once the situation in his mouth stabilized, he took a slight breath, and with a series of throat movements, he forcefully swallowed everything that had just attempted to escape. After completing this extraordinary feat, Jiangsun hastily grabbed the large tea mug on the table and took several deep gulps, successfully quelling the revolt within. Only then did he return to the edge of his bed, drenched in sweat, exhaling a sigh of relief. Wen Xianbin, having witnessed Jiangsun's astonishing maneuver throughout, suddenly heaved and hurriedly threw off the blanket, scrambling out of bed in a rush, barely taking the time to find matching shoes. One foot hastily slipped into a sneaker, while the other landed in a slipper as he covered his mouth and flung open the dormitory door, racing towards the bathroom. Upon entering, he let out a loud retch, and soon the floor was littered with the remnants of his stomach's rebellion. Hearing the commotion from the bathroom, Jiangsun furrowed his brow in disdain, muttering, "What a disgusting individual." Almost immediately after, Zhang Rongshan, who slept on the upper bunk, shouted, "Bin Ge, did you throw up? Who did this?" Yet, no one responded. The true culprit, Jiang San, merely patted his stomach, hesitated for a moment, and then reached for the tea egg. By noon, shortly after 11, as Jiang San finished the tea egg and drank the milk, the slothful residents of the dormitory finally stirred awake due to Wen Xianbin's earlier commotion, gradually rising to reluctantly head to the cafeteria for lunch. As the three descended the stairs, Wen Xianbin recounted Jiang San's bizarre act of swallowing his own vomit, prompting exclamations of disbelief in the corridor. Meanwhile, Jiang San, the instigator of the spectacle, nonchalantly washed his hands in the bathroom, casually cleaned up Wen Xianbin's mess, and returned to the dormitory, quietly opening a physics supplementary book. Despite feeling unwell, he resolutely refused to succumb to illness. 20 minutes later, in the desolate dormitory, Jiangsun, weakened by a high fever, repeatedly reviewed the example explanations in the supplementary book, yet still could not grasp the third assignment question assigned by Zheng Hong. Just as he contemplated skipping ahead to tackle the fourth question, the dormitory door was suddenly kicked open from the outside, and a spirited individual, taller than Hu Highway and at least 185 meters, bounded in with an almost manic enthusiasm. In the dormitory 302, perched on the upper bunk, the pivotal power forward of the number 18 middle school basketball team, Luo Beikong, bellowed, "Brothers, Grandpa has returned." He then inquired, "Hey, where's everyone? Mazi, are you the only one here? How lonely?" Jiang Sun glanced up at the muscular figure, responding nonchalantly, "Report, dear Grandpa, they have departed, and they left in tranquility." However, Luo Beikong was completely oblivious to the profundity of Jiang Sun's words, failing to grasp even a fragment of their meaning. Upon hearing the nasal tone in Jiang Sun's voice, he widened his eyes in alarm and questioned, "What? You have a cold? Is it contagious?" "Indeed, it certainly is," Jiang Sun confirmed, his voice heavily nasal. "Respiratory illnesses can be transmitted through the air." "Goodness, Luo Beikong exclaimed, akin to a startled illiterate, springing to his feet and shouting, "Damn it. I have a competition next week, you little rascal. Don't be the cause of my downfall. Boss, I don't wish for this either." Jiang Sin, having been engrossed in his studies, was now thoroughly interrupted by Luo Beikong's outburst. He closed his supplementary book and remarked, "Is falling ill something I can control? I have final exams next month. Do you think I desire this? Final exams next month?" Luo Beikong instantly retracted his earlier exuberance. Furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself, "Doesn't he that mean we'll have a break the month after? Is this semester really that short?" His words suggested a bewilderment that indicated he was not entirely cognizant of being a student at this institution. Yet, Luo Beikong's expression was one of genuine confusion, as if he could not discern whether he was here to play basketball or to pursue his studies. Jiang Sin, observing this, felt exasperated, cradling his feverishly hot head, sensing the veins in his temples pulsating. Among the 6 residents of their dormitory 302, each individual's academic prowess was distinctly delineated. At the bottom tier was none other than Luo Beikong, whom Jiang Sun deemed to be at the level of a mere academic dabbler, even below that of a struggling student. This young lad rarely opened a book. His textbooks, since being issued at the semester start, remained in pristine condition, as he would pass them on to the next cohort without a hint of embarrassment, were it not for the uniformity of the examination papers distributed by the school. Jiang Sun would have been tempted to complete those tests that Luo Beikong had neglected. On the tier above, there resided the second-tier underachiever, Wen Xianbin. While he would occasionally peruse his books, his efforts were futile, as he would glance without absorbing any knowledge. His scores in mathematics and sciences perpetually languished below 40, while his highest mark in English never exceeded 60. His only redeemable subjects were Chinese and comprehensive humanities, barely scraping by. With the impending division into science and art streams in the second year, it was inconceivable for him to avoid the humanities track. Continuing up, there was Hu Qi, the last roommate who had yet to return from home for the weekend, sleeping adjacent to Zhang Rongxing. Hu Qi was a diligent child, exuding an air of unremarkability, possessing an overall mediocrity, save for one admirable trait, his sincere and kind-hearted nature. In the realm of towering figures, there exists a man of considerable stature, standing at 6 feet tall, whose perpetual smile sets him apart from the aggressive demeanor of Hu Haiwei and the simplistic nature of Luo Beikong. He exudes a sense of comfort, albeit lacking in academic prowess. Despite mastering numerous formulas and theorems, he struggles to navigate a single semester with success. Consequently, Jiangxin categorizes Hu Qi as a studious dog, toiling tirelessly yet achieving nothing substantial in the end. Beyond Hu Qi lies Xiaomin, a student in the realm of pretentiousness, who, while seemingly capable of ranking among the top 10 in the class, faces a ceiling on his abilities. Thus, he finds himself in a position of superiority over the academically challenged and the studious dogs, merely putting on a FAA day of competence. Originally, both Jiang Sun and Zhang Rongxing belonged to the elite echelon of academic excellence at the 18th high school. However, as Jiang Sun's momentum surged, Zhang Rongxing was cast aside, leaving Jiang Sun to ascend alone as the solitary academic deity of the institution. While his proficiency in physics and mathematics may be somewhat lacking, there is no denying his unparalleled mastery in English, chemistry, politics, and geography, subjects in which he reigns supreme over his peers. Objectively, it is acknowledged by all that Jiang Sun's potential far surpasses that of Hu Jiangji by several magnitudes. Nevertheless, Jiang Sun's countenance has hindered the fairness of external judgments regarding his abilities. Thus, he must rely solely on his raw talent to establish his rightful reputation. As the conclusion of the first year approaches, this day of reckoning is swiftly approaching. However, Jiang Sun, driven by a competitive spirit, aspires to settle the score with Lin Xiaoshu by the end of the term, even against the backdrop of the less capable students at the 18th high. As for Hu Jiangji, it is regrettable that the moment Jiang Sun dared to make a wager against him, he forfeited the right to be considered a worthy rival. Jiang Sun never engages in endeavors unless he possesses over 90% confidence in the outcome. What shall I do then? Luo Beikong, after a moment of perplexity, suddenly wore a look of anxiety. How has this semester flown by so swiftly? I thought there were still 2 or 3 months before the holidays. Does this mean I have no time left to review? Jiang Sun wearily removed his hand from his forehead, gazing at the prodigy before him, and could not help but retort, "How do you intend to review?" Well, Luo Beikong furrowed his brow in contemplation, his expression becoming increasingly conflicted. He gradually began to realize that he truly had no time left for effective revision. Regardless of the subject, it seemed utterly impossible to achieve anything significant in the upcoming examinations. The exuberance he had displayed upon entering the room swiftly dissipated from his face. He casually pulled out a chair and sat diagonally across from Jiang-san, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor as he solemnly inquired, "Ma Zi, do you think I still have the necessity to continue my studies?" "Of course," Jiang-san replied without hesitation. "Having a high school diploma is certainly preferable to having none at all. Wouldn't you agree?" Luo Beikong nodded in agreement. Jiang-san then mumbled to himself in a dazed fashion. In fact, obtaining a high school diploma is not as daunting as it seems. There are only 10 subjects. And as long as one passes all the exams, a high school graduation certificate is attainable. Moreover, supplementary examinations are permitted, which implies that each subject can be attempted 2 or 3 times. Just a moment, Luo Beikong interjected, "What exactly is a supplementary examination?" Jiang-san was momentarily taken aback by Luo Beikong's inquiry, staring at him with wide eyes. After a brief silence, he slowly responded, "My friend, I am not targeting you. But I must recount a true story. I once encountered an individual of rather limited intellect, whose overall qualities pale in comparison to yours. When I informed him about the supplementary examinations in high school, he shockingly insisted there were none. I was incredulous, pondering how someone could graduate from high school without knowledge of such a fundamental aspect. Perhaps he attended a fraudulent institution? Or could it be that I was mistaken?" To validate his stance, he even called a former classmate in my presence, who confirmed that supplementary examinations do exist. From that day forth, I vowed to limit my interactions with such individuals, believing I would never again encounter someone who had completed high school yet remained unaware of supplementary examinations. Thus, your question today genuinely astonishes me. Luo Beikong listened in silence, reflecting for a few seconds before placing a hand on his chest and remarking, "That's a bit hurtful. My friend, were it not for your academic prowess, do you think you would still be standing here?" I understand, Jiang-san replied in agreement, hastily shifting the topic. "Now, let us return to the supplementary examinations. Last Monday, we had the history exam, which the entire grade took simultaneously in the afternoon. You must have some recollection of that, right?" "I believe so," Luo Beikong nodded, bewildered. "Is that what you refer to as supplementary examinations?" "Indeed," Jiang-san affirmed. "The scores will be released next week. There are no specific grades, merely classifications. A, B, C, and E, with E signifying failure. However, there will be a chance for retaking the exam next year alongside the first-year students. I suspect your likelihood of needing a retake is rather substantial, wouldn't you agree?" Luo Beikong slowly nodded. That afternoon, he had thought it was merely a mock exam, with the extensive writing required for the history test. He had been so disinterested that he left most of it blank. Passing seemed improbable. "Well then, allow me to share a strategy with you," Jiang-san said, his spirits lifting slightly as he seized a large teacup from the table and took several hearty sips. Luo Beikong focused intently as Jiang-san continued. "If you wish to obtain your high school diploma, the process is quite simple. In the first year, we have 3 subjects for supplementary examinations: history, geography, and computer science. For computer science, as long as one is not profoundly inept, it is virtually guaranteed to pass. Consider it a gift, requiring no revision whatsoever. Tomorrow afternoon is the geography exam, and you have 1 night left to prepare. Thus, tonight, dedicate yourself to thoroughly reviewing the geography textbook. Study an entire year's worth of material in 1 night?" Luo Beikong exclaimed in disbelief. "Am I a deity? It's not as daunting as you imagine. University students often cram an entire book in 1 night and still manage to pass," Jiang-san assured him. Jiang-san maliciously remarked, "Moreover, do not be deceived by the notion that the geography curriculum for the first year encompasses 2 textbooks. In reality, it contains very few knowledge points. A general understanding of the textbook material will suffice. As for calculations involving time zones or the twilight line, you may as well forego those. Dedicate 1 evening to comprehending the concept of isobaric gradient lines. Being able to interpret maps is all that is required. Some of the multiple-choice questions in geography are astonishingly simplistic. With your intellect, a night of effort will surely yield a score of 60 at the very least." "Is that really true?" Luo Beikong's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. "Absolutely," Jiang-san continued. "Next year, you'll face mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. And you may even have to tackle history. Thus, you should disregard politics, Chinese, and English. Focus solely on these 5 subjects. Study as much as you can, and passing even 1 subject brings you closer to obtaining your high school diploma. Even if you only manage to pass 2 or 3, it still inches you closer to graduation. Luo Beikong began to feel genuinely confident and said, "Wow, that makes sense." Jiangxin advised, therefore, when it comes time to choose your subjects in the second year, do not assume that the humanities are easier and enroll in them. You are aiming for the graduation exam and your high school diploma, so take the science route instead. This way, you will be receiving targeted training every day. If you can pass mathematics and the 3 sciences within a year, by your third year, you won't need to attend classes much at all. You can dedicate that time to reviewing the subjects you haven't passed yet. As for Chinese and English classes, you can pick those up directly. If, after all that, you still cannot pass, it can only be said that there is something wrong with the educational environment at the school. Master, is it really that simple to obtain a high school diploma? Do you have confidence? Luo Beikong, inspired by Jiangxin's vision, slammed the table with fervor. Of course, Jiangxin observed the dilapidated table, noting the mark left by this mighty figure's forceful strike. Feeling fatigued after his lengthy discourse, he quietly said, "Then let us proceed with this plan. From now on, focus on your geography book." "All right, I'll heed your advice." Luo Beikong clapped Jiangxin on the shoulder with such vigor that Jiangxin nearly lost his balance. Then, brimming with enthusiasm, he dashed to his cluttered bunk. Rummaging through the mess in search of his long-lost geography textbook, Jiangxin watched this robust individual undergo a transformation, rubbed his weary shoulders, and reopened his physics study guide, resolutely tackling the problems before him. In this dismal learning environment at 18th High School, everything truly relied on one's own efforts. Qing Zhangping, that fellow, was not running a school but rather gambling on whether he could cultivate a promising student who would thrive with minimal care. Speaking of that old lecher, his luck was indeed remarkable. He had drawn Jiangxin, this unique seedling from Dong, OU City. Chapter 19. The dignity of the scholar. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a wave of heat surged from the horizon, and the scorching sun relentlessly baked the earth. After lunch, all the boarding students dutifully returned to their dormitories, with no fool daring to venture out in such sweltering weather. The campus was enveloped in the incessant chirping of cicadas, a cacophony that paradoxically hinted at a semblance of tranquility. The windows of room 302 were tightly shut, while the door remained wide open as usual. Inside, a group of youngsters, having returned from their meal, exhibited an unusually agitated state. Xiaomin incessantly complained about the absence of air conditioning in their dilapidated school dormitory, while Zhang Rongxing moved back and forth to drink water and then flopped back onto his bed, utterly devoid of the previous day's vigor, consumed by a singular desire to indulge in idleness. The only constant was Jiangxin's profound demeanor and Wen Xuanbin's serene composure, seemingly detached from the surrounding chaos. As for Luo Beikong, the robust fellow had scarcely perused the geography textbook for 20 minutes before he dashed off to the adjacent sports hall for training. Though labeled as training, it was equally plausible that he sought merely to bask in the cool air conditioning. Jiangxin found it perplexing that the comprehensive sports hall, the least frequented area, had prioritized the installation of air conditioning. Was it merely a fade for the school's image? After Luo Beikong departed, Jiangxin succumbed to a brief slumber of about an hour. Upon awakening, he felt uncomfortably warm and opted for a lukewarm shower. After bathing, his body temperature dropped slightly, and he finally sensed a modicum of improvement in his physical state. However, his mind remained a bit foggy, and faced with the remaining 3 physics problems, each evidently more challenging, he felt a lack of resolve. Though he wished to consult Zhang Rongxing, the latter had, after imparting 2 fundamental problems the previous night, suddenly become reticent about sharing any further insights. Jiangxin then glanced at Xiaomin. Alas, this individual was scarcely worth consulting, as his physics prowess typically hovered around 50 or 60 points. Asking him would be less beneficial than self-study. Moreover, how could a scholarly genius afford to grant the pretentious a chance to showcase their mediocrity? Damn it! Homework! Homework! Xiaomin suddenly exclaimed, finally recalling unfinished tasks. Zhang Rongxing, upon hearing this, promptly rolled out of bed, exclaiming, "Oh right. I still have my Chinese, English, and political assignments to complete." This individual was also a victim of bias, harboring no interest in the humanities, subjects he deemed fit only for the intellectually challenged. Ironically, he had once uttered that very disparaging remark himself, indicating a rather superficial understanding of the world, though he and Zhang Hong shared a mutual disdain. Consequently, Zhang Hong's prospects appeared bleak. Emerging from a prestigious normal university, she was operating at the same level as a first-year high school student. Qing Zhangping had misjudged the situation. The new batch of teachers he had recruited this year was generally commendable, with the sole exception of Zhang Hong diminishing the overall quality. Xiao Min and Zhang Rongxing hastily rummaged through their bags, extracting textbooks, papers, exercise books, and notebooks, instantly cultivating an atmosphere of study within the dormitory. Under the influence of this atmosphere, when Xianbin, who had been idly wasting his weekends for 3 consecutive weeks, finally rose from his bed. With a sigh and a tone steeped in melancholy, he remarked, "Well, I suppose I should write as well." This statement seemed to carry an air of deference towards the school and teachers. Jiang Sun, cradling his head, observed the daily reactions of the 3 individuals, perhaps discerning the trajectory they would follow in 2 years. Zhang Rongxin, though seemingly intelligent, had already revealed all his potential, despite his commendable attitude. The educational standards of the 18th high school would likely confine him to an ordinary second-tier university. If he failed to fully harness his capabilities, he might only secure a place in a third-tier institution or a public vocational college. Should he falter, the outcome would be all too predictable. Next was Xiao Min, who appeared somewhat dim-witted, yet paradoxically possessed untapped potential, hindered solely by the absence of a skilled mentor to guide him. With the right direction, gaining admission to a third-tier university should pose no challenge. However, without someone to provide guidance and diligent encouragement in the days to come, his ceiling would tragically align with Zhang Rongxin's lower limits, and he would be fortunate to secure a spot in a 4th-tier public vocational college. If his performance faltered, the distinction between attending university and not would become trivial. The 5th-tier self-funded colleges bear little difference from adult education programs or evening classes, merely bestowing a worthless diploma that serves to gild one's image, unless he successfully transitions to a bachelor's program. Yet, given the environment of 5th-tier colleges and the formidable challenges of such transitions, it is unlikely to be any easier than passing the college entrance examination, even without first-hand experience. Jiang Xin could imagine the myriad distractions Xiao Min would face, from being dragged to internet cafes by roommates to engaging in gaming marathons in their dormitory, leaving scant time for study and examinations. In such circumstances, the goal would not even be to pursue a bachelor's degree, but rather to avoid failing altogether. As for Luo Beikong, along with Wen Xianbin and the yet-to-arrive Hu Qi, Jiang Xin's assessment was that Hu Qi might strive to secure a spot in a public vocational college, while Luo Beikong and Wen Xianbin would be fortunate to obtain their high school diplomas, a feat that would seem akin to a stroke of luck. This encapsulates the stark reality of the 18th high school, where only the most exceptional students could aspire to enter second-tier universities. Those merely coasting through their education were scarcely distinguishable in capability from students in vocational or technical schools. The 2 unfortunate peers of the 18th high school, Dongou City's 13th and 11th high schools, boasted last year's college admission rates, those surpassing the threshold for 4th-tier public vocational colleges, of merely 11 and 9, respectively. Thus, the total number of students from these schools gaining admission to public vocational colleges or higher did not exceed 2 classes, with most barely scraping by into public vocational programs. The remaining aspirants, including those aiming for self-funded third-tier universities, achieved an undergraduate rate of less than 3. Consequently, institutions capable of cultivating a substantial number of undergraduates are, at the very least, second-tier high schools in Aoqing District, such as the 4th, 7th, 8th, and 14th high schools. In essence, the fates of many individuals had been largely determined by the time they took their middle school entrance examinations. The school, in essence, serves as the final bastion for the nation to sift through and select its talents, primarily aimed at providing a glimmer of hope for children like Jiang Sun and Lin Xiaoxiu. Opportunities have been extended by the state and society. Whether they are of any use rests upon the individual's own efforts. Xiaorongrong, how do you solve this problem? Leave me alone. Damn it, forget it. I'll just write something. While Jiang Sun was stubbornly grappling with a physics problem, Xiao Min and Zhang Rongxing were on the verge of emotional upheaval. Hastily tackling the assignments given on Friday with an overwhelming sense of urgency, scribbling down answers without fully comprehending the questions. They were likely unaware of the content they were producing. Meanwhile, when Xianbin was dawdling, unable to decide which subject's homework to tackle first, sitting at his desk, he flipped through the assignment notebook for nearly half an hour without even picking up a pen, his face etched with distress. Jiang Sun glanced at Zhang Rongxing's alarm clock. It was nearly 2:30 in the afternoon. Sensing that if this procrastination continued, the entire day would be wasted, he could no longer suppress a sigh. He stood up and exited the dormitory, making his way to room 301, where he knocked on the door. Inside, only Lin Xiaoxi was present. The other roommates from the outskirts of Dong-ou City had yet to return. Upon opening the door and seeing Jiang-san, Lin instinctively displayed a hint of wariness and inquired, "What is the matter?" Jiang-sun held up the assignment given by Zheng Hong, pointing to the third question. "I can't figure this one out. Could you help me?" Lin Xiaoshu glanced at the problem, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. "You can't solve such an easy problem?" Jiang-sun replied, "I'm just not in the right mindset today." After a moment's thought, Lin stepped aside, allowing Jiang-sun to enter, muttering, "Such a simple problem." Jiang-sun confidently laid his notebook on the table, and Lin Xiaoshu, unable to refuse, opened the English textbook he had been perusing, sat down, and began to jot down notes on Jiang-sun's paper. The problem was straightforward, requiring merely 2 steps of reasoning. Gravity acts downwards, which is self-evident. No need for explanation, right? Then consider the points of action for these 2 forces. They are symmetrical, and the directions are symmetrically inward. If we decompose the forces, these 2 resultant forces remain symmetrical. So, do the forces on either side cancel each other out? Cancel each other out? Upon hearing this simple phrase, Jiangsun suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He snatched Lin Xiaoshu's pen and quickly sketched on the paper, realizing that if one side cancels out, what remains are indeed the forces in these 2 directions, which can then be recombined. In a flash, the problem that had troubled Jiangsun for an entire night and day was effortlessly resolved. Lin Xiaoshu couldn't help but look up at Jiangsun, asking, "Are you trying to show off on purpose?" No. Jiangsun hastily clarified, "I just haven't been in the right state of mind these past few days. As soon as you mentioned it, I remembered. You're full of it." In dormitory 302, Zhang Rongxing suddenly revealed his shortcomings. Despite having spent an entire night unable to solve the problem, he still came to inquire about my method of calculation. I discerned the solution at a glance. Yet he remained oblivious to the concept of cancellation. How pathetic. What cancellation? Xiao Min, who was diligently working on the final geography assignment of the year, abruptly raised his head in a state of chaotic distraction, unwilling to fall behind. "What question are you discussing? I'll tell you later," Jiang-sun retorted, firmly shutting the door to dormitory 301 before shamelessly taking a seat beside Lin Xiaoshu. He pointed to the 4th question and asked, "What about this one?" "Ah, this question." Lin Xiaoshu glanced down and murmured, "It is indeed somewhat challenging, but I thought you'd be capable. Given your current level, I presume you'll score no more than 70 in physics?" "Well, that sounds about right," Jiang-sun conceded unabashedly. A smile finally graced Lin Xiaoshu's face. "If you wish to surpass my score, you shall need to exert more effort." Indeed, Jiang-sun nodded in acknowledgement, yet could not suppress a grin that appeared seemingly amiable, yet carried a deeper meaning, as he chuckled softly. "Heh, he." Chapter 20. A fulfilling weekend. The forces amongst several wooden boxes are interdependent. One must observe their directions and magnitudes. Ultimately, they will cancel each other out or combine, leaving only a few forces that can either be synthesized or decomposed. Then, you can simply apply the formulas. Goodness, I had no idea it was this straightforward. What did you expect? With your audacity to wager with others, I am truly astounded by you. I pay my respects to you, Master Lin. No need for that. After more than an hour, Jiang-sun emerged from Lin Xiaoshu's room, his face brimming with satisfaction. Akin to a parasite that has just drained its host of all vitality, finally ready to emerge and embrace a new life. In both his past life and this one, Jiang-sun had attended a subpar high school. Furthermore, he was unaware of which deity he had offended, as he had encountered 2 physics teachers in succession, both in their 20s, lacking in educational experience and possessing exceedingly volatile tempers. Consequently, he had nearly stumbled through 2 lifetimes due to the same misfortune. However, this time, fortune smiled upon him as he was provided with a competent guide. Many concepts that had eluded him during Zheng Hong's lectures became crystal clear when Lin Xiaoshu elucidated them with the simplest and most direct reasoning. The once nebulous key points suddenly became apparent, illuminating his understanding. In less than an hour, after listening to Lin Xiaoshu explain 3 problems, Jiangsun felt as though he had effortlessly assimilated an entire year's worth of mechanics knowledge from his freshman year. Upon grasping the material, only one thought resonated in his mind. Good grief. So it is merely this trivial matter? I genuinely believed I had an issue with my intelligence. It turns out the teacher was incompetent. If they had refrained from teaching, it would have been better. Their instruction only led one deeper into confusion. What could Zhao Zhijing possibly teach Yanghua? With a mix of joy and inflated confidence, Jiang-sun returned to dormitory 302. At that moment, Hu Qi had also returned and, upon seeing Jiang-sun, displayed a somewhat naive grin. Jiang-san, resembling a little old man, casually greeted him. Back already? Yes. Hu-Chi nodded, speaking little as he bent his head to continue his homework. As a fellow member of the basketball team, Hu-Chi, being a substitute, generally avoided training unless necessary, prioritizing his studies instead. Only when the coach called for assembly would he reluctantly head to the adjacent building for practice. Jiang-san could tell that Hu-Chi was quite reluctant about playing basketball. Although labeled a substitute, he essentially served as a practice partner, rarely receiving playing time during matches, and having to endure endless bus rides with the team. As he himself put it, he would rather take a nap in the dormitory than expend energy running around. However, the school clearly took advantage of the boy's docility, insisting he act as a human backdrop. The rationale was simple. In an era where children's heights are generally lacking, individuals like Hu-Chi, who stood over 6 feet tall and robust, appeared quite imposing in a crowd. Standing next to him, Jiang-san felt dwarfed. Back already? What secrets of martial arts have you acquired? Just as Jiang-san and Hu-Chi exchanged greetings, Xiaomin eagerly inquired about Jiang-san's newfound knowledge. This time, Jiang-san truly feared that speaking out would frighten him, so he refrained and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, just that he mentioned a few physics problems." Upon hearing this, Xiaomin immediately laughed and remarked, "Damn, you're just covertly copying the physics homework." "Do we even have physics homework?" When Xiaomin, with a puzzled expression, lifted his head and distractedly flipped through his notebook that recorded assignments for various subjects, finding no physics homework listed, leaving him quite bewildered. Fortunately, Zhang Rongxing clarified, "No. Teacher Zhang didn't assign homework on Friday before leaving. It was just those few problems." "Oh, right. Xiaomin exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Before inquiring of Jiang-san, "Have you finished your homework?" "I completed it on Friday night," Jiang-san replied, returning to his seat. Hu-Chi, appearing rather honest, interjected, "Jiang-san is so diligent, and quite impressive too." Jiang-san responded, "Students do their homework, while the talented achieve high scores. It's merely a matter of duty." Xiao Min and Zhang Rongxing chose not to respond, their faces betraying a palpable jealousy. Jiang-san similarly had little desire to converse with the two. Having studied intensively alongside Lin Xiaoxu for half the day, he now felt less discomfort, his appetite returning. He opened a plastic bag on his desk, took out another tea egg, peeled it hastily, and quickly devoured it while it was still fresh. Suddenly, he remarked to Hu-Chi, "Classmate Hu, you could join the military after graduating from high school. I think it would suit you well." Hu-Chi paused slightly, smiling shyly as he replied, "My dad has said the same thing. However, my mom insists I focus on my studies, ideally aiming for university. If I can't get in, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Of course, getting in would be best." Jiang-san inquired, "Are you planning to apply for a science or humanities track?" "Science," Hu-Chi replied. "Humanities seems so difficult. Many answers look identical, and I can hardly comprehend them. I prefer subjects like physics and chemistry, where the answers are clearer." This perspective clearly differed from Zhang Rongxing's. Zhang Rongxing regarded humanities as simple and looked down upon them, whereas Hu-Chi found them vague and preferred the sciences. The difference in their reactions stemmed from their respective levels of academic engagement. Zhang Rongxing's disdain was typical of someone who had read too little, while Hu-Chi's hesitation was due to superficial reading, without profound and extensive study. Grasping the subtleties of humanities becomes quite challenging. The genuine threshold for humanities is, in fact, rather high. Thus, in Jiang-san's view, schools like the 18th Middle School should ideally reduce the number of humanities classes. Frankly speaking, those parents and children who believe humanities are merely about rote memorization fundamentally misunderstand their true essence and significance, making it even more challenging to grasp these subjects thoroughly. In truth, even Jiang-san, despite his own limitations, only realized the prerequisites for studying humanities after receiving guidance from an expert. He understood that only by establishing a solid foundational knowledge could the subsequent rote memorization lead to a cumulative mastery of the subject. Only by grasping this fundamental concept can students transcend mere rote memorization. Much like mastering high school chemistry, the deeper one internalizes the physical and chemical properties of various elements. The more adept one becomes at identifying the crux of each problem. The process of memorization enhances understanding, while comprehension reinforces memory. This reciprocal relationship continues until mastery is achieved. However, within underperforming high schools, it is exceedingly rare for educators to guide students to this level of insight. Even when capable teachers are present, the inherent aptitude of the students remains uncertain in terms of their ability to fully grasp the concepts imparted. The synergy between a distinguished teacher and a gifted pupil is essential. Lacking either component results not simply in diminished effectiveness but in outright failure. Consequently, for those students who struggle to appreciate the nuanced subtleties of the humanities, those which are felt rather than articulated, it may be far more beneficial during their high school years to focus on the sciences and mathematics. This foundation will serve them well in practical vocations, whether it be automotive repair, welding, tiling, or operating machinery, rather than engaging in empty rhetoric about historical knowledge. It must be emphasized that the likes of Wen Xianbin, who choose the humanities solely to evade challenges while mistakenly believing they gain some advantage, often find themselves ill-equipped in both disciplines after 3 years of high school. Returning to the case of the 18th high school, it is evident that such institutions should not afford students like Wen Xianbin the autonomy to select their academic tracks. In accordance with Jiang Sen's vision, schools akin to the 18th high should implement a selection process prior to the division between arts and sciences. A standardized entrance examination could be utilized to identify and admit the most promising students, directing those with lesser capabilities, such as Wen Xianbin, into science classes. By assembling a cohort of more academically inclined individuals, the arts classes could be treated as honors courses, thereby increasing the likelihood of achieving meaningful outcomes. It is counterproductive to maintain an arbitrary balance of 4 science classes and 4 arts classes. The potential consequence of such a misguided approach may result in the emergence of 3 classes filled with semi-literate individuals, students who can recognize every word in official announcements, yet fail to comprehend their collective meaning. Should they be swayed by eloquent rhetoric, they might be led astray, to the extent of betraying their heritage. This is not mere alarmism. Jiang Sen perceives these realities extending 20 years into the future. As a substantial number of ill-informed graduates enter society, unaware of what they have learned, for whom they studied, or how to apply their knowledge, they may simultaneously harbor a false sense of understanding. Wearing the mantle of a university graduate, they could lack even the clarity of perception possessed by seasoned farmers, rendering them incapable of profound insight. Frequently, these individuals engage in little more than lamenting societal injustices, criticizing the populace as ignorant and leaders as blind, all while contributing nothing tangible to society and exacerbating unnecessary conflicts. The most alarming prospect arises when these individuals find avenues for advancement. The potential damage they can inflict on society becomes exponentially greater. The longer they occupy positions of influence, the more challenging it becomes to quantify the harm they cause. In the end, they themselves become the architects of national and ethnic transgressions, only to abandon their responsibilities and flee. Yet, the cost must be borne by all those who inhabit this land, requiring generations to repay. The destructive potential of a pretentious liberal arts student can sometimes equate to that of an invisible nuclear bomb, obliterating the hard work and accumulations of several generations in an instant. Indeed, I refer to that individual, Gogol, or whatever his name is. Upon surveying the entirety of Dong-ou City, it becomes evident that only Dong-ou High School barely possesses the qualifications to maintain an equitable balance between its liberal arts and science classes. This is primarily due to its superior student intake. A combination of promising talent and a conducive environment ensures that, as long as the teachers possess commendable qualities, even a liberal arts cohort with mediocre aptitude can achieve a success rate exceeding 50%, significantly mitigating the potential for liberal arts students to wreak havoc on the nation. Thus, in a certain sense, the bifurcation of disciplines in inferior high schools is hardly related to academic direction. It merely provides each naive adolescent with an opportunity for self-assessment and choice, along with the responsibility for the consequences that ensue. The tragedy of the liberal arts class lies in being viewed as a final refuge by too many self-satisfied underachievers. Schools like 18th Middle School play the role of accomplices in this self-deception. The societal stereotype that liberal arts students are inferior to their science counterparts largely stems from the shortcomings of such institutions. Ultimately, the fault lies with the underachievers themselves. What does that have to do with the liberal arts? As a liberal arts student, Jiang Sun quietly expresses his grievances while retrieving his physics textbook from the first 2 semesters of his freshman year, embarking on a journey to validate the new concepts he has learned today. As he flips through the pages, his eyes gleam with excitement, internally exclaiming that if he can grasp physics, he must indeed be a prodigious talent. Should he consider switching to the sciences? Perhaps not. The risks are too great, and remaining in the familiar realm of the liberal arts seems more prudent. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Sun falls into a profound silence. Wholly engrossed in his studies, unaware of the passage of time until he glances up to see the sun setting. By 5 o'clock, even though Xiao Min is merely going through the motions with her homework, she finds herself overwhelmed and exclaims, "I can't take this anymore. So much homework. Are you all going to eat?" "Yes." Zhang Rongshan springs up from his chair. Hu Qi and Wen Xianbin also set down their pens. Wen, who has spent the entire afternoon struggling with a geography test that Jiang Sun could complete in half an hour, rubs his hands and complains, "Ugh, I'm so tired." This series of exclamations finally jolts Jiang Xin from his intense focus on physics. Suddenly, he remembers the most crucial task left for the day and hurriedly grabs the last remaining rice ball on his desk, opens it, takes a whiff, and breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it hasn't spoiled. The meal earned over the weekend consists of this solitary morsel. In the winter, it can be kept for quite some time, but in the summer, one fears it may go bad. However, consuming it all at once during lunch is not feasible. Not only would he be unable to eat more, but if he finishes it by noon, what will he have for dinner? Being excessively hungry could adversely affect his sleep quality. Let us eat. Jiangxin hastily pours himself some milk, munching on the rice ball while continuing to delve into his studies. Xiaomin chuckled. "Today we have improved our meal. Is it a sick day feast?" "Indeed," Jiang Sun replied nonchalantly, then touched his forehead, seemingly feeling his fever subside, and his throat no longer ached. "Excellent. It appears that learning promotes health," Xiaomin remarked, as she pulled along the other 3 dorm mates, swaying out of the door. Before long, Lin Xiaoxiu emerged from the opposite dormitory. And upon seeing Jiangxin diligently munching on rice balls while engrossed in his book, his expression turned somewhat complex, tinged with regret for divulging his secret method earlier. Unfortunately, there exists no remedy for remorse. He could only hope that Jiangxin had not truly comprehended his teachings. Yet soon, he was beset by worry. If Jiangxin sought his counsel again, should he instruct or refrain? Caught in this inner turmoil, Lin Xiaoxiu bowed his head, sighing heavily, and descended the stairs. Jiangxin remained oblivious to the outside world, swiftly finishing the rice balls and milk, then retrieving the medicine given by the old man, swallowing it directly, and resuming his reading. He continued this undeterred focus, occasionally sipping hot water for reassurance, until the sky darkened unbeknownst to him. By the time Zhang Rongshan and the others returned from dinner and their evening stroll, the boarding students of dorms 303 and 301 began trickling back as twilight fell. The lively first-year boys' dormitory, usually bustling with activity, erupted once more into a cacophony of voices, with students calling out for help with homework, restoring the chaotic atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling market. Upon returning to their dorm, Xiaomin and Zhang Rongxing resumed their urgent homework endeavors. As the clock approached 8, Xiaomin, with only a smattering of Chinese assignments left, could no longer resist and dashed off to 303 to engage in a game of chess. Zhang Rongxing, holding out until nearly 8:40, finally completed his assignments in a hasty manner and followed suit to join the revelry. Across the hall in 301, the game of Sha Jinhua escalated, and shortly thereafter, Luo Beikong returned, feigning exhaustion from training. Upon spotting the raucous game in 301, he entered without hesitation, instantly amplifying the noise level. As for the geography exam, it had long been dismissed. Meanwhile, Hu Qi and Wen Xianbin displayed remarkable talent for remaining on the sidelines. Regardless of the commotion outside, they chose not to join but made little progress with their homework. Hu Qi sighed repeatedly at the problems, while Wen Xianbin merely stared vacantly into space. Thus, as the clock inched past 10, the raucous activity shifted to the washroom, where groups from the 2 opposite dormitories gathered for their nightly routines. It was then that Xiaomin hurried back to complete her remaining assignments, while Zhang Rongshan, having finished earlier, joined the neighboring dormitory in the washroom, wary of potential early lights out. On the 3rd floor of the dormitory, the corridor echoed with the sounds of students milling about, shouting, and laughing. Amidst this lively chaos, Jiangxin remained steadfast, undisturbed by the bustling atmosphere, diligently turning the pages of his first semester textbook, thoroughly absorbing its contents before proceeding to the next semester's materials. After a while, when Zhang Roxing returned from his shower, Xiaomin and Hu Qi also hurriedly completed their assignments just after 11 o'clock. They quickly fetched their change of clothes and dashed to the washroom to bathe. When Xiaomin, observing his roommates either showering or preparing for bed, found it increasingly difficult to remain in a state of stupor. With a casual demeanor, he abruptly paused his current task, abandoning at least half of his unfinished problems, muttering to himself, "I'll shower first. The lights will go out soon. I'll finish the homework in the morning." Morning? It was already past 11. Did he intend to rise at 5? Would he even manage to get up? Would he be able to complete the work? Jiangxin silently critiqued, lifting his gaze to Zhang Rongxing's alarm clock, confirming that it was indeed late, and finally closed his book. He stood up slowly, stretching languidly, then massaging his arms and posterior. After 6 or 7 hours of sitting, aside from 2 trips to the restroom, he had barely moved, leaving him with a slight numbness. Finished? Jiang Sun bent down to grab a basin when Zhang Rongxing suddenly leaned in curiously, displaying an inquisitive demeanor. Not yet, Jiang Sun replied, providing the answer that pleased little Rongrong, but immediately followed it with an unwelcome remark. It's still early. We won't finish our physics course until next year's exams. There can be no relaxation, not even for a day. TCH. Zhang Rongxing, clearly perturbed, retracted his head. Jiang Sun, basin in hand, exited the room, joining Xiao Min and Hu Qi. Unable to restrain himself, Hu Qi exclaimed, "You're incredible, being able to study all night long. If I tried that, my eyes would give out." Xiao Min interjected, "Unfortunately, physics is not a liberal arts subject. Jiang Sun, I believe your study method is flawed." "Indeed." Jiang Sun nodded, delivering a direct insult. "You are absolutely right." However, Xiao Min merely grinned, oblivious to the slight he had received from Jiang Sr. The trio arrived at the washroom just as the occupants of room 301 finished their showers, leaving a few vacant stalls. Jiang Sun swiftly entered, completing his routine, brushing his teeth, bathing, and changing his underwear, clothes, and socks in no more than 15 minutes. Emerging with damp hair and bare shoulders, he hung his clothes to dry. He then returned to his dormitory with the basin, donned a clean jacket, and walked back to the washroom entrance, applying the remaining ointment given to him by Xiaolin on his face. At that moment, when Xianbin ambled in from outside, still unsure of his procrastination in the dormitory, Jiangxin and Bingu exchanged a glance, finding nothing to say to one another. Jiangxin redirected his attention to his face. Having neglected his acne for the past few days, it appeared significantly better than it had on Friday. Perhaps the antibacterial effects of the cold medicine had also benefited his complexion. However, this improvement could only be deemed relative, overall. His face still resembled that of a toad reincarnate. Thus, it must be said that Lin Xiaoshu is truly a commendable individual, managing to endure one-on-one tutoring for nearly an hour. Even those English and political teachers who hold a deep admiration for his talents would likely be unable to accomplish this. After applying the ointment and washing his hands, Jiangxin returned to his dormitory, took another dose of medicine, and gently dried his head with a towel. Just past 11:30, he lay down, and within moments of his head touching the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. This weekend felt particularly long and fulfilling. Across the hallway, the doors of rooms 301 and 303 were closed, and the outside noise gradually diminished. Before long, Xiaomin and Hu Qi returned to their dormitory just as the lights were about to be turned off. Xiaomin, occupying the upper bunk, found Luo Beikong already snoring loudly, seemingly oblivious to whether he had bathed. Xiaomin promptly turned off the light and closed the door. Moments later, the circuit breaker in the building clicked off as scheduled. In the enveloping darkness and silence, the only sound emanating from the shower room was a slow, rhythmic noise. Excited and surprised, a voice exclaimed, "Hey, why are the lights off again?" I haven't finished washing yet." Chapter 21, The Struggles of Life. Ding. Ding dong. At 6:30 on a Monday morning, the alarm clock on the desk in dormitory 302 abruptly blared to life. Almost simultaneously, the raucous sounds from dormitory 301 and diagonally opposite dormitory 303 echoed through the halls, undeterred by the barriers of closed doors. A dozen or so young souls from the 3 dorms sprang from their beds with a fervor akin to that of a fire igniting beneath them. Yet a few sluggish individuals remained stubbornly ensconced in their slumber, refusing to open their eyes. In dormitory 302, this lethargy was particularly evident in Jiang San when Xianbin. In Luo Beikong, when Xianbin, who had pledged with fervent conviction the previous day to rise early to complete his assignments, lay sprawled with his mouth agape, a pool of drool dampening half of his pillow, utterly oblivious to the alarm's cacophony. Luo Beikong, on the other hand, seemed impervious to any notion of academic responsibility, dismissing both early study sessions and classes with disdain. Upon being roused, he erupted in a fit of rage, cursing the offender who dared to set the alarm, prompting Zhang Rongxing to hastily silence the relentless ringing, followed by Xiao Min and Hu Qi, who dashed out with their wash basins in hand. Once they had all departed, Jiang Sun slowly sat up from his bed, stifling a yawn, unperturbed by the chaos. After all, he had no funds for breakfast, rendering him free from the constraints of time. Moreover, the crowded water room was a veritable gauntlet of impatience, where even the act of relieving oneself became a race against the clock. He had no desire to participate in such commotion. As for why Jiangxin did not rise earlier to study diligently, please, does early rising for revision not require energy? Do you think that Brotherson has managed to survive these years since his rebirth without a strategy? Rising 10 minutes later could spare him 10 minutes of hunger. Last night, he had consumed his final rice ball around 5 o'clock. Now, 12 hours had elapsed without sustenance. Was it fair to demand that one's life be a ceaseless cycle of study? Is there no law, no justice in this? Even in the face of adversity, one must catch their breath. Jiang's son rubbed his face and sat in contemplation for a few moments before taking out his last 2 cold medicine tablets, which he swallowed with some warm water. He had slept soundly the previous night, and it seemed his illness had subsided. At least his head no longer throbbed, and his throat and nose were no longer bothersome. This slight frame, though appearing frail, was undeniably resilient. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiu, who seemed to have been awake for quite some time, emerged from his room and cast a glance at dormitory 302 before hastily descending the stairs. Jiang's son, with his gaze lowered, did not notice him. After sitting at the edge of his bed for half a minute, he finally stood up to organize his backpack. In truth, there was little to arrange, only the textbooks and corresponding exercise books needed for the day, along with a draft notebook and a pen. Speaking of the draft notebook and pen, these 2 items constituted Jiang Xin's most significant expenditures each semester. The unavoidable costs at school boiled down to just 2 categories: toiletries and stationery. Toiletries comprised toothpaste, transparent soap, a durable toothbrush, and a towel suitable for wiping his head, face, and body, but not his feet. The toothbrush and towel had served him since the 3rd year of junior high, yet consumables like soap and toothpaste were unavoidably recurrent expenses. Fortunately, he can still barely afford the prices of transparent soap and toothpaste. The cheapest toothpaste available in the village costs merely 2.5 yuan per tube, allowing for a sufficient supply of 5 tubes over the course of a semester, even with the routine of brushing morning and night. Additionally, with a promotional offer of buy 4, get 1 free, spending 10 yuan becomes quite economical. The transparent soap, which is directly used for washing hair, face, body, and clothes, is also procured from the village, priced at 0.8 yuan per bar. Purchasing 15 bars totals just 12 yuan. Altogether, his hygiene products amount to just over 20 yuan for the semester, with a tendency to save a little, averaging around 20 yuan. However, the expenses for pens and notebooks are relatively steep. Regardless of location, the cost of the cheapest ballpoint pens and notepaper remains fairly consistent. Even if the village offers slightly cheaper paper, Jiangxin cannot possibly carry bulky notebooks weighing dozens of jin on his journey. After all paper appears light and thin. When bundled together, it becomes quite cumbersome for someone of Jiangxin's stature to transport to school. Thus, given the negligible price difference, he naturally opts to purchase supplies at school, replenishing as needed. Based on Jiangxin's note-taking and frequency of solving problems, he estimates that he consumes at least 1/3 of a notebook per subject each month, culminating in approximately 10 notebooks for the semester, costing around 20 yuan. The consumption of ink pens is similarly significant, with 20 ink refills required over the semester, adding another 20 yuan. Consequently, the expenditure on stationery doubles that of hygiene products, culminating in a total of 60 yuan, less than the fare for a bus ride from the city back to Oshuan County. However, even this reasonable sum posed a challenge for Jiang's son to gather, reflecting back to after his junior high graduation. Had it not been for the assistance of Kong Lauer from the village, who took him to the county to plead for help, Jiangxin would not have even had the chance to meet with the county leaders. When graduating from junior high in Oshuan County, it was Kong Lauer who covered his travel expenses and provided him with 100 yuan for school-related costs. Kong, in his simplicity, believed that as a public school, the meals at the 18th high school would be free, and Jiang's son had never expressed his hardships to him. Additionally, with the Women's Federation in the village distributing another 30 yuan, Jiang's son managed to sustain himself through the first semester of his freshman year. By the end of the last semester, he had exactly 65 yuan left for travel, barely enough to return. Luckily, he borrowed 300 yuan from Xia Xiaolin, enabling him to afford the round trip. Upon receiving the financial aid for impoverished students at the beginning of the term, he promptly repaid the loan. During this time, he also managed to visit the county's education bureau to pay respects during the new year. returning with a red envelope containing 100 yuan after bowing to the leadership. After returning to school, he faced expenses for both travel and supplies for the semester, leaving him with a substantial sum of 275 yuan. However, this amount includes the necessary long-distance travel fees of 65 yuan for both going and returning, as well as expenses for the next semester. Thus, in reality, the amount he could freely access is less than 100 yuan. According to the purchasing power of the renminbi in 2005, this sum of money would suffice for an ordinary individual to enjoy a meal with friends at any common hot pot restaurant in the downtown area of Dongyu City, with the dining experience lasting no more than 2 hours. However, for a child descending from the mountains, this amount represents his sole and ultimate assurance of survival in the face of the world. Alas, the plight of mountain children is indeed dire, fortunately. I am not one of them, Jiang Sun murmured to himself as he methodically placed the textbooks for the day's lessons into his backpack, aligning them with the schedule affixed to the corner of his desk. The first class this morning was physics, and he wondered whether the irritable novice, Zhang Hong, would concoct any more mischief. Although he felt a sudden epiphany yesterday and was unafraid of her potential humiliation, Jiangsun still felt an inexplicable discomfort. What, after all, was the true source of the trouble that Zhang Hong had caused him the previous Friday? Was it merely because Hu Hiwei had performed poorly in mathematics, seeking to assert dominance over him for a fleeting sense of psychological balance? And Zhang Hong? Was she merely envious of his prowess in other subjects, attributing all her grievances to his physics performance? That seemed rather unjust. In such circumstances, any teacher with a modicum of intellect would first reflect upon their own teaching methods. Wouldn't they? Why is it that while other instructors manage to teach the same student effectively, they somehow find themselves deemed intellectually deficient under her tutelage? Clearly, Zhang Hong's immaturity extends beyond her professional abilities. It verges on a lack of personal integrity. Does she truly believe that the entire world revolves around her whims? If things do not go her way, is the universe at fault? This is nothing short of a severe case of prolonged adolescent delusion, one that has festered into a full-blown affliction. One can only wonder when her relentless demands will lead to someone's downfall. Such anticipation is almost thrilling. As Jiangxin continued his internal monologue, he finished organizing his books and zipped up his county-issued backpack. At that moment, the notoriously rapid Xiaomin returned, his face radiating relief as he entered, exclaiming loudly, "Ah, so comfortable." It seemed he was eager to confirm that he had indeed risen early to relieve himself, rather than engaging in any other activity. However, as soon as Xiao Min's declaration echoed through the room, Luo Beikong, who was sleeping in the upper bunk, abruptly sprang from his bed in a fit of rage, colliding headfirst with the ceiling. Wincing in pain, he growled furiously, "Damn it. Why are you making such a racket?" Xiao Min's smile vanished in an instant. Terrified by Luo Beikong's fierce demeanor, he turned pale, retreating into himself and refraining from retorting, instead muttering meekly, "Even if I remain silent, you still have to get up." Luo Beikong, well aware of his own unreasonableness, succumbed to his morning irritability. Rubbing his head as he flopped back onto his bed, still grumbling, "For heaven's sake, can't I get another 10 minutes of sleep? It's always so noisy." Indeed, at this moment, Jiangxin's demeanor was rather peculiar. He resembled an accomplice as he smiled at Xiao Min, advising him to make himself scarce and not disturb their esteemed elder's rest. Disappear within 3 minutes. Finally, Xiao Min found a way out, his smile returning as he replied, all right, no need for 3 minutes. I'll vanish right away." As he spoke, he retrieved the basin and toothbrush cup he had forgotten earlier, then hurriedly dashed out. Luo Beikong's anger subsided somewhat, and he remarked to Jiangxin, "Matzi, in this dormitory, you are undoubtedly the most adept at socializing." Jiangxin replied, "We still have 2 years of living together ahead of us. There's no point in arguing over trivial matters." Luo Beikong acknowledged this with a hum, but at that moment, sleep was no longer on his mind. After a brief silence of half a minute, he suddenly leapt from his bed, striding over to Wen Xuanbin's bed across the room, shaking it vigorously while shouting with extreme double standards, "Pig, lazy pig, rise and shine. It's Monday." When Xianbin, groggy from sleep, was roused by the commotion, he gulped and struggled to open his eyelids, resembling a character from a comedic skit, his mind clouded with confusion. Is it Monday? He was oblivious to the hour he had returned from the washroom the previous night, appearing as though he hadn't slept at all. Jiang Sun could hardly bear to witness when Xianbin's foolish demeanor. Noticing that several residents from the opposite rooms were emerging one by one with their basins from the washroom, he finally bent down to retrieve his own basin from under his bed, proceeding to exit the dormitory at a leisurely pace. Within 5 minutes, having swiftly resolved all his matters in the washroom, Jiang Sun returned to the dormitory, the clock striking 6:45. Zhang Rongxing, Hu Qi, and Xiao Min were just shouldering their backpacks and heading out. Jiang Sun picked up his own bag and followed the trio downstairs. As they stepped out of the dormitory building, the campus was beginning to awaken with signs of life. Junior high students residing on campus were gradually emerging from their small courtyards, with a few early risers specifically heading to the school cafeteria for breakfast. Passing by the courtyard entrance sporadically, the morning breeze carried a slight chill. Jiang Sun waved at Xiao Min and the others without uttering a word, setting off towards the main teaching building. Hu Qi, observing Jiang Sun's retreating figure, inquired with a hint of feigned ignorance to Xiao Min and Zhang Rongxing. Doesn't Jiang Sun seem to skip breakfast every day? Can't afford it. Xiao Min couldn't help but express a tinge of sympathy. Damn it. Compared to him, we really are quite fortunate. Sighing, Zhang Rongxing gazed at Jiang Sun's silhouette fading into the distance. Forcing a facade of understanding the hardships of life upon his youthful face, he sighed softly, pondering, why must Ngu endure this? If he were to kneel and ask me, I would willingly share a meal with him, treating him like a pet. Damn it. Xiao Min could not resist placing a hand on Zhang Rongxing's shoulder, smirking, little Rong, your envy of his grades has twisted your heart. Stop struggling and accept your fate. The only thing you can currently outshine Jiang Sun in is your looks. Nonsense. Zhang Rongxing's mood shifted abruptly to irritation. Just wait until I grow taller next year. Chapter 22. You have won. The classroom of Class 5 in the first year of high school is situated on the south side of the main teaching building's second floor, right by the staircase. Adjacent to the classroom is the office for the first-year teachers, and beside that, the restroom, rendering it exceedingly convenient for both toilet visits and admonitions from teachers. Of course, it is equally convenient for being taken away by Zheng Haiyan. Jiang Sun emerged from the dormitory courtyard and took a leisurely 2-minute stroll to the classroom door. Before 7 o'clock, both the front and back doors of the classroom were still locked. However, the boarding students possessed keys, which rendered any attempts to restrict their access futile. Jiang Sun retrieved the front door key from his backpack and unlocked it. Upon opening the door, he was immediately met with a stifling atmosphere lacking in oxygen, tinged with a faint odor of dust. After all, high school is not akin to university. On a Friday evening, unless one has forgotten something in the classroom, few would deliberately come to study over the weekend, particularly at number 18 high school, where the academic environment is notoriously poor. Lin Xiaoxiu, who once dared to do so, was nearly ostracized by his roommates last semester. It was only when his final exam scores revealed him as the top of the cohort that the bullying subsided. Nevertheless, this semester, he chose to compromise, burying himself in study amidst the chaotic atmosphere of a dormitory reminiscent of a bustling market, to avoid further exclusion from his peers. Of course, the raucous conditions of their 302 dormitory were also a shared responsibility, especially on weekends, when most residents from the third floor returned home. Only a scant few remained, and Xiao Min and Zhang Rongxing would descend into a state of raucous revelry, creating various noises. Lin Xiaoxiu's south response was to close the door and feign oblivion, protesting only when he could no longer endure the clamor. As for Jiang Sun, he never intervened. A bit of noise hardly constituted a significant hardship. After all, during his past meetings, it was typically the leaders on stage boasting while he and several guests typed furiously beneath, producing several thousand words within a couple of hours, leaving them free that evening to engage with industry seniors and seek insights on creative endeavors and industry prospects. Was that difficulty any less than studying in a market-like setting? Thus, it could be said that Lin Xiaoxiu was still rather inexperienced. Jiang Sun, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, entered the classroom and walked directly past his designated seat, opening the several windows facing the playground one by one. As the brisk morning air swept in, it instantly dispelled the oppressive atmosphere of the classroom, invigorating Jiang Sun's spirit. Standing before the refreshing breeze of the open window, he paused to admire the tranquil morning scene of the campus. After taking a deep breath, he felt that his cold had at least improved significantly before turning back to the seat where Zhang Rongxing had sat the previous week. He bent down to glance into the drawer, noting the absence of any textbooks or belongings left behind by Zhang Rongxing, before placing his chair down and sitting comfortably. This practice of swapping seats monthly is one of the few steadfast rules adhered to by Class 5. Everyone shifts one large group over, purportedly beneficial for students' eyesight. However, Whether or not he could improve his eyesight was of little concern to Jiang's senator after all. His eyes, untouched by the harmful screens of various intelligent devices, were remarkably sharp, capable of enduring for another 50 or 60 years. Thus, for him, the true significance of changing seats over the past year was merely to alter the feng shui and, incidentally, to endure the constant disdain from Zhang Yaoyao. Regardless of how the seating arrangements shifted, Zhang Yaoyao believed that the feng shui remained unchanged. It was either she had to move her chair for Jiang San when he entered, or he had to do the same for her. Whenever a chair had to be moved, it necessitated at least one form of verbal or physical communication between them. Given that they typically had to change seats at least twice per class period, and excluding the 2 exchanges at the end of the day, they were bound to interact a minimum of twice daily. As a lackluster student, Zhang Yaoyao's frequency of exiting the classroom only compounded the necessity for dialogue. Without exchanging 3 to 5 words with Jiangxin each day, her life felt unbearable. Yet with every such interaction, her disdain for him grew exponentially. In essence, her notion of a good position was clearly unrelated to who should move the chair. She simply wished to avoid Jiangxin altogether, ideally. She hoped he would vanish from her sight permanently. Jiang San, well aware of Zhang Yaoyao's sentiments, maintained an understanding demeanor, which allowed him to tolerate her incessantly irritating attitude over the past year. Her relentless verbal jabs, covert mockery, and passive-aggressive barbs, all without retaliating. He intended to spoil her thoroughly, awaiting the day when someone from society would deliver a lesson she would never forget. Jiangxin approached life with a gentle grace and magnanimity, resolutely avoiding any wrongdoing he could delegate to others. This was a skill he had honed over many years in his previous life. To be honest, applying it to a child might be somewhat cruel, yet I am but a child myself. Jiang San mused silently as he retrieved his geography textbook and began to quietly flip through the table of contents. The printed cover of this geography book had long since curled from frequent handling. Jiang San was intimately familiar with every concept within, able to recite the entire essence of the book merely by glancing at the table of contents. However, to be fair, the high school geography examination, which was decidedly an affront to one's intelligence, should not have necessitated such anxiety on his part. In any normal high school, students typically approached examinations with a calm demeanor, particularly at Dongoyu High School. Achieving an average of 9.5 A's across 10 subjects was considered routine. Students who scored 9 A's and 1 B would often be seen stifling sobs. However, the current predicament was that the 18th high school could hardly be classified as a normal institution. Around this time last year, the 18th high school experienced a grave incident due to the impending examination. Among the inaugural cohort of 4 classes, the students faced 3 subjects in their first-year examinations: history, geography, and computer science, with a disconcertingly low pass rate of merely 72. This statistic implies that only slightly over 1/3 of the students managed to attain a grade of C or higher across all 3 subjects. To put it more plainly, should there have been no opportunity for retakes, according to the regulations set forth by the Education Department of Zhejiang Province, 1/3 of the first batch of high school students at 18th High would have been dismissed before even encountering the college entrance examination, thereby forfeiting both their qualification for the exam and their high school diplomas. It is hardly imaginable the extent of psychological distress that Qing Xiaoping, who was driven by aspirations of advancement, must have endured upon witnessing such results. To avert a recurrence of this calamity this year, 18th High has finally invested significantly in its students. In September of last year, upon the arrival of the new cohort of students, the principal's office issued a formal directive aimed at inspiring academic vigor and enhancing the scholarly atmosphere throughout the institution. It was resolved that should the class of 2004 achieve grades of A in history, geography, and computer science during their first-year examinations, they would be awarded a substantial scholarship of 200 yuan. As a student of modest means, Jiang San was resolute upon hearing this news. He declared that irrespective of his performance in other subjects, he must excel in history and geography. As for computer science, he deemed it inconsequential, acknowledging that it was a subject commonly regarded as an easy pass. For the past year, Jiang San has toiled relentlessly, driven by the prospect of that monetary reward. He set aside concerns about failing mathematics and physics, prioritizing his studies in history and geography instead. Now, as he approaches the dawn of his efforts after a long night of hard work, having completed the history exam last week, he finally allocated time over the weekend to review physics, intending to finish geography this week. Once the examinations conclude, results will be released shortly thereafter. This means that before the semester's end, he should be able to claim his well-deserved 200 yuan. Meanwhile, those who falter in their examinations should brace themselves for the embarrassment of retaking the tests alongside next year's first-year students. 200 yuan. Jiang's son mused over this sum, a mere 10 minutes of earnings in his past life, and he felt a flicker of aspiration ignite within him. With this money, he would be one step closer to launching his own small venture. The internet CAF fees in the county seat of Oshuan are a mere 10 yuan for an overnight stay from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., according to his writing speed. If he works continuously for 12 hours each day, he can produce at least 20,000 words. With just a month of sleepless nights, he could potentially write as much as 600,000 words, which is approximately the volume of a new book from its inception to publication within 2 months. Coupled with the essential sustenance of late-night snacks, water, and eye drops. The cost of living in the county during this month, calculated on a diet of merely biscuits and the cheapest bottled water, averages around 10 yuan per day, totaling 300 yuan. Doubling that amount yields 600 yuan. With an investment of 1 month's time, his financial situation, while not entirely transformed, would undoubtedly improve severalfold. At the very least, by the arrival of the new semester, he would no longer fret over his meals. Currently, he has 275 yuan in his pocket. And with the 200 yuan scholarship from the upcoming exams, that brings him to 475 yuan, still a bit short of the 600 yuan target. However, one must not forget that the school will provide him with a 300 yuan grant for impoverished students. Although this sum is only disbursed at the beginning of the semester, yet this minor setback does not daunt him. He can simply request it from Xia Xiaolin, just as he did last year. As the summer approaches, Jiang's son feels a mix of anxiety and anticipation, perhaps more than anyone else. Amidst this emotional turmoil, he must also juggle his final examinations, particularly the geography test scheduled for this afternoon. The demands are numerous and relentless. For an ordinary person, merely enduring to this point and accomplishing one task would be commendable. However, Jiang's son has long ceased to view himself as an ordinary individual. After all, he is a reincarnated being. Next year, he vows to indulge in meat, eggs, and dairy every single day. Lost in thought, Jiangson momentarily drifts off, nearly tearing the cover of his textbook in his excitement. Thankfully, he quickly regains control, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself before returning to his studies. The darkness is about to pass, the light is within reach, and he cannot afford to falter now. With his head bowed, he soon refocuses on his learning. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the first student to arrive at school that day, apart from him, finally enters the classroom. It is not a boarding student, but rather Zhu Chuchu, the hygiene monitor responsible for opening the doors in the morning. Upon entering, Zhu Chuchu initially mistakes Jiangson for Zhang Rongxin and greets, Xiao Rongrong. You're here so early today. Huh? Jiangson looks up, responding casually, it's me. Zhu Chuchu, realizing her mistake upon seeing Jiangson, swiftly turns her head away, awkwardly laughing. Oh, right, we switched seats today. She speaks as if to herself while distractedly walking to the podium, where she picks up the eraser to wipe away the homework left by Zheng Hong the previous week. Seeing this, Jiangson urgently calls out, don't erase that. Zhu Chuchu pauses in surprise. Jiang's son hastily adds, Zheng Hong said not to erase it when she left last week. Oh, Zhu Chuchu finally comprehends and quickly sets down the eraser, picking up the chalk instead to complete the problem she had started erasing, muttering her relief. That was close. That was close. Jiangsun can only shake his head and lower his gaze back to his book, choosing to ignore Zhu Chuchu. Zhu Chuchu stood in front of the blackboard, hesitating for a considerable time before finally restoring the problem back to its original state. Upon completing her task, she quietly walked over to the corner of the blackboard near the door, erasing last Friday's class schedule and the list of duty students, replacing them with today's roster. After this flurry of activity, she triumphantly clapped her hands and descended with her backpack. Wearing an expression of accomplishment, her primary responsibility as a hygiene committee member was to manage this duty roster. Additionally, she endeavored to open the door herself before the boarding students arrived. To achieve this, she rose punctually at 6 every morning, diligent and remarkably responsible. Jiangson observed this and thought that if this girl had slightly better grades, she could potentially achieve small successes in the future. Unfortunately, the girls of the 18th high school generally lacked such possibilities. In Class 5 of the first year, the best performing girl was Huang Mingjia, who barely ranked in the 70s or 80s within the cohort, given the educational quality at the 18th high school. Being ranked in the 70s or 80s essentially meant little chance of attending university. Not to mention students like Zhu Chu, who could only rank in the middle of the class, destined to be runners-up like nearly 90% of the entire school. The existence of the 18th high school was indeed a rather cruel reality. After Zhu Chu left, Jiang Sun glanced up at today's duty roster, and it was his turn to erase the blackboard. He then looked at the 5 problems left by Zheng Hong and couldn't help but feel a slight sense of foreboding. However, he was not afraid. Today, he was no longer the person he had been last Friday. The first 3 problems on the blackboard were easily manageable, almost solvable through mental calculation. He had also grasped the approach to the 4th problem, but the 5th one seemed to require a re-evaluation of the solution logic. Excellent. The most capable liberal arts student and the strongest science student at the 18th high school. Both MVP trophies are mine. Jiang Sun mused. His stomach began to grumble, accompanied by occasional pangs of discomfort, prompting him to quickly retrieve a nearly 3-month-old mineral water bottle and sip a small mouthful of lukewarm water to alleviate the pain somewhat. Before long, more students arrived in the classroom. After 7:20, Zhang Rongxian, Xiaomin, and Hu Qi, several boarding students, came in after finishing breakfast. The representatives for each subject began collecting assignments, while those who had not completed theirs rushed to copy furiously. The day students discussed the plot of last night's television drama among themselves, and the campus in the early morning radiated with the vibrant energy of the students. Get lost. Zhang Yaoyao stormed in from outside, clearly irritable for reasons unknown. Directing her frustration towards Jiang's senator, he silently pulled his chair inward, allowing her to pass behind him. Nevertheless, Zhang Yaoyao remained displeased, clutching a bag of glutinous rice balls from Dongouyu City and a bottle of milk, muttering, "Every morning when I see you, it makes me lose my appetite. I can't even eat breakfast." Jiang Sun pretended not to hear, quietly contemplating that if she truly couldn't eat, she could always give it to him. However, this sentiment could certainly not be voiced, much like if he were to kneel and exclaim, "Zhang Rongxian, I am your father." Zhang Rongxian would undoubtedly demand that he bark like a dog before even contemplating a meal with him. Similarly, if Zhang Yaoyao were to relinquish her breakfast, that little girl would surely cry out, "A toad desires to dine with a swan." In such a scenario, not only would she end up with an empty stomach, but she would also be left seething with anger. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that this would waste an inordinate amount of energy, given that he was already famished. Squandering additional strength on trivial matters would be nothing short of foolishness. Alas, Jiang Xin could only suppress the words of Zhang Yaoyao and silently sigh within. Ultimately, it is the malice of society towards the less attractive. If he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, given his impoverished state, it is likely that the food he received could easily serve as a lavish feast. Not only would the girls in his class frequent him daily with their affections, but perhaps even some female teachers would be unable to resist the urge to caress him. Thus, who asserts that good looks cannot be a form of sustenance? It is simply that some handsome individuals, insatiable in their desires, seek beyond mere meals. They covet wealth, status, fame, power, endless riches, and perpetual indulgence without labor. In such instances, their demands are indeed excessive. Such individuals are bound to face dire consequences. In contrast, the less attractive are fundamentally different. Having already endured the metaphorical acid of society's scorn, they are fated to be devoid of both kindness and love. This is yet another cruel truth of our world. After enduring Zhang Yaoyao's relentless tirade, at 7:30, Xia Xiaolin made her punctual entrance into the classroom. With a fierce glare that was more an act than a reflection of her nature, she scanned the room, and the raucous students engaged in blatant copying immediately fell silent, at least refraining from their overt transgressions. Xia Xiaolin then turned her gaze to the blackboard and inquired, "Jiang Xin, why has the blackboard been wiped?" Jiang Xin, engrossed in his reading, looked up and replied, "Teacher Zheng said it should be used for the first lesson." "Oh," Xia Xiaolin acknowledged, mustering the courage to glance at Jiang Xin's face. In her heart, she mused that it seemed to have improved somewhat. Indeed, the ointment recommended by her dermatologist boyfriend proved quite effective. Furthermore, it was remarkably affordable. Perhaps, after the final exams, she could treat Jiang Sun as a reward, using the remaining class funds, a notion of tremendous practical significance. If Jiang Xin's complexion could be remedied, the average attractiveness of Class 5 in the first year would undoubtedly ascend to a higher tier. As Xia Xiaolin pondered this, a sudden shout erupted from outside the classroom. Report. She turned to see Hu Jiangji, who buoyed by his commendable academic performance, always managed to arrive at school just in time for morning assembly and exercises, grinning broadly at the classroom door. Observing Hu Jiangji's smug demeanor, Xia Xiaolan's patience began to wear thin, and with an exasperated expression, she retorted, "You come in this late every day, just because you excel in your studies. Does that make you special? Come in." He. Hu Jiangji entered with a mischievous grin, and upon seeing the physics problem on the blackboard, memories of last Friday resurfaced. He mimicked a gun gesture at Jiang Xin, and, imitating Zheng Hong, exclaimed, "Jiang Xin, are you mentally challenged?" Jiang Xin, indifferent, chose not to respond, while Xia Xiaolan could not restrain her voice, raising it, "Hu Jiangji." Hu Jiangji stuck out his tongue and hurried to the back row to take his seat. Xia Xiaolan furrowed her brows, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The news of Zheng Hong's mockery of Jiang Xin had circulated widely, astonishingly. Even the principal was aware of it and had called over the weekend to inquire about the situation. Naturally, she was oblivious to Zheng Hong's antics that Friday, leaving her at a loss and receiving a mild reprimand from Chen Zhongping for not being sufficiently attentive to her students. Xia Xiaolan felt both frustrated and speechless, and her weekend was far from enjoyable. Even a brief rendezvous with her boyfriend felt rushed and unsatisfactory. Such is the plight of a career-driven woman. Being her boyfriend is no easy task. With final exams approaching, one would expect everyone to adopt a more serious attitude. High school is nearly over. Couldn't they muster some determination for a final sprint? Must they collapse just before the finish line? Is lying down truly so comfortable? Xia Xiaolan observed the classroom filled with students copying homework, eating, and daydreaming, her frustration mounting. Just as she pondered this, a disconcerting commotion erupted from the hallway outside the classroom. Is this the right place? Is this the right class? A middle-aged woman was vociferously descending the stairs, dragging a reluctant Hu Highway by the hand. Under the gaze of the entire class, she stormed down the corridor and barged into the classroom. Upon seeing Hu Highway's mother, Xia Xiaolan immediately sensed trouble. Before she could speak, the woman interrogated her. "Teacher, are you the homeroom teacher of this class? My son says that the jade guanyin he was wearing was damaged by one of your school's teachers." "Which teacher was it?" "Ah, yes, I am the homeroom teacher," Xia Xiaolan replied, utterly bewildered. Hu Highway appeared visibly embarrassed and anxious, pulling at his mother. "Mom, please don't ask about it." "What does that matter?" "What does it matter? It was worth hundreds. Isn't anyone going to compensate for the damage?" Hu Highway's mother shrieked from the classroom door, throwing a tantrum. Xia Xiaolan finally grasped the situation and quickly replied, "You must be Highway's mother. If there is an issue, let us discuss it in the office." However, Hu Highway's mother was relentless, insisting on making a scene. "No, I will clarify this right here. Which teacher damaged my son's jade? You have him come out. Is it acceptable to bully my son?" Xia Xiaolan, taken aback by Hu Highway's mother's tirade, felt utterly at a loss. Even Jiang Xin couldn't help but become intrigued and raised his head. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Xia Xiaolan steeled herself and asked Hu Highway. "Hu Highway, what exactly happened?" "It's nothing," Hu Highway replied, squirming under the scrutiny of his classmates, feeling incredibly awkward. He stands as the reigning champion of Class 5 in his freshman year, the sovereign of the basketball court, the spokesperson for the boys in the back row, the representative of all the boys in the class, and yet his dignity has been utterly tarnished. The more he thinks about it, the more embarrassed he becomes. The more embarrassed he feels, the more anxious he grows. He dares not expose Xing Yukai, and his gaze begins to wander uncontrollably. Just as he glances away, he locks eyes with Jiang Xin, who has lifted his head to observe the commotion. In an instant, a foolish thought flashes through his mind, and without a second thought, he slams a heavy pot down with a loud thud. It was him. That pockmarked face ruined my jade pendant. Jiang Xin, taken aback, becomes the center of attention. Momentarily stunned for 2 seconds, just before Hu Highway's mother can speak, he rises abruptly, seizing the moment to launch a furious tirade. "Damn Hu Highway. Are you trying to exploit a less fortunate student? Have you no conscience?" Having said that, he turns directly to Hu Highway's mother, his tone even more furious and his words spilling out at a rapid pace. "It wasn't me. It was a teacher from the political education office. Your son caused trouble for no reason last Friday and got taken away by the authorities. The teacher told him to remove the jade pendant, but he refused. And he broke it himself while trying to snatch it back. How is this my fault? If you don't believe me, go ask the political education office yourselves." The blame for the incident ricochets from the political education office to Jiang Xin, and then from Jiang Xin to Hu Highway. Logically, Hu Highway should have the audacity to pass the blame back to Xing Yukai, creating a convoluted cycle of blame, Yet this coward lacks the courage to do so. Just as he contemplates shifting the blame back to Jiang-sun, a robust figure suddenly bursts into the classroom. Zheng Haiyun, having received a tip-off, rushes upstairs and overhears Jiang-sun's outburst. As he reaches the classroom door, he shamelessly seizes upon Jiang-sun's words, grabbing hold of Hu Haiwei and exclaiming, "Oh, so you are this Hu Haiwei's parent? Perfect. Come with me to the political education office. I need to sort out this matter regarding the jade pendant. Last week, I forgot to file the paperwork. You must accompany me to provide a fingerprint." Hu Haiwei's mother is instantly dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, Hu Haiwei nearly explodes, turning to his mother and shouting in fury, "Look what you've done. I told you not to come, and yet you insisted. You've ruined me. Enough of this. How dare you embarrass me in front of my mother?" Zhang Haiyun's expression remains perpetually furious as he relinquishes Hu Haiwei's mother and instead seizes Hu Haiwei by the hand, dragging him out of the classroom as if he were a dog. Despite his bravado in front of his mother, Hu Haiwei feels weightless under Zhang Haiyun's grip and is effortlessly pulled along. Hu Haiwei's mother, bewildered, watches helplessly as her son is dragged away like a dog, as if he were being taken for execution. She hurriedly steps in front of Zhang Haiyun, blocking his path and shouting, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? You broke my son's belongings, and now you act as if you have the upper hand? Do you think I won't report you to the Education Bureau? Don't think my family is powerless." Zhang Haiyun, unyielding, retorts, "Go ahead and report. You do that. If you don't, you might as well be living like a dog." In the classroom, the students of Class 5 in the first year of high school were taken aback by the grandeur of Sister Haiyun, exclaiming in genuine astonishment, "Wow." Upon hearing the commotion, Hu Haiwei's mother became increasingly agitated, jumping up and down while shouting, "You cannot escape from this matter today. That kid with the pockmarked face has already stated that this is your responsibility." Upon hearing his name mentioned, Jiang-sun felt an immediate sense of dread. As expected, in the corridor outside, Zhang Haiyun quickly turned hostile, yelling, "Then let that pockmarked kid come out and testify to see whose responsibility it truly is. That, what's his name?" Zhang Haiyun's shout sent the classroom into a frenzy. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Pockmarked kid. Come with Sister Haiyun." Jiang-sun, feeling cornered, thought to himself how unfortunate it was to be embroiled in such misfortune this morning. Furthermore, he couldn't comprehend Zhang Haiyun's ingratitude, as he had saved them several hundred yuan in compensation for the school's disciplinary office. He glanced at Xia Xiaolin, hoping she might assist him. However, Xia Xiaolin, with less than a year of experience, evidently lacked the courage to confront Zhang Haiyun directly. With a distressed expression, she helplessly urged, "Just go for now, and come back quickly after the morning assembly." Just then, the intercom crackled to life, and moments later, the rousing strains of the athlete's march echoed throughout the school. Xia Xiaolin, eager to diffuse the situation, hurriedly urged the entire class, "Let us go down. Let us go down. We need to head to the morning assembly." On the second floor of the teaching building, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the air. Students from other classes rushed out of their classrooms, curiously glancing towards the commotion caused by Class 5. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Haiyun promptly took hold of Hu Haiwei and hurried down the stairs. Meanwhile, the 50 or so students from Class 5 surrounded Hu Haiwei's mother in the corridor. Now trapped, Hu Haiwei's mother found herself at a loss. She could neither scold nor remain, ultimately having to chase after Hu Haiwei, who was already being dragged away by Zhang Haiyun. Xia Xiaolin, seeing this unfold, finally let out a sigh of relief and cast a glance at Jiang Senator, feeling the weight of the situation. Jiang-sun reluctantly set down his textbook under Xia Xiaolin's apologetic gaze and walked towards the back door of the classroom. As he passed through the door, he encountered Wen Xianbin, who was entering with a backpack, his face still bearing the signs of sleep. Well, it was indeed the 18th middle school. "You have one." Chapter 23, the top scholar of the countryside. As the resounding notes of the morning assembly resonated, Jiang-sun emerged from the high school building, only to find himself confronted by a throng of middle school students. Hundreds, if not thousands, filled the space between the two educational edifices. Notably, there was scarcely anyone shorter than him, navigating through this assembly of children who were increasingly nourished and thriving. Jiang-sun hastened to catch up with Zhang Haiyun and her son Hu Haiwei. Entering the political education office for the second time in 4 days felt rather ominous. In a brief moment, upon reaching the doorway of the office, Jiang-sun, trailing behind Zhang Haiyun, was about to step inside when he encountered Zhang Yukai emerging from within. With his distinctive air of self-importance, he clutched a speech manuscript, his expression a blend of solemnity, pride, and an unmistakable sense of self-satisfaction. The morning assembly at the 18th Middle School was typically presided over by either Zheng Haiyun or Zheng Yukai, offering the latter a rare opportunity for self-aggrandizement. However, in Jiang Xin's eyes, this individual was not particularly astute. In fact, there was an underlying sadness to his role. While leading the morning assembly may outwardly appear prestigious, a deeper reflection reveals it to be a burdensome and thankless task. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that both Zheng Haiyun and Zheng Yukai, as mid-level leaders of the 18th Middle School, were merely posturing before their colleagues and students. The true significance of their daily boasts was negligible, serving primarily to satiate their own fleeting vanity and leaving a poor impression on the broader community, all while inadvertently shouldering responsibilities that rightfully belong to others. This peculiar arrangement begs the question of why the task of leading the morning assembly, a duty shunned by other mid-level leaders, was relegated to the political education office, positioned at the bottom of the hierarchy. It is clear that the reluctance of other leaders to undertake this role resulted in the burden being cast upon the politically powerless office. In essence, this is a form of workplace bullying. Ironically, the members of the political education office misconstrue this as a rare opportunity for visibility, eagerly vying for the chance to take on the role. Over time, this dynamic solidified into a distinct division of labor, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves from this responsibility. In contrast, other mid-level leaders, free from such pressures, could focus solely on their own limited domains, even arriving at work a bit later, thus enjoying a significantly higher quality of life. Unlike the members of the political education office, who found themselves unable to relax at home during weekends due to the need to prepare speeches for Monday's assembly, the other leaders could enjoy their time without such burdens. The constant need to convene summary meetings, report to various departments, and manage a multitude of activities, such as spring outings, autumn excursions, sports competitions, citywide athletic events, and cultural performances, consumed an inordinate amount of their time and energy. It is akin to engaging in the humble trade of selling cabbage while harboring the mindset of a vendor peddling dubious powders. Moreover, when matters go awry, one is compelled to bear the responsibility. Only someone like Zheng Yukai, who oscillates between youth and a certain naivete, could mistakenly believe that he has the authority to meddle in various school affairs simply because he wields some semblance of power. Little does he realize that this has little to do with genuine authority. True power is not held by those at the middle management level. It has long been firmly grasped by Cheng Xiaoping. The allocation of staff positions, the disbursement of funds from above, and the specific assignments of each teacher are what constitute real power, not the futile endeavors of those in their 30s or 40s who merely seek to create trouble for the students. Have they not become mere high-ranking laborers, entirely devoted to serving the interests of over 1,000 students? Once they have become mere workers, how can they still claim to be leaders? What future or career can they hope for? It is only those like Cheng Xiaoping, who frequently present themselves before higher authorities, make statements, and secure funding and support policies, who are truly fulfilling the responsibilities of school leadership. As Jiang San observed Zheng Yukai's blissful expression, reminiscent of someone about to take the stage and show off, he could scarcely contain his urge to voice his thoughts. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this predicament could not be solely attributed to Zheng, after all. With so many middle managers in the school and countless schools in the city, an endless queue of individuals awaits their turn to meet with the city as higher-ups. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare, and it is unlikely that political resources would be allocated to the likes of Zheng Haiyun and Zheng Yukai, who lack influential backing. It is no wonder that in the past 6 months, Zheng Haiyun's appearances have begun to dwindle. It seems he has started to grasp this reality. Now, only Zheng Yukai remains, persistently indulging in internal displays of pretentiousness, clinging to the scraps that others have discarded. In contrast, a certain older individual of similar age has already ascended to the highest echelons of the administrative building, commanding authority throughout the entire institution. It is even likely that this morning, he awoke beside a youthful and vibrant new female teacher. Jiang Xin's thoughts were wandering when Zheng Yukai spotted Zheng Haiyun entering with Hu Haiwei and a parent, momentarily taken aback. The events of the previous Friday flashed in his mind, and feeling a pang of guilt, he casually inquired, "Teacher Zheng, what is the matter?" Zheng Haiyun, upon seeing Zheng Yukai, was filled with irritation, harboring a litany of complaints. Why must he flaunt his airs only to damage the students' possessions? Now, parents have come knocking. And if this reaches the principal's ears, as the head of the political education office, she too would bear the brunt of the blame. Instinctively feeling vexed, she replied curtly, "It's nothing, Nothing at all. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Please attend to your own responsibilities. I can handle this myself. Zheng Yukai, sensing the unfriendly tone in Zhang Haiyun's voice and feeling the tension in the air, momentarily set aside his apprehensions about parental accountability. With a forced smile masking his displeasure, he insisted on maintaining an air of authority, stating, if the matter is significant, it would be prudent to present it publicly, allowing the entire student body to be duly warned. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Haiyun nearly erupted in anger. How dare he speak to me with such bureaucratic jargon? Has Zheng Youcai's mind become muddled? Does he think I am here to clean up after someone? Zhang Haiyun's already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she fought the urge to unleash her fury upon Zheng Yukai, responding with a stiff refusal. No need, it's a trivial matter. You should hurry to the morning meeting. So many classes are waiting. However, no sooner had she spoken than Hu Haiwei's mother suddenly reacted, grabbing Zheng Youcai's hand and shouting angrily, "Is it you who broke my son's jade guanyin? Is it you? What are you doing?" Zheng Yukai exclaimed, pulling his hand free from Hu Haiwei's mother, frowning as he remarked, "Why can't we discuss this properly? I need to attend a meeting. I will address your son's issue later." With that, he attempted to exit the office. Yet, Hu Haiwei's mother was relentless, seizing Zheng Youcai's hand once more and pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang's son, exclaiming, "You cannot leave. Not until this is clarified. This child has stated that it was you who broke it." Jiang's son was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Hu Haiwei's mother to possess such a knack for stumbling upon the truth, inadvertently dragging him into the fray as well. Fortunately, he was not one to be caught off guard easily. In an instant, he reiterated his earlier statement. "Nonsense!" Jiangson shouted, "Auntie, do not cast baseless accusations. I clearly stated that last week Hu Haiwei had a dispute with the teacher, who asked him to put away his belongings. He refused. And in his struggle with the teacher, it was he who broke the items. If you want to slander me, that's one thing. But how can you also tarnish our teacher's reputation? I cannot stand for such defamation against our school." Jiangson's impassioned words not only conveyed his indignation but also revealed all the critical information. Zheng Yukai, not truly lacking in wit, immediately turned a stern gaze toward Hu Haiwei's mother and asked in a low voice, "Did you hear that? Was it I who did this?" Upon hearing this, Hu Haiwei's mother became genuinely anxious. Realizing that the staff of the 18th middle school were intent on bullying her son, she began to wail dramatically, "Heaven above! Someone come quickly! Look here! The school's teachers are committing wrongs and refusing to take responsibility. The entire 18th middle school is ganging up on my son. Life has become unbearable. I cannot allow him to continue his studies here." Across from the administrative building stood the teaching block for the junior high, and at that moment, thousands of junior high students, drawn by the commotion emanating from the office, began to whisper among themselves. The teachers, too, could not help but cast curious glances toward the administrative office. As the noise spread, students and teachers alike, lined up at the speaking platform in front of the dormitory, began to murmur about the delay in the arrival of the staff from the administrative office. Before long, news of the situation inside the office began to circulate. "A parent has caused a disturbance in the administrative office. What on earth is happening?" Unbeknownst to them, time was slipping away, and the impending class loomed. An older middle school homeroom teacher, unable to contain himself, hollered from a distance, "Zhang Laosher, shall we commence the meeting?" Zhang Yukai, upon hearing the call from outside, realized the urgency of the situation and, desperate to extricate himself from Hu Haiwei's mother's grasp, retorted sharply, "Let go. Do you hear me? If you persist, I shall summon security." Jiangsen, overhearing this exchange, felt an overwhelming urge to slap Zheng Yukai across the face. What an absurdity! Are you not merely adding fuel to the fire? Indeed, as soon as Zheng Youcai's words left his lips, Hu Haiwei's mother relinquished her hold and instead clung to Zheng Youcai's leg, wailing even more pitifully, "Oh, someone's going to die? The teacher damages property without compensation and now threatens to call security." Zheng Yukai, a mere blusterer, was no match for her theatrics, rendered speechless and floundering for words. Resorting to empty rhetoric, "How have I threatened you with security? Do not speak nonsense." Zhang Haiyun, observing his ineptitude, felt an avalanche of frustration surge within her. This fool. Had he heeded her advice to attend the morning meeting first, she might have quelled the situation, even if it meant trading barbs with Hu Haiwei's mother. Now, Zheng Yukai was ensnared, unable to escape, and the morning meeting remained unhosted, leaving over 1,000 students from both the middle and high school departments waiting in vain. What a debacle! Get up. I will compensate. Just tell me how much it is, and I shall fetch it for you," Zhang Haiyun declared. her voice rising in a bid to negotiate. You must honor your word. Hu Haiwei's mother promptly released Zheng Youcai's leg, seizing the moment. The coward Zheng Youcai fled without a backward glance, not daring to utter a single courteous word. As Zheng Haiyun watched Zheng Youcai's retreating figure, her heart ached. But facing this formidable adversary, she gritted her teeth and addressed Hu Haiwei's mother. However, let us clarify the matter. Your son is responsible for the damage, not us. If you insist on compensation, we can only offer half the value. What? That is unacceptable, Hu Haiwei's mother exclaimed, feeling deceived. She swiftly changed her demeanor, preparing to storm out. You are lying. I shall seek that teacher again. Seeking anyone will be futile. Zheng Haiyun, quick on her feet, yanked Hu Haiwei's mother back just as she was about to flee. Slamming the door of the administrative office shut behind her and using her substantial frame to block the exit. With a fierce glare, she shouted, Do not dismiss this. I have already offered compensation. What more do you desire? You have no shame, yet your son must bear some dignity. He has already received 2 demerits this semester. If he fails to graduate, you, as the parent, shall also bear the responsibility. However, Hu Haiwei's mother was utterly unfazed by Zheng Haiyun's threats and retorted with fervor. To hell with you. If my son doesn't graduate, it's your fault. You, a worthless swine, get away from me. I shall seek out your principal. The moment those words escaped her lips, Jiang's son was left dumbfounded. This was a disaster that could not be salvaged. Zheng Haiyun, with a physique resembling a water barrel, had never been openly criticized at 18 middle school. Now, suddenly struck at his weak point, and due to a prolonged neglect of physical exercise, his resilience faltered. Zheng, the round teacher, predictably lost his composure, a mental thread snapping as he irrationally screamed, You dare say that again? Yet, Hu Haiwei's mother, undeterred, placed her hands on her hips and shouted, Say it. You swine. You filthy pig. You, the bloated beast. I swear, even if I cease to be a teacher today, I will make you pay. Zheng Haiyun, finally provoked to the brink of emotional collapse, lunged at Hu Haiwei's mother with claws bared. However, Hu Haiwei's mother was equally seasoned in combat, and as they clashed, both seized each other's hair, shrieking as they tumbled into a chaotic brawl. Trapped in the office, Jiangxin, fearing for his safety, quickly retreated to the far corner, crouching behind Zheng Youcai's desk. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 packages of biscuits resting atop the desk. His eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he pocketed one pack for later and eagerly tore open the other, stuffing biscuits into his mouth. Having not tasted biscuits in over 2 years, the moment they touched his palate, tears nearly welled in his eyes. By the heavens! Was there truly a silver lining today? As Jiang's son munched on the biscuits, he observed the escalating scuffle between Zheng Haiyun and Hu Haiwei's mother. Noticing a cup of what appeared to be freshly brewed strong tea, likely prepared by Zheng Youcai that morning, he settled down, unscrewed the lid, and blew gently on the still-hot liquid before savoring it sip by sip. It had been ages since he last enjoyed tea, and the experience was so delightful it nearly transported him to another realm. Goodness, he wouldn't mind attending such a morning meeting every day. You pig. You're unworthy of being a teacher at this school. Just die already. Zheng Haiyun spat. You worthless creature, you were born just to disgrace your mother. How dare you still exist in this world? Jiangxin, sipping his tea calmly, watched as the altercation between Zheng Haiyun and Hu Haiwei's mother intensified, their insults escalating to the point where they disregarded all semblance of dignity. Outside the office, numerous students and teachers turned their heads to witness the commotion, prompting Jiangxin to hastily draw the curtains, obstructing their view. What are you all staring at? Let them fight in peace. No spectators are needed to disrupt the contest. Jiangxin continued to sip his tea, savoring the sounds of the ruckus, while he pulled at the drawers of Zheng Youcai's desk, hoping to find more biscuits. Alas, all the drawers were locked tight, leaving him disappointed. Jiangxin could only sigh with regret as he reluctantly placed the last piece of the biscuit from his hand into his mouth, savoring its delightful crunch before washing it down with a sip of tea, emitting a sound of satisfaction. Hu Haiwei, who had remained in a state of bewilderment from the moment he entered, turned to look at Jiang's son upon hearing that sound. He found Jiang's son leisurely seated, indulging in tea and biscuits, his eyes filled with an indescribable astonishment. Jiang's son exchanged glances with him and gestured towards Zheng Haiyun and his mother, inquiring, Aren't you going to say something? Say what? Hu Haiwei replied, feeling like a headless fly. Jiang's son retorted, For heaven's sake, mediate. Oh. Hu Haiwei, flustered, realized he was at a loss, but upon glancing at his mother and Zheng Haiyun, he felt torn between helping and not helping. After a prolonged struggle, He ultimately made a choice that betrayed ancestral customs, shouting at his mother with righteous indignation, "Mom, stop fighting. Don't you want me to graduate?" Hu Haiwei's mother, who was entangled in a fierce brawl with Zhang Haiyan, her hair disheveled and nearly out of breath, felt her heart shatter upon his outcry. In tears, she exclaimed, "You little rascal, who do you think I'm doing this for? It's because I've seen you bullied at school that I came to stand up for you. I provide for your food and shelter, raising you all these years. I might as well have raised a dog." Well said. Jiangxin could not help but exclaim. Hu Haiwei, seething with suppressed rage, instantly found a target for his fury, glaring fiercely at Jiang's senator. Yet Jiangxin was undeterred. He stood up, pointed a finger at Hu Haiwei's nose, and chastised him with righteous indignation. "Have I said anything wrong? Your mother has raised you all these years, and today she is fighting with the teacher for you, and you dare to be angry with her? Kneel down and apologize." This surge of righteous spirit instantly subdued the other three in the room. Zhang Haiyun and Hu Haiwei's mother slowly released their grips on each other's hair, while Hu Haiwei's fierce demeanor faded, incredulously asking Jiangxin, "You want me to kneel and apologize?" "What the hell?" Jiangxin retorted, unable to contain his frustration. "Of course, I mean for your mother and teacher Zhang. This is merely a matter regarding a pendant, clearly your own issue, and now everyone is unhappy. Is it so difficult to kneel and say sorry to your mother and teacher? Can we not help each other save face? We still have classes to attend." Hu Haiwei was momentarily taken aback by Jiangxin's politically correct stance, and the office fell silent. The two women regarded Hu Haiwei with expectant eyes. Hu Haiwei felt something was amiss as he glanced between the two women and Jiang's senator. However, Jiangxin's resolute countenance radiated integrity, and he nodded encouragingly at Hu Haiwei. Finally, unable to maintain his composure, Hu Haiwei hesitated for a few seconds before slowly facing Zhang Haiyun and his mother. He bent his knees and knelt on the ground, saying, "Mom, teacher Zhang, I was wrong. It's all my fault. Let's just forget about it. No need to kneel." Hu Haiwei's mother was heartbroken, hurriedly pulling him up from the ground while sobbing uncontrollably, lamenting the lack of conscience at that wretched school and questioning if the teachers had lost their morality. At that moment, Zhang Haiyan also began to grasp the situation, glancing around when she suddenly noticed Jiangxin's unusual demeanor. A surge of anger flooded her mind as she shouted, "What are you doing? Was I the one who invited you here for tea?" Jiangxin, eager to extricate himself from the predicament, quickly protested, "Teacher, you saw it yourself. This has nothing to do with me from the very beginning. I left my fingerprints last week, and I have no idea why I am even here." Zhang Haiyan stared at Jiangxin for a few seconds before realizing that the boy with the flat face was no longer of any use. Frustrated, she waved her hands dismissively, "Get out, get out. You've made a mess of everything this early in the morning." After saying this, she turned to open the door, only to be interrupted by a loud knock and a menacing voice calling her name. "Zhang Haiyan, open the door. What is all this noise so early in the morning?" Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Haiyun's face drained of color. She barely had time to tidy her hair and clothes before hurriedly opening the door. As the door swung open, Cheng Zhamping stood there with a frown, taking in the disheveled Zhang Haiyun and the tearful parent clutching Hu Haiwei. His brow furrowed deeply. What on earth is happening this early in the day? In broad daylight? What have you done to the student, Zhang Haiyan? Why are you in such disarray? Why is the parent crying over their child? Why does the child look so vacant? Had he not seen Jiangxin seated at Zhang Youcai's desk sipping tea? Cheng Zhaoping might have considered calling the police. After all, boys in school should learn to protect themselves. Principal Cheng, Zhang Haiyan hastily attempted to explain. However, Cheng Zhaoping cut her off, his expression stern. "No need for explanations. Handle this matter and then report back to me. Resolve your conflicts through discussion, not through fighting. Both of you children should attend the morning meeting. Do not delay the classes." With that, he turned away, not allowing Hu Haiwei's mother a chance to speak. Observing Cheng Zhaoping's departure, Jiang Sun wasted no time in leaving the scene of confusion, promptly setting down Zhang Youcai's teacup and following Cheng Zhaoping out. Instead of heading toward the podium, he navigated through the crowd and dashed into the teaching building. Behind him, Hu Haiwei took nearly half a minute to rush out of the office, head bowed, weaving through the throngs of students, sprinting past the junior high school line, and darting to the podium, slipping past Zhang Youcai's watchful eye and joining the group of Class 1, Grade 10. Standing at the podium, Zhang Youcai observed Hu Haiwei's demeanor and recalled the embarrassing predicament he had just experienced, being blocked at the door by Hu's mother. Instantly, a sense of displeasure surged within him, and a glimmer of condescension flickered in his gaze. He pointedly addressed the assembly. Certain students ought to be mindful of the decorum when conversing with their parents. It is rather unsatisfactory to shift every responsibility onto our institution. From a distance, Cheng Xiaoping, ascending to the second floor of the high school, shook his head in disbelief upon hearing Zhang's remarks. This individual, he mused, was destined to remain as merely the vice director of the school's discipline office. To rise further would be a dereliction of duty on his part. Contemplating this, he clasped his hands behind his back and continued towards the first-year teacher's office on the second floor, for there were certain matters he needed to discuss with specific teachers. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the teaching building, Jiang Sun was hurrying back to the classroom. However, as fate would have it, he had just emerged unscathed from the discipline office when he arrived at the classroom door, only to find Zheng Hong had entered half an hour early. Their eyes met, and Zheng immediately pointed at a problem on the blackboard, her tone harsh and accusatory. Did you erase the problem on the board? Wasn't I clear in asking you not to? What kind of memory do you have? You even copied the question wrong. What have you learned? Jiang, bewildered, stepped into the classroom and glanced at the blackboard, noting that Shu Chu had indeed erased the problem that morning. When it was later corrected, the diagram had been drawn incorrectly, prompting him to retort, I didn't erase it. It was the sanitation committee member. Still trying to argue? Zhang Hong exclaimed, grabbing the textbook from the desk and slamming it down with force. She then pointed to the list of today's duty students in the corner of the blackboard, her voice rising in anger. Do you think I cannot read? It clearly states here that the person responsible for erasing the board today is you. Are you really denying it? What on earth has your intelligence been fed to the dogs? If I wrote on the board that today's richest person in the world is Jiang Xin, should I then go to the bank and fetch a commemorative handbag for 1 billion deposits? Jiang Xin, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the discipline office, was about to catch his breath when he found himself once again ensnared by Zheng Hong's relentless tirade. Today, he felt it was impossible to refrain from retaliating verbally. Just as he prepared to speak, a voice from behind him, the very one he had heard in the discipline office, followed closely. What is going on? The principal, known for his lewd remarks, strode into the classroom, casting a glance at the physics problem on the blackboard. Ask him, Zheng Hong shot back, her face a mask of scorn and disdain, pointing at Jiang. Senator, he was supposed to leave my question untouched, but he can't remember. Not only did he erase it, but he also miscopied the original problem. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaoping's demeanor shifted. He was not pleased. After all, Jiang Sun was an external resource he invested over 4,000 yuan in each year. If his capabilities were at such a subpar level, that money would surely go to waste. Upon reflection, Zheng Rongrong held a rather high regard for Jiang Senator considering the circumstances surrounding Zheng Hong. He promptly reserved his judgment regarding Zheng Hong's remarks. Without hesitation, he pointed to the blackboard and addressed Jiang Xin. Child, come here and solve these problems for me. You should be capable, shouldn't you? However, before Jiang Sun could respond, Zheng Hong, seemingly struck by a sudden revelation, mockingly retorted, if he can manage to solve them, it would truly be a miracle. Just last week, he couldn't even find the answers in his book. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaoping furrowed his brow and inquired of Jiang Sun, is that true? Jiang Sun did not reply immediately. Instead, he glanced at Zheng Hong and then confidently picked up a ruler from the podium. He walked to the blackboard and swiftly filled in the problem that Zhu Chu had erased. While doing so, he remarked, Principal Cheng, do you truly believe that? Given your intelligence, a teacher might err, yet a student could also be mistaken? After all, I am the top scorer in the high school entrance examination of our Qishan Ethnic Autonomous Township, am I not? Chapter 24, The Act of Killing, Part 1. Oshuan County's Qingshan Ethnic Autonomous Township encompasses 8 natural villages and 3 administrative villages. According to the latest population data from 2004, the total population stands at 21,000, of which there are 686 individuals of compulsory education age, primarily distributed among 5 village primary schools and the Seoul Township Secondary School, Qingshan Ethnic Township Middle School. In 2004, Qingshan Ethnic Township Middle School had 762 enrolled students, including 188 graduating from the 9th grade. In that year's high school entrance examination, out of the 188 students, a mere 46 achieved the qualifying score for general high school admission, with an average score of 367. 38. The average score of the students who qualified was 522. 6. Only 12. 6 points above the lowest qualifying score in Dongou City. Nearly 1/3 of those who passed did so by the narrowest of margins. Among them, the highest score was 624, achieved by Jiang Sun, who surpassed the second-place student by a staggering 39 points. Had it not been for significant losses in the physical education exam, coupled with an inexplicably low score of just over 70 in the open book examination for society and history, the gap between him and the second place could have been even greater. Logically, in an economically developed Dongyu city, such circumstances should no longer exist. Yet, the reality remains stark. While the per capita economic conditions in the urban area of Dongyu City have nearly reached the level of moderately developed countries, just under 80 kilometers away in the mountainous regions, a substantial number of people continue to live as though they are still in the early liberation period of the last century. In Qingshan Ethnic Autonomous Township, where the coverage of primitive forests reaches as high as 89, the children who successfully complete 9 years of schooling and obtain a junior high school diploma may constitute less than a quarter. Gaining admission to a general high school is akin to achieving the status of a middle scholar in ancient times, a truly remarkable feat. Jiang Sen's title of township examination champion may seem boastful, yet it conceals the untold hardships of those at the bottom of society. However, there are always individuals who can never view issues from such a perspective. Some even feel entitled to trample on these individuals, as if doing so is necessary to showcase their own uniqueness and distinction. Oh, how impressive! It truly must be a shame for you, the champion, to end up here. In the spacious classroom of Class 5 in the first year of high school, as Jiang Sen's words hung in the air, Zheng Hong, in front of Cheng Zhanping, ridiculed and mocked Jiang Sen's achievements with an acerbic tone that reached its peak. Is the future development of the nation really going to rely on you? You can't even comprehend a few after-class problems, and yet you have the audacity to call yourself a champion. How utterly laughable. Her cutting remarks echoed throughout the classroom. Initially absorbed in their problems, both Jiang Sun and Cheng Zhanping could not help but turn their gazes towards Zheng Hong, their expressions unified in sheer disbelief, akin to observing a fool. However, Cheng Zhanping's gaze was particularly earnest, as he himself was a true child of the countryside. The aging principal could hardly believe that Zheng Hong would utter such words, and suddenly felt that her appearance was somewhat off. With high cheekbones, a lack of flesh on her cheeks, and seemingly wide jaws, she possessed the countenance of one inherently devoid of compassion and loyalty. However, if it were merely a matter of being callous and ungrateful, it could be overlooked. The crux of the issue lies in the undeniable fact that your abilities are severely lacking. The two classes assigned to Zheng Hong yielded the lowest and second lowest physics scores in the entire grade. Apart from a lack of competence, how else can one account for this? Initially, Cheng Zhanping approached the day with a sense of tolerance towards young teachers, intending to engage in a serious discussion about work with her. After all, inexperience and a hasty temperament are not uncommon flaws among novice educators. Yet, at this moment, he found such a conversation entirely unnecessary. A teacher who fails to educate their students, without first reflecting on their own shortcomings, instead shifts all blame onto the students. When students struggle to learn, lacking guidance and concern, and instead, the teacher resorts to mockery and derision, even in the presence of superiors. Uttering such uncouth remarks, it transcends mere issues of intelligence or emotional quotient. It is a clear indication of a fundamentally flawed character, a blatant disregard for professional ethics. As Cheng Zhanping observed Zheng Hong's detached and disjointed work demeanor, his frown deepened, and he felt a profound sense of regret for having hired such an individual. Just 2 days prior, he had learned from Zheng Rongrong about the incident where Zheng Hong had called Jiang Sen an idiot in front of the entire class. At that time, he had subconsciously assumed it was merely an exaggerated rumor, leaning towards sympathy for Zheng Hong, thinking perhaps Jiang Sun had provoked her. After all, Zheng Hong and her cohort had been personally interviewed and vetted by him. From her academic credentials, professional records, and performance on the interview day, he had deemed Zheng Hong's overall qualities acceptable. Aside from consistently receiving third and second-class scholarships for her academic achievements, she was also a national-level athlete, had passed the 6th level of piano proficiency, and had won 2nd place in the inaugural citywide English-speaking competition for college students, coupled with various student council accolades. Her resume sparkled with promise, seemingly far removed from someone who would insult students as she did. Yet, the stark reality before him struck him like a thunderbolt. Witnessing Zheng Hong's verbal assaults on students, he finally grasped the extent of his naivety. He had unwittingly squandered a priceless full-time position in a public institution on someone like her. In recent years, with the complete abolition of the policy guaranteeing job placements for graduates of teacher training colleges, securing a position aligned with their qualifications had become increasingly arduous. Therefore, what Zheng Hong received from the 18th middle school was far more than just a job. That position represented a tangible, increasingly rare lifetime security. Yet, this individual chose to respond with such an attitude toward the institution? Zhang, the teacher. Qing Zhaoping gazed at the person he had meticulously selected. Torn between the urge to slap Zheng Hong and to chastise himself, he attempted to temper his speech, suppressing his anger, and, with a hint of rhetorical inquiry, offered her a semblance of respect by suggesting, "This child, apart from the physics scores, hasn't performed poorly in the other subjects this year, has he?" However, Zheng Hong remained oblivious. Upon hearing those words, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger and began to vent her frustrations to Qing Zhaoping, exclaiming, "Indeed. It infuriates me to no end. No matter how I teach, they simply do not learn. What on earth is this level of intelligence?" Jiang Xin, listening to Zheng Hong's increasingly nonsensical complaints, could not help but smirk. Noticing his reaction, Zheng Hong immediately retorted, laughing. "How dare you laugh?" Qing Zhaoping's expression began to falter. He could no longer restrain himself and interrupted Zheng Hong, bluntly stating, "The students in your two classes rank at the bottom. How can you claim they are performing well? Only a handful of students show any promise, and that is not due to your teaching, but rather their own solid foundation." Zheng Hong, taken aback by Qing Zhaoping's sudden reprimand, instinctively sought to defend herself, stammering, "No, I originally intended to solidify the foundation in the first year, and then there will be no next semester." Qing Zhaoping interjected forcefully, but as his frustration bubbled over, he reined in his emotions, lowering his voice and solemnly stating, "Next semester, you will not be teaching these two classes. You will continue with the first-year students and must learn from your experiences in this first year. This cannot continue." As he spoke, he felt an immense internal struggle. Dismissing Zheng Hong outright was not an option. To terminate a formally appointed high school teacher required navigating through the bureaucratic labyrinth of the city and district's organizational departments and educational systems. As the principal, the only course of action available to him was to adjust Zheng Hong's position. Jiang Xin, who had once enjoyed a similar tenure, understood Qing Zhaoping's predicament and chose to remain silent, focusing intently on his work, the chalk gliding swiftly across the board, almost performatively. Logically, given the gravity of Qing Zhaoping's remarks, Zheng Hong should have quieted down. Yet, unexpectedly, she intensified her objections, shouting, "This is unfair, principal. I have been diligently working to improve the scores of both classes. Now that results are imminent, you want me to teach first-year students? Wouldn't my efforts this past year merely benefit someone else? That is utterly unjust." Qing Zhaoping, upon hearing Zheng Hong's words, nearly choked on his outrage. He stared in astonishment at Zheng Hong's anxious expression, his eyes wide with disbelief, his mind buzzing with confusion. "Which of your eyes saw that you were about to achieve results?" he exclaimed incredulously. "With the lowest scores in the entire segment. Do you truly believe others are here to reap the fruits of your labor? Have you lost your mind?" Qing Zhaoping, having worked in education for nearly a decade and encountered numerous types of teachers, had never met anyone as exceptional as Zheng Hong. For a moment, she nearly threw him off balance, prompting him to blurt out, "What do you propose we do?" However, realizing the folly of his words, he quickly interjected before Zheng Hong could respond, desperately attempting to amend his statement. "You currently have two classes, one ranked last and the other second to last. Are you truly in a position to speak about results? Fine. If you are still not convinced, I will grant you one last month. In the upcoming final exam, I do not expect much from either of your classes, but if one can achieve a rank of third from the bottom in the entire grade, I shall allow you to teach for another semester next year. What do you think?" Yet, Zheng Hong hesitated, retorting, "A month? How can I possibly turn things around in that time?" Qing Zhaoping, exasperated by Zheng Hong's obstinacy, shouted in frustration, "Zheng, you requested an opportunity, and I am providing it. Yet you claim time is insufficient. Does everything in this world bend to your will? Work is inherently challenging. If there were no difficulties at all, why would I have hired you? I brought you on board to teach, not to supply excuses. If you insist on being so careless and disobedient to the school's arrangements, I will have no choice but to report the situation to the city authorities." The mention of city leadership struck Zheng Hong, awakening a glimmer of reason within her. She dared not push her luck further and fell silent. Qing Zhaoping shook his head, letting out a long sigh, utterly at a loss for words. "You make your own choice. Either face the final results of this term or return to teaching first-year students next year. I will grant you another year." Zheng Hong felt a pang of uncertainty, weighing the capabilities of her two classes. Class 5, led by Jiang San, had a generally low performance. With only a few students excelling in physics, such as Hu Jiangji, Zhang Rongxing, in the narrowly focused Shinjunjia. Yet, 3 students were hardly sufficient. With only a month remaining, any significant improvement seemed nearly impossible, especially since Class 5 was already trailing at the bottom of the entire segment. The only glimmer of hope lay with Class 6, which might still have a chance for redemption. After much deliberation, she hesitated for 2 to 3 minutes. As Jiangxin diligently wrote the second problem on the blackboard, preparing to tackle the third, she furrowed her brow and muttered reluctantly, "Let's wait for the final results then. This class has little hope, but I believe Class 6 still has potential. However, I truly laid a solid foundation for them. I am certain they will produce results next year." Cheng Zhaoping paid no heed to Zheng Hong's contradictory and self-defeating remarks, responding coolly. Whether or not results materialized depends entirely on the outcome. Zheng Hong, still conflicted, inquired, "What if the final scores are all similar?" "Similar?" he echoed. Cheng Zhaoping turned to glance at her, his tone laced with irritation. "Even if they are all somewhat similar, is it really that difficult to teach him just to place third from the bottom? There are 8 classes in total. I'm not asking you to secure a third or even a first place. Is that too much to ask?" His frustration mounted as he pointed to the blackboard, indicating Jiangxin's fluent responses, and exclaimed, "This child has a solid foundation. Why is it that under your guidance, he falters? I merely wish for you to help him achieve a score in the 70s or 80s, not perfection. How is that too challenging? He couldn't solve those problems last Friday, yet after 2 days of self-study, he suddenly understands them? Is it the child who cannot learn? Or is it you who cannot teach? Don't you have any awareness of this?" Cheng Zhaoping decided to be forthright, discarding any subtlety. Zheng Hong, unable to bear even the gentlest criticism, was unsurprised by his bluntness. Her mind momentarily blank, she blurted out, "Principal Cheng. Regarding last Friday's problems, he was clearly just memorizing the answers. You must be naive." Jiang San, who had been diligently writing, suddenly paused and glanced at the flustered Zheng Hong. This fool truly seems to have no regard for her position. He then turned to observe Cheng Zhaoping, whose expression had grown increasingly grim. "Continue working," Cheng Zhaoping softly urged Jiang Senator. The latter promptly resumed his tasks. Behind him, Cheng Zhaoping spoke to Zheng Hong in a measured tone, "Teacher Zhang, should the results of both classes be unsatisfactory at the term's end, and if we cannot even manage a third from the bottom across the entire segment, I will have to inform the city ahead of time. I fear our school, the 18th middle school, may be too small to accommodate a talent like you." Zheng Hong stared at Cheng Zhaoping, sensing that his expression lacked the warmth of a friendly warning. A realization struck her, as if a string in her mind had been plucked. Is it truly a matter of teaching poorly and being dismissed? She stood in a daze, while Cheng Zhaoping, having spoken his piece, turned his attention back to the blackboard. At that moment, Jiang Sun swiftly completed the third problem and retrieved a second pack of cookies from his pocket, muttering to himself, "I asked a classmate about these problems over the weekend. I feel like classmates explain them better. I can understand." "Understanding is what matters," Cheng Zhaoping replied. "Learning from anyone is fine, but the key is comprehension." Jiang Sun smirked, turning to Zheng Hong with a seemingly casual yet deadly smile. "Indeed." Zheng Hong's eyes widened in fury, filled with a deep-seated resentment. It felt as if, on the brink of defeat, she had encountered a master assassin hidden in the grass for 2 centuries, who had plunged a dagger into her heart, stealing away her last vestige of hope. First Blood, Chapter 25, The Act of Killing, Part 2, at 8:26 a.m., after a few minutes of tardiness and endless rambling, Zhang Yukai finally declared the meeting adjourned with a flourish. Only a mere 4 minutes remained before the commencement of classes at 18th Middle School at 8:30. Fortunately, the school's population was neither excessive nor sparse, and the campus, while not expansive, was manageable. The junior high building was merely a turn away, and the senior high comprised only 12 classes. Thus, 3 minutes was ample time for the students of Class 1, Year 8, to ascend the stairs. "What class do we have?" Zhang Rongxing inquired loudly amidst the bustling crowd, directing his question towards Xiaomin Physics. Xiaomin replied, only to suddenly smack her forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot to complete those problems. Who cares? The teacher won't check anyway." Zhang Rongxing, with his still undeveloped visage, somehow exuded the aura of a mischievous student. The two hastily jogged, trailing behind the students of the adjacent classes, racing up the staircase, and soon emerged from the stairwell. Students from Class 1, Year 5 and Class 1, Year 6 hurriedly passed by, glancing curiously into Classroom 5 where they spotted the principal's serious silhouette. alongside the blackboard densely covered with physics problem solutions, as well as Jiang Xin, whose diminutive stature was well known, piquing their interest. Xia Xiaolin happened to be walking past with her textbook when she noticed Principal Cheng arriving. Unsure whether to approach him, she ultimately decided against it, gritting her teeth and entering through the back door of Class 6 instead. What is going on? Hu Jiangji and his companions, seated at the back of Class 1. Year 5, entered and observed Principal Cheng and Zhang Hong intently watching Jiang Xin tackle problems at the blackboard, exchanging puzzled glances. At that moment, the exit music from the intercom abruptly ceased, followed by the unified ringing of the class bell. Increasing numbers of students rushed into the classroom. Zhang Rongshan, Xiaomin, Wen Xiebin, and Huang Mingjia, in a hurried yet scattered manner, quickly filled the room. The footsteps in the corridor outside softened, and the classroom was filled with students waiting for class to commence, all in a state of confusion, none daring to inquire. Merely watching Jiang Xin as he delayed the start of their lesson by stubbornly grappling with the final question from Friday. In the back of the classroom. After a while of observing, Zhang Yuba and Huang could no longer contain themselves and began to whisper. Why is the principal here? Is he auditing the class? Isn't this question incredibly difficult? And the principal is watching him struggle. Really? I find it rather simple, Hu Jiangji interjected, determined to maintain his bravado regardless of the situation. Hu Haiwei, however, kept his head down, evidently still grappling with the recent humiliation inflicted by Zhang Haiyan. The threats from Xing Yukai, and the disgrace he felt before his mother, radiating an air of profound despondency. Then, just as the class bell had rung for a full 2 minutes, Zhang Hong, whose expression was already grim, suddenly erupted with fervor, shouting, "What you're doing is incorrect. This diagram is a complete mess." As these words left his lips, beneath the stage, Hu Jiangji, Zhang Yaoyao, and Zhang Rongxing each revealed smiles imbued with distinct meanings. However, standing at the foot of the podium, Cheng Zhamping understood that he would not grant Zhang Hong any leniency, promptly interjecting, "Let him finish writing first. The answers have yet to be revealed. How can you be so certain they are incorrect?" Zhang Hong attempted to offer an explanation, but upon seeing Cheng Zhamping's expression, she immediately retreated, muttering, "Never mind, I won't argue with you. You'll see soon enough." As she spoke, her anxiety grew. Watching Jiang Sun flawlessly pin the answers to the first 4 questions, the memory of last Friday's public outburst, where she had berated Jiang Sun as a fool, incessantly replayed in her mind, intensifying her discomfort. She felt as if the dozens of gazes behind her were mocking her, further aggravating her agitation. Beside Zhang Hong, Qing Zhamping had grown accustomed to her irrational reasoning and showed no intention of leaving. He silently observed Jiang Sun, continuously shifting perspectives, exploring various hypotheses and attempts, maintaining a calm and steady pace in his answering. Unhurried and composed, he reflected, this child is undoubtedly talented, mixed with a twinge of guilt. In truth, Cheng Zhamping was acutely aware of Jiang Sun's circumstances, both academically and personally. Yet, he refrained from taking further action, not wanting to treat Jiang Sun preferentially. After all, his grades from the previous semester had been unremarkable, offering no justification for special treatment. Moreover, Jiang Sun's appearance was hardly appealing, making it difficult to summon excessive sympathy for him. Who could have anticipated that this child would persist without surrendering in such challenging circumstances? Despite the hardships, he managed to secure a year's worth of free meals and took on work at the local market. Even when faced with incompetent teachers, he never cried out in injustice or lamented his plight. Such a promising talent was nearly squandered due to the foolishness of others. While Qing Zhamping pondered silently, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Hong's irksome voice. "Principal, class is in session. Perhaps you should step outside." Qing Zhamping was taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Zhang Hong. "Who gave you the audacity? Who stole your reason? You have no right to speak. You, with your unimpressive physique. Where do you find the audacity?" "No, I will wait for him to finish," Qing Zhamping replied, his tone as cold as ice. Yet Zhang Hong remained insistent, her face flushed with anxiety. "Principal, this question is exceedingly difficult. With his abilities, he cannot possibly solve it. Just look at him. He has barely memorized the answers." Her voice rose somewhat, eliciting a chorus of murmurs from the students below, who seemed relieved. However, Jiang Sun remained undeterred, fixating on the diagram on the blackboard for an extended period before hastening his pace. He grabbed the eraser, swiftly correcting the lines and drawing anew, his eyes sparkling with determination. Once the diagram was complete, he resumed writing vigorously on the board. Qing Zhamping firmly blocked Zhang Hong, who was losing her composure and attempting to yank Jiangsun off the stage from behind. Jiangsun swiftly deduced the final answer, tossed the chalk aside, and turned to Zhang Hong, inquiring, "Is that correct?" In that fleeting moment, every gaze in the classroom converged on Zhang Hong. She stared at the answer on the blackboard, yet found herself momentarily speechless. Cheng Zhangping, observing her reluctance to acknowledge the correctness of the answer, could easily surmise that Jiang Sun had indeed been right. He chose to disregard Zhang Hong entirely, addressing Jiang Sun instead. "Dear child, focus on your studies. Should you encounter any difficulties in your academic or personal life, do not hesitate to speak with your homeroom teacher. The school has welcomed you, and it is committed to ensuring a conducive learning environment for you." Jiang Sun replied with a nonchalant "mm." Cheng Zhangping then addressed the entire class, proclaiming, "This applies to all students as well. If you find any aspect of the lesson unclear, it is imperative that you communicate this to Teacher Xia in a timely manner, so that the school can make necessary adjustments. If you remain silent, we will have no way of knowing your challenges. Therefore, do not feel embarrassed, nor should you worry about sparing anyone's feelings. Your ultimate goal in attending this institution is the college entrance examination. Each knowledge point mastered is a step forward, and those not grasped remain as such. Remember, examinations do not concern themselves with the concept of face." With that, he departed from class 5 of the first year, leaving Zhang Hong standing in place, her face shifting between hues of green and white. Noticing Zhang Hong's dazed state, Jiang Sun did not linger in awkwardness, but instead descended from the podium and gracefully returned to his seat. As Jiang Sun moved, Zhang Hong gradually regained her composure. She stared blankly at her classmates, who exchanged bewildered glances for a considerable time, before her gaze swept over Jiang Sun and she uttered absent-mindedly, "Let Jiang Sun explain these questions to you. He is quite capable." With that, she exited the classroom without a backward glance, mirroring the principal's demeanor. The entirety of class 5 was rendered speechless. Goodness, is this a case of throwing in the towel? I thought only the post 00s had such audacity. It appears the first batch of 80s does as well, Jiang Sun mused internally. Meanwhile, in the back row, Hu Jiangji, though still trying to comprehend the implications of the recent events, seized upon Zhang Hong's statement and erupted into commotion, leading the charge with a loud cry. "Ma Zi! Teacher Ma! Teacher Ma! Old Zheng has called you to the front to teach. Hurry up and don't waste our time." As Hu Jiangji rallied the crowd, his fellow students joined in the uproar. "Yes, Teacher Ma, go up. Hurry up." In the adjacent classroom, Xia Xiaolin furrowed her brow upon hearing the ruckus from her class, promptly shutting the front door and instructing the students of class 6, "Ignore them. Close the back door as well. With the final exams approaching, we must not waste time. Let us continue." The students in the back of class 6, intimidated by Xia Xiaolin, promptly complied. As the back door of their classroom closed, a hand emerged from the front door of class 5 in the first year, gently grasping the edge of the door and pulling it slightly. Jiangsun shut the door and ascended to the podium, casting a casual glance at the textbook left behind by Zhang Hong. He looked at the entire class with composure and said, "We can discuss this, but please do not disrupt the class next door. Let us keep our voices down." Since classmate Hu, in his unabashed manner, requested my guidance, and in order to uphold my promise to never abandon a fool, I certainly should impart knowledge generously and teach him a couple of skills. This way, when the final exams are over, he cannot blame me for not teaching him the essential techniques. Wouldn't you agree, classmate Hu? Chapter 26, The Act of Killing, Part 2. Hu Erbi, do you not agree? Jiang Sun gazed at Hu Jiangji with an effervescent smile, his inquiry posed in a cunning manner, simplistic in form, malevolent in essence, and imbued with hostility. Yet he maintained a semblance of righteousness, as if even pointing an accusing finger at the other was merely a provocation initiated by Hu Jiangji, thus justifying the latter's plight. Hu Jiangji found himself momentarily stunned by the question, realizing that no matter how he responded, it would not suffice. Enraged and humiliated, he slammed the table, and an expletive erupted from the back of the quiet classroom of class 5. "I am your mother's BH." The outburst startled several teachers in the adjacent office, prompting them to exchange glances. History teacher Sher Lily, who had come to sign in despite the lack of classes this semester, set down her novel and surveyed her colleagues, softly inquiring, "Whose class is it next door? The students are causing quite a ruckus. Isn't it a bit excessive?" Aside from Sher Lily, the only others remaining in the room were the petite beauty Zhang Rongrong, the political teacher Zhang Xuefen, and Zhang Hong, who had just rushed out of the classroom. her head bowed and her expression grim. Zhang Xuefen, engrossed in her lesson preparation, promptly distanced herself from the commotion, asserting, "It's certainly not my class. I have no lessons with Class 5 today." Shirlily then glanced at Zhang Rongrong, who subtly directed her gaze toward Zhang Hong. Noticing Zhang Hong appeared to be sulking in defiance against the students, Shirlily couldn't help but smirk slightly, choosing silence as she resumed her reading. In the brief span of her employment, Zhang Hong had proven to be more than just ineffective with 2 classes. Her colleagues had long since placed her on their list of incompetents. Otherwise, with Zhang Rongrong's typically serene demeanor, she would not have deliberately mentioned to Cheng Zhangpeng that Zhang Hong had berated Jiang Senator thus. It is often said that the fall of a wall invites a multitude of pushers. In this world, love and hatred do not arise without reason. Those who are pushed ought to reflect on why so many have taken to it, and why the wall collapses with such swiftness. In the office of the first-year students, a profound silence prevailed. No one offered comfort to Zhang Hong, nor did anyone remind her that neglecting her teaching responsibilities amounted to an unexcused absence. Such a dereliction of duty could lead to severe repercussions, possibly even dismissal. Therefore, let the chaos ensue. The more tumultuous Class 5 became, the better it seemed. Should the uproar escalate, Zhang Hong may very well depart, as many were growing weary of her presence at the school. You are mistaken. While the first-year office maintained its silent understanding, Class 5's classroom teetered on the brink of collapse. Upon Hu Jiangji's outburst, Jiangxin immediately responded with a loud declaration. Without allowing Hu Jiangji a moment to process, as the entire class momentarily halted in shock, Jiang Sun continued earnestly, as if elucidating an academic concept. You cannot possibly be my mother's BH. Even if your name is Hu Erbi, the 2 BS in your name are mere pretenses. It is widely acknowledged that a FAAD is not genuine, just as a seahorse is not a horse, a digital camera is not a chicken, and a wife cake contains no wife. Hu Erbi is a person, not a mere FAAD. We, the aspiring cultural youth on the cusp of embarking on our dreams in pursuit of higher education, ought not to commit such a juvenile blunder. Hu Erbi, do you concede that you are a person and not a FAAD? Jiang San, who steadfastly maintains control of the situation with his incisive and cutting remarks, is not someone that the likes of Jiangxi, who has scarcely set foot in a market, can withstand. Within a mere half a minute, Hu Jiangxi found himself confronted once again at the crossroads of indecision. Yet this time, Jiang Sun did not afford him the opportunity to respond. He seized the rhythm himself and proclaimed loudly, "Of course you are a person, not a FAAD. Is there any doubt? The discussion regarding the distinction between a person and a FAAD ends here. Let us commence with our lesson." Jiang Sun led the entire class, tapping his ruler against the blackboard, depriving everyone of a moment for contemplation, and inquired, "Do we need to discuss the first question?" Below, over 50 pairs of eyes reflected sheer bewilderment. Jiangxin swiftly bypassed this and pointed to the second question. "What about this one?" Silence persisted. "The third question? The fourth? Discuss." Suddenly, someone from the audience shouted. Jiangxin glanced up to find that it was Xiaomin rallying her roommate's support. "Discuss, you say? Very well. Let us delve into it." In less than half a minute, Jiangxin effortlessly elevated the entire class's understanding, embodying the role of a teacher, standing before the blackboard, striking while the iron was hot, and elaborating on the topic. The difficulty was slightly elevated, yet not insurmountable. Let us first clarify what the question entails. It is evidently a matter of force equilibrium, and the given conditions are as follows. Jiang Sun articulated his reasoning with clarity and logic, wielding his ruler on the blackboard, completely denying anyone the chance to interject. He spoke for 4 to 5 uninterrupted minutes, meticulously breaking down each step. Those few students who initially harbored a sense of amusement found themselves unwittingly engaged. By the conclusion, Xiaomin could not help but exclaim in realization, "Oh, I see. So that is how it is." Jiang Sun concluded, "This is simply a matter of the 3 components of force, applying them in a slightly different context." He set down his ruler. At this moment, Zhang Yuba, observing Jiang Sun's display of superiority, felt a pang of jealousy and let out a derisive sound. "Oh, the 3 components of force. How well Zhang Laosher explains it. Scoring only in the 40s on the last unit." Jiangxin immediately retorted, "Zhang Yuba, what are the 3 components of force?" Zhang Yuba faltered, momentarily at a loss. Jiang Sun unleashed a scathing response. "You foolish buffoon. You don't even know the 3 components of force and yet dare to criticize me. If you wish to listen, then do so. If not, feel free to leave. There are plenty here who are eager to hear me speak." We do not need your presence. Zhang Yuba rose in defiance. You're crossing a line. Dare to say that again. Jiang Sun merely chuckled coldly. What are you even worth? Hu Jiangji is at least temporarily the top of the class. I might consider engaging with him. But you? What did you even score? Who do you think you were to tell me what to say? Zhang Yuba exclaimed, rising to confront Jiang Sun, seemingly ready to settle matters with him. Jiang Sun suddenly shouted, Enough! If you wish to fight, take it outside after class. Just because you skip class doesn't mean others can do so. Zhang Yuba was momentarily silenced by Jiang Sun's righteous outburst. Jiang Sun then turned to Xiaomin and asked, Xiaomin, will you explain question 5? Upon hearing her name, Xiaomin instinctively nodded. Yes, I will. Jiang Sun scanned the class, and a handful of diligent students, about 7 or 8, nodded in agreement. This gave a slight momentum to the discussion. All right, let us continue with question 5, Jiang Sun declared, completely ignoring Zhang Yuba, who had moved closer to the front. He turned around, picked up the eraser, and wiped away the answer he had painstakingly derived over the past half hour, stating, I believe this question is roughly of the same difficulty as the major questions on our final exam, though it's not particularly difficult. Shinjunjie, can you solve it? A slender boy with slightly protruding eyes chuckled from the back. I can, but I didn't get it right last Friday. I must have miscalculated the acceleration variable here. I got stuck on this too. Let us start analyzing the question itself. Jiang Sun engaged in conversation with the students as if no one else were present. Zhang Yuba found himself awkwardly positioned in the middle of the classroom, unsure whether to advance or retreat. After a few moments of discomfort, he spat out a threat, coldly stating, Damn it, if I get my hands dirty fighting you, you better watch out after class. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun felt a sense of relief deep within. Given his modest height of 5 feet and weight of merely 90 pounds, he could easily be overwhelmed by Zhang Yuba, who towered over him at 6 feet. Fortunately, he had correctly assessed that the group of boys from the back of Class 5, led by Hu Highway, were all talk and no courage. They lacked the guts to engage in a real fight. Their verbal provocations were the extent of their bravado. Such was the nature of the students at 18th Middle School. They struggled academically and were equally inept at fighting. Students like Hu Jiangji and Hu Highway sought to excel in their studies while attempting to appear rebellious, believing it would enhance their image. This inclination only highlighted the fragility and compromise of the urban petty bourgeoisie. Such weaklings were destined to avoid conflict. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Sun redirected his focus entirely to the problem at hand. As he spoke, his thoughts flowed more freely, prompting him to erase the already discussed question 4 and sketch various concepts and theorems relevant to question 5, which he had contemplated the previous night. The students below, initially disengaged, began to listen intently. Jiang Sun's systematic approach, particularly suited for those with weaker foundations, was nothing short of a savior for struggling students. Huang Mingjie, Xiaomin, and even Huang from the back row could not resist taking out their notebooks to jot down notes. Hu Jiangji, sitting in the back, wore a smirk of disdain. Though the smile grew increasingly stiff, he had spent the entire weekend trying to solve this question, only to find that Jiang Sun had a better grasp of it than he did. Recalling the wager regarding the final exam, Hu Jiangji felt an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat. Turning his gaze, he noticed Huang diligently transcribing the notes on the blackboard. Immediately stirred with a sense of jealousy akin to a spilled jar of vinegar, thinking, what is there to copy? It's merely the material from the textbook. One could learn it casually. Huang, feeling somewhat embarrassed from the remark, reluctantly set down his pen, yet his eyes remained fixated on the blackboard. After a moment, Jiang Sun finally concluded his explanation of the complex problem. A collective murmur of understanding rippled through the classroom, with at least half the students expressing their realization. Oh. Jiang Sun clapped his hands, descended from the podium, and took a sip from his well-worn water bottle to moisten his throat, then inquired, is that about sufficient? Moving on to the third question. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the second row by the door on the left side of the classroom, belonging to a boy named Zhu Jeluan, who had proclaimed last Friday his intention to outsmart Jiang. Senator Jeluan was a paradoxical character, both modest and ostentatious, getting along well with everyone in class. His academic performance was average, neither excelling nor failing, and his study attitude reflected this mediocrity, neither particularly good nor bad. However, his personality was decidedly open and carefree, suggesting an underlying confidence that could not be concealed. This individual seemed to be a hidden scion of wealth amidst a sea of ordinary peers, likely raised with complete freedom. All right, let's discuss this problem with Jeluan, Jiang Sun declared, placing down his water bottle and picking up a ruler as he approached the blackboard. Just as he was about to begin speaking, the front door of the classroom suddenly swung open. Zhang Hong, who had spent an eternity in the office without a soul to engage with, could no longer contain herself and returned. Yet, upon entering and witnessing the dense notes covering the blackboard, along with Jiang Xin's earnest demeanor at the podium, she was caught off guard, her expression shifting through surprise, awkwardness, frustration, and anger in rapid succession. After a brief pause, her face transformed, and she exclaimed, "Fine. So I don't need to teach you anymore, right? Then I won't bother." Without acknowledging the fact that it was originally her request for Jiang San to explain the problems to the class, she stormed off in a fit of rage, slamming the door behind her with a resounding bang. In the adjacent classroom, Xia Xiaolin furrowed her brow slightly, but chose not to investigate. Jiang San observed Zhang Hong's dramatic exit and then glanced at his bewildered classmates. He quickly asserted, "Let us disregard her and continue with Jeluan's problem. Come on, let us proceed." He picked up the ruler and resumed his explanation on the blackboard with composure. The students gradually quieted down, attentively listening as Jiang San elaborated on a problem that was generally acceptable to the class. Soon, a chorus of O's began to echo throughout the room. While Hu Jiangji and Hu Haiwei's expressions grew increasingly grim, Hu Haiwei was already in a foul mood. After enduring Jiang Xin's presence for over half a lesson, he could no longer contain himself. With a scowl, he mocked those around him, saying, "What the hell? Are you all insane? Why would you listen to this ugly fool explain such problems? Where are your brains?" However, before Jiang San could respond, a bold girl from the class retorted sharply, "If you can explain it better, then go ahead. I'd be happy to listen. What is the problem?" Seeing a girl daring to talk back ignited Hu Haiwei's fury. He slammed the table and exclaimed, "You spicy little. You're the one who is ridiculous." The girl shot back, her voice piercing. "Just because you lost face because of Zheng Haiyun doesn't mean you can take it out on me. What does our class have to do with your issues? Are you out of your mind?" "Exactly, Hu Haiwei. Just mind your own business and don't disturb us, all right?" chimed in Zhu Chu, the hygiene committee member. Along with several other girls scattered throughout the class, Hu Haiwei dared not retaliate physically, so he shot a glare at the leading girl, his expression darkening as he suppressed his anger. Yet, his gaze towards Jiang San grew increasingly venomous, as if all the humiliation he had endured today was Jiang San's fault. This pent-up frustration needed an outlet. After a few seconds of restraint, he turned to his companion Zhang Yuba and muttered, "That ugly fool. I swear I'll take him down sooner or later." Zhang Yuba nodded vigorously, expressing his agreement. Meanwhile, the girls nearby merely chuckled to themselves, regarding their exchange with a succinct judgment, bragging. On the podium, Jiang Xin swiftly concluded his explanation of the third question, articulating it clearly and thoroughly. Those who were attentive found his explanation quite convincing. For a fleeting moment, even the front-row student Zhang Yaoao felt that Jiang Xin appeared less unattractive. But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, she shook her head vigorously, chastising herself for such madness. What nonsense! If Jiang Xin was too ugly, then who was? Jiang Xin was, of course, oblivious to Zhang Yaoao's fleeting thought. He felt a sense of reflection, realizing how daunting this journey had been. However, this epiphany was not something he had achieved overnight. In truth, his struggles with physics had spanned from his past life to this one. It had not been a mere day or two. For years, he had contemplated these concepts, and with the recent week of intensive training, he had finally managed to clear the fog clouding his mind, thanks to Lin Xiaoxiu's insightful guidance. This experience mirrored his past journey in mathematics. As a student with a preference for certain subjects, he had started high school with a math score hovering around 90. By his second year, he had gradually improved to around 110, yet he could not seem to surpass 120. It was only in his final year, through relentless practice, that he finally grasped the subject thoroughly. Regrettably, he ultimately ran out of time to comprehend how to approach the last question of the college entrance exam, but the problems and types varied immensely. There existed a general direction and overarching strategies to follow. Consequently, when he sat for the exam, he ended up with a score of just 138. Apart from the previously flawless 136 points from the fundamental questions, Jiang Xin found himself perplexed by the additional 2 points he had garnered, as well as utterly bewildered by the 12 points he had lost. Nevertheless, he was candidly pleased with his score. This experience illuminated a profound truth for him. Many things in the world are not insurmountable. It merely depends on one's perseverance until the very end. One must never relinquish hope before the final moment. To abandon hope is to concede defeat, Mitsui. Ah no. Alan, do you comprehend? Jiangxin tapped the third question with his ruler. Zhu Jielun chuckled and nodded in agreement. Jiang Sun then picked up the eraser and addressed the class. Shall I erase this and continue with the second question? At least 2/3 of the class enthusiastically shouted yes. Jiang Sun smiled faintly. Just then, outside, Zheng Hong abruptly returned, her face pale and flustered, striding up to the podium, seizing the textbook placed there, and wordlessly exiting once more. This time, she neither closed the door nor uttered a word. Jiang Sun observed Zheng Hong, who appeared numb from the relentless barrage, departing, and glanced at the time, realizing only about 10 minutes remained. He hurriedly declared, the second question is even simpler. As Jiang Sun wrote on the blackboard, the questions grew progressively easier, and those who could comprehend began to stretch their necks in anticipation. The remedial session for the struggling students had commenced. Thus, these two forces cancel each other out, correct? The additional two forces are both directed upwards. When combined, the result emerges, does it not? Oh, should I explain the first question? Yes. Yes. The question is as follows. It involves merely 2 steps. Ding-ling-ling-ling. Moments later, Jiang Sun concluded the final question just as the bell rang precisely on time. At that moment, Zheng Hong, her face darkened, was walking towards class 6 with her textbook, while Zhang Jiejia, the mathematics teacher, trailed closely behind her. As they passed by the corridor of class 5, Jiang Sun's voice resonated from within. Goodbye, classmates. The entire class chorused, goodbye, teacher. Just as Zheng Hong passed by the front door of the classroom, she instinctively turned to glance inside, locking eyes with the students. Her face drained of color, ultra kill. Coincidentally, at that moment, the door of class 6 swung open, and Xia Xiaolin emerged. Upon hearing the synchronized farewell from the class, she mistakenly believed that Zheng Hong had finally come to her senses and joyfully exclaimed, Teacher Zheng, today's class went remarkably well, didn't it? This compliment was akin to tearing open Zheng Hong's wound and dousing it with pepper pinnacle, just as Zheng Hong was about to enter class 6. She suddenly let out a gasp, covered her mouth, and pivoted to flee back to the office in a flurry. Teacher Zheng, intending to enter classroom 5 directly. Xia Xiaolin was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly followed suit. However, just as she was about to reach the office door, Zheng Hong suddenly dashed out from within, clutching a bag, and swiftly passed by her. In a flurry, Lily rushed out from behind, anxiously calling out, Teacher Zheng, aren't you going to teach the next class? Zheng Hong paid no heed, her face awash with tears, as she sobbed and fled down the stairs. What happened? What's going on? Zhang Jiejia, ever the curious onlooker, approached with a look of intrigue. Zheng Hong was at a loss. Xia Xiaolin remarked as she joined Lily in hastening back to the office. By the window, Zhang Xuefan had already secured a prime vantage point. Xia Xiaolin, Zhang Jiejia, and Lily hurried to the window, and the other teachers in the office collectively gazed out. They witnessed Zheng Hong burst from the main entrance of the teaching building, not glancing back as she raced toward the school gate, swiftly rounding the administrative building and vanishing from sight. What on earth is happening? Xia Xiaolin finally withdrew her gaze, perplexed, and inquired of her colleagues in the office. Everyone shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance. Only Lily, with a face full of concern, remarked, If she runs off like that, who will teach class 6 next period? The room fell into a thoughtful silence. Zhang Rongrong heaved a sigh, rising helplessly to alleviate the burden of her husband, saying, I might as well teach a chemistry class for them. It's better than having no one to instruct at all. But regarding today's incident, do you think I should inform Zhanpeng? The room's occupants exchanged glances, each unable to suppress a knowing smile at Zhang Rongrong's subtle display of vanity. Observing her colleagues' expressions, Zhang Rongrong sighed in silence. All right, no need to say more, I understand. Haha. Zhang Jiejia could no longer contain her laughter and quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming, I have to get to class. She darted out of the office, leaving behind an atmosphere of joy in the air of the high school classroom office. Following such a commotion, it seemed certain that a particular teacher had, in the hearts of the people, passed into oblivion. It was likely they would find it exceedingly difficult to return next semester. Chapter 27. Half a pack of biscuits. Class is in session. Please stand. Hello, classmates. Hello, teacher. Please be seated. On a Monday morning during the second period of Chinese class, Xia Xiaolin greeted the class while meticulously observing several key individuals in the classroom. Hu Haiwei's appearance had improved, and Jiang Sun did not seem to show signs of having been beaten, which was a relief. Since the morning self-study session, it appeared that her class had been rife with disturbances. Fortunately, none had escalated into serious consequences thus far. As the homeroom teacher, she had been quite anxious. With only a month left, she decided to focus on reviewing the classical Chinese literature portion of the curriculum. Everyone, please turn to the 4th lesson of the 1st unit. Xia Xiaolin steadied herself and began her lecture. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun frowned slightly, feeling a sharp pain in his stomach. This discomfort was a remnant of the 2 years since his rebirth. His long-standing habit of skipping breakfast had not only stunted his growth but also disrupted his endocrine system. Most critically, it triggered sporadic episodes of gastritis. Generally, he could endure the gastric pain, but today, having been in a heightened state since the morning self-study, he felt the stress response intensifying as the first period concluded. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. After enduring the intense pain for a good 10 minutes, he finally managed to push through it. He quickly retrieved his old, worn-out mineral water bottle and took a few sips of cool boiled water to suppress the rising gastric acid, allowing him to focus on the lesson. Xia Xiaolin's teaching style was steady and reliable, and given that Chinese was a subject that assessed lifelong skills, Jiang Sun found the class enjoyable, and before he knew it, the period had flown by. As the bell rang, Xia Xiaolin didn't even have time to announce the end of class. At the classroom door, Zheng Yukai approached with a stern expression and called out to Xia Xiaolin. Xia Laosher. Xia Xiaolin hurried down from the podium and turned to the class, saying, "Class dismissed." In her haste, she followed Zheng Yukai toward the stairwell, murmuring to herself. It was evident they were headed to address matters concerning Hu Haiwei's mother. As the class watched Xia Xiaolin leave, the boys in the back row immediately began to whisper amongst themselves. Zhang Yuba, eager for gossip, insisted on asking, "Haiwei, what happened with your mom this morning?" "Nothing. Don't ask," Hu Haiwei replied irritably, his gaze dark and fixated on the front of the classroom. In the front row, Jiangxin lay sprawled over his desk, utterly depleted. After a long morning, he had consumed the 2 packs of biscuits procured from Zheng Yukai. And his stomach was not merely hungry. It felt as though it might implode from starvation. Just then, Zheng Rongrong, exiting the adjacent classroom, happened to glance over at Class 5. Spotting Jiang Sun nearly lifeless on his desk, she decided to enter, as her next class was with them. Before she could speak, however, Zhang Yaoyao impatiently shoved Jiang Sun's chair, exclaiming, "Move aside. Don't die until I've left." It appears that the memory of the lesson Jiang Sun imparted merely 40 minutes ago has faded into oblivion. The dignity Jiang Sun earned through his merit lasted less than a single class period. Even those classmates who held a modicum of goodwill towards him could only afford Zhang Yaoyao a fleeting, disapproving glance. The chill of exclusion does not dissipate easily. It is far from effortless for the marginalized to reclaim their footing. The global struggle for the liberation of black individuals took a century without success. The plight of the ugly and the oppressed follows a similar narrative. Jiang Sun remained unperturbed, subtly shifting his chair without raising his head. Zhang Yaoyao, clutching a paper towel and muttering unflattering remarks, exited past him. Zhang Rongrong, noticing Zhang Yaoyao's hurried departure, furrowed her brow, contemplating reprimanding her. Yet the words faltered on her lips. After all, she was not the homeroom teacher. Perhaps it would be better to discuss the matter with Xia Xiaolin. The situation of Jiangxin being bullied was becoming increasingly unbearable, even for her as a subject teacher. Once Zhang Yaoyao had departed, Zhang Rongrong approached Jiangxin. Bending down to inquire softly, "Jiang Sun, are you feeling unwell? Where does it hurt? Hungry? Did you skip breakfast? No money. Out of living expenses? No living expenses." Zhang Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend, and pressed further. "What do you mean, no living expenses? Are you saying your family didn't provide any? They didn't give." "Didn't give?" Her beautiful, sparkling eyes widened in disbelief. "This semester? Nothing at all? Never received anything?" Jiangxin replied in a detached manner, yet Zhang Rongrong felt as if her conscience had been struck by a moral hammer, nearly moved to tears. She had always known that Jiangxin was among the few impoverished students, but the notion of him being unable to afford meals was simply unfathomable. This was the urban area of Dongou City. A boarding high school student. Staring at Jiangxin in shock, she abruptly turned and hurried out of the classroom. Moments later, she returned, arms laden with a substantial stack of exam papers. On top of the papers lay an open packet of biscuits. Zhang Rongrong placed the exam papers on the podium, prompting dismayed cries from the struggling students in the classroom. Another exam? Indeed, this class is for testing." She replied perfunctorily, hastily grabbing half a packet of biscuits and approaching Jiangxin, gently nudging his arm, she offered, "Jiangxin, here, have something to tide you over." At last, Jiang Sun lifted his head, turning to meet her gaze. In that moment, all semblance of sympathy vanished from Zhang Rongrong's heart. Faced with the myriad of emotions etched on Jiang Xin's face, her eyelids fluttered in surprise, and she hastily placed the biscuits on the corner of his desk before making her swift exit. At that moment, Zhang Yaoyao returned from the restroom, sauntering back to Jiang Xin's side with the same ungracious demeanor, exclaiming, "Get lost." However, this time, Zhang Rongrong found herself feeling somewhat conflicted about Zhang Yao's attitude. Although the young girl possessed questionable character, her behavior was not entirely incomprehensible. Zhang Rongrong sighed inwardly, observing Jiang Xin shift his chair slightly to allow Zhang Yaoyao to pass, and then hastily opening a bag of stale cookies she had little appetite for, devouring them as if starved. Jiang Sun munched on the dry cookies while retrieving his tattered mineral water bottle, pouring it into his mouth with a sense of urgency. In his haste, he choked on a sip, breaking into a loud cough that drew a look of disdain and ridicule from Zhang Yaoyao. Did that toad really starve to death in its past life? It's as if it has never tasted food before, utterly revolting. After a prolonged fit of coughing, Jiangxin finally cleared his throat and, taking a deep breath, turned to Zhang Yaoyao with a serious expression, stating, "I didn't starve to death. It was a car accident, bang, and just like that, it was over." Zhang Yaoyao furrowed her brow at Jiangxin, bewildered. Yet, he continued to speak to himself, "I have ample experience with dying. If you ever wish to end it all, I could assist. I'll steal a car and wait by the school gate. As soon as you step out, I'll run you over. You die first, and I get the death penalty. Exciting, right?" Zhang Yaoyao shivered at his words, swiftly turning away and rolling her eyes, muttering, "What the hell? Are you insane?" At this point, Zhang Rongrong could no longer contain herself and shouted sternly at Zhang Yaoyao, "Hey, no foul language." Startled, Zhang Yaoyao looked up, meeting Zhang Rongrong's furious gaze. Just then, Jiangxin softly interjected, "Forget it. It's all my fault. I initiated this." He then lowered his head, focusing intently on his cookies like a pitiful creature. Seeing Jiang Xin's demeanor, Zhang Yaoyao felt emboldened and turned to Zhang Rongrong, asserting, "Teacher, look at him. He is doing this willingly." Zhang Rongrong, nearly bursting with anger, retorted, "What do you mean willingly? Is there anyone in this world who would voluntarily invite insult?" Before her words could settle, someone from the corner chimed in, "Because of love." A wave of laughter erupted from the front row. "Nonsense. To hell with your love." Zhang Yaoyao erupted in fury, feeling as though she had endured the utmost humiliation. She then turned to Jiangxin, shouting, "You toad. Don't you dare dream of being with someone above your station." Jiangxin kept his head down, silent. Yet a slight smirk crept onto his lips, revealing a sinister smile. Soon, very soon, the righteous fist of social justice. Chapter 28. How wonderful it is to reign. The bell rang, signaling the start of the exam. Zhang Rongrong distributed the final unit test for chemistry this semester. Zhang Yaoyao finally ceased her antics. Jiang San, having just finished a biscuit, felt as though he had been granted a second chance at life and let out a long sigh. The sound of his exhalation elicited a silent eye roll from Zhang Yaoyao. Nevertheless, Jiangxin remained remarkably tolerant of her unpleasant demeanor, offering no reaction whatsoever. As the semester drew to a close, aside from the lingering English lessons, their class had nearly completed all subjects and was now entrenched in final reviews. For the multitude of students who struggled academically, they had reached their threshold of self-discipline. Consequently, Zhang Yaoyao, as part of this group, could not help but feel restless, yearning for the 2-month summer vacation that lay ahead. As for the final exams, they seemed to hold little significance. Upon receiving the test paper, Jiangxin casually passed it back. As the sound of papers being shuffled diminished, a serene quiet enveloped the classroom. Zhang Rongrong moved a chair and settled peacefully at the classroom door, observing the students engrossed in their work. Her face devoid of the anxieties associated with performance evaluations or the burdens of daily life. This state of tranquility was attributed not only to the sense of security provided by Chang Zhamping but also to her own diligent efforts. In their grade, Jiangxin's class boasted the highest average score in chemistry. Unlike other teachers who managed 2 or 3 classes, Zhang Rongrong taught only 1, allowing her ample time to devote to each student. She personally crafted the unit test questions. For students who struggled, she designed targeted practice exercises. While for those like Jiang Sun and Hu Jiangji, who excelled, she focused on addressing gaps in knowledge and enhancing their skills. This comprehensive approach solidified the chemistry foundation for Class 5 of their freshman year. Regrettably, such dedicated teachers were scarce at 18th High School. The capable and youthful, like Xia Xiaolin, were burdened with 2 classes and the responsibilities of a homeroom teacher, often distracted by various school meetings that drained their energy and time for teaching. As for the less competent, like Zhang Hong, merely avoiding hindrance was a considerable achievement. Meanwhile, older instructors, such as Shirlily, had become seasoned veterans of the workplace, teaching adequately but offering little in terms of student improvement. In summary, whether high school students could gain admission to university depended largely on their own efforts, with a minor contribution from their teachers, while the remaining influence rested upon the genetic endowments bestowed by their parents. Bright students had long since enrolled in Donggoyu Middle School. And in a school like 18th High, merely having the opportunity to register for the college entrance examination was a commendable feat, alas. Mere minutes after the test papers were distributed, the familiar sound of sighs echoed throughout the classroom. Upon hearing that voice, Jiangxin immediately recognized it as Xiao Min's and could even surmise the question over which she was sighing. Zhang Rongrong's proficiency in crafting questions was exceptional, consistently managing to delineate the class's scores into several distinct tiers. Students like Xiao Min typically struggled to achieve more than 75 points on Zhang Rongrong's papers. However, thanks to her challenging nature, they often managed to score around 80 during midterms and finals. Thus, if one were to merely present the chemistry scores from Class 5 of the first year, an uninformed observer might mistakenly believe they belonged to an ordinary class from a second-tier high school. In this semester's midterm examination, the average chemistry score for the entire first-year cohort stood at 63.8. In contrast, Class 5 proudly boasted an average of 72.3, surpassing their peers by a notable 8.5 points, equivalent to a full question's worth of marks. Alas, the king of the underachievers remained an underachiever nonetheless. So difficult. Sigh. Indeed challenging. Xiao Min lamented, prompting a ripple of restlessness among her classmates. Silence, focus. If you cannot solve a problem, skip it, Zhang Rongrong asserted, rising to restore order before gracefully pacing around the classroom. At last, the chatter subsided. As she traversed from the front row to the back, she paused beside Hu Jiangji, observing his paper and casually pointing out a careless mistake. Hu Jiangji promptly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "I know this one." He hastily bent down to correct his answer. Zhang Rongrong merely smiled without uttering a word, continuing her perambulation. She strolled along the inner aisle of the classroom, glancing from side to side, until she reached Jiangxin at the front, where she stood quietly behind him. Jiangxin was deeply absorbed in his work and failed to notice her presence. However, Zhang Yaoyao, sitting beside him, felt increasingly uneasy. Already struggling with her own confusion, she became even more flustered at Zhang Rongrong's pause. In a moment of panic, she unintentionally kicked Jiang Senator. He turned to glance at her, noting her clenched teeth. Yet he merely smiled slightly before flipping his paper and continuing to write on the next page. Zhang Rongrong, witnessing this exchange, mistakenly assumed that Jiang Sun harbored feelings for Zhang Yaoyao and couldn't help but sigh, shaking her head in pity. What is love indeed? The plight of an unattractive young man's affection is tragic. Standing beside Jiangxin, she watched as he methodically completed one question after another, her mind wandering through various melodramatic scenarios. After observing for 5 or 6 minutes without spotting any errors in his work, she nodded in satisfaction and returned to her seat at the classroom entrance. Just 10 minutes later, Hu Jiangji suddenly shouted from the back, "I'm done." Zhang Rongrong glanced at the clock on the back wall, noting that only a little over half an hour had passed, and calmly replied, "Check your work again." "No need. No need. It's unnecessary. I'm bound to be first in the class regardless. Teacher Xing, let us see how many points I got." Hu Jiangji spoke with an air of confidence and bravado, nonchalantly seizing his test paper and striding to the classroom door to hand it to Zhang Rongrong. Upon receiving the paper, Zhang merely cast a fleeting glance at it before exclaiming with a sigh, "Alas, I immediately see 2 mistakes." Laughter erupted in the classroom. Hu Jiangji, flustered, exclaimed, "Then I will revise it." "Dream on," Zhang Rongrong retorted, withdrawing the paper and assuming a stern expression. "You squander your chance to rectify your mistakes. Having submitted it, you wish to amend it? How naive." With that, she rose from her seat, marched to the podium, and took a red pen, swiftly marking crosses on the paper. "This question is incorrect, this one as well, and number 15, 3 errors already," Zhang Rongrong stated matter-of-factly, flipping the paper over to examine another question. Her brow furrowed as she remarked, "Question 18. What did I say in class? How could you muddle this step?" Hu Jiangji quickly chuckled nervously. It was just an oversight. However, Zhang Rongrong was unyielding, criticizing him directly. "Nonsense. It's clear you haven't grasped the concepts. I can see you merely memorized this question rather than deriving it." I observed Jiang Sun tackle this problem with precision and fluidity. At this, Hu Jiangji's expression soured. And in defiance, he turned to Jiang Sun, asking, Jiang Sun, have you finished? Without lifting his head, Jiang Sun replied, I'm checking. Hu Jiangji's impatience flared. Yearning for a showdown with Jiang Sun, urging, what is there left to check? If it's correct, it's correct. If not, it's not. Yet Jiang Sun's demeanor towards Hu Jiangji was markedly different from that towards Zhang Yaoao. He shot a cold smile and a disdainful glance, piercingly retorting, what do you even understand? Hu Jiangji's temper flared, but just as he was about to retort, Zhang Rongrong struck him on the head with her pin, glaring fiercely, silence. Do not disrupt others during their exam. Stunned by Zhang Rongrong's reprimand, Hu Jiangji shrank back, rendered speechless. With a grim expression, Zhang Rongrong marked an X on the final question of Hu Jiangji's paper, stating, the last question is wrong as well. Carelessness, once again. Here a mistake, there a mistake. How many points can one paper possibly yield? Hu Jiangji, do not delude yourself into thinking you are exceptionally clever. There are plenty of students at other schools who perform at your level. 86 points. Hu Jiangji shrugged, somewhat displeased. Zhang Rongrong added, once the exam concludes, you may leave. Do not be careless next time. You should have scored above 90. Upon hearing this, Hu Jiangji resembled a fool who had just been struck and then rewarded with a sweet treat, his face lighting up as he gleefully scampered out of the classroom, shouting to the slothful students inside, I'm off, I'm off. Time for gym class. The already resigned students in the classroom regarded Hu Jiangji's display of bravado with admiration, murmuring, wow, he scored so high again. If I can manage 70 points, I'd be content. Zhang Rongrong, realizing the atmosphere, called out once more, quiet. In these last few minutes, those who have finished should double-check their work. As she spoke, she capped her red pen, eagerly awaiting the end of the workday. As the semester drew to a close, her workload lightened considerably, allowing her mind to wander to what vegetables she might purchase at the market later to nourish Qingjianping. Managing the myriad responsibilities at school weighed heavily on her husband. Indeed, while other female teachers tirelessly sought advancement opportunities, Zhang Rongrong had secretly obtained her marriage certificate with Qingjianping. Their wedding date was set for the end of this year. Furthermore, she did not envision a prolonged tenure at 18th Middle School. Her next destination would likely be a department within the Municipal Education Bureau or perhaps an even better institution. Should 18th Middle School achieve notable results, she might even ascend to the role of the bureau chief's wife. However, considering the current performance of her students, that prospect seemed rather daunting. Nevertheless, she consoled herself, finding contentment in the thought of being the principal's wife, leading a stable and harmonious life. Her aspirations were modest. She wished for a life of ease, allowing fate to dictate her journey. Zhang Rongrong mused to herself as she stood at the lectern until the class bell rang. The underperforming students in her class finally exhaled in relief. The examination papers were submitted from the back, requiring no grading. The class representative was tasked with collecting them. Zhang Rongrong calmly announced, observing as a few students seized the last moments to copy answers. Zhang Boyu and Huang Huang, in their folly, even dared to copy each other's responses in a display of reckless abandon. Yay! Physical education class! Xiaomin exclaimed, joyfully bouncing out after submitting her paper. Zhang Rongxing, seated next to Jiang Sun, stood up and called out, Ma Zigu, I'm off. Time for the next class. Jiang Sun replied nonchalantly as he rose. He turned to gaze at the bright sunshine outside the classroom, sighing inwardly. Oh, how delightful it would be if it rained during physical education class. Chapter 29. Gifted. Considering the likelihood of being confronted, Jiang Sun lingered in the classroom for nearly 3 minutes, descending only after the others had departed. As he made his way downstairs, he thoughtfully retrieved his well-worn mineral water bottle, for it had been emptied that morning, and he would need it again in the afternoon. Leaving it in the classroom risked it being carelessly discarded as rubbish, a misfortune he had already endured thrice last semester and once this term. While acquiring a new one was not overly difficult, it would still prove to be an inconvenience he wished to avoid. Clutching the cherished empty bottle he had used for 3 months, Jiang Sun descended the stairs and traversed the greenery behind the teaching building, rounding the corner near the laboratory. In the distance, he spotted Hu Jiangji and Zhang Yuba among a group of boys, engaged in boisterous banter in front of the broadcasting room. The majority of the rear boys had gathered, with only Hu Highway absent. Excellent. The chances of confrontation had significantly diminished. Jiang Sun quickened his pace, soon able to discern their conversation. Zhang Yuba, with a face full of inexplicable pride, was shouting, Highway is incredible. Another infraction, he'll be back in the slammer before the first year ends. Huang, exhibiting a somewhat more measured demeanor, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Highway's mother is truly fierce. Even Zheng Haiyun cannot contend with her. When will Jiangji get an infraction to enjoy? A fellow lackey chimed in. Hu Jiangji immediately retorted, get lost. Stay far away. Yet, beneath his disdainful words, he felt a sense of satisfaction, his expression transforming into one of delight, possessing both a dubious character and commendable grades in his limited life experience. This was a level of prestige akin to cosmic significance. Jiangxin observed Hu Jiangji's pitiable demeanor, internally scoffing as he approached the broadcasting station. Just a class prior, Zhang Yubo had boasted to Jiangxin about being cautious after class, yet upon seeing Jiangxin approach, he froze, his demeanor shifting abruptly to one of stiffness. As if encountering a menacing figure. What a coward, Jiangxin thought with a cold smile, uttering not a word as he entered the small door beside the broadcasting station. However, just as he stepped inside, Zhang Yubo's taunting voice echoed behind him. Ah, look how scared you are. Ah, Bo, don't say that. He is just afraid of startling ghosts during the day and is hurrying to find a place to hide. Ha ha ha. Listening to the juvenile insults directed at him, Jiang Sun continued to smirk inwardly. Zhang Yubo and Huang, true to their roles as lackeys, not only lacked courage but were utterly spineless. A group of boys, most nearly 6 feet tall, dared to confront him, barely over 5 feet. Yet they resorted to mere verbal jabs? This was not simply the behavior of academic underachievers. It was a combination of academic mediocrity and utter ineptitude. Goodness, how he had overestimated them. Jiangxin mused. As long as Hu Highway did not take the lead in escalating matters, there was truly nothing to fear. Moreover, even if Hu Highway were to truly unleash his full potential, given the nature of Hu Jiangji and Zhang Yuba, they would undoubtedly shy away from a collective confrontation. At most, they might bolster Hu Highway's bravado, but the likelihood of a one-on-one duel remains predominant. In such a scenario, there is little to fear. After all, a brawl is merely a contest of who can strike harder, be it a kick to the groin, a jab to the eyes, or a choke hold. Each maneuver holds the potential to be lethal. As one who has already faced death, does Jiang dare to fear a handful of impetuous youths? Especially now that he finds himself unshackled by any constraints, he stands to gain an advantage in any confrontation, even if an incident were to arise. The worst that could happen would be a confession, followed by a stint in reform, aided by the juvenile protection laws. He could emerge 2 decades later as an inspiring figure of resilience. Subsequently, he might find fame online, ascend to the role of an eco-official, and marry a wealthy beauty, thus reaching the zenith of his existence. Those capitalists, driven by profit, would undoubtedly uplift any individual. If even the illiterate can become educators, why should he not transform into a motivational icon upon his release? The vision of an alternative path in life became increasingly vivid in his mind. As Jiangxin bounded upstairs, a unique and inspirational blueprint for the future began to take shape. He dashed into the dormitory, filled his water bottle, and splashed his face at the washroom before returning downstairs. Upon exiting the residential courtyard, there was scarcely half a minute until class commenced. At this moment, the girls, led by their female teacher, hurried towards the sports complex, where they routinely attended physical education classes, primarily engaging in activities like table tennis, badminton, or, at most, volleyball. The boys, however, congregated in front of the broadcasting station, adjacent to the sports teacher's office. The equipment room and the school infirmary also occupied that corner of the first floor, though it was not connected to the dormitory building. Just as Jiangxin stepped out of the dormitory courtyard, the physical education teacher, Old Xiao, emerged from the office. He glanced at his watch and promptly blew his whistle. As the sound echoed, the bell rang simultaneously. Hu Jiangji and his cohort lost the chance to continue mocking Jiangxin, as the 20-odd boys in the class, including the hastily arriving Hu Highway, promptly arranged themselves into 3 rows according to the usual protocol. Jiangxin found himself in the second-to-last position of the last row. Beside him stood the still undeveloped Zhang Rongxing, while in front of him was the moderately tall Xiao Min. It is worth mentioning that, were it not for Jiang Sun and Zhang Rongxing lagging behind, the average height of the boys in Class 5 would actually be quite commendable. Hu Jiangji, Hu Highway, Zhang Yuba, and Huang all stood close to 180 centimeters tall. In 2005, this was a rather remarkable sight in Dongou City. In Jiang Sin's recollection from his previous life, the sudden increase in height among primary and secondary school students in Dongou City did not occur until 2010, or even later. It was only when the post-95 and post-00 generations began to flood into schools that the advantages of enhanced daily nutritional intake, stemming from the nation's economic growth, began to manifest significantly in height, a fundamental metric. Before that, for individuals like Jiang San, born in the mid-1980s, the ultimate height one could attain was predominantly dictated by genetics. If one hails from a less affluent background, deprived of nutritious sustenance in their formative years, it is only natural that they would not reach great heights. Years later, as those children, who now regard fast food and cream cakes, once considered luxuries by Jiang San, with a sense of ennui, began to make their voices heard online, Jiang San would frequently encounter some of these youngsters arrogantly proclaiming, "Oh dear, being 1.6 meters tall is simply too short. I am from the South. And I believe that 1.78 meters is hardly tall, it is somewhat below average." In those moments, Jiang San's initial reaction would often be, "Child, there is no need for such pretense. You ought to be grateful to your country." For if one were to cast their gaze back 2 or 3 decades, particularly in most regions of the South, a male height slightly above 1.6 meters was entirely commonplace. A casual glance down the street would reveal that approximately half of the males in Jiang San's age group and older typically ranged between 1.60 and 1.70 meters in height, with the average height of females being even slightly lower, much like Jiang San's deskmate, Zhang Yaoyao, who exuded confidence in her appearance, yet would come to realize that against the backdrop of the towering post-2000 generation, her beauty held little advantage. Moreover, due to nutritional disparities, she would find herself at a further disadvantage in certain other aspects, unless one were to possess extraordinary talents akin to Huang Mingjie. Attention! Today we shall measure a distance of 1,500 meters. After that, you may engage in basketball. Jiang San's thoughts meandered from the heights of his classmates to the economic development of the nation, and from there to Huang Mingjie's exceptional gifts. When suddenly he was jolted back to reality by Lao Chou's rather harsh remark, he instinctively touched his abdomen, silently reflecting on his good fortune. Had it not been for Zheng Rongrong providing him with half a pack of biscuits that morning, he would have faced the day with a troubled stomach, intense fatigue, recent illness, and the sweltering sun's relentless heat. He might very well have succumbed on the spot. Grumbling about his own resilience, Jiang San followed the throng through the corridor between the cafeteria and the dormitory, swiftly entering a playground paved with cinders within mere seconds. However, the playground was not particularly expansive, featuring merely an irregular 200-meter track. At either end stood 2 goals, making it suitable for football as well. That was the extent of it. Lao Chou blew his whistle incessantly, directing Jiang San and his peers to form lines and disperse. After several minutes spent on a comprehensive warm-up routine, Lao Chou opened his scorebook and instructed everyone to line up at the starting line, promptly declaring, "On your marks. Go." Instantly, over 20 boys from the class surged forward. Jiang San, mingling within the crowd, initially merely slacked off as usual, maintaining a position neither ahead nor behind, merely following along. Yet, after completing 2 laps, he found himself inexplicably at the forefront of the pack, gradually widening the distance between himself and those behind him. Before long, he was running solo in the lead. Goodness, is this really happening? By the time Jiang San realized what was happening, he had effortlessly surpassed the second-place contender, Hu Haiwei, by nearly half a lap. It was only then that he discovered his new physique was, astonishingly, even more formidable than the so-called indomitable body he possessed in his previous life. To be more precise, it exceeded the pinnacle of his former capabilities, where his past stamina merely placed him among the upper echelons of ordinary individuals. This current body radiated an unmistakable aura of innate talent. It seemed as though he could maintain an elevated standard without extensive training. However, due to his neglect of breakfast over the past year, he had often seized opportunities to coast through physical education classes, thereby keeping this extraordinary athletic potential concealed from view. Yet today, the circumstances were evidently different. That packet of biscuits had been consumed a mere 40 minutes prior. No wonder he could endure the urge to relieve himself for so long. This was undoubtedly a physique befitting a true man. As Jiang San completed the penultimate lap, he felt not a trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated, further extending his lead over Hu Haiwei, who now found himself chasing Jiang San's rear rather than the other way around. Was he truly on track to lap the second-place runner entirely? This was intolerable. With this thought in mind, Jiang San accelerated, surging past Lao Chou. The final lap. Lao Chou, witnessing Jiang San's sprint of over 1,000 meters still accompanied by an increase in speed, was momentarily taken aback. He eagerly watched Jiang Xin, his eyes alight with excitement. As he darted past one classmate after another on the track, the peers, who had already been exhausted from their exertions, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What the hell? Ma Zi, have you taken some springtime tonic today? Jiang Sun, are you on performance enhancers? This is absurd. Lapping someone. Is he even human? Amidst the chorus of exclamations, Hu Highway had little time to react before he heard the rapid approach of footsteps behind him. Just shy of 10 meters from the finish line, Jiang Sun completed the lapping maneuver. Lao Qiu clicked the stopwatch, gesturing animatedly to the astonished Hu Highway, disdainfully shouting, Run. Run. You've just been lapped. With your stamina, do you still think you can make the school team? Hu Highway frowned at the remarks but dared not halt his pace. Instead, he cast a glance at the now stationary Jiang Sun, irritation etched across his face, and continued to push forward, attempting to reassure himself that he was merely saving face for Lao Qiu. After all, he was the coach of the school basketball team. Moreover, Hu Highway was genuinely eager to secure a position on the team to bolster his reputation as the top contender in Class 5 of the first year. Chapter 30. The villainous male lead. As Jiang Sun completed his run, he stood still, barely out of breath. After a full half-minute, he watched Lao Qiu, who was counting the positions of the children who had reached the finish line in a tone reminiscent of tallying livestock. It was only when Zhang Rongxing, who had been lapped by Jiang Sun more than twice, finally staggered across the line, gasping for air, that Lao Qiu set down his stopwatch, promptly resetting it to record Jiang Sun's impressive, albeit not entirely accurate, time. Zhang Rongxing, wheezing, shuffled over to Jiang Sun, repeatedly exclaiming, Sun Gu, you're not human. You're not human. Xiao Min, Wen Xinbin, as well as Zhu Jieluan and Chen Junjia, all gathered around, showering him with praise. Ma Zi, you're incredible. Wow, today you've truly opened my eyes. I think it's more like you've opened your face, Hu Jiangji quipped playfully. A light laughter erupted from the side, devoid of any overt mockery this time. Primarily, it was Zhang Yuba and his friends who, at this moment, found it difficult to muster a smile. Jiang Sun grinned, displaying a generous tolerance for such everyday banter, and turned to leave. However, Lao Qiu, seemingly with a sixth sense, called out, Hey, the student who placed first, don't leave just yet. Jiang Sun turned back. Lao Qiu continued, The first-place runner, please stay. The rest of you, feel free to grab a basketball and enjoy some free time. A cheer erupted from the class of young children. Only Hu Highway, feeling his position as the top dog of Class 15 threatened, cast a deep glance at Jiang Sun before following Hu Jiangji and the others out of the playground. Standing under the blazing sun beside Lao Qiu, Jiang Sun waited patiently. After what felt like 3 to 5 minutes, Lao Qiu finally completed recording the scores of the 20-plus boys in the class. He then set down his clipboard, looking at Jiang Sun with a smile and asking, Jiang Sun, have you trained in long-distance running before? Yes, I've practiced since I was young. Jiang Sun replied, weaving a half-truth. I used to run 7 to 8 miles daily to school in elementary, and during middle school breaks, I worked on the mountains every day. Lao Qiu, momentarily taken aback, inquired, then why didn't you run seriously before? Jiang Sun feigned a pitiful demeanor, sighing, alas, my family didn't give me a living allowance. And I had no money for breakfast, so I lacked the energy for PE classes. Lao Qiu was left utterly perplexed, staring at Jiang Sun for several seconds, scrutinizing him until he noticed the fine hairs on Jiang Sun's arms slightly bristle, finally nodding in understanding and asking, what about today? Did you have breakfast? Yes. Jiang Sun nodded. I felt unwell earlier, but the teacher gave me a pack of biscuits. Lao Qiu's expression grew increasingly bewildered as he looked at Jiang Sun, unsure of what to say next. Jiang Sun added, once I filled my stomach, I felt much better. Lao Qiu could no longer contain a sigh. You really are from the mountains. You, my boy, can endure quite a lot. Jiang Sun replied, it's in my genes. Those who can endure have long since perished. As old Qiu's face began to reflect admiration, he nodded slightly before suddenly adopting an exultant tone. By the way, would you be interested in joining the school's athletics team? You'd receive a stipend of 200 yuan for meals each semester. Training for an hour and a half after school every day, with no practice required on weekends. Next semester, there's the citywide middle school sports meet. And if you train diligently for a while, you might just secure a top 8 finish. For city competitions, the appearance fee is 50 yuan per event. With 4 rounds from preliminaries to finals, that amounts to 200. Securing a top 8 spot also comes with a prize, at least 100 yuan. Thus, for one semester, that totals nearly 500 yuan, which is certainly enough for breakfast. Old Chio painted a picture of an impressive monthly income of 100 yuan for the impoverished student. However, Jiangxin furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating that if he could establish his project this summer, he would never have to worry about money again. The priorities were clear. So he feigned contemplation for 2 seconds before decisively refusing. "Thank you, teacher, but I must decline. I'm afraid it would interfere with my studies." "Ah, that won't happen," Old Chio exclaimed hastily. "It won't interfere. After all, you live on campus, right? I know you. Running around your own school after classes is no different from exercising at home." "There is a difference," Jiang's son insisted firmly. "Spending an hour and a half each day after school amounts to 7.5 hours a week, 20 weeks a semester, totaling 150 hours. Over 3 years, that equates to 900 hours. According to the 10,000-hour rule, with that time, I could achieve the level of a top international expert in a subject. How could that not have an impact? Teacher Chio, I appreciate your good intentions, but my dream is to become a valuable asset to my country's modernization efforts. Those 900 hours are crucial to me. The nation needs me. Goodbye." As Jiang's son dramatically turned to leave, Old Chio, clearly taken in, grasped his shoulder, persistently asking, "Are your academic results exceptional?" "Heh." Jiang's son turned back, relishing the moment. "This year, I'm ranked first in the entire school. First in the whole school." Old Chio was momentarily stunned by Jiang Sen's audacious claim. Releasing his grip, Jiang's son walked away, leaving Old Chio with a perplexing silhouette. Observing that figure, Old Chio felt a surge of emotion. This unattractive child from a destitute mountain village had endured a year of hardship without enough to eat, concealing his true abilities until now. It turned out he was a paragon of both intellect and physical prowess. Goodness, is he the protagonist of a drama? No. The male lead isn't supposed to be so short and unattractive. Indeed, the heavens seemed to be fair to some. As Jiang's son walked away under Old Chio's deeply respectful gaze, he passed the basketball court already occupied by Hu Highway and his friends, turning into the sports office. 3 minutes later, he emerged with 2 boxes of inexpensive medicine in hand, 1 box of erythromycin and another of ranitidine. Antibiotics and gastric medication, a reasonable assortment. At least from the perspective of Dr. Jiang, who once held a master's degree in clinical medicine, this treatment plan appeared sufficiently conventional. As for why a liberal arts student ultimately acquired a master's degree in clinical medicine, that is merely a testament to the whims of fate. Those who have not experienced it may find it difficult to comprehend. However, anyone who has lived through the chaotic expansion of various domestic institutions, the frenzied adjustments of academic departments, and the unrestricted recruitment of graduate students would hardly regard such matters with any gravity. Instances where one only achieved a diploma from a vocational college yet graduated with a bachelor's degree from a prestigious 985 university are not uncommon. Thus, Jiangxin's situation is far from extraordinary. Moreover, Jiangxin's own capabilities are by no means lacking. After leaving the infirmary with his medication, Jiang's son returned to his adjacent dormitory and ascended the stairs to take his medicine. Once he had taken the medication, he seized the opportunity of his remaining free time to vigorously wash the filthy, sticky towel that had become practically unusable, hanging it outside his dormitory window under the blazing sun, allowing the various bacteria, fungi, and viruses to bask in the purifying embrace of ultraviolet rays. Having completed this task, he descended back downstairs, and by then, the final class had nearly passed the halfway mark. He quietly emerged from the small courtyard, observing the young individual sprinting beneath the basketball hoops, devoid of any desire to join the commotion. The days of being a local basketball sensation were now history. He simply wished to exist as a quiet, impoverished soul. Jiangxin settled at the cramped stairway beside the broadcasting room, patiently awaiting the hour for lunch. The packet of biscuits consumed before the 3rd class has now lost its efficacy. The stomach begins to grumble once more. Listening to the rhythmic sound of the basketball bouncing against the ground and the spirited shouts of Hu Highway and his friends in the distance, Jiangxin gazes down at an ant traversing the ground, his mind and body gradually drifting apart. This body, after all, is still in its developmental stage. It truly cannot withstand hunger. Jiangxin, Jiang Sr. Just as he found himself lost in thought, a hand suddenly appeared before him, waving slightly. He looked up, somewhat bewildered, at the unexpected presence of Xia Xiaolin. Xia Xiaolin took a step back, creating a slight distance between them, as if fearing that Jiangxin's expression might be contagious. With a smile, she exclaimed, "Oh, I've been searching for you everywhere. What are you doing here?" Jiangxin couldn't help but inquire, Is there something you need? Xia Xiaolin produced a meal card from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Here. Use this meal card for now. I just spoke with the principal at the administration building, and he mentioned that he would find a way to assist you with your meals starting next semester. For this month, you can use this card. There should be plenty of funds on it to last until the end of the term. You can return it to me once the holidays begin." Such a fortunate turn of events? Jiang Xin, without a hint of hesitation, snatched the meal card from Xia Xiaolin. "Can I eat whatever I like?" "Huh?" Xia Xiaolin, noticing Jiang Xin's eager expression as if he were about to indulge in a buffet, gently reminded him, "Just try to eat your fill, but please don't waste it. This card belongs to the principal. Rest assured, anyone who wastes food shall face dire consequences." Jiang Xin declared solemnly as he tucked the meal card into his pocket, exclaiming, "Long live Principal Ching. Long live, 1,000 times long live." After his enthusiastic proclamation, he noticed Xia Xiaolin still lingering and asked, "Is there anything else?" Xia Xiaolin hesitated, "About you and teacher Zheng Hong." Without missing a beat, Jiang Sun interjected, "It's merely a normal student-teacher relationship." "Oh." Xia Xiaolin nodded slightly, feeling that something was amiss in his response. Just then, old Chio emerged from the sports office, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Xia Xiaolin conversing with Jiang Senator. He quickly beckoned to her. "Teacher Xia, I have something to ask you." "Something for me?" Xia Xiaolin, puzzled, stepped forward. Old Chio leaned in slightly, whispering into her ear. As she listened, her expression shifted to one of astonishment, frequently glancing toward Jiang Senator. This young man, who had kept a low profile all year, turned out to possess such remarkable talents. This unassuming yet capable figure, could he possibly be the legendary antagonist male lead? Chapter 31. A bright future awaits us, alas. It is unbearably hot. Oh heavens! I beseech you to strike the principal with a bolt of lightning and usher in a new leader who might grace us with their conditioning. Just past noon. Xiao Min returned to the dormitory after lunch, instinctively cursing Cheng Zhangping. The ceiling fan in the dormitory had been cranked to its highest setting, creaking and groaning. Yet the group of vigorous young men remained drenched in sweat. Zhang Rosheng followed closely behind Xiao Min into the room, his face flushed from the midday sun. As soon as he entered, he hastily grabbed a basin and dashed outside, muttering incessantly, "I'm dying of heat, dying of heat." However, as he passed the staircase and spotted Jiang Sun gingerly ascending while clutching the railing, he suddenly perked up and exclaimed, "Sun Ge, you've returned alive. I thought you were planning to savor your last meal before departing this world. I cannot bear to lose you. I haven't even danced on your grave yet. How could I possibly leave this beautiful world behind?" Jiang Sun smiled, flashing a cheeky middle finger at Zhang Rosheng. "Get lost." Zhang Rosheng, never able to outwit Jiang Sun, fled in a huff. "Little one, you ought to consider your opponents before engaging in banter." Jiang Sun chuckled to himself, rubbing his stomach as he slowly climbed the stairs, murmuring about how uncomfortably full he felt. He had indulged excessively at lunch. For chicken legs, 2 fish fillets, a generous helping of beef stew with potatoes, a large spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a piece of pork chop the size of his face. All of which had required 2 trips to the serving counter to procure. Naturally, with such a feast, rice was not overlooked either, 3 bowls, accompanied by a bowl of clear broth, devoid of even the most basic ingredients. After all, his circumstances had changed. He was now flush with cash, dining on the university's provisions, and had long since ceased to keep track of his expenditures. He only remembered that his meal card had been generously replenished with a 4-digit sum. Curse it, how enviable. Supporting himself against the wall to enter and exit the cafeteria, Jiang Sun devoured his meal with such vigor that he astonished all who had witnessed his dining spectacle, truly pushing his stomach to its limits. As for the potential harm of overeating after prolonged hunger, he dismissed such concerns. He simply did not believe that 3 bowls of rice could prove fatal. Ugh! Jiang Sun painstakingly ascended to the 3rd floor, and upon reaching the stairway, the contents of his stomach threatened to surge upward, compelling him to swallow it back down. Acid reflux, another of his persistent ailments. Nevertheless, it mattered little. "From this day forth, I shall treat you with utmost care." Jiang Sun solemnly patted his belly. Just then, Xiao Min emerged from the room with a basin in hand. Teasingly inquired, "What is this? Have you been impregnated?" Jiang Sun immediately replied with seriousness, "Do not disclose this to anyone. It was my doing. I managed to twist myself into a yoga pose." Xiao Min stared at Jiang Sun, stunned for 3 seconds before suddenly exclaiming, "Goodness. Oh, what a fuss. Have you never seen anything before?" Jiang Sun thought as he disregarded the Navi young one and proceeded into dormitory 302, still patting his stomach. Within the confines of the room, when Xianbin had already ascended to the bed, languidly lying down, utterly inept at anything but achieving the pinnacle of idleness, Hu Qijing, with his back turned to the sun, diligently scribbled away at some assignment assigned to their class that morning, while Luo Beikong remained conspicuously absent as was his habitual custom. Upon noticing Jiang Xin's entrance, Hu Qijing flashed a toothy grin before returning to his work. Jiang Xin, devoid of the energy to engage in conversation, settled onto the edge of the bed, his gaze vacant, silently digesting his thoughts. He resolved that he could no longer indulge in such gluttony, akin to a destitute being unable to afford a meal, despite the fact that his bank account was far from empty. Moreover, Xia Xiaolin had mentioned that there would be additional financial aid next semester, painting an increasingly optimistic picture of their circumstances. The mere thought of this brought an involuntary smile to Jiang Xin's lips. Finally, fortune seemed to be turning in his favor. After 2 arduous years, he was gradually beginning to reap the rewards he so deserved. From resisting the influence of his unscrupulous father, with the protection of the village's old Kong, to enduring the trials of the high school entrance examinations, he had managed to secure a place on the last train bound for the prestigious 18th high school. Thanks to the connections of the county's leadership, the journey from the mountains to the village, and from the village to the city, had been fraught with thorns. Yet he was on the cusp of seizing control of his destiny. Ultimately, it was his academic performance that had paved this path. Had it not been for his outstanding achievements at Qinshan Ethnic Middle School, Old Kong might not have spared him a glance. If his grades at 18th High had not consistently improved each month, rectifying his deficiencies in mathematics and physics, it was unlikely that Cheng Zhangping would have taken the trouble to have Xia Xiaolin deliver a meal card to him today. Reflecting on his past life, Jiang Xin recalled a time when he had nearly been deceived by the nefarious elements of society, falling prey to the nonsensical rhetoric surrounding comprehensive quality. The recollection sent shivers down his spine. If students do not let their grades speak for them, what then is the purpose of examinations? And if the significance of examinations were to evaporate, how would the foundation of Chinese society endure? Many scoundrels, it seems, are merely well-fed individuals fearing that the underprivileged will rise and demand their share of the pie, hence they perpetuate a stream of absurdities, delighting in the degradation of the children from impoverished families. Having lived 2 lives and experienced this firsthand, Jiang Sun understood all too clearly that, undoubtedly, grades are the sole currency of student life. Excel academically, and success will follow. As for pursuits like horseback riding, archery, photography, model aviation, and aerobics, how could they possibly bear any substantial relation to the concept of quality? They merely reflect the privilege of having parents who can engage in insider dealings and flaunt their wealth. Very well then, let them flaunt. The more ostentatious they become, the sooner they will expose themselves, ultimately facing the reckoning they deserve. The ill-gotten gains they amass could be better utilized to provide quality educational resources for children in mountainous regions, improving their nutrition, living conditions, and healthcare. Wouldn't that be a splendid outcome? Seated at the edge of the bed, Jiang Xin's thoughts wandered for quite some time. After 10 minutes of idle contemplation, feeling less bloated, he gradually stood up and approached the window, retrieving his towel, which had been rendered stiff and brittle by the sun's harsh rays. With the towel in hand, he stepped outside the dormitory, vigorously shaking it at the door. A cloud of dust was visibly shaken off the towel, revealing what appeared to be a dry powder formed from a mixture of acne pus and other facial secretions, possibly concealing countless microscopic corpses. Jiang Sun gazed at the dust cascading from the towel, a shiver running down his spine. This towel, which had been in use for nearly 2 years, must surely be toxic. No wonder his skin had deteriorated. It could no longer be used. A new one must be acquired next semester. The toothbrush, too, must be replaced. Jiang Xin thought grandly, returning to his dormitory to fetch a basin and hurriedly heading to the water room. Lunchtime was precious. There could be no dawdling. Upon entering the water room, he lathered the towel with transparent soap, vigorously scrubbing it twice before reassuring himself that it was adequate. He then promptly washed his face with the towel, now imbued with the strong scent of soap. After returning to his dormitory, he shoved the basin beneath the bed, swiftly closed the door, and lay down. Time for a nap. Xiaomin also gathered her geography textbook, turned over, closed the window, and drew the curtains. The light in room 302 dimmed accordingly. Zhang Rongxing, already perched on the upper bunk, called out to Hu Qi, who was still engrossed in his homework. Brother, why not take a break? There's an exam this afternoon. Conserve your energy and sleep. Hu Qi chuckled and finally set down his pen, taking the basin and moving in and out of the room. Jiangxin chose to ignore the small commotion. After a long morning of fatigue, he closed his eyes. And in mere seconds, he was enveloped in a deep, peaceful slumber, unaware of when Hu-Chi returned. He need not fear oversleeping. For with the ruckus that a dozen spirited souls on the third floor could create, awakening was inevitable, even if there were an unlikely occurrence. Hu-Chi served as a reliable safeguard. In terms of character, Hu-Chi would undoubtedly grow to be a commendable individual. Jiangxin always felt that both Hu-Chi and Luo Beikong were well-suited for military service, while Zhang Rongxing and Xiao Min would not face hardship. When Xianbin could likely rely on his family's modest means to enjoy the benefits of a prosperous society, living a life of ease, the nation would surely continue to flourish. And everyone would have a promising future. Chapter 32. The geography examination. The blaring of alarms echoed through the dormitories, a cacophony of sounds heralding the commencement of the examination. Lin Xiaoxiu, rise and shine, came the shout, followed by an urgent need to relieve oneself. At precisely 1:30 in the afternoon, the trio of alarms from 3 different dormitories rang out simultaneously, provoking a chorus of unintelligent yells from rooms 301 and 302. Xiao Min, unable to find solace in slumber, immediately sprang from his bed like a fish out of water, joining the frenzy and rousing both the sleeping and the wakeful alike. Get up, get up. The exam is this afternoon. Enough already, I heard you, Zhang Rongxing groaned, struggling to rise from his bed, his body feeling languid. It's just a geography exam, not physics. Why fuss over it? The young lad, brimming with bravado, muttered to himself as he climbed down from his bed, slipped on his shoes, and made his way to the door. The moment the dormitory door swung open, the vibrant atmosphere outside engulfed him. The valiant souls from the opposite dormitories, clad in shorts and flip-flops, rushed about with bare torsos, hastily washing their faces and jostling for access to the washroom. The incessant ringing of alarms ultimately stirred Jiangxin from his deep slumber. He sat up, silencing his alarm with a swift motion, and glanced at the time. It was just past 1:30, plenty of time remained. He remained seated, quietly waiting for the clamor outside to subside. After a brief interval, as the clock approached 1:40, Lin Xiaoxiu and a few others from room 301 emerged, closing the door behind them as they descended the stairs. Jiangxin finally stood, grabbing his basin and heading toward the washroom. I wake up, wash my face in the morning, wash my face after meals, and wash my face before bed. My hygiene is impeccable, yet my complexion remains dreadful. I can only blame my genes, he mused, observing the visage of his biological father. It was evident that his skin had hardly fared better in youth. Curiously, such a man had managed to wed. The villagers remained tight-lipped about the matter, leaving Jiangxin to ponder the implications, though he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, the man was long gone, and he had no need to indulge in unnecessary worries. As Jiangxin approached the washroom, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, but he promptly brushed it aside. For now, I must focus on living my life well. Upon entering the washroom, he patiently queued for half a minute until Zhang Rongxing finished, finally allowing him access to the faucet. The cold splash of water invigorated him on this sweltering day. He took his time, filling a container before returning to his dormitory to hang his towel out the window, then set out downstairs with a bottle of mineral water. Moreover, as a resident student, he was spared the burden of carrying a backpack. A small yet appreciated advantage, modest in appearance, but significantly more convenient than those local children who had to return home for lunch. For those who lived a bit farther away, the round trip took over half an hour, and after a brief respite at home, they had to rush back, hardly affording themselves a moment's rest. However, some individuals find themselves in a predicament. After all, consuming lunch at school daily incurs additional expenses. Although the cost may not be exorbitant, it is important to recognize that affordability does not equate to being free. Even if an average meal costs only 5 or 6 yuan, a monthly expenditure of 100 yuan can still pose a challenge for certain local families. As for the notion that by 2005, millionaires from Dongou City were ubiquitous, what relevance does a wealthy individual's fortune hold for those in poverty? The most marginalized urban dwellers, even in 2015, still grapple with financial constraints that lead to furrowed brows. Even in the world's most affluent cities, the inability to afford food is far from an isolated incident. Unfortunately, only a handful of second-tier media and social platforms fail to report on these individuals. The weaker the plight of the impoverished, the dimmer their voices resonate within society, rendering those living on the fringes and in the shadows increasingly overlooked. The intense hardships faced by residents who have not managed to ride the wave of reform and development are beyond the comprehension of urban idealists. A poignant example is the youthful days of Jiang Sr., Well, life has been arduous for 2 generations. They have become accustomed to suffering. In this lifetime, at the very least, his next generation must not endure the same fate. Under the blazing sun, Jiang's son found himself contemplating the future of children. Perhaps a sign of heat-induced delirium. 2 minutes later, he ambled into the classroom of the first-year high school class 5. The time was just past 1:50 p.m. And the room was already filled, if one could say it was filled, as half of the students had been relocated upstairs. The same held true for other classes. Fortunately, the senior classrooms at 18 Middle School remained vacant. Otherwise, some students would have had to sit in the experimental building today. This constant back and forth was quite cumbersome. Jiang's son settled into his seat, retrieving his examination permit and identification card to place them on the corner of his desk before hoisting his backpack onto the podium. At the podium, the invigilators from other schools had taken their positions, and the subjects and timing of the day's examination were inscribed on the blackboard, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. At that moment, the geography teacher, Deng Yue, entered the classroom, scanned the room, and simply stated, "Everyone, do well and perform as you normally would. The exam questions will not be overly difficult." A murmur of chatter arose beneath the class podium. Deng Yue glanced at Jiang's son, Hu Jiangji, and a few other promising students before turning to exit. This dreaded examination made her more anxious than the students themselves. 2 minutes later, at 1:55 p.m., the invigilator glanced at the clock on the back wall of the classroom and calmly announced, "The exam will commence in 5 minutes. I will distribute the test papers now, but please refrain from writing. Everyone, take out your examination permits and place them on the corner of your desks. If you do not have your permit, your identification card or student card will suffice. Those without any form of identification will not be allowed to take the exam. The examination will run from 2 to 3:30 p.m., spanning 2 class periods, with the option to submit your papers 10 minutes early. Do not whisper or cheat. Those caught will receive an automatic failing grade." With such a stern warning, the previously jovial atmosphere amongst several students gradually dissipated into a more serious demeanor. The invigilator promptly unsealed the leather pouch and began distributing the examination papers, one group at a time. At that moment, the entire classroom, and indeed the entire high school building, descended into a profound silence, broken only by the soft rustle of papers being handed out. For the majority of students in this underperforming high school, this examination felt akin to the National College entrance examination, as passing was essential for graduation. Those who failed would not even receive a high school diploma, but merely a certificate of completion. Jiangson took a deep breath as he received both the exam paper and answer sheet, before finally writing his name. Regardless of how many times he had experienced such assessments, how thoroughly he had prepared, or his own level of competence, he always felt a twinge of anxiety until the scores were released. The students in the classroom lowered their heads, focusing intently on the initial questions, holding their breath in anticipation of the exam's commencement. Moments later, as the clock struck 2, the bell rang sharply, and the invigilator, with an air of aloof authority, announced, "The examination begins." Just as the words left his lips, an urgent voice called from outside, "Report." Everyone in the room turned to see Wen Xianbin, breathless and flustered, standing at the door. The invigilator frowned and inquired, "Why are you only arriving now?" I was looking for my examination permit," Wen Xianbin replied. The invigilator sighed in exasperation and gestured for him to enter. Wen Xianbin hurried inside, took a few steps, then turned back to say, "Teacher, what should I do? I can't find my examination permit. My ID card will do." "Oh, I didn't bring my ID card. My student ID will suffice." "Ah, the student ID. I think it's in the dormitory." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. The invigilator rubbed his forehead in frustration and called out, "Quiet. Do you all not wish to take the exam?" The room immediately fell silent. He then cast a sympathetic glance at the earnest but hapless Wen Xianbin, letting out a soft sigh. Half a minute later, the only sound left in class 5 of the first year was the gentle scratching of pens against paper. Outside the back door, a solitary figure walked with his head bowed, stepping into the brilliant sunlight. "Sigh," Wen Xianbin lamented despondently. There was no choice but to wait until this time next year to take the exam alongside the next cohort of first-year students. What terrible luck! As he silently reflected, a sudden spark of realization brightened his eyes, and he gently tapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, it must be in the pair of pants I just washed yesterday." Chapter 33. The return of the king. The 2-hour geography examination unfolded quietly. Jiangson meticulously worked through the entire paper 2.5 times, submitting it only when the bell rang. Once the examination concluded, Students from the upper floors gradually descended, filling the corridor with the sounds of high achievers exchanging answers, accompanied by the lamentations of those less academically inclined. As Jiang's son exited the classroom, he leisurely made his way to the restroom. Shortly after emerging, he was called by Deng Yui, who stood at the office door. Inquiring about his feelings regarding the exam, Jiangson calmly replied that he felt neither particularly good nor found any errors. The paper posed no significant challenge and was, quite frankly, somewhat easier than the usual exercises. Deng Yui seemed exceedingly pleased with this response. Having satisfied Deng Yui, Jiangson strolled past the office door and casually glanced inside, noticing that Zheng Hong's seat was empty. Although she had no classes in the afternoon, her absence constituted truancy. Alas, the poor thing. Jiang's son feigned a sigh in his mind, a smile gracing his lips, embodying the notion that justice would not be delayed. In a cheerful mood, he returned to the classroom, which buzzed with the liveliness of a market. A group of underachievers, who typically shunned diligence, now feigned seriousness in their post-exam reflections. Jiang's son, uninterested in their antics, merely sipped some water to soothe his throat. Moments later, the bell rang again, seamlessly transitioning into the next class. A middle-aged woman, clad in drab attire and seemingly resigned to a lack of aesthetic pursuits, entered the classroom. The entire Class 5 of the first year had grown accustomed to her laid-back demeanor. As usual, she began with several minutes of irrelevant chatter to kill time, eventually opening the textbook and launching into a monotonous recitation and analysis of the material, often failing to comprehend her own words. The students below grew increasingly restless, emitting sounds of discontent, while the woman, feeling the pressure, frequently glanced at the clock on the wall. At last, the bell indicating the end of class rang, prompting her to hurriedly assign homework before leaving. Unlike younger staff such as Zheng Hong, older employees like her were tacitly permitted to leave early, or even not attend at all if they had no classes for half a day. Jiangson once found this lifestyle enviable. However, after achieving fame, his perspective shifted. After all, with diligent work, every minute could translate into substantial earnings. The thought of rest seemed absurd. He would rather toil away at his computer, even beyond death, continuing to ride in the afterlife. Do not inquire about his obsession with wealth. It stemmed from a fear of poverty, utterly unrelated to any notions of being overly indulgent. Too indulgent, Zhang Yaoyao remarked, eyeing the pile of copied assignments left by the woman, her tone dripping with a feigned enthusiasm for learning. How can she conduct a class like this? Our poor English grades are entirely her fault. Jiangson cast a dispassionate glance at Zhang Yaoyao. In a sudden outburst, she retorted, "What are you staring at? Am I wrong? Indeed, it is entirely my fault." Jiangson raised both hands in surrender, too weary to dispute the fact that throughout the entire period from last semester to the midterms of this semester, it had been the ample-bellied miss who had been teaching. Yet one could hardly recall a time when her English scores had yielded even a smattering of commendations. Now, with the English teacher on maternity leave, the blame was swiftly cast upon the shoulders of the unsuspecting auntie. It is no wonder she often sought to leave early. When the students excelled, her absence was inconsequential. Yet when they faltered, the burden fell squarely upon her. Did anyone think she was Zheng Hong? Zheng Hong had already left early. What more could one expect from auntie? Jiang's son internally grumbled as he prepared for the final mathematics class of the day, eagerly awaiting its conclusion so he could indulge in dinner. However, before the bell could announce the start of class amidst the cacophony of the classroom, the mathematics teacher, Zhang Jiajia, entered with a stack of test papers, her expression reminiscent of a jester, and exclaimed, "Guess what surprise I have for you all." A collective gasp erupted as the class caught sight of the papers in her hands. Immediately, someone cried out, "Another exam? Surely not. Another one? We've already been tested all day." The chorus of despair echoed through the room. Chemistry in the morning, a general exam in the afternoon, and now mathematics. "Please, Xiaozhang, spare me," the chorus of struggling students lamented. Yet Zhang Jiajia chuckled. "Not a mathematics exam. I bring you the chemistry test papers from this morning. They have already been graded." "So soon?" a voice from the back row exclaimed. "Only your Class S papers. Teacher Rong finished grading them in a jiffy." Zhang Jiajia continued cheerfully, adopting a tone akin to that of a prize announcer. "Come now, let us distribute them before you fret. We'll pass them out from the back to the front starting from the last." Zhang Yuba, 46 points. Laughter erupted from the back of the classroom. Zhang Yuba slammed his math textbook onto his desk, indignant, and shouted at Huang, "What the hell? You copied me. How could I possibly be in last place?" He appeared unfazed, even somewhat amused. Zhang Jiajia rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "That's enough. You know, Cheating and still landing in last place. How can you show your face? Hurry up and come collect your paper. Don't disrupt my class. Why not just pass them down? Zhang Yubo retorted, bewildered as he approached. Zhang Jiajia reverted to her cheerful demeanor, saying, "Oh no, I want to see whether you lot have any shame at all. ABO certainly doesn't tea. Just you wait until school is out. Go on, go on. Always cautioning me about this, and then after class. I'm tired of hearing it. If you're so brave, show me what you've got." Zhang Jiajia playfully provoked, even mimicking a kicking motion. Zhang Yubo dodged and scurried back to his seat as she continued. Second to last, Wang Huang, 48 points. The laughter in Class 5 of the first year echoed like a comedic performance as the sun dipped below the horizon around 4 o'clock. With Zhang Jiajia unabashedly continuing to announce the results, one after another. 45th place, Wen Xiebin. Where is Wen Xiebin? Teacher, it seems he has tea shown up this afternoon. Not here? Is he unwell? I'm not certain. Oh, let us proceed. 36th place, Zhu Jieluan, scoring 61. 18th place, Zhu Chuchu, scoring 72. 17th place, Zhang Yaoyao, scoring 73. You copied. You're the one who copied. Zhang Jiajia interjected. Young ladies should speak with more grace. Zhang Yaoyao reached for her paper from her seat, muttering as she sat down, "Aren't you the same?" Zhang Jiajia was oblivious and continued announcing the results. 16th place, Chen Junjia, 74 points. Chen Junjia, your chemistry isn't impressive. I thought you were quite capable. Chen Junjia shamelessly replied. It's all just a facade, meaningless. Zhang Jiajia had no retort. 12th place, Huang Mingjia, 78 points. Upon hearing her name, Huang Mingjia hurriedly dashed up to collect her paper, but as she ran, her chest swayed, provoking a chorus of exclamations from the class. Blushing at the commotion, she quickly retreated, her movements exaggeratedly shaky. The classroom erupted with incredulous reactions. Wow. For heaven's sake. Boys, have some decorum. A pack of wolves. Zhang Jiajia shouted, attempting to quell the inappropriate atmosphere. At this moment, the papers for the top 10 were distributed, and the bell rang for class. The laughter in the room gradually subsided, while those yet to receive their papers wore pretentious expressions. 9th place, Xiaomin, 80 points. Damn it. Shouldn't I be in 8th place? Xiaomin grumbled as she approached the stage. Zhang Jiajia replied, that is commendable. Teacher Rongrong mentioned that achieving 80 points on this exam is considered passing. You're the first in your class to pass. The others should strive harder. A chorus of mock boos resonated throughout the room. Zhang Jiajia continued with the announcements. After Xiaomin, several names were called until the 4th place was announced, causing a ruckus among the boys in the back. 4th place, Hu Haiwei, 84 points. Hu Haiwei proudly stood up and walked to the front. Hu Jiangji whispered to those beside him, he copied from me. I know, Zhang Yubo replied. I wanted to copy you too, but teacher Rongrong stood too close. Before Hu Haiwei could return with his paper, Zhang Jiajia immediately called out Hu Jiangji's name. 3rd place, Hu Jiangji, 86 points. She expressed her disdain, saying, and you claim to be so exceptional, yet you're only 3rd. I made an error, all right, and I was the first to submit my paper. Hu Jiangji shouted. Oh, is there extra credit for being the first to submit? Who told you to be the first? Zhang Jiajia handed the paper to Hu Haiwei, instructing him to take it down, to which Hu Haiwei grinned and shouted back at Hu Jiangji. Trash, you're only 2 points ahead of me. Hu Jiangji, touched on a sensitive subject, couldn't help but exclaim, damn it. I won't let you copy next time. However, Hu Haiwei merely chuckled shamelessly, showing no sign of remorse. What is the point of self-deception? Where would you even copy during the college entrance examination? Zhang Jiajia shook his head in disbelief, casually picking up the next test paper. Glancing at Zhang Rongxing. Zhang Rongxing felt a sudden rush of anxiety, clenching his fists. With a slight smile, Zhang Jiajia announced, 2nd place, Zhang Rongxing, 88 points. Wow, impressive. Amazing. The classroom erupted in gasps of admiration. The usually arrogant Zhang Rongxing, who often boasted in front of Jiangxin, suddenly felt embarrassed, scratching his head as he stood up and hurried to collect his test paper. At this moment, Zhang Jiajia paused briefly, glancing at the last paper in his hand, and asked, I suppose everyone knows who the 1st place is, right? All eyes in the classroom turned to Jiang San, quickly shifting away. Zhang Jiajia noticed this scene and suddenly burst into laughter. Unable to contain himself, he continued, banging on the table and laughing heartily. Ha! This is too amusing. Your synchronized reactions towards Ma Zi are just too perfect. But the students in the class found little humor in it. After all, just last Friday, Jiang Sun had breached their psychological defenses, and now, The more outstanding Jiang's son performed, the more it highlighted their own inadequacies. Seeing his laughter failing to resonate with the class, and feeling their incredulous stares upon him, Zhang Jiajia finally felt a bit awkward. He straightened his expression and asked the class, "How about guessing Jiang Sen's score?" The class exchanged glances. In the corner, someone quietly suggested, "It should be over 90, right?" Yet, no one else spoke up. Obviously, with the second place scoring 88, the first must be around 90. Noticing the silence, Zhang Jiajia turned to Jiang Sen and asked, "Mazi, why don't you take a guess at your score?" Jiang Sen stood up, smiled at Zhang Jiajia, and casually uttered 3 words, 100. The entire class couldn't help but glance at their desk partners. Even Zhang Yaoao turned her gaze towards Jiang Sen and Zhang Jiajia. After locking eyes with Jiang Sen for 2 seconds, Zhang Jiajia, lacking the flair for suspense, abruptly raised the last test paper in his hand and announced to the class, "First place, Jiang Sen, full score, 100. As his words fell, the entire classroom of Class 5, Grade 1 erupted in commotion. Zhang Rongxing, Hu Jiangji, and Hu Haiwei all stared at Jiang Sen in disbelief. A perfect score. In the history of our Class 5. And indeed throughout the entire high school division of 18 middle school, no one had ever achieved a perfect score in any subject. Jiang Sen had made history for our school. Amidst the class's astonishment, Zhang Jiajia suddenly sang a line in a serious tone, then burst into laughter. Our school has only 2 years of history, ha 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 ha. Jiang Sen looked at the silly teacher, feeling utterly speechless. Grandmother. It is rare for me to unleash my overwhelming aura, captivating the entire class and elevating the atmosphere to such a degree. Yet, to my astonishment, I received a mere 2-year history assessment. Teacher, I have something to express. Jiang Sen hastily sought to remedy the situation. Zhang Jiajia promptly handed the paper to Jiang Sen, laughing heartily. No need to speak. No need to speak. A trivial unit exam has been treated as if it were an award ceremony. Let us strive harder next time and commence our lessons now. Jiang Sen. Chapter 34. The Divine Beast 302. Goodbye, classmates. Goodbye, teacher. At precisely 5:10 in the afternoon, as the bells signaling the end of the school day rang at 18 middle school, Zhang Jiajia exuberantly leaped out of the classroom, her joy surpassing that of the other students. The prospect of an evening date filled her with delight. Just as she exited, Jiang Sen glanced at the duty roster pinned in the corner of the blackboard. Duty called, and he rose to his feet, walking to the front of the class. The moment he reached for the eraser, a cacophony erupted from below. Don't erase it. Mazi, wait a moment. I need to copy the homework. Yet, within a mere 40 minutes, the historical records of their school were swiftly forgotten by this group. Mazi remained unchanged. A fact that was only acknowledged by a select few who secretly recognized Jiang Sen's exceptional abilities. However, in the prevailing atmosphere of the class, no one would dare voice such sentiments openly. Moreover, students like Hu Jiangji and Zhang Rongxing, who had performed admirably in their studies, needed some time to digest the reality that Jiang Sen had now surpassed them comprehensively. Similarly, Hu Haiwei and the boys in the back row had to reconsider whether to maintain their strained relationship with Jiang Sr. While it was true that mocking the unattractive was a privilege naturally possessed by the school bullies, one that the principal's admonitions could not dissuade, ridiculing an academically gifted student or even a prodigy was an entirely different matter. Protecting such scholars was an instinctual duty for both the school and its educators, a priority that outweighed the privilege of bullies to torment the less fortunate. Besides, Hu Haiwei and his companions were hardly bullies. They were merely imitators of such behavior. As for the other students, they were simply bystanders, passively observing. Yet, isn't that the way of the world? For those not directly involved, your success holds no significance. Likewise, the fates of others are of no concern to you. No matter how wealthy someone may be, if they do not share even a penny with you, why would you call them father? Similarly, no matter how outstanding a scholar's achievements may be, they will not grant you any favor during the college entrance examination. Thus, their brilliance is of little concern to you. So, despite the apparent collective folly of the students, each was, in fact, quite astute. When the examination results were released, it was undeniable that Ma Zi excelled. However, once the excitement faded, Ma Zi would still bear his birthmark. He had simply achieved a perfect score. Would this prevent them from continuing to call him Ma Zi? Certainly not. In fact, they would likely chant it even more fervently. Who else could we call Ma Zi if not you, given your perfect score? Jiang Sen stood silently at the podium, his thoughts crystal clear, patiently waiting for the sluggish group below to finish copying the scant homework assigned by Zhang Jiajia from the blackboard. After 5 or 6 minutes, As students began to leave and Zhu Chuchu started stacking chairs onto the tables, he finally took action, erasing the dense scribbles from the board. Yet he continued to erase at an excruciatingly slow pace, meticulously rubbing away at the 2 lines of homework inscribed on the blackboard, which one could easily commit to memory. He persisted until the last student, who was not on duty, exited the classroom with their backpack. Only then did he retrieve a damp cloth and swiftly clean the blackboard, thereby earning permission from the diligent hygiene monitor, Zhu Chuchu, to leave the classroom. In total, he had been delayed for at least 10 minutes. As the slanting rays of the evening sun illuminated the northern corridor of the first-year teaching building at 18th High School, Jiangsun stepped out of the classroom to find the building nearly deserted. Even the teacher's office contained only a handful of homeroom teachers, preoccupied with their own affairs. After washing his hands in the restroom, he emerged from the teaching building to find the playground alive with noise. The basketball court, bustling with students unwilling to leave after school, was crowded with eager groups waiting beneath each hoop. The school's long-standing prohibition against bringing basketballs onto the premises had long been undermined by the fervent enthusiasm of the youth, which perhaps constituted the greatest merit of 18th High School, an institution that, despite its shortcomings, bestowed genuine freedom upon its students. They were free to learn or to play as they wished, with all rights ultimately resting in the hands of the students themselves. While the school merely provided the most fundamental resources, at times, Jiangsun pondered whether this was indeed the most effective educational approach. In contrast to the relentless grind of certain schools 20 years hence, where students were subjected to unyielding pressure to excel, the balanced environment of 18th High School might represent a more enlightened state of learning, prioritizing education while accommodating other pursuits where self-motivation took precedence. With the school serving as a supportive backdrop, the only lament was the subpar quality of the teachers. However, the practice of aggregating all outstanding educators and students to foster an environment of intense competition, akin to what one might find at Qingshan Ethnic School, was equally reprehensible. In essence, it was merely a shift from one extreme, where competent teachers were non-existent, to another, where the best resources were hoarded. Extremes rarely yield favorable outcomes. Even if the adverse consequences had yet to manifest, it was merely a matter of time before the inevitable transformation from quantitative to qualitative change occurred. To put it plainly, what goes around comes around. The time for reckoning would eventually arrive, and when it did, the repercussions would not befall just 1 or 2 individuals. Jiangsun mused as he passed by a group of muscular boys sweating it out on the small playground, discreetly entering the dormitory courtyard and silently ascending the stairs. Upon returning to dormitory 302, he pushed the door open to find Wen Xianbin lying on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. Alongside him was Luo Beikong, poring over a geography textbook. Jiangsun observed them in silence before setting down his backpack. Suddenly, Luo Beikong shouted, "Motzi." Jiangsun responded. Luo Beikong set aside his book and approached, asking once more, "Do you truly believe I have any chance of graduating?" During this afternoon's geography exam, I was utterly clueless about what I was writing. It was all a jumbled mess. It's all right. There's always next year. Jiangsun replied with unwavering confidence, echoing his sentiments from yesterday. If you start studying earnestly now, the content in these books is quite manageable. By reading 10 pages a day, you will have ample time over the next 2 years to memorize the entire textbook. Graduation should pose no difficulty. Sighing, Luo Beikong retorted, "Ah, you certainly know how to speak. Today, even old Xiao scolded me, cursing that I can't even run a tactic. What the hell does running a tactic have to do with winning or losing? Basketball is all about physical prowess. Last semester, I single-handedly led the team to the top 8 in the city. With just a slightly competent player alongside me, I could have secured the championship." Frustrated, he kicked Hu Chi's chair with disdain. "Let us go eat. Sitting here is just a waste of time." Jiangsun had eaten quite a bit at lunch, and although he wasn't particularly hungry, he preferred this to being dragged into Luo Beikong's incessant complaints, which left him unable to complete his assignments. Luo Beikong, realizing the truth in this, stood up again and marched over to Wen Xuanbin's bed, shaking it vigorously. "Pick. We're going to eat. You skip class to play basketball. What do you think you're doing by skipping class?" Wen Xianbin, looking utterly innocent, groggily arose from his bed, his eyes clouded with confusion. "I fell asleep. I forgot to bring my examination permit this afternoon and just laid down for a bit. I thought school was already over when I woke up, so I didn't bother going to class." Jiangsun merely sighed. He was confident he could manage a team like Luo Beikong's, but dealing with a character like Wen Xianbin left him utterly at a loss. Let us go. Mazi, we're off to eat." Luo Beikong shouted as he strode towards the door. Jiang's son instinctively checked his pockets. Both his meal card and keys were present, and he followed Luo Beikong downstairs. As they exited the dormitory courtyard, Luo Beikong, upon encountering each basketball hoop, couldn't help but criticize the players, expressing disdain for every team they passed. His voice loud and piercing. Yet, the scrawny middle and high school students, upon seeing Luo Beikong's imposing figure, dared not utter a word. Upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, they spotted Hu Highway and Hu Jiangji engaged in a game. Luo Beikong stood at the entrance, observing as Hu Highway received the ball, skillfully dribbling it between his legs repeatedly before passing to Zhang Yuba. A look of disdain plastered across his face, accompanied by a mocking laugh that conveyed his sentiment. Pathetic. Hu Highway, upon hearing this, turned to glare at Luo Beikong, but Luo Beikong regarded him with the same disdain, treating him like a mere dog, scoffing, utter garbage. Hu Highway froze, his expression a mix of rage, yet he lacked the courage to retort. After all, Luo Beikong's reputation preceded him. He was the true, unrecognized king of the 18th middle school. Jiangson observed Hu Highway's cowardly demeanor and inwardly sighed, deeming him truly worthless. If it were him, he would undoubtedly confront Luo Beikong directly. Whether it be basketball or a scuffle, the worst outcome would simply be defeat. But a loss is merely a loss. One must not shrink away. To do so would render one akin to Hu Highway, wouldn't he? Why not take a chance? What if, by some stroke of fortune, victory was attained? Such an endeavor could yield boundless gains. It was absurd that he could not comprehend this. It was no wonder he was destined to be merely the leader of the back row boys. Jiangson silently criticized as he strolled toward the cafeteria window with an air of nonchalance. Luo Beikong quickly caught up and continued to rib Jiangson about their classmate. That was from your class, wasn't it? Jiangson nodded slightly. Yes. Luo Beikong remarked, all show and no substance. Hu Qi is far superior. Jiangson replied with a smile. Hu Qi is a commendable student. As they passed by the table where Hu Qi, Xiaomin, and Zhang Rongxing were seated, Hu Qi suddenly grasped Jiang's son's hand, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, Jiang's son, you scored 100 in chemistry? The cafeteria, sparsely populated with boarding students and teachers during dinner time, turned its collective gaze toward Jiang's son upon hearing Hu Qi's loud proclamation. Jiang's son smiled gently, responding in an equally loud voice, calm down. It is merely what I ought to do. At such a boastful declaration, a ripple of light laughter spread through the cafeteria. Luo Beikong chimed in. What the heck? Have you really become this impressive lately? I thought you were just moderately capable. Amidst the commotion, a teacher from across the room bellowed in indignation, Luo Beikong. How dare you speak? You skipped 2 classes today. Just then, when Xianbin entered the cafeteria. Upon hearing the furious outburst, he froze in place, too intimidated to move. After a few moments of daze, he lowered his head and timidly turned to leave. He felt too guilty to stay and eat. Chapter 35. With you, without me Hu Qi, it is time for bed. Just past 11 o'clock at night. Xiaomin returned to the dormitory, carrying a basin and stifling a long yawn. After an exhausting day of examinations, she had spent the evening tackling a math test and a myriad of other problems, leaving her utterly fatigued. At this moment, Hu Qi was equally weary. Emitting a faint sound of agreement, he glanced at Jiangson, who remained steadfastly engrossed in his studies and ultimately surrendered to fatigue, setting down his pen. The benchmark set by Jiang's son was unattainably high for him. It was simply beyond his reach. Not only him, but even Zhang Rongxing had capitulated early, retreating to bed long before. Sighing, Hu Qi stood up, carrying the basin out of the room. Xiaomin settled on the edge of her bed, towel in hand, drying her hair while casting sidelong glances at Jiang's senator, observing him completely absorbed in his own world. Turning page after page of the physics textbook from the second semester of the first year, she couldn't help but shake her head, muttering under her breath, damn. I am truly in awe. Jiang's son, however, remained unresponsive, silent, and indifferent. For him, today was not much different from any other day. The only distinction was that he hadn't ventured out to sweep the floor, saving him an hour. He had eaten well throughout the day, his stomach satisfied, allowing him to focus with relative ease. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, he promptly completed his homework and resumed studying the physics textbook he hadn't finished the previous night. Without the capability to elevate him, Zhang Hong had no choice but to allow him to soar independently. That was all there was to it. The dormitory 302 fell into a tranquil silence. After a dozen minutes, when Hu Qi returned from his shower, he checked the time and urged Jiang's son, perhaps you should take a shower now? The lights will go out soon. Jiang Sun lifted his gaze, noticing Zhang Rongxing's alarm clock, which indeed indicated it was nearly 11:20. After several hours of silence, he finally spoke. "Oh, is it that late?" "Yes," came the weak voice from the upper bunk opposite him, where when Xianbin resided. "I am so hungry." "Don't worry. You won't feel hungry once you fall asleep. I have experience," Jiang Sun replied nonchalantly. He stood, stretching lazily before shaking out his limbs, and then bent down to retrieve his basin from under the bed. As he exited, not having gone too far, the chatter in dormitory 302 erupted once more. "Goodness. I feel like Jiang Sun is defying fate," Xiaomin exclaimed, influenced by the recent novel she had read. "Lin Xiaoshu just asked me about Jiang Sun's performance in other subjects. I told him Jiang Sun is a political genius, an English monarch, a chemistry prodigy, a master of Chinese, a ruler of history and geography, and an expert in computer labs. Now he has even managed to catch up in math and physics. He is truly invincible." Zhang Rongxing immediately sprang up, indignantly exclaiming, "I suspect he must have stumbled upon some kind of treasure. How could one person suddenly become so formidable? Damn it, he lapped me by a lap and a half during the 1,500-meter run today." Xiaomin chuckled. "You are simply incompetent. Being the last in the entire class has nothing to do with any treasure." Upon hearing Hu Qi's words, Jiang Sun could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Is Jiang Sun's stamina truly this remarkable? It certainly does not appear so at first glance. You worthless individuals have no idea what you were talking about. Luo Beikong, who rarely participated in such late-night discussions, interjected with an air of arrogance. If one lacks physical endurance, how could they possibly read for hours on end without tiring? Do you truly believe sitting still is without its fatigue? One Xianbin chimed in. I think his greatest strength lies in his ability to withstand hunger. I am truly on the verge of starvation. Be quiet, you pig. Luo Beikong retorted irritably. The person I despise most is someone like you, a useless lump of clay that cannot even be propped up. Yet, when Xianbin appeared oblivious to the insult, simply repeating, I am really so hungry. Hu Qi, who was standing by the window enjoying the breeze, compassionately inquired, I have a packet of instant noodles. Would you care for some? Huh? You have instant noodles? When Xianbin sprang up, why didn't you say so earlier? Don't eat now, it's far too late. Xiao Min frowned, vehemently opposing, if you eat now, it will be past midnight, and the entire room will reek of noodles. How will we sleep? But I am hungry. When Xianbin whimpered, slowly descending from the bed, Luo Beikong, exasperated, exclaimed, Eat, 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 you pig. Hurry up and eat. Just hearing you speak is vexatious. Alas, I do not wish to be this way. Today has simply been unfortunate for me. When Xianbin sighed, approaching Hu Qi, where are the noodles? Hu Qi turned, opened the wardrobe in the corner, and retrieved a packet of Kong Shui Fu from beneath his clothes, handing it to him. Perhaps you should eat it dry. It is convenient that way. Thank you. I will return it to you tomorrow. When Xianbin responded in his usual lethargic tone, taking the instant noodles and beginning to crunch on them, which immediately provoked a chorus of complaints from everyone else in the room, apart from Hu Qi. Bin Gu, please finish quickly. Do not disturb my sleep. Bin, you truly are a talent. Pig, I give you 5 minutes, exceed that, and I shall throw your noodles out the window. When Xianbin nearly burst into tears, pleading pathetically, do not rush me. 5 minutes is far too short to finish. I could always go eat outside. Luo Beikong sat up from his bed, his expression fierce. Get out. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Sun returned from his various tasks, and upon seeing when Xianbin squatting outside in his shorts, resembling a ghost while gnawing on instant noodles, he let out a hearty curse, nearly scaring himself. He hastily pushed the door open and entered the bedroom as if fleeing. Inside the dorm, the lights had already been extinguished. Jiang Sun, being considerate, did not turn the lights back on. He set down the basin, took cold medicine in the dark, and lay down directly. Within 2 minutes, he was in a deep slumber, a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, just after 5 o'clock, as dawn began to break, a figure slipped out of dormitory 302. Armed with a meal card in his pocket, Jiang Sun rose early, quietly washed up in the water room, then shouldered his backpack and exited the dormitory building. Aside from the dormitory courtyard, he made his way directly towards the dining hall. At this moment, the dining hall had just opened, and the chefs were bustling about preparing breakfast. Only 2 lights illuminated the dining area, casting a somewhat dim glow. But Jiang Sun managed well enough, finding a corner to sit down. He then took out his political textbook to read for a while, seeking to refresh his mind. Around 5:30, Lin Xiaoshu entered from outside. Upon noticing that Jiang Sun had already begun studying so early, Lin felt a sense of betrayal wash over him. Having learned his secret techniques, he now found himself on the receiving end. Truly, the apprentice had learned well, leaving the master in the dust. Jiangxin, you despicable traitor. Lin Xiaoxiu's expression darkened, yet he remained silent, seething with unexpressed anger as he took a seat at an empty table and began to memorize his notes. However, his focus was far from what it usually was. He could not help but steal glances at Jiangxin from time to time. In contrast, Jiangxin was entirely oblivious to Lin Xiaoxiu's presence. He kept his head down, turning page after page of his book, like history and geography. The two political textbooks from his first year had already become quite thin in his hands. Regardless of the page he turned to, Jiangxin was well versed in the material. He could succinctly explain concepts in just a few words or elaborate extensively on China's industrial layout for the coming years. This is the advantage of a reborn individual. They always stand at the forefront of the times, perceiving the larger trends and overarching circumstances. By revisiting fundamental knowledge, they solidify their understanding even further. Jiangxin remained engrossed in his reading until around 6:10, when a cheerful voice from the kitchen called out, "Children, the meat buns are ready. You may come to eat." Meat buns. Startled, Jiangxin lifted his head, and the lights above flickered to life. Under the bright illumination, he locked eyes with Lin Xiaoxiu, who wore a noticeably sulky expression. Coldly, he offered no greeting to Jiangxin and stood up to head towards the serving window. Jiangxin couldn't help but smile at the thought of the saying that companions are often rivals. Choosing to wait until Lin Xiaoxiu finished getting his food before he slowly stood up, took a tray, and approached the window. Upon seeing Jiangxin, the auntie at the window frowned at his face, but then, feeling a pang of sympathy, generously offered him several extra meat buns, chiding him. "Why are you such a silly child? If you're hungry, just tell us. We have plenty of leftovers every day. Do you think we're missing your one meal? You could have easily asked instead of waiting until now. Look at you, you're so thin. If your principal doesn't give you a meal card. Do you plan on starving for 3 years? You'll be a fool from hunger. Your grades are so good. The school is counting on you to make a name for everyone." "Yes, yes, yes." Jiangxin chuckled, barely spending a few coins, and walked back to his seat, happily devouring the buns. Each bun was consumed in a few bites, leaving him with a warm feeling in his stomach. Reminiscent of indulgent delicacies, one contemplates that a lifetime is, in essence, merely a pursuit of sustenance. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Xiaoxiu quietly bows his head. Sipping his soy milk, his countenance decidedly forlorn. Chapter 36. Citywide examination. Life within the school, as long as no unforeseen incidents occur, can proceed in an orderly manner. Following the minor uproar caused by Hu Haiwei's mother and Zheng Hong's absence from class on Monday, by the next day, Class 5 of the first year resumed its normalcy. If one were to pinpoint an unexpected occurrence, it would be Zheng Hong's return on Wednesday after a 2-day hiatus, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Clearly, the school found itself at a loss. With the approach of finals, the other teachers of various subjects were equally preoccupied. Even if they could substitute for 1 or 2 classes, it was unfeasible to do so for an entire month. The sheer exertion would be overwhelming. Even if they took turns substituting, each teacher had a distinct teaching rhythm, and with only 1 class each, they could not be expected to invest their full attention. Thus, allowing Zheng Hong, deemed inadequate, to continue teaching seemed no different. Hence, Cheng Zhamping exhibited a commendable magnanimity, opting to let Zheng Hong muddle through the month, postponing any further decisions until later. Once the holidays commenced, he would have ample time to address personnel matters. However, upon her return, Zheng Hong's attitude in class had improved significantly. The platitudes about once sharing their love for freedom and running under the blue sky were considerably diminished. She focused on delivering lessons with decorum. If the students struggled to comprehend, she would reiterate the explanations. Yet, she made every effort to avoid direct communication with Jiangxin, not solely due to her shame over her past mistakes and the principal's admonition, but also because Jiangxin had achieved a perfect score in chemistry, rendering any questioning of his intellect utterly impossible. Should she dare to repeat her previous missteps, Cheng Zhamping would likely respond with far greater severity than mere expulsion, perhaps even involving a mental health institution. Zheng Hong refrained from provoking Jiangxin, and naturally, Jiangxin had no inclination to trouble her. Throughout the entire week, during physics classes, Jiangxin essentially engaged in self-study, preferring to consult reference books rather than seek outside assistance when confronted with challenging problems. Of course, even if he wished to ask for help, he found himself unable to do so. Lin Xiaoxiu had been deliberately avoiding him all week, even ignoring him in the dormitory's water room. The enmity over competing for the top rank in their grade was palpable. Jiangxin, well aware of Lin Xiaoxu's sentiments, recognized that similar scenarios unfolded daily across various professions nationwide. He contemplated purchasing a small gift for Lin Xiaoxu as a token of appreciation for the previous guidance he had received. Alas, his wallet did not concur, leaving him financially constrained. Thus, he resolved to mentally owe Lin Xiaoxu a favor, intending to invite him out for a meal once his finances improved. He had even identified a quaint little restaurant at the end of Jeannot Road, which he had noticed during his previous ventures while begging for food. The dishes emanated delightful aromas, and the prices were reasonable, making it a perfect dining option for students without income. As for whether Lin Xiaoxu would accept the invitation when the time came, that was beyond Jiangxin's concern. He was simply assured that he had done what was necessary. In addition to the concerns raised by Zheng Hong, another issue of moderate significance arose this week. After the conclusion of the geography and history classes for the first-year students, a total of 6 class periods became available each week, necessitating redistribution among the other teachers. Upon deliberation, the school administration concluded that political studies were not eligible for the additional classes, language arts did not require them, and the subjects of physics and chemistry would only be examined the following year with a relatively low weight in grading, thus they were not urgent. Consequently, they decided to allocate these 6 periods evenly between mathematics and English, as this was considered supplementary instruction rather than replacement teaching. Each class would come with an additional compensation of 30 yuan for the teachers. Upon hearing the news, the youthful and vigorous Zhang Jiejia was quite delighted, as she could now teach an additional 6 classes per week, earning an extra 180 yuan, which translated to a substantial 720 yuan over the month. Conversely, this development was far from favorable for the elderly instructor responsible for the English lessons of Jiangxin's class. Firstly, she taught only 1 class, meaning her total supplement would amount to merely 360 yuan. As a veteran educator, she had no need for such a pittance and was unwilling to expend her precious energy for it. More critically, she was reluctant to acknowledge, yet could not escape the reality of her own limitations. With the end of the term approaching, it was expected that the English curriculum for Class 5 of the first years should align with other subjects, focusing on exam preparation and test paper analysis. However, the instructor had been postponing the course content to avoid discussing exam questions, while other subjects had already completed their materials, leaving her with an entire unit still to cover. She was acutely aware that her current capabilities fell short of effectively explaining the first-year exam papers. Since the departure of the regular English teacher on maternity leave, Jiangxin's class had only undertaken 1 English examination, after which the instructor merely distributed the answers for self-correction. Since then, no further examination papers had graced their English lessons. Originally, she had calculated that she could at least delay the so-called comprehensive review until the final 2 weeks. However, amidst her meticulous planning, she had completely overlooked the upcoming assessments. When the school's unexpected decision was announced on Tuesday, she found herself in quite a predicament. Nevertheless, unlike Zheng Hong, who was heedlessly defiant, she was not inclined to oppose the school's formal resolutions. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the situation, begrudgingly adding 3 extra classes for Jiangxin's group. These sessions were arduous for her to conduct and excruciating for the students to endure. Miraculously, despite the struggles of these 3 classes, she still maintained control over the course's progression, with yet another unit remaining. On Friday afternoon, after the 2nd period, as she exited the classroom, the students erupted in dismay, banging on their desks and lamenting, "Oh no, how can there still be 3 weeks left? Just bring on the final exam and end this misery. I can't bear to study any longer." As soon as the absurd remarks fell from his lips, Zhang Jiejia, undeterred by the atmosphere, strolled in, placing a stack of examination papers down, rendering the room into a state of laughterless disbelief. He shouted thoughtlessly, "Those who don't wish to study may as well jump off a building for relief. For those who do, let us first take an exam. Just a little weekend toil." As teacher Zheng Hong has taken the afternoon off, this mathematics examination will conclude at 5:30. 5:30. The students immediately began to rebel. Yet Zhang Jiejia was quite accustomed to this scenario, continuing unabated. "This is our performance evaluation for the semester, which will be factored into our final grades. Although it may seem futile, we must still go through the motions. This paper has already been taken by the students in class 1 upstairs this morning, and Lin Xiaoxu from their class scored 128. Ma Zi, do you have the confidence to surpass him?" "None," Jiang's son replied candidly. "For mathematics this year, I have set a target of 125 points for myself. This year, I aim to score between 115 and 125, and next year, between 130 and 140. What sort of ridiculous plan is that? Zhang Jiejia exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, adding, I suspect you will fail at the end of the term. Jiang Xin's expression turned to one of confusion as he inquired, why? Instead of responding immediately, Zhang Jiejia raised his voice to the entire class, announcing, allow me to share another piece of news. Thanks to Principal Cheng's efforts, our school's first-year students have been fortunate enough to participate in this semester's citywide unified examination for first-year students. In previous years, only the best schools in the city were eligible for this test, essentially their own preliminary assessment. However, this year, due to our principal's endeavors, the city has permitted those schools to include us as well. Moreover, a few neighboring schools from the urban area were also included. This means that during the final exams this year, we will be tested alongside 6 of the top schools in the city: Dongoyu High School, Dongoyu No. 2 High School, Onan No. 1 Middle School, Obei No. 2 High School, Ouyang Middle School, and Aoqing No. 1 High School. In total, we will be competing with 15 schools, amounting to around 20,000 students. The significance of this undertaking has caught the city's attention. This morning, several retired teachers from various schools have been sequestered in hotels to formulate the examination questions, and they will not be released until the task is complete. Akin to the college entrance examination process, this indicates that the performance and rankings of the first-year students across the city will reflect the results of this examination, potentially mirroring the circumstances of the college entrance examination 2 years hence. While individual students may experience fluctuations in their scores, the overall distinctions are unlikely to vary significantly. Thus, I implore you, take this examination seriously. This is no longer merely a matter of receiving a report card to avoid punishment at home. It has escalated to a matter of the school's reputation. If everyone approaches it with the same lack of effort as Ma Zi, and Principal Cheng learns of this absurd plan, I assure you he would unleash a torrent of reprimands upon him. Do you believe that? Zhang Jiejia rambled on, humorously concluding his tirade. Yet, upon observing the students below, he noted a palpable lack of reaction from the group of underperformers. Apart from a handful of individuals who managed a polite smile, the overwhelming majority merely expressed a lackluster response, utterances of oh, wow, that were utterly perfunctory, devoid of any enthusiasm, let alone excitement. In the back row, Hu Jiangji felt a sense of uncertainty within, yet feigned indifference as he nonchalantly remarked, it's just an exam. What does it matter to me? As long as I can get into his second-tier university, I'm content. His classmates exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the meaning behind his words. What does second-tier mean? Zhang Yuba inquired of Huang Huang, who vigorously shook his head in response. I don't know. Clearly, for students who had never entertained the notion of attending university, the idea of competing with Dongoyu High School was utterly fantastical. However, the opportunity that Qing Zhaoping had secured was, in truth, not intended for them at all. The top 50 or even 30 students from the first year at the 18th high school were the true subjects of Qing Zhaoping's scrutiny. This time, across 15 schools in the city, the total number of candidates barely exceeded 20,000, which constituted approximately half of the cohort from Dongoyu City preparing to register for the college entrance examination. Moreover, this figure could be regarded as the upper echelon of that half, given the exceptional educational standards in Dongoyu City. Students who ranked within the top 25 would likely not fall below the top 20 in the province. This roughly coincided with the intersection of the second and third-tier university thresholds in Xuzhou province. Thus, it was evident that if a student from the 18th high school could break into the top 10,000 in this examination amidst the competition from prestigious local schools, they would, at the very least, be deemed qualified for undergraduate studies. With proper nurturing, a second-tier university would be well within reach. If the 18th high could indeed produce a second-tier candidate, it would serve as irrefutable evidence of the principal's sagacity. Consequently, Qing Zhaoping and the first-year teachers at the school were filled with eager anticipation to discern how many students from the 18th high would manage to venture into the city's top 10,000 in the upcoming final exams. It might sound pitiful, but that was the reality. Hu Jiangji, you scoundrel, you better take this exam seriously. Zhang Jiejia, feigning anger upon hearing Hu Jiangji's grandiose declarations, waved the test paper in her hand and added, this exam doesn't include geography or history. It's practically the domain of science students. You all need to put in some effort. Jiang Sun, overhearing this, immediately sat up straight and corrected her with earnestness. Teacher Zhang, it is well known that I am a liberal arts student. Liberal arts student. Liberal arts student. Full marks in chemistry. Zhang Jiajia exclaimed, brandishing the test paper while laughing and gritting her teeth at Jiang Senator, if you dare claim to be a liberal arts student, the principal will confiscate your meal card. Zhang Yaoyao, watching Zhang Jiajia's paper flutter before her eyes, chimed in exactly. Why would a boy claim to be a liberal arts student? Hurry up and switch to the science class next semester. I can't bear to see your face. Sharing a desk with you is like living a nightmare every night. The voice was somewhat raised, and sitting not far away, Zhu Jeluan heard it, suddenly startled, and laughed heartily. You have nightmares every night, but Jiangxin dreams of you every night. The entire class erupted in laughter. Zhang Yaoyao could hardly endure it. Rising abruptly and exclaiming in outrage, Zhu Jeluan, for heaven's sake, stop disgusting people. No sooner had her words fallen than a robust figure halted at the classroom door. Zhang Haiyan glared at Zhang Yaoyao, his anger palpable. The one who uttered those profanities stepped forward. Just then, the school bell rang and Zhang Yaoyao's face turned pale, paralyzed by fear. Yet Zhang Haiyan paid no mind, striding into the classroom without acknowledging Zhang Jiajia's presence, swiftly approaching Jiang Senator Jiangxin, in perfect synchrony, rose to his feet, vacating his seat. Zhang Haiyan then reached out, seizing Zhang Yaoyao as if she were a mere chick, dragging her out of the classroom. In the blink of an eye, as the bell faded, the two vanished at the end of the second-floor corridor. The fifth class of the first year was left in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, Zhang Jiajia finally patted her chest, hurriedly distributing the papers while saying, Teacher Zhang is truly terrifying. The room was filled with echoes of agreement. Indeed, frightening. I feel like I need to urinate. I've already done so. Only Jiangxin, upon receiving his paper, was filled with astonishment and doubt. Who would have imagined that the social justice figure he had longed for would turn out to be Zhang Haiyan? Moreover, considering the leniency of the disciplinary office's measures, were they truly adequate for a girl as wicked as Zhang Yaoyao? No, certainly not. This child requires a figure of greater societal authority to educate her. Teacher Zhang, please return the responsibility of society to society. Zhang Yaoyao must not be afforded an excuse to evade the rigorous mathematics examination. After the test, it would not be too late to deliver a severe reprimand. Chapter 37. Accepting with tears. Jiangxin's heart longed for Zhang Yaoyao's return. Yet Sister Haiyun remained steadfast in her principles, unlike the shameless Sung Yukai. As the hour for the examination drew to a close, and the school bell rang 20 minutes past the end of Friday afternoon classes, the absence of the small Zhang, taken away by Sister Haiyun, weighed heavily on Jiangxin's mind. He could not help but worry that Zhang Yaoyao might have met a tragic fate at the hands of Haiyun, or perhaps they had both perished together. After all, these two women, one large and one small, were not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, he pondered, why should this concern me? With no duties to attend to, Jiangxin slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed. The commotion in Class 5 of the first year was palpable as everyone made their way out of the classroom. Upon stepping into the corridor, they found the outside world shrouded in quietude. Even the boarding students had returned home for the weekend. Jiangxin, along with Xiaomin, Zhang Rongxing, and Wen Xianbin, descended from the other end of the corridor. Zhang Rongxing was lamenting, alas, I couldn't solve the last question. It was too difficult. Xiaomin could hardly tolerate such pretentiousness, retorting, Xiao Rongrong, enough already. I haven't even completed my paper. Neither have I, Wen Xianbin meekly added. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Zhang Sun merely remarked to Xiaomin, it's a matter of proficiency. You haven't practiced as much as Xiao Rongrong. Get lost. You're the one who has Xiao Rongrong. Xiaomin shot back. I'm practically taller than you now. Practically? Huh. I'm nearly catching up to the world's richest man, just a few $1 billion short. Laughter erupted in the corridor, resonating with Xiaomin's exaggerated mirth. As Jiangxin and his companions descended the staircase, a figure silently emerged from the third floor. Zhang Yaoyao dashed into the nearly empty classroom, grabbed her backpack, and swiftly made her exit. Upon spotting her, Zhu Chuchu called out urgently, Hey, Zhang Yaoyao, you're on duty today. Yet, Zhang Yaoyao paid no mind, vanishing in an instant. Sighing, Zhu Chuchu stamped her foot in frustration, contemplating whether to have Zhang Yaoyao make up her duty next week. However, the thought of rearranging the duty roster seemed too cumbersome. She couldn't help but grumble, what is wrong with her? She has no sense of responsibility at all, completely disrupting the duty roster for the entire month. Meanwhile, as Jiangxin passed by the greenery below, he thought he heard Zhu Chuchu's voice and instinctively turned to look, only to be met with Xiao Min's teasing. Is that the classmate you think about day and night? Can't get enough of her? Jiangxin, accustomed to Xiaomin's juvenile jests, replied without much thought. Sigh. I can never get enough of her, but alas, it's a pity that soon I shall no longer see her. In 2 years, I will attend a prestigious school while she will work in a factory, and thus we will be worlds apart. Even in 10 years, should she catch a glimpse of my success through the media, I will never be able to return to her side. After all, we are now inhabitants of 2 different worlds, close yet separated by vast distances. Ultimately, she will neither possess my heart nor my being. And the woman by my side will merely be a devoted matron embodying the measurements of 36, 24, and 36. Ah, life, once missed, it is lost forever, never to return. Jiang Sun spoke with deep emotion, yet Xiao Min felt a chill run down her spine, utterly bewildered by Jiang Sin's nonsensical ramblings. After a lengthy pause, she could only muster a crude exclamation, damn. Zhang Rongsheng followed suit, exclaiming, Sin, you truly are the most shameless grotesque I have ever encountered. Jiang Sin accepted this compliment with calm grace and, in a nonchalant manner, remarked, however, this merely underscores that your perspective is evidently rather limited. Let us not even consider other places. Just look at the leather market near our school. Which of the leather merchants there could not rival me in shamelessness? They are all masters in their craft. So, dear children, it would be wise for you to venture out and engage with society more often. What is a little shamelessness? You have no idea how many people your parents have called father in private when seeking favors, or how many grandfathers they have acknowledged. Get lost. Zhang Rongsheng sprang up in a fit of rage, kicking at Jiang Sun. You are the one calling others father. Jiang Sun adeptly sidestepped, asserting, what does calling someone father even mean? As long as the benefits are substantial, one could call them ancestor without hesitation. If a mere ancestor is worth 10,000, I could call my newly recognized ancestor until I am destitute. It is only natural for the impoverished to strive for wealth. This is what we deem righteousness. Hence, this is what we call great righteousness. Even at the expense of family ties. Zhang Rongsheng was momentarily stunned into silence by Jiang Sin's audacity. Fearing that further discussion might lead to his ancestral grave being bombarded by Jiang Sin's sharp tongue, the 4 of them continued their banter, passing the playground where aspiring basketball prodigies gathered, until they reached the cafeteria, where they promptly separated to procure their meals. Due to social standing, Jiang Sin was often denied the privilege of dining with them. Relishing the solitude, he entered the cafeteria, swiftly collected his food, and consumed 2 large bowls of rice in mere minutes, avoiding idle chatter that would waste precious time. As he exited, however, he unexpectedly encountered the physical education teacher at the cafeteria door, just as the last rays of sunlight cast their glow upon the scene. Old Xiao, under the fading light, spotted Jiang Sin and suddenly wore a lecherous grin. After a week of abstaining from pestering Jiang Sin, he seized the boy's backpack and laughed heartily. Hiya hiya hiya. Jiang Sin, let us see where you think you can run now. At the sound of his voice, students and teachers dining within the cafeteria turned their gazes toward the entrance. Jiang Sun, startled, let out an involuntary belch, his Mandarin slipping as he asked, what do you want? Old Xiao candidly replied, I spoke with the principal for a week, and he has agreed that if you are willing to train, the school will provide you with a daily training allowance of 10 yuan. That amounts to 300 yuan a month, plus match fees and bonuses when you compete. Little one, with so much money available? Not to seize it would be a sign of folly, would it not? You are still a student from a less fortunate background, correct? Are you kidding me? Jiangxin could not help but express his skepticism. My homeroom teacher informed me that the school intended to grant me a food subsidy next year. What kind of maneuvering is this? If I do not attend training, will the subsidy be revoked? That is of no concern to me. Lao Qiu matter-of-factly replied, regardless. If you simply show up for training, the money will undoubtedly be yours. If you refuse to attend and defy the school's arrangements, should they withhold even a small amount, you cannot blame them, can you? Furthermore, did your homeroom teacher specify how much the school would subsidize you next semester? No, right? Yes. Jiang Sun suddenly countered. Lao Qiu was taken aback. How much? Jiang Sun asserted with conviction, 20,000 a month. Lao Qiu lowered his gaze to Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun looked up at Lao Qiu. The two stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, gazing intently at each other. Their eyes locked in a silent standoff, until Lao Qiu suddenly exclaimed, damn it, your boasting has completely derailed my train of thought. He then disregarded Jiang Sun's claims and continued briskly. Anyway, starting next week, after school, do not rush back to the dormitory. Come to the playground and wait for me. This semester, we will engage in adaptive training for 2 weeks, just an hour each day, which will not impede your studies. Weren't you also supposed to clean for the old man? Consider this time as a favor to me. If you dare to run away, ha. Heh. With a smirk that conveyed both warning and assurance, Lao Chiu strode into the cafeteria. Jiangxin stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. This rascal, it turns out, had been quietly gathering intel all week, even knowing about his cleaning duties for the old man at the reception, and wielding the principal's authority as if it were a royal decree. It seems that this training arrangement is indeed set in stone. Under this roof, one must bow one's head. I might as well accept this training fee with a heavy heart. Chapter 38. The Ungrateful Wolf. What the heck? Mazi, have you made it onto the school team? Calm down. What are you doing on the school team? Running. The track team? That sounds rather unexciting. You know nothing. There's a training stipend. A stipend? How much? 300 each month. Goodness. That's quite the fortune. 10 yuan a day barely covers a meal. Indeed. I wish I could scrape by like that. As the semester drew to a close, the resident students began to study fervently for reasons unknown, even choosing not to return home for the weekend. Shortly after Jiang San returned to his dorm, he was inundated with inquiries from the occupants of rooms 301 and 303, who had also dined at the cafeteria earlier. With Xiao Min enthusiastically responding, Jiang San's study rhythm was repeatedly disrupted. In contrast, room 302 spared him any interruptions, as apart from Jiang San and Xiao Min, the rest had all gone home. Luo Beikong and Hu Qi adhered to their usual routine, departing promptly after classes, while Zhang Rongxing and Wen Xianbin left the school only after dinner. Zhang Rongxing's trip home was to collect a fresh supply of clothes for the final 3 weeks. This lad was quite the pampered type. Apart from underwear and socks, he never bothered to wash anything substantial, accumulating a large bag to take back to his mother as a gift every 3 to 4 weeks. As for Wen Xianbin, his motives for returning home were somewhat ambiguous, but it hardly mattered. No one was concerned. The guests from across the hall arrived in continuous waves, engaging in endless conversations. Overwhelmed by the warm enthusiasm of his neighbors and roommates, Jiang San found himself with no choice but to don his backpack and venture back to the teaching building late at night, amidst the playful jeers of his peers. Upon entering classroom 5 of the first year, he turned on a lamp, settled into a chair, and hardly moved again. Alone, he immersed himself in study from around 7 p.m. to just past 11 p.m., only being ushered back to his dorm by the elderly watchman making his rounds in the middle of the night. After returning to the building and taking a shower, it was time to sleep. The following morning, at 5:30 on Saturday, Jiang San's biological clock roused him with remarkable sensitivity. Without delay, he got out of bed, hastily washed up in the communal bathroom, and upon returning with his basin, quietly exited his room again, careful not to disturb Xiao Min, who remained soundly asleep. Oblivious to Jiang San's comings and goings, he creaked down the wooden stairs, exited the dormitory courtyard, and found the campus enveloped in tranquil silence. Jiang San walked briskly across the campus to the front of the duty room, knocked on the old man's door, offered a series of apologies, and then hurried out of the school. Crossing the street, he entered the vegetable market and moments later arrived at the storefront of the proprietress. Seeing Jiang San arrive so early, the proprietress, who was kneading dough, felt a surge of joy, cheerfully inquiring, "Have you recovered from your illness?" "Yes, I'm better," Jiang San replied with a grin. The proprietress promptly pointed to Jiang San's workstation and hastily instructed, "Please take a seat and wait. You arrived even earlier than the customers today, and there isn't a single bowl washed yet." However, Jiang San did not comply. Instead, he stood upright and straightforwardly declared, "Auntie, I won't be working today. My school issued a meal subsidy last week, and I came to inform you that I won't be coming in on Saturdays and Sundays anymore." "What?" The proprietress appeared momentarily taken aback. "What will I do then?" Jiang San chuckled lightly. "You managed just fine before I arrived, didn't you?" "That's not the same," the proprietress replied anxiously. "With your help washing dishes, I could at least save 2 hours of work and sell 2 more hours worth of buns. You can't just leave like that. Could you at least help me out during the holidays?" "That's not possible," Jiang San firmly maintained. "Our final exams are less than a month away, and the school is counting on me for my grades. Spending both weekend days here is just too much of a waste of time." "Counting on you for grades?" The proprietress looked at Jiang San with a hint of disbelief, scrutinizing him for a moment before finally asking, "Are your grades really that good? How many points do you score? Where do you rank in your class?" Jiang San smiled, preparing to boast, when suddenly a cold, indifferent voice interrupted. "Boss, 2 rice balls. Smaller size, to go," Lin Xiaosu said, pulling out a tin-yuan note and passing it over to Jiang's senator. All right, coming right up. The proprietress promptly accepted the money and, noticing Lin Xiaosu was dressed in the same school uniform as Jiang Xin, curiously inquired, "Are you both students from the 18th middle school? Classmates?" "Yes," replied Jiang's senator. "No," Lin Xiaosu countered. The two responded simultaneously, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. They turned to look at each other, with Jiang Sun casting a gaze reminiscent of being abandoned, while Lin Xiaosu, unable to maintain his composure, eventually explained to the proprietress, "We're not in the same class, but we live 2 doors apart." "Oh." The proprietress nodded, first searching for 4 coins for Lin Xiaosu before wiping her hands with a cloth and lifting the lid off the pot of glutinous rice. A plume of white steam suddenly billowed forth, enveloping the 3 of them in a warm embrace. The proprietress deftly grabbed a plastic bag and a ladle, skillfully molding the rice balls while asking Lin Xiaosu, "So, how are Jiang Xin's grades? Between you two, who performs better?" Upon hearing this rather intrusive question, Jiang Xin felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, mingled with the aroma of rice. All right, just this one question has escalated the tension to stratospheric levels. Even a passing airplane might be affected. Lin Xiaosu, already harboring an unspoken animosity towards Jiang Xin, visibly darkened at the question. "You ask him." Lin Xiaosu coolly tossed the question back to Jiang's senator. To Jiang Xin's surprise, the proprietress, without a second thought, turned and directly inquired, "Who among you has better grades?" Jiang Xin hesitated to address the question in front of Lin Xiaosu, particularly as he was about to display his pretentiousness. He attempted to dodge the inquiry, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Xiaosu, who had been adept at managing his expressions, could no longer contain himself and interjected, "I don't know his score, but I know I ranked first in the midterms, whereas he seems to be somewhere in the 40s. Upon hearing this, the proprietress's delight was palpable. She immediately cast a look at Jiang Xin that conveyed, "You dare to deceive me?" and joyfully exclaimed, "Ranked in the 40s? And you still have the audacity to claim the school relies on you for results? Off you go. Return to washing dishes." However, Jiang Xin was not easily ensnared by the proprietress's antics. He replied resolutely, "I want to wash them. I'm too busy. The midterm results do not reflect my true capabilities. I assure you I will achieve the top rank in the finals. Thank you for your hospitality, Andy. I promise to frequent your establishment more next year." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving both the proprietress and Lin Xiaosu with disapproving expressions. "You ungrateful wretch." The proprietress was momentarily stunned, but her fury ignited as memories of her kindness from the previous week flooded her mind, how she had generously offered Jiang Xin 2 bottles of milk and 2 tea eggs. Feeling betrayed, she grasped Lin Xiaosu's rice ball tightly, her voice rising in a frantic outburst directed at Jiang Xin's retreating figure. "After eating and drinking at my establishment for an entire year, you refuse to wash dishes for even half an hour? Is this how you children conduct yourselves? Is this what your school teaches you? Even a chicken raised in a market knows to show gratitude after a few days of care. You are less virtuous than a mere fowl. With such a lack of conscience, you will amount to nothing in the future. Karma will find you." The proprietress's tirade grew increasingly fierce, yet Jiang's son remained unfazed, his stride unwavering. The surrounding vendors perked up, relishing the unexpected entertainment in the early morning. Lin Xiaosu stood rooted to the spot, watching Jiang Xin fade into the distance, his expression darkening. He recalled Jiang Xin's declaration of intent to secure the top rank, and the memory of his own foolishness in tutoring Jiang's son just last week gripped him with frustration, causing his fists to clench tightly. Yes, indeed, the proprietress was correct. Jiang's son was ungrateful, treacherous, and two-faced. How foolish of him to have assisted Jiang's son in finding his way. "I teach you physics, and you dare to usurp my position as the top student? Is this how one should behave?" Lin Xiaosu suddenly shouted. The proprietress paused her scolding and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiaosu cast his gaze down at the rice ball in her hand and murmured, "Andy, you crushed my youtiao." "Ah, crushed is still delicious. The taste remains the same." The proprietress hurriedly shaped the 2 rice balls, almost condescendingly, and forcefully placed them into Lin Xiaosu's hands, insisting, "They're the same, identical. No difference at all. Child, study well, aim for first place, and definitely surpass that ingrate." "All right," Lin Xiaosu replied, his spirit somewhat lifted. Lin Xiaosu, in a rather foolish manner, took the rice ball filled with crushed youtiao, fully aware that its texture would be utterly different. Yet, he naturally extended his hand to accept it, responding with a vacant smile as the proprietress cheerfully wished him first place. Turning away, he wandered back. Once Lin Xiaosu was out of sight, The proprietress glanced at the vacant workstation of Jiangxin, her expression darkening as she let out a cold huff. Muttering about how the child from the mountains was insufferable, nearby villagers, overhearing her discontent, could no longer contain their curiosity and approached her, inquiring, "What is wrong with that child?" "What's wrong, you ask? He is simply incorrigible." The proprietress, eager for an audience for her grievances, began to recount her tale. "Let me tell you, that boy came to me when he had nothing to eat. He begged for my help. I was the one who fed him. Now that he claims to have some money in his pocket, he thinks he can just leave without a word. What does he take me for? This child has truly left me feeling cold-hearted. How has society come to this? The school seems to have lost its way in educating the children." Her lamentations flowed forth, drawing an increasing crowd around her. Within a mere 2 hours, a rumor spread throughout the 18th Middle School's market. It spoke of a treacherous ingrate who dined and dashed, coveting the proprietress's robust physique of 140 gene. Unable to win her affection, he turned his love into bitterness and resigned in anger. The local police, upon hearing this absurd tale, were nearly compelled to apprehend the originator of such slander. The fabrication was preposterous, more outrageous than any melodrama. Nevertheless, the image of Jiangxin as an ungrateful wretch had firmly entrenched itself in the hearts of the locals around the 18th Middle School market. Chapter 39. 3 years of study. Jiangxin swiftly resolved the matters concerning his weekend job and felt an immense sense of relief upon returning to school. Although he was certain he had offended the owner of the establishment, he understood that such grievances could be easily reconciled once he attained financial stability. A generous gesture would undoubtedly transform her perception of him into that of a commendable individual. However, the more pressing reality of his abrupt resignation was that he had gone without breakfast for 2 consecutive days, as the school cafeteria remained closed during weekends. Yet, this inconvenience was not particularly burdensome. Skipping breakfast had long been a customary practice for him. Moreover, he could compensate for the missed meals at lunch, rendering the absence of a few breakfasts inconsequential. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that had he not improved his academic performance in a timely manner, he would have remained tethered to that job indefinitely. The hours dedicated to work each week could have been devoted to studying, translating into a wealth of time for practice. The exchange of such precious time for merely 2 days' worth of sustenance hardly seemed a fair trade. Should this detrimental cycle persist, his academic struggles would only exacerbate his inability to afford meals, a predicament he could not voice as freely as he currently did. Even Cheng Zhanping might grow increasingly intolerant of his situation, potentially leading to his return to his hometown in Qingshan. Fortunately, he managed to conclude this arduous chapter of part-time work before the end of his first year, although the final examinations were still distant. The perfect score in chemistry assured him that starvation would no longer be a concern. Additionally, with the support of the athletics team, even if he faltered in the upcoming exams, he would have the team's financial backing. While his academic achievements might not suffice to cover his expenses, his remarkable physical prowess served as an unexpected safety net. Ultimately, there was no path devoid of hope. The issue of sustenance had been resolved for the time being. As long as he was not on holiday, the threat of hunger was extinguished. Moreover, if he could balance his studies and training effectively, fulfilling the school's expectations, he might not only cover his meal expenses, but also save for daily necessities and stationery. Who knows, he might even accumulate a bit of pocket money along the way. Once a prominent figure in the online literary realm, earning 500 for 1,000 words, he now found himself meticulously pondering the costs of basic living. Jiangxin couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of his circumstances. This bittersweet journey had indeed imparted profound lessons. Thus, the path ahead was clear: to study diligently and await the fruits of his labor. Throughout the weekend, Jiangxin dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his studies, spending 2 full days immersed in textbooks. Unable to afford supplementary workbooks, he repeatedly revisited the mathematics and physics papers he had previously completed, particularly in physics, after gaining insight. Revisiting his earlier misguided answers from the previous semester was nothing short of exhilarating. Jiangxin patiently began to sift through the physics examination from the first unit of last semester, meticulously extracting his mistakes one by one. Within the span of 2 days, he thoroughly revisited the entirety of the physics curriculum from the first half of his first year. By Sunday evening, Zhang Rongxing, Hu Qi, and Luo Beikong returned to their dormitory one after another. Upon entering, Zhang Rongxing was greeted by Xiao Min's complaints. Ma Zi has been quite diligent these past few days, secluding himself in the classroom to study, elusive as a dragon. He hasn't returned by the time I go to bed, and when I wake up during the day, he is nowhere to be found. Look, he still hasn't come back. Xiaomin pointed to Zhang Rongxing's alarm clock, which indicated it was already past 8 in the evening. Zhang Rongxing couldn't help but remark, is it possible that he's been enchanted by some spirit or ghost? Not necessarily. Xiaomin replied, her expression turning mischievous. He shouldn't be alone in the classroom, perhaps. Stop talking nonsense, Huqi interjected, his demeanor genuinely earnest. I'm not at his level, otherwise, I would also study in the classroom every day, to be honest. The dormitory is far too noisy for me to concentrate on my homework at night. What? Which scoundrel dares to disturb you? Luo Beikong suddenly leaped up, exclaiming. Tell me who it is. I'll take care of him. Xiaomin, Huqi, and Zhang Rongxing all fell silent, casting their gazes toward Luo Beikong, who then quieted for a few seconds before changing the subject. Time for a shower. I'm dying of heat. This wretched school doesn't even have air conditioning. How utterly impoverished. With that, he picked up a basin and hummed a tune from the gangster as he swayed out the door. The three remaining in the room suddenly found themselves devoid of the inclination to critique, collectively lapsing into an inexplicable silence for several seconds. Xiaomin suddenly exclaimed, Damn it. Homework. I haven't finished my assignments. You haven't completed your homework? Zhang Rongxing snapped back to attention, shifting his focus to Xiaomin. What have you been doing all this time in the dormitory? Xiaomin, feeling guilty and agitated, shouted back, What business is it of yours? I haven't committed any crime. Huqi, exhibiting a hint of double standards, could no longer maintain his decorum and broke into a mischievous grin. I know. Xiaomin immediately retorted, Shut your mouth. Huqi remained unfazed, chuckling lightly before opening his backpack and sighing, Alas, I haven't finished my homework either. As the finals approach, it's all just papers, so many papers that I can barely keep up, with nothing else to do. Zhang Rongxing edged closer to Huqi, attempting to strike up a conversation. Our class hasn't finished the English lessons yet. We don't have any papers. What? Not finished? Huqi exclaimed in surprise. Xiaomin, having just written a few words, immediately lifted her head to chime in. Don't even get me started. The teacher is utterly incompetent. Doesn't even know what she is teaching. Mazi would be a more promising instructor. What do you think Jiangsun can score in English? 134 in the midterm exam. He claims he underperformed. I can't believe it. Three individuals murmured amongst themselves, with Huqi and Xiaomin scribbling a few characters before exchanging idle chatter, their thoughts as disorganized as cables in a long-neglected electrical box. Unconsciously, they began to fill in answers haphazardly. They dallied until past 9 o'clock, when Xiaomin completed the last remnants of his homework and gleefully dashed out. The entire third floor of the dormitory succumbed once more to the exhilarating rhythm of the weekend. Games of poker commenced, chess pieces clashed, and tiles for mahjong were tossed about. Freshly bathed, Luo Beikong quickly joined the poker team in room 301, while Huqi, unable to concentrate due to the raucous shouts, surrendered to the chaos. Lin Xiaoxiu, residing in room 301, was more unfortunate, quietly setting aside his book. Those who needed to fetch water did so, while others attended to their own needs. Amidst the clamor, the inconspicuous Wen Xianbin returned, bringing with him 2 boxes of instant noodles. Upon entering, he promptly opened the cardboard boxes, offering Huqi 2 packets of Kong Shui Fu as a gesture of gratitude. He placed the 2 boxes of noodles on the empty lower bunk and addressed the others. Feel free to help yourselves if you're hungry. No need to be polite. Xiaomin replied, returning from outside and immediately tearing open a packet to pour the contents directly into his mouth. When Xianbin glanced around, picked up another packet, and placed it by Jiang Sen's bedside, inquiring, Where's Jiang's son? Chewing on his noodles, Xiaomin casually remarked, He's in the classroom practicing. In the classroom? When Xianbin gazed at Jiang Sen's bunk, hesitating to voice his thoughts, impressed by Jiang Sen's dedication. Xiaomin, ever the perceptive one, quickly discerned his thoughts and asked, What? Do you want to learn from him? A shy smile crossed Wen Xuanbin's face. Xiaomin sighed, advising, I suggest you abandon that thought. His level is beyond your reach. It would be better for you to learn from me and Huqi. Huqi interjected, Not me. I'm far from capable. You should just learn from Xiaomin. When Xianbin stared blankly at Xiaomin, asking, How should I learn? Xiaomin paused, pondering for a moment before retorting, Have you completed your homework? When Xianbin shook his head, Xiaomin chuckled, If you could manage to finish your homework on time each year, you could at least pass. What are you even trying to learn? Disappointment flickered in Wen Xuanbin's eyes. Isn't there any secret to rapidly improving grades? If there were such a secret, I would have employed it long ago. Would I still be here for you to ask? Zhang Rongxing, perched on the upper bunk studying an English vocabulary list, laid down his book, giving Wen Xianbin a look of bemusement. Yet, when Xianbin continued, Jiang Sun mentioned there is a secret. Oh, Zhang Rongxing perked up. What secret? When Xianbin replied, it seems to be a line from an ancient poem, but I can't recall it. Zhang Rongxing and Xiaomin exchanged glances, both simultaneously expressing skepticism with a dismissive hiss. TCH. At the same time, in the classroom of Class 5 of the first year of high school, Jiang Sun had just set down his pen and gently rotated his slightly numb wrist. He then turned to glance at the clock hanging at the back of the classroom and, noticing it was just past 9 o'clock, a joyful smile graced his face. Excellent. There is still time to revise half a unit's worth of mistakes. In these 3 years of high school, every moment is precious. As Confucius said, 3 years of learning will not lead to emptiness. It is not easily attained. Chapter 40. Wealth should not be displayed at precisely 7:40 in the morning. The school's loudspeaker reverberated with the familiar strains of the Athlete's March. In the bustling classroom, Jiangxin set aside his collection of erroneous exercises. The other students, too, paused in their attempts to complete the weekend assignments and filed out of the classroom in an orderly fashion. Ah, Zhang Rongxing, stifling a long yawn and appearing utterly disheveled, noticed Jiang Sun approaching from behind and casually inquired, Son, did you not return last night? Were you out engaging in some mischief? I came back around 11, Jiang Sun replied nonchalantly. The others in the dormitory were still awake. Zhang Rongxing, perplexed, responded, How was I unaware of that? With a smirk, Jiang Sun retorted, While the people were awake, the pigs were asleep. Get lost. Zhang Rongxing shot back, instantly invigorated, and proclaimed loudly, I distinctly saw your bed empty this morning. At that moment, Xiaomin, standing at the front of the line, turned around and called out to Zhang Rongxing, Xiao Rongrong, Ma Zi left the dorm around 5 this morning. I saw him heading downstairs when I got up to relieve myself. Zhang Rongxing was taken aback by this revelation and hurriedly asked Jiang Sun, Son, have you lost your mind? What on earth would compel you to leave so early? To read, Jiang Sun answered coolly. Zhang Rongxing could not help but scrutinize Jiang Sun from head to toe, and as if seeking self-reassurance, began to speak with a hint of sarcasm. Well, it makes sense. You've already reached your maximum height, and life holds no further promise for you. It's indeed wise to rise early and study. It could be beneficial for your future. As for me, I'm still developing, and I must ensure both the quantity and quality of my sleep. Sin, do your best. Being unattractive requires one to work harder. Moreover, you're both short and unattractive, so I wholeheartedly support you. Zhang Rongxing, in an early morning bout of mischief, playfully jabbed at Jiang Sun, eliciting a wave of laughter from the class. While Jiang Sun felt a twinge of exasperation, he understood that resistance would only invite further verbal onslaughts. Thus, he chose to engage in this mutual banter, retorting, Some little lapdogs are born palm-sized, and in their youth, they dream of becoming fierce wolves. But alas, genetic fate is immutable. It's not merely a matter of growth. Some individuals, regardless of their development, remain short for life, a predicament beyond remedy. Much like mathematics, intelligence is fixed. One cannot elevate their IQ merely by will. The most that a few classmates can achieve is to score third in the class during the entrance examinations, but that is their ceiling, constrained by their intellect. As for someone like me, who is both unattractive and short, I might still alter my fate through effort. But those who are both short and dim-witted face a dire situation. Every aspect becomes a flaw, and I genuinely worry for their futures. Alas, it is quite distressing. Jiang Sun's words carried a weighty sincerity. Yet, Zhang Rongxing was instantly incensed. Deep down, he possessed more confidence in his intelligence than in his prospects for height. Stung by Jiang Sun's remark about being foolish, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, Nonsense. You're the one who is both short and foolish. You are also ugly. The shout reached the front of the line, and upon hearing it, Hu Jiangji immediately burst into laughter. Ha! Class 1 to 5 has a pair of treasures. One is short and ugly. The other is short and foolish. This is hilarious. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun could not help but smirk coldly. After all, he was already covered in filth. How could he let Hu Jiangji escape? He retorted loudly, Can you count? Clearly, there are 3 treasures. Have you forgotten yourself? Aren't you also ugly and foolish? Hu Jiangji's laughter abruptly ceased as he shouted back, You son of a BTCH. I'm first in the entire class. Jiang Sun immediately countered. Being first in the class doesn't make you any less ugly. Hu Jiangji stomped his feet in frustration. Damn it. I'm talking about grades. Jiang Sin persisted. Does being first in the class change the fact that you're ugly? Hu Jiangji could barely contain himself, exclaiming, "At least I'm not as ugly as you." Jiang Sun retaliated with an even louder voice. "So you know you're ugly, yet you have the audacity to call others ugly? Hu Ko, have you lost your mind? If you can't grasp such a simple truth, how can you claim your intelligence is intact?" Faced with Jiang Sin's unrelenting barrage, Hu Jiangji felt as if his brain was spinning, and the entire corridor fell into a state of speechlessness, engaging in a battle of insults. Jiang Sin's fearless approach was nothing short of terrifying. "What are you shouting about?" At that moment, Xia Xiaolin emerged from the office, finally restoring order. She quickly identified the three troublemakers, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Sun, Zhang Rongxing, and Hu Jiangji as she remarked, "You three, the first, second, and third in the class. What a trio of treasures. I approve." Laughter erupted among the entire class. The homeroom teacher's words only fueled the teasing, with the boys in the back row chiding Hu Jiangji, "Jiangji, you're the treasure. Are you the big treasure or the third treasure?" Frustrated, Hu Jiangji felt overwhelmed, unable to retaliate against Jiang Sin and instead finding himself coated in mud. Only Hu Highway wore a smug expression, shaking his head and sighing, with these inferior genes, I can't help but feel perfect in comparison." "Enough, enough. Let us head downstairs," Xia Xiaolin yelled in annoyance. The students of class 1 to 5 finally made their way down. Jiang Sun was at the end of the line, followed closely by Zhang Rongxing. Once downstairs, they joined the second-year students and ran to the playground, where the taller students continued to race ahead. Jiang Sun and Zhang Rongxing found themselves at the back of the line, eventually positioning themselves at the front. With over 1,000 students gathered, the atmosphere was lively for several minutes as they lined up facing the broadcast station. Soon, the music from the broadcast station ceased, and the playground gradually quieted down. Jiang Sun, standing diagonally across from the speaking platform, watched as Zheng Yukai took the microphone, wearing an expression of self-importance, and spoke in an ostentatious tone, "Attention, at ease. Let me first discuss the hygiene conditions of each class from last week. As we approach the end of the semester, all the necessary tasks have long been completed." Zheng Yukai, having nothing substantial to say, insisted on reiterating trivial matters such as hygiene and discipline, which led to palpable impatience among the faculty and students alike. Jiang Sun stood at the forefront, mentally reciting the table of contents of his political textbook. After enduring 20 minutes, he finally awaited the moment Zheng Yukai relinquished the microphone, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the audience, as they all hoped to return to their classrooms early that day. However, just then, Cheng Xiaopeng unexpectedly approached. The principal, with a demeanor reserved for those of high stature, ambled slowly to the podium, choosing to stand by the window of the broadcasting room rather than ascend the stage. Raising his hand casually, he garnered the attention of Zheng Yukai, who promptly bent down, realizing that merely bending was insufficient. He knelt on one knee and extended the microphone with utmost respect to Cheng Xiaopeng. Upon receiving the microphone, Cheng Xiaopeng, without a prepared speech, candidly addressed the students in his imperfect Mandarin. "Dear students, the semester is nearing its conclusion, with less than a month remaining. Today marks the third to last week. Therefore, counting today and excluding Saturday and Sunday, there are merely 15 days of classes left this semester. At this juncture, it is imperative for everyone to begin refocusing and refrain from daydreaming about summer vacation plans. Once you have completed your examinations, there will be ample time to strategize. For now, the paramount concern is the upcoming final exams. Especially for the 9th grade students, you will be taking the high school entrance examination next week. Your homeroom teachers have undoubtedly reiterated this countless times. All I can do here is wish you success in your exams and hope you perform to the best of your abilities, making both yourselves and your families proud. If you manage to excel for yourselves and your parents, you will also bring honor to the school. I sincerely hope to receive good news from all of you this summer." Applause erupted from the 9th grade graduates below. Cheng Xiaopeng continued, "However, I must emphasize once more, after today's classes, starting tomorrow, it is time for you to review at home, understood? I expect that during these final days, while your bodies may relax, your minds must remain vigilant. This week is designated for you to identify and rectify any gaps in your knowledge, not an early vacation. You may take a break this week, but the teachers will not be on holiday. If you require guidance, do not hesitate to reach out." The 9th grade students on the playground remained silent. Jiang Sin, unable to contain himself, chuckled softly, thinking, to have a week off before the entrance examination is utterly absurd. What could possibly be the merit in allowing such a distraction at this critical juncture? Is a few days of relaxation truly worth compromising these last precious moments? Even if relaxation were necessary, surely 2 days would suffice. To understand, Dongyu Middle School only took half a day on the morning before the college entrance examination to familiarize students with the examination venue, returning to school in the afternoon to resume their studies. At most, they would retire half an hour earlier than usual the night before the exam. On the day of the examination, after breakfast, the school arranged for buses, escorted by police cars, to transport students directly to their respective examination sites. In their lexicon, the concept of rest simply did not exist until the end of the examination. Although the junior high school entrance examination at 18th Middle School cannot be compared to the college entrance examination at Dongyu Middle School, the principles of examination are intrinsically linked. Where is the rationale for a holiday before the examination? Would that not be equivalent to exhaling the most crucial breath right before battle? The educational standards of this mediocre institution truly leave one exasperated. Jiang Sun silently lamented, while on the other side, Cheng Zhanpeng, having finished advising the 9th graders, proceeded to admonish the 7th and 8th graders. And to the 7th and 8th graders, do not think you have ample time. I assure you, time is fleeting. 3 years will pass in the blink of an eye. If you do not seize the opportunity to solidify your foundation now, you will find that even if you wish to cram at the last moment, you will lack the ability to do so. Every year, 18th Middle School recruits students as if conducting a lottery. Securing an outstanding student from a family unable to afford private junior high school education is akin to hitting the jackpot. However, the chances of consistently achieving such luck are slim. Often, when one cohort produces commendable results, the subsequent years face the inevitable regression of intelligence, which weighs heavily on Cheng Zhanpeng's mind. Moreover, the unfortunate reality is that 18th Middle School was not originally situated on Jinoyu Road, but in a more central location at Beilifeng. However, due to urban redevelopment, the school was forced to relocate to its current site, resulting in a shift in its student demographic. The current student base primarily consists of families from rural areas with lower average educational backgrounds. Consequently, with various factors compounding, the quality of junior high students at 18th Middle School has undeniably deteriorated compared to previous years. The current 9th grade students represent the last cohort of relatively quality students, with a few who may, theoretically, qualify for Dongyu Second High School or even Dongyu Middle School, though this is an optimistic view. The performance of the 7th and 8th graders, however, is rather disheartening. Not to mention Dongyu Second High School, achieving an overall pass rate of 40 is already a cause for gratitude. Students, it is imperative that you cultivate a sense of self-discipline in your studies. Your parents have invested tremendous effort in your education. Do not think that studying is burdensome. Your parents are enduring hardships far greater than yours. They have sent you to school to break the cycle of hardship for generations to come. You must cherish this opportunity to learn. Do you understand? Furthermore, our esteemed teachers and homeroom instructors have noted that the overall foundation of this year's first and second year students is indeed somewhat weaker compared to the third year cohort. The educators of the first and second grades will need to exert additional effort. At this point, Cheng Zhanpeng let out a quiet sigh, pausing for a considerable moment before continuing. As for the junior high department, I shall pause here and turn my attention to the senior high department. The students in the 4 second-year classes will, by this time next year, have completed their college entrance examinations. This implies that, starting from today, you have less than a year remaining. Zhang Rongxing, standing before Jiang Sun, appeared momentarily taken aback. Completed by this time next year? Upon hearing this query from little Rongrong, Jiang Sun remained silent, pondering deeply, and could not help but feel that the situation at the 18th Middle School was indeed rather insular, while discussions regarding the college entrance exams were already taking place outside. There was not even a hint of such discourse here. Moreover, not only was there a lack of discussion, but they were also oblivious to the fact that this year's exams had already concluded. The disparity in resources was disheartening. Without genetic mutation, how could they possibly succeed? Jiang Sun silently reevaluated the educational environment and conditions at the 18th Middle School while listening to Cheng Zhanpeng continue. I, as always, wish to express gratitude on behalf of the school. I thank all of you second-year students for the opportunity to have the 18th Middle School as your alma mater. You are the inaugural class of the senior high department, and regardless of your ultimate results, the school takes pride in you. However, this does not mean I have no expectations for your performance. I sincerely hope that during this final year, you will exert all your strength. Do not squander your high school years. Do not waste your most precious youth. A smattering of applause erupted from the edge of the playground. where the four second-year classes gathered. A young homeroom teacher from one of the classes stood at the forefront, smiling as he exclaimed, "Did you hear that? Make sure to perform well on the final exams." The principal is watching. Laughter erupted from the second-year students, albeit a rather languid and listless mirth. From their demeanor, it seemed that this first cohort of the 18th middle school would be fortunate to achieve merely average scores. Sighing softly, Jiang Xin stood beside the second-year group. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoping pivoted his discourse, raising his voice slightly. Second-year students must strive harder, and first-year students must exert even greater effort. To speak candidly, I have higher expectations for this year's first-year students. You must live up to these expectations. You have arrived here by standing on the shoulders of your second-year seniors, and you cannot betray their sacrifices and efforts. They have paved the way for you, clearing the obstacles that lay ahead. If you fail to achieve commendable results, it is not only a disservice to yourselves and your parents, but also a betrayal to the entire 18 middle school, which has invested so much in your education. I can assert with great responsibility that more than 1/3 of this year's funding for our school has been allocated specifically for your first-year cohort. The school has truly committed substantial resources for your benefit. This statement elicited a collective murmur of surprise from the audience. However, in the next moment, Cheng Xiaoping proclaimed an even more astonishing announcement. I am delighted to inform you that this year's final examination for the first year will be a citywide assessment. Students who excel, achieving the highest score in the school, will receive a scholarship of 1,000 yuan. The second place will earn 800, and the third 500. The top 10 will each receive 300 yuan. Once the results are released, the funds will be dispersed immediately. At the conclusion of his words, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Wow, such a substantial prize? Why isn't there anything for the second year? If I had known earlier, I would have studied harder. A voice chimed in sarcastically, as if studying diligently guarantees the top spot. Amidst the clamor of the playground, Cheng Xiaoping continued, clearly addressing specific individuals, especially for those students from families facing financial hardships. If you rank among the top in the city, the school will cover all your meals and living expenses for the next 2 years. Your destiny lies in your own hands. Whether you can live well depends entirely on your diligence. As soon as he uttered these words, the homeroom teachers of several classes in the front, Xia Xiaolin and Dang Yue, instinctively turned their gazes towards Jiang Xin, who stood in the front row. Even Zhang Rongchen could not help but exclaim, "Jiang Xin." Meanwhile, from a distance, many others turned their attention to Lin Xiaoshu from Class 1. Jiang Sr. Xia Xiaolin approached with a smile, inquiring, "Do you have confidence?" The students from surrounding classes looked towards Jiang Xin and then silently averted their gazes. Jiang Xin, however, merely smiled serenely and replied to Xia Xiaolin, "Teacher, one must not flaunt their fortunes. Even if one knows the outcome, it is unwise to reveal it prematurely, lest it incite envy." Zhang Rongchen rolled his eyes in disbelief. Laughter and exclamations erupted all around. How arrogant. I feel like hitting something. Ma Zi aced the chemistry test with a perfect score. Amidst the cacophony, Cheng Xiaoping contemplatively surveyed classes 1 and 5. At the back of class 5, Hu Jiangji feigned indifference, remarking sarcastically, "The first prize is only 1,000 yuan. How uninteresting." Chapter 41. The examination of computer science. As the clock struck 8, with a resounding chime, Cheng Xiaoping concluded his address, signaling the dispersal of the morning assembly. The faculty and students engaged in fervent discussions regarding the upcoming first-year final examination scholarships, each returning to their respective classrooms. Jiangxin followed the throng back to class 5 of the first year, settling into his seat just as the class bell rang. Zhang Hong entered with her textbook, head bowed, heralding the onset of yet another physics class. Jiangxin suppressed his mildly restless emotions, tucking away his collection of erroneous problems and dutifully retrieving his textbook. Although his studies had largely transitioned to self-directed learning, he adhered to Zhang Hong's pace during class, embodying his steadfast principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. This was Jiang Xin's philosophy of existence. Whether in academia, the workplace, or domestic life, he believed in abiding by the rules of the environment. Even if the rulemaker were a fool, as long as his core interests remained unscathed, there was no need to act like a disruptive rebel, even when conflicts arose. As long as it did not escalate to a matter of life and death, he maintained a commitment to the established order. Otherwise, it would be akin to retaliating violently over a mere glare on the street. While one might indulge in swift vengeance in the heat of the moment, the repercussions would ultimately rest on one's own shoulders, often yielding little reward. Jiangxin understood clearly that putting Zhang Hong in an uncomfortable position would yield him no benefits. Rather, it would result in considerable detriment. Even if he had the moral high ground, the key lay in discerning when to show mercy and when to hold firm, which depended on the specific circumstances. In the case of Zheng Hong, mutual indifference was the most prudent choice. As the new week commenced, Zheng Hong conducted the class with diligence, and Jiang Sun listened attentively. Upon concluding the lesson, she distributed a paper as homework and exited, clearly still grappling with her discomfort. This, however, is a common affliction among novice professionals. Having botched a task, they feel a profound sense of shame and struggle to confront it. Even when the world offers a second chance, they often wear the mask of unresolved conflict. For many young individuals burdened with this ailment, particularly those from modest backgrounds, life tends to follow a predictable trajectory. Society is perpetually pragmatic. Even if a novice is granted a second opportunity, a third will seldom be forthcoming. The sole exception lies within the realm of web literature, where, if all else fails, one might resort to adopting a new identity, a nearly costless means of transformation. Should one achieve a breakout success, a resurgence becomes plausible, with past indiscretions fading into obscurity. However, it must be noted that for one who has consistently failed to rise to the occasion, the likelihood of a true comeback remains slim. Most attempts to reinvent oneself often merely mark the beginning of yet another cycle of stagnation. The propensity for self-deception far outweighs the potential for genuine reform. Much like Zheng Hong, despite her seemingly diligent return to work, her internal musings may well be a different story altogether. While Cheng Xiaoping might have been contemplating dismissing her, she herself was already considering alternative paths. After all, being just over 20 and freshly graduated, her looks were passable, and finding another job would not pose a significant challenge. It merely required a resolute heart and a firm resolve to relinquish a life that promised predictability, all in pursuit of dignity and freedom. Jiangsun firmly believed that such foolishness was entirely within Zheng Hong's capacity. The only reason she had not acted on such thoughts immediately was likely due to her not having encountered an exceptionally patient educational expert like Jiang Senator Get Lost. During a brief intermission, Jiangsun sat in his seat, engrossed in correcting the mistakes on this semester's physics midterm paper, when Zhang Yaoyao returned from the restroom and unleashed a tirade of foul language. In her perspective, had it not been for Jiang Sun last Friday afternoon, she would not have resorted to cursing, had she not cursed. She would not have been summoned to the political education office for a full hour of reprimand by Zheng Haiyan, consequently missing the mathematics examination. This afternoon, she would not have to endure a makeup test in the office. Damn it, a makeup test in the office. How could she bear such humiliation? With so many teachers watching, how could she possibly copy the answers her plastic friends had provided? Furthermore, given their capabilities, those answers might not even be correct. The more Zhang Yao thought about it, the angrier she became. She forcefully shoved Jiang Sin's chair before storming inside, muttering bitterly, "Toad spirit, harbinger of misfortune. Sitting with you is truly the epitome of bad luck." Jiang Sin remained silent, patiently awaiting the bell for the next class. As soon as Xia Xiaoling entered, Zhang Yaoao instinctively silenced herself. In the second language class, much like the physics lesson, the atmosphere remained cordial. Xia Xiaolin was earnestly lecturing at the front, while over 50 students below either listened attentively or pretended to pay attention, maintaining a comfortable distance from one another. The 40 minutes swiftly elapsed, and as the bell rang, Xia Xiaolin wasted not a moment in ushering the entire class out the door. This morning, the third and fourth periods were designated for the computer examination, taking place in the school's computer lab on the first floor of the comprehensive sports building. To accommodate this examination, the third period chemistry class and the fourth period physical education class had been rescheduled for the following days. Jiangsun trailed behind the crowd descending the stairs. Overhearing Xiao Min cheerfully exclaim, "Ah, another subject concluded, how refreshing." Chen Junjia immediately countered, "Refreshing my foot. We lost computer class and still have to attend other lessons. I nearly lost my lunch in English class last week." The computer lessons were unlikely to be relinquished to Jia and the others. At most, the language class would be. Language class was hardly engaging. "I'd prefer to wait for my little Rong to arrive. Zhang Rongshan, that fool, said he would attend yours." Scram. The group bantered as they made their way, eventually arriving in front of the computer lab. Outside, the 8th grade class that had just finished their first 2 exams was emerging. This computer examination, merely a formality for the benefit of some schools with lesser conditions, was set to span a full 2 days at the 18th middle school. Each day, there would be 2 sessions in the morning and afternoon, with 8 classes rotating through the lab. The so-called examination paper was an electronic format, which upon completion would be directly confirmed and uploaded online. While the conditions appeared rudimentary and cumbersome, they were, in fact, quite adequate. At least they were self-sufficient. Unlike the neighboring county, where only the best schools had such examination facilities, some rural high schools had to rely on the county's middle school for assistance to complete this examination. The back-and-forth travel incurred additional expenses. As Jiang Xin and his peers entered the comprehensive sports building, they reached the door of the lab, where the sole computer teacher, lab administrator, network engineer, repairman, and proctor for this examination was busy recalibrating each machine inside, ensuring that the next user would encounter no issues. Upon noticing the arrival of the students from Class 5, he called out, "Hold on. Don't enter yet. Wait outside." The computer examination was set for a full hour. And until the time was up, they had to maintain appearances. After all, one could never be certain when the city's proctoring team might appear unexpectedly. Jiangxin then quietly leaned against the dim wall, where the lights were off, listening as the others resumed their chatter, occasionally glancing at certain individuals, making their attitudes toward the exam quite evident. Hu Jiangji and Hu Highway displayed arrogance and frivolity. Zhang Rongxing appeared slightly anxious. Xiaomin was carefree. Chen Junjie feigned indifference. Zhu Zheluan was genuinely apathetic. When Xianbin seemed distracted, and Huang Mingjie, well, she had certainly developed impressively. Jiangxin observed silently, without uttering a word. After a considerable wait, the teacher's voice finally resonated from within the lab. "All right, you may enter." Sigh. The examination begins. A throng of students shuffled inside. Jiangxin stood at the back, waiting patiently until the crowd at the entrance had thinned before he leisurely made his way inside. Upon entering the computer room, he noticed that the projection screen at the front displayed the examination instructions. He settled into his usual seat, where a sleek, modern flat-screen monitor awaited him. The examination paper was displayed directly on the screen, but all operational functions were locked, with a large countdown timer ominously ticking away, just over 7 minutes remaining, which stirred a sense of anxiety within him. Just wait a moment. Once the countdown ends, we can begin. For now, refrain from touching anything. If any issues arise, we might not even take the exam. Just a while ago, a classmate's reckless clicking caused the machine to freeze, and he won't be able to retake it until the afternoon. The computer teacher earnestly cautioned, prompting the room full of giggles and chatter to fall silent. After all, this was the examination. At that moment, Jiang Sun dared not even move the mouse, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. He lamented inwardly the missed opportunity. If only the school would permit him to come online for even an hour each day. His current financial predicament could have been alleviated long ago. However, once the final examination results were released at the end of the year, if his circumstances improved sufficiently, he could indeed discuss matters with Cheng Zhangping. A diligent student working part-time to earn a living by writing online literature was nothing to be ashamed of. The noise in the computer room dwindled, and the countdown on the screen ticked away slowly, each second stretching the already lengthy 7 minutes, making a few individuals nearly desperate for a restroom break. Fortunately, this wait was not interminable, and as the countdown concluded alongside the ringing of the class bell, the lockdown on the examination paper was lifted. The computer teacher gently instructed, "Begin." Instantly, the entire class, brimming with eagerness, synchronized their movements and grasped their mice. This was, after all, their final encounter with such technology during their 3 years of high school. Truth be told, there was indeed a palpable sense of tension in the air. Chapter 42. A Life of Peace for Good People. The computer examination is one of the very few subjects devoid of examination pressure for the students of 18 middle school. This is attributed not only to the relative simplicity of the questions, but also to the robust economic environment of Dongou City. By 2005, the household computer penetration rate in the urban districts of Dongou City had reached an impressive 60 to 70%, if not higher. Excluding a handful of families facing genuine financial difficulties, children of Jiang Xin's age rarely find themselves without access to a computer. Children from typical urban bourgeois families, such as Hu Jiangji and Hu Highway, have been engaging with computer games like Age of Empires and Monopoly for nearly 7 or 8 years. Well before the turn of the millennium. Even trendier, some were introduced to online games like Stone Age in the early 2000s. There are even a few with limited self-discipline who, enthralled by the nostalgic allure of Legend of Zazawi, would stay up all night skipping classes, neglecting their studies entirely. Given this foundation, computer class is, for urban high school students, akin to play. Even those who do not attend classes regularly can easily navigate the end-of-term exams, handling tasks such as sending and receiving emails with ease. Even the more complex tasks like modifying PowerPoint presentations or creating front-end web pages can be learned on the spot. rendering the notion of academic pressure nearly non-existent. However, for children like Jiangxin from the mountains, the subject does pose a genuine challenge. Fortunately, they benefit from the nurturing support of their school. Teacher, look over here. Teacher, how do you solve this problem? Teacher, can you check if my answer is correct? Just 30 minutes into the examination, the otherwise solemn atmosphere of the testing room at 18 Middle School erupted into a cacophony. With the exam environment meticulously arranged by the school itself, the inevitable scenario of self-monitoring arose. Several quick-handed students in Jiangxin S class, having completed their tasks, audaciously defiled the sanctity of the examination hall. The invigilating teacher found herself powerless, as the principal had issued a stern directive. All students must pass the computer subject, with a high proportion achieving an A, barring exceptional circumstances. The consequences of failure were made abundantly clear. This palpable intimidation compelled the computer teacher to muster every ounce of focus. After all, during this period, China's IT industry had not yet fully burgeoned. Without opportunities in major cities like Beijing or Shenzhen, graduates in computer science found it exceedingly difficult to secure relevant employment in their hometowns. Particularly in a place like Dongou City, which, despite its seemingly thriving economy, was witnessing a decline in manufacturing. The government primarily sustained itself through land sales, while private capital flowed either into the first generation of P2P finance, commonly referred to as high-interest lending, or into the burgeoning yet volatile real estate market. In such a climate, one would be hard-pressed to find any incentive for investing in high technology within Dongou City. Therefore, it is evident that any IT individual possessing even a modicum of capability would, upon graduation, promptly seek refuge in a large corporation. Eagerly heeding the call of their superiors to emulate the industrious citizens of Dongou City, contributing their efforts to the noble endeavor of providing financial assistance to society at large. Only those disenchanted youths, who yearn merely for stability rather than wealth, devoid of any ambition for the grueling 996 work culture, would foolishly remain in their localities, seeking nothing more than the basic sustenance of daily meals, marriage, progeny, and the accumulation of social security for their twilight years. Thus, as one among these disenchanted youths, Jiangxin, their computer instructor, having secured such a reliable and fulfilling position in the city, truly feels as if he has squandered half of his fortune. Should he be dismissed from the school after a few years, he would not require his wife to take drastic measures against him. He could very well end his own existence. Here they come. Wait a moment. The invigilator busily traverses the computer lab, wishing he could clone himself into 50 or 60 copies to simultaneously tackle the examinations of all those machines, thus alleviating the inconvenience of students shuffling back and forth. There would be no need to rearrange classes for the past few days. Everyone would benefit from this streamlined process. Alas, such is the predicament, as the 18th Middle School can afford but a single computer teacher. If it were akin to Dongou Middle School, which boasts a national team of programming competition coaches, it is certain that the coaches would never stoop to such despicable acts as substituting for students. At most, they would provide on-site guidance. Thus, this encapsulates the blessings and misfortunes of our era. In a time when live-streaming technology remains scarce, the provincial education department can only place its trust in the integrity of students and teachers, despite the well-known truth that, once supervision is lifted, such self-discipline becomes an exceedingly rare trait of humanity. All right, those who have completed the examination may leave. The computer instructor swiftly assisted in submitting several papers he had meticulously reviewed, and as the 45-minute mark approached, he urged the students who had finished to exit. Many youngsters, indifferent to their examination results or brimming with confidence, rose promptly when the time was up, creating a sparse exodus, with over a dozen students quickly vacating the lab to head to the dining hall. The commotion within the lab gradually subsided. Jiangxin, unhurried, completed 2 rounds of checks by the 50-minute mark before raising his hand and cautiously calling out, "Teacher." Almost simultaneously, Huang Mingjie, albeit slightly delayed, echoed, "Teacher." Upon uttering these words, Huang Mingjie's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his hand. However, the computer instructor, after casting a glance in Jiangxin's direction, immediately proceeded towards Huang Mingjie without a second thought. Jiangxin silently cursed under his breath, yet his raised hand remained steadfast. The computer teacher, sluggish in her actions, took nearly 3 to 4 minutes to assist Huang Mingjie with her submission. At that moment, Jiangxin noticed that there were still students raising their hands in the classroom while the teacher feigned ignorance, wandering towards others. Frustration surged within him, and he shouted, "Teacher, I was first. I was first." After several persistent calls, the computer teacher, unable to ignore him any longer, furrowed her brows and replied, "Please wait a moment. I've already waited 5 or 6 minutes." Jiangsun retorted defiantly, realizing that their teacher-student relationship was dwindling to mere moments, particularly these crucial final moments. He exclaimed in anger, "If I don't get an A, it will be your responsibility." This declaration seemed to wear down the teacher's resolve, and with a displeased expression, she hurried to Jiangsun's side. He stood up to relinquish his seat, but the teacher, finding the chair still warm, only perched half of herself on it. Swiftly, she scanned Jiangsun's answers, muttering, "An A. An A. How could you not get an A? Honestly, wasting the time of other students." Complaining under her breath, she submitted Jiangsun's work. Standing behind the teacher, he watched the screen display a successful submission notification. A slight smile gracing his lips as he turned to her and said, "Thank you, teacher. You are a good person. May good fortune accompany you throughout life." "There's no need for that. Once the exam is over, you may leave," she replied irritably, casting a dismissive glance over her shoulder as she turned to depart. Deep within her, there remained an overwhelming discomfort and disdain for Jiangsun's face. Chapter 43. Not easy. As Jiangsun emerged from the computer lab after completing his examination, he found himself amidst the bustling throng of students and teachers, approximately 500 to 600 in number, all converging on the cafeteria at precisely 11:40 a.m. The lively crowd comprised both younger and older students, alongside educators from various grades, creating a chaotic yet vibrant scene. Jiangsun, by nature somewhat reserved, found little pleasure in such crowded environments. Yet, despite his aversion, he understood that he must adapt to his surroundings rather than expect the world to conform to his preferences. Much like in his previous life, he had to endure moments he disliked, accepting awards on stage, attending meetings, and occasionally facing interviews from small media outlets, even as he yearned for solitude away from the prying eyes of female readers. In an unfamiliar world, one must bear both the agreeable and the disagreeable until they possess the means to refuse. Perhaps one day he would attain a position akin to Qing Zhangping's, where he could assert his authority in his field, and dining in the cafeteria would be a distant memory, replaced instead by heartwarming bento prepared by Xiaorongrong. After savoring her culinary delights, he might even indulge in her company. The tranquility of the school would return the following day, once the third-year students had returned home. Indeed, time flew swiftly, year after year. Soon, the pressure of impending high-stakes examinations would loom large, intensifying the atmosphere within the school. During the morning assembly, Jiangsun had observed Principal Chung visibly anxious, fretting over the scholarship of a mere 1,000 yuan, an amount insufficient to cover even a year's tuition for middle school. As he ambled through the crowd, he overheard a few unfamiliar middle school teachers discussing the matters raised by Qing Zhangping earlier that morning, yet he remained unfazed. Examinations, he believed, were merely a matter of adequate preparation and normal execution. In contrast, he felt more accustomed to the anxiety that followed the assessment period. As the wait for results could be excruciating, lost in thought, he suddenly sensed disdainful glances directed towards him. Within a meter's radius, the crowd began to dissipate. As he made his way into the cafeteria, he soon found a relatively vacant table. However, the moment he sat down with his tray, several young girls at his table hastily finished their meals, barely taking a few bites before scurrying away, leaving him in solitude. Their exaggerated reaction struck Jiangsun, and he quickly realized that his skin condition must have worsened that day. Blast it, it must be due to the recent indulgences, he concluded, attributing his predicament to the cafeteria's fare. With a huff, he consumed 2 large bowls of food, and after a mere 10 minutes, he thoughtfully finished his meal, keen to spare his classmates from any further discomfort. In matters of public service, Jiangsun had always maintained a sense of responsibility, never intentionally seeking to be bothersome unless core interests were at stake. This was reminiscent of the previous year when he fervently pleaded with the county to ensure his admission to the 18th middle school. His persistence led him to kneel at the county education bureau from early morning until noon the following day, almost sacrificing his well-being, until he finally secured a place on a list accessible only to those with connections, ultimately allowing him to meet Qing Zhangping. Otherwise, one would only be able to attend Oshuan No. 2 Middle School, located in Qinshan Ethnic Autonomous Township. It is highly likely that his financially challenged father would disrupt his high school education, leaving little hope for him to eventually reach university. Returning to the dormitory with a comfortably full stomach, the clock struck 12. The other occupants had either dined late or were still lingering over their meals. Jiangsun retrieved a basin from beneath his bed, preparing to wash his face, a routine he adhered to after every meal. However, upon reaching the water room today, his initial task was to address his acne. This so-called treatment was rather unceremonious, simply washing his hands thoroughly before using his fingers to squeeze the blemishes. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes of diligent effort, he managed to eliminate most of the whiteheads, followed by a wash with transparent soap. Completing his task efficiently without wasting any time, feeling a faint discomfort on his face, Jiangxin carried the basin outside the water room and couldn't resist casting a glance at the mirror by the door. The reflection staring back at him, though freshly tended to, still struck a profound chord, leaving him with a sense of existential despair. Jiangxin had no doubt that, based solely on his appearance, if he were unable to achieve accomplishments at least 30 to 50 times greater than the average individual, society would not afford him even the most basic respect. This was not to suggest that society had become pathological, nor that it had become impossible to overlook appearances. Rather, it was precisely because Jiangxin understood that societal norms placed great emphasis on physical appearance that he felt an acute sense of anxiety regarding his future. Nonetheless, Jiangxin never harbored resentment towards the world, not only because he himself was an unabashed admirer of beauty, loathing double standards, but also because he could rationally elucidate the underlying logic of this phenomenon. From a fundamental biological perspective, when resources are plentiful, organisms tend to favor the propagation of superior genes within their populations. The dilemma, however, lies in the fact that there are no concrete, quantifiable standards to determine the quality of an individual's genes. In such circumstances, external attributes such as height, body type, and skin quality, indicative of one's health and parental lineage, become the primary indicators of genetic merit. Ultimately, the fixation on appearance reflects humanity's intrinsic yearning for superior genes, particularly in times of peace, when the average person can live relatively free from financial worries. Societal standards of beauty become increasingly refined, even demanding. As these stringent criteria gain societal acceptance, physical attractiveness begins to align functionally with educational qualifications, both serving as essential stepping stones. While these stepping stones may not resolve the majority of practical issues in the grand tapestry of life, they are indispensable. Without them, the question ceases to be whether one can solve problems. It becomes one of eligibility to participate in the resolution of those problems. Thus, from a pragmatic standpoint, the more impressive the stepping stone, the more advantageous it is. The higher one's academic qualifications, the greater the starting point. Those capable of attending esteemed institutions must strive until their last breath. For those who can pursue graduate studies, halting at the undergraduate level is simply unacceptable. And for those who can attain a doctoral degree, perseverance is essential. Similarly, physical attractiveness opens doors to myriad opportunities. Young women blessed with beauty possess an inherent advantage in survival, while handsome men often find it easier to navigate various situations compared to their more average-looking counterparts. This phenomenon is evident in the prevalence of youthful male idols in contemporary society, which can be traced back to their status as natural gatekeepers to external capital resources. Regrettably, some of these young idols are woefully uninformed, mistakenly believing that possessing the keys to opportunity equates to unlocking the secrets of wealth. They fail to comprehend that a mere key is insufficient to yield genuine riches. Consequently, a group of individuals, possessing only the keys yet lacking the means to sustain themselves, embark on a path of sacrificing their dignity and health in pursuit of fleeting fame, contributing to the public service sector without a return. Even those who appear to be moderately attractive may find themselves reluctantly engaging in similar endeavors, for rejecting such offers could swiftly lead them to a life of full-time exploitation. What is even more deplorable is that as societal industries become increasingly commercialized, the very keys to opportunity can be purchased, resulting in a severe inequity in competition. Setting aside the issue of academic credentials, consider the prevalence of artificially enhanced appearances. Particularly concerning is the ordinary man who ascends through cosmetic surgery and superficial enhancements, which constitutes a form of deceit. Through such dishonest means, an individual who could barely score 400 points on a college entrance examination is enabled to enjoy societal wealth and resources that are grossly disproportionate to their actual abilities, even shamelessly propagating their subpar genetic lineage. Thus, the backlash against these young idols can be viewed as a collective movement against cheating, rooted in genetics, social behavior, and an absurd commentary on reproductive rights. The presence of this demographic not only challenges societal aesthetic standards, but also undermines the fundamental rules of human propagation established over millennia. According to the long-standing Chinese tradition that emphasizes accountability for the powerful, even the emperor must face consequences for his misdeeds. How much more so for those who embody a grotesque amalgamation of humanity? In conclusion, the notion persists. Those who engage in unscrupulous behavior will inevitably reap bitter fruits. Thus, in his less affluent past, Jiang Sun was keen to align with the public sentiment, joining the masses in their criticisms. His incisive remarks struck at the very core of those he targeted, resulting in numerous accounts meeting their demise on various platforms. At the peak of this phenomenon, he even achieved a record of being unable to log into any account other than his own for sustenance. In recognition of the many personas Jiang Sun had lost, a prominent critic on one platform even crafted an elegy. No need for swords or guns to see blood. To slay the duck, one requires only wit and cunning. Vividly depicting Jiang Sun's formidable prowess in his strategic focus on the underbelly of social discourse. This combat style, only much later, when Jiang Sun had accumulated a modicum of wealth, began to temper. It was during this time, upon mingling with the so-called elite, that he realized these affairs were nothing more than a match of turtles and green beans. A genuinely well-bred young lady would never deign to knock on doors, offering herself to a young man. Conversely, those who willingly presented themselves were often of a certain intellect, a fact well understood by the masses, save for a rare few exceptional women who treated young men as mere conveniences. Jiang Sun, of course, held these remarkable women in high regard, not only refraining from disdain but also offering them profound respect. This, indeed, epitomized the modern women's liberation movement. Even if there were slight moral blemishes, one could primarily fault societal trends for that. Furthermore, as long as these women earned their own money and spent it freely, and provided the authorities did not intervene, enjoying a taste of gender equality was undoubtedly defensible. In his previous life, whenever Jiang Sun encountered these exceptional women, he often found himself reflecting deeply in the face of their liberated spirits, questioning whether it was he who was ensnared by feudal traditions. Such women, he felt, were not only beyond his reach. He considered himself utterly unworthy of even contemplating them. Thus, it was precisely for this reason that even after amassing wealth in his former life, he never had the chance to loosen his belt. Even when accompanying friends and employers to various entertainment venues, he navigated through the floral chaos without ever becoming entangled. Thus, inadvertently, he preserved his wretched virginity until the moment of the accident. At the time of the incident, he had more than $5 million in his account, funds he intended to use to purchase a modest marital home for a not-so-ordinary woman he fancied. Who could have predicted that at the cusp of potentially realizing the monumental achievement of settling down, he would find himself reborn? Heaven above. June Snow. With such a hellish beginning, is it truly I who must endure the trials of rebirth after that accident, rather than some other despicable wretch who deserves 1,000 cuts? Could this merely be a misunderstanding? Jiang Sun gazed into the mirror, feeling a tumult of emotions. It was difficult, truly difficult. He did not wish to be reborn. Yet, no matter how arduous the path, one must persevere. Much like in his previous life, where certain things were withheld by fate, he would have to strive for them. Ultimately, it was merely a second chance. At worst, this time, he would cheat. Once he had wealth, he would consider cosmetic surgery. Damn it, Jiang Sun thought through gritted teeth, hearing commotion outside the washroom, and turned to step out. As he exited, he encountered Lin Xiaoxiu head-on. Their eyes met, and it was evident Lin Xiaoxiu was in a decidedly foul mood, silently brushing past Jiang Senator momentarily stunned. Jiang Sun then heard a sudden shout from downstairs. The history exam results are out. The history exam results are out. Results out? Upon hearing the news, Jiang Sun immediately disregarded Lin Xiaoxiu as if he were invisible, swiftly making his way to the staircase and calling out loudly to the people below. Where did you see it? Zhang Roshan joyfully shouted back. The results are in from Teacher Xia. I got an A, ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun lost all desire for his afternoon nap. He promptly turned back to his dormitory, placed the basin beneath his bed, and dashed out of the dormitory building. Braving the scorching midday sun, he jogged back to the second floor of the teaching building, arriving at the entrance of the teacher's office, which was already bustling with eager faces inquiring about their grades. Teacher Xia, Jiang Sun called out, hurriedly squeezing through the crowd until he reached Xia Xiaolin. Before he could utter a word, she smiled and said, Jiang Sun, no need to ask. It's an A. Rest assured, your 200 yuan bonus is secure. Hearing this result, despite knowing beforehand that it would not be unfavorable, Jiang Sun felt as though a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. Even for those reborn to ascend, it is essential to adhere to fundamental principles. Regardless of the level of mastery one achieves, every individual faces their own challenges. To rise above others, one must acknowledge that no step along the journey is devoid of difficulty. Chapter 44. Urgency is unnecessary. Alas, I scored a B. Sigh. I too received a B. Too foolish BS. Haraha. After Jiang's son inquired about the exam results, he ceased his wandering and remained in the classroom during the lunch break. Unfortunately, the classroom was far from tranquil. Nearly a third of the class had achieved an A, and the elated students were practically overflowing with joy. Jiang's son, resting his head on his desk, found it impossible to sleep amidst the ruckus. So he sat up and took out the physics paper distributed that morning, deciding to tackle questions 3 through 8 during this time. He spread out the paper and grasped his pen. As soon as his focus shifted to the exam, he quickly became oblivious to his surroundings, effortlessly filtering out the surrounding noise. After a considerable period, when he finally reached the more challenging problems, he slightly regained awareness and noticed that the classroom had unexpectedly grown quiet. The clock at the back of the room silently indicated 1 o'clock, with the curtains drawn tightly. The dimly lit classroom now housed students who had settled down, all resting peacefully at their desks. Only the 2 overhead fans continued to creak rhythmically. Jiangson gently turned the paper over, contemplating that there was still substantial room for improvement in physics. Regrettably, time was not on his side. After a moment of realization, his performance had merely risen from a dismal score in the 40s to a more respectable score in the 70s. Although progress had been made, it remained a critical shortcoming. For the impending final exam, he would likely have to rely on other subjects. Sigh. Jiangson quietly exhaled, burying himself in his work once more. Half an hour later, after finally completing the questions, he hoped to rest his eyes for a moment, but just then, the classroom door swung open. The students who had gone out for lunch returned. Get lost. Just past 1:30, Zhang Yaoyao stormed back into the classroom, unleashing a furious shout near Jiang Sen's ear. After dining at a nearby eatery, she had spent the afternoon lounging in the air conditioning of a nearby novel hall. Yet, it was evident that the cool air had failed to soothe her inner agitation. Jiang Sen, with his eyes closed, quietly shifted his chair slightly. Zhang Yaoyao huffed and walked past him. At that moment, as Jiang Sen was about to readjust his chair, she abruptly yelled, "Move away." Jiang Sen finally opened his eyes, halting his actions with a resigned expression. "Beautiful lady, I can't move away. Look. I've left 20 centimeters behind me. There's no room to maneuver." "Shut up, you toad spirit. Stop talking to me." Zhang Yaoyao, now completely unreasonable, fumed and stormed out of the classroom. Observing her increasingly wild demeanor, Jiang Sen couldn't help but nod slightly in approval. "Go wild. Free spirit. Please. Do not stifle your exuberance. Do not concede any ground to this society." Just outside the corridor, as Zhang Yaoyao stepped out, she nearly collided with Zhang Jiejia, who was approaching with a stack of exam papers in hand. As 2 individuals crossed paths in the corridor, Zhang Jiejia called out to Zhang Yaoyao, uttering a few unintelligible words. Upon hearing him, Zhang Yaoyao stomped her foot in frustration and continued to run ahead with an expression of unwillingness. Observing this, Zhang Jiejia shook his head, clutching a stack of papers, and entered the classroom, promptly exclaiming, "All right, let us distribute last Friday's test papers." The top scorer, Hu Jiangzi, with a remarkable score of 124. "Hu Jiangzi hasn't he arrived yet?" Someone from the back of the classroom shouted. In a playful manner, Zhang Jiejia responded, "No worries, I don't need the person, I only desire his score." He continued, "Next, in second place, Jiang's son, with 118 points. Steady progress, my friend. You're improving splendidly." A chorus of disbelief echoed through the class, as many were unable to adjust to Jiang's son's sudden surge in mathematics. Having secured second place in consecutive exams over the past 2 weeks, a feat indeed impressive. Well done, Zhang Jiejia declared from the podium, extending the paper to Jiang Sen seated in the front row. "Keep it up, you're only 6 points shy of Hu Jiangzi. Strive to surpass him soon." "Don't jest," Jiang's son replied, receiving the paper with a nonchalant demeanor. "If he is my benchmark, wouldn't he that spell doom for my future?" At this, Zhang Jiejia paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Just then, Hu Jiangzi and his entourage of boys entered the classroom. Upon noticing Zhang Jiejia in fits of laughter at the podium, Hu Jiangzi exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, are the math scores out?" "They are, and you're first." Someone from the back promptly relayed as they handed Hu Jiangzi his test paper. With an air of arrogance, Hu Jiangzi inspected the paper and inquired, "What about Jiang's son?" "The second place with 118 points, came the reply. "Uft." Hu Jiangzi scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "What a joke." His tone was somewhat loud. prompting Zhang Jie to interject, "Hu Jiangji, don't get too cocky. He has improved from a midterm score of 93 in the first semester to this point." Progressing step by step, Jiang Sun just mentioned that he doesn't even regard you as a worthy opponent. So be cautious not to trip over your own arrogance. I remember the wager you two made, and summer teacher has remained silent. Zhang Jie's talent for stirring the pot was undeniable. Hu Jiangji, unable to contain his irritation, retorted, "Am I afraid of him? I don't have any blemishes on my mind." All right, yet you have your fair share of blemishes on your face. Who doesn't know the three treasures of Class 5 in the first year? Zhang Jie teased, covering his mouth as he laughed heartily. The students in the room could no longer hold their composure, erupting in laughter. Goodness, Hu Jiangji, left without recourse, could only sit down, his face flushed with embarrassment. After being subjected to Jiang Sun's relentless jabs earlier that morning, he now felt unable to use Jiang Sun's blemishes as ammunition any longer. The class reveled in laughter for a considerable time before Zhang Jie resumed announcing the scores. Zhang Rongshan, having secured third place with a score of 116, couldn't help but burst into laughter yet again, eliciting curious glances from the crowd. In a moment of sheer joy, he affectionately bestowed upon Xiao Rongrong a whimsical nickname, Zhang Sambao. "Oh my," he exclaimed as he took his seat, rising with a whirlwind of emotions. He retrieved his exam paper, realizing he had only scored 2 points less than Jiang Senator. The overwhelming sensation of being consistently outperformed was utterly exasperating. The exam papers, one after another, were distributed from Zhang Jie's hands. Soon enough, as the last paper was handed out, the bell signaling the end of the class rang. Following the conclusion of the history and geography assessments, the first 2 periods of the Monday afternoon were seamlessly replaced with mathematics and English lessons. After a brief discussion with the instructor, Zhang Jie adjusted the schedule, swapping the last math class with the second English class. Consequently, the Monday afternoon now consisted of 2 consecutive math classes followed by 2 English classes. While Jiang Xin and his peers remained indifferent, it was anticipated that the instructor would be quite overwhelmed. Zhang Jie bypassed the customary call to stand and dove straight into the lesson. "Let us commence. The results of this examination are rather mediocre. In these 2 periods, we shall thoroughly analyze the papers. Time is ample, and those disinterested may feel free to leave, haha." The classroom fell into a contemplative silence. Jiang Xin, glancing at the empty seat beside him, pondered the absence of Zhang Yaoyao, who had been missing for quite some time. Was she perhaps ensnared in some misadventure? Meanwhile, in the office for the first-year students, Zhang Yaoyao sat at Zhang Jie's desk, grappling with her exam paper, her mind swirling in chaotic disarray akin to a cosmic explosion. Arriving just after 1:30 to retake her exam, she had diligently completed all the multiple-choice questions over the course of 20 minutes. Yet her scratch paper bore no signs of having been utilized. As the class bell rang, several teachers without afternoon classes were unable to resist the temptation to peer in. Deng Yue stood directly behind Zhang Yaoyao, her curiosity piqued by the sight of the final assessment paper from the prestigious 18th high school. Other teachers, including Shi Lili and Zhang Xuefan, also exhibited an unexpected enthusiasm for the subject of mathematics. As the homeroom teacher, Xia Xiaolin could not overlook the opportunity to supervise the math exam for her own students. A throng of educators surrounded Zhang Yaoyao, in a state of utter confusion. Zhang Yaoyao found herself on the verge of filling in the blanks, initially contemplating a casual response of 0 or 1. However, under the scrutinizing gaze of her teachers, she felt utterly embarrassed to proceed in such a manner, with the collective concern of half the faculty bearing down upon her. She hardly lasted 10 seconds before exclaiming in near tears, "Teachers, please stop looking. I can't think with you all watching." Yet, once inside the office, her voice held no power. The teachers immediately began to impart their wisdom. "If you cannot withstand this level of pressure, how will you ever face the college entrance examinations? Focus on your work. Our presence will not impede you. Concentrate, and you shall scarcely notice us. Is it a makeup exam? You've already been granted an extra week for preparation. What is there to be afraid of?" Each cold, unfeeling word pierced Zhang Yaoyao's heart like a dagger. Filled with frustration, she gazed down at the paper, her mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. At times, she cursed the teacher for meddling, while at others, she blamed Jiang Sun for her predicament. Yet she found no inclination to tackle the questions before her, her pen motionless in hand. The teachers standing beside her remained equally immobile, as if 2 armies were locked in a standoff, neither side willing to yield an inch. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yaoyao could no longer withstand the teacher's unwavering patience. After much hesitation, she steeled herself, driven by a flicker of hope, and, under the watchful gazes of those behind her, hastily scribbled an answer on the exam paper. However, this time, the world was not as lenient as it had been in the past. "Hey, what are you writing so carelessly?" The normally quiet invigilators, Xia Xiaolin and her colleagues, instantly erupted with admonitions. "Zhang Yaoyao, don't you ever listen in class? Why is your draft paper completely blank? Are you just randomly guessing on the multiple choice questions? Stop shouting. Stop shouting." Under the stern rebuke from her teachers, Zhang Yaoyao's inner defenses crumbled unexpectedly. She clasped her ears, shaking her head in agitation, and then lost control, yelling, "What is wrong with all of you? Why are you staring at me like that? What does it have to do with you? I just can't do it. I'm just an idiot. Are you satisfied now?" Satisfied. The intensity of her outburst left Xia Xiaolin and the others momentarily speechless. Moreover, even in the adjacent classroom of Class 5, where Zhang Jejia was teaching, the commotion echoed through the hall, causing her to halt mid-explanation, her face a canvas of shock and disbelief. "Oh no, she's gone mad. Wow, Zhang Yaoyao is fierce. I'm genuinely impressed." In Class 5, whispers filled the room from front to back. Yet, in the very front row, Jiangxin sat alone, sighing deeply with an expression of sorrow. He murmured softly, "Educating children requires patience. It cannot be rushed. It cannot be rushed." Chapter 45. Mutual destruction. Do not concern yourself with the outside. Let us continue. Zhang Yaoyao thundered in the office, her voice reverberating like a landslide. Zhang Jejia, this heartless wretch, merely shut the door and left matters at that, showing no inclination to assume any responsibility for the child. Jiang Sun, witnessing Zhang Jejia's callous demeanor, could not help but exclaim internally, "Bravo." He then comfortably settled in for 2 consecutive mathematics lessons. During the 10-minute intermission, Zhang Jejia did not even open the door, continuing his lecture undisturbed until he concluded the final complex problem. It was only then that Jiang Sun, engrossed in the lesson, suddenly realized that Zhang Yaoyao had yet to return. A wave of anxiety washed over him. What if she had hanged herself in the office? Lost in these troubling thoughts, he hurriedly joined the throng of students pouring out of the classroom as the bell rang, making a beeline for the restroom. A sea of students rushed through the corridor. As they passed the office door, Jiang Sun, like many others, cast a fleeting glance inside. The office housed only a handful of teachers. While Zhang Yaoyao sat motionless in Zhang Jejia's chair, her back turned to the outside world. Xiaomin quietly walked past Jiang Sun and muttered, "Brother Sun, it seems your girlfriend might have perished in there." "Indeed," Jiang Sun replied shamelessly, "it seems we have an unfulfilled love story on our hands." Nearby, a class clown overheard and immediately shouted into the office, "Zhang Yaoyao, Jiangxin claims he wishes to have an eternal bond with you. Please, do not lose hope. Even in death, you cannot escape his grasp." Laughter erupted from the crowd of students heading to relieve themselves. Inside the office, the previously silent Zhang Yaoyao suddenly sprang to her feet, her eyes swollen from crying and brimming with a hatred akin to that of someone whose entire family had been slaughtered. With a fierce determination, she strode to the office door and bellowed at the laughing crowd outside. "Is everyone in your family still alive? If they are, they will surely meet their end today. All of them shall be struck down by vehicles. Hu Highway, your mother will be crushed under the wheels. Your father will be split in 2. Your grandparents will contract AIDS, and your descendants for 18 generations will suffer from cancer. I curse you. Your mother will be ravaged by dogs, and then run over. The offspring of a dog." This torrent of traditional East OU street vernacular left Hu Highway and the throngs of students and teachers passing by the stairs utterly stunned, their minds buzzing from the verbal onslaught. Jiang Sun, who had already slipped into the restroom and was standing at the urinal, could not contain himself and shouted, "Damn. The vendors at the market across the street are not even this skilled." Standing before Jiang Sun, Xiaomin gaped in awe, speechless, her face a portrait of admiration. Outside the office, teachers returning from various classrooms with textbooks in hand stood frozen in disbelief, too intimidated by Zhang Yaoyao's fierce outburst to step inside. All eyes were fixed on Hu Highway, waiting expectantly for his response to the verbal barrage. However, much to the disappointment of those present, Hu Highway merely stood silently, engaging in a silent stare-off with Zhang Yaoyao for a good 7 or 8 seconds. Suddenly, he broke into a smile, feigning indifference as if to project an air of maturity, shaking his head in an ungrateful manner, and muttering, "Damn, what a nuisance." With that, he turned and walked into the restroom. Was this truly the end? Jiangxin, hastily finishing his business, rushed out to witness the unfolding drama. Upon seeing this scene, the frustration and disappointment he felt were beyond expression. Damn it, why don't you confront her? Slap her across the face. You needn't spare my feelings. I have no affection for her. Jiang Sun shot a disdainful glance at Hu Highway, the pretentious one, as they brushed past each other. Meanwhile, the teachers who had been blocked by Zhang Yaoyao finally regained their composure. Zhang Jiejia, the most incensed, strode up to Zhang Yaoyao and reprimanded. What are you doing? Is this how you speak to a girl? Humph. Zhang Yaoyao, unyielding, scoffed and stepped aside. Zhang Jiejia promptly took her by the arm and led her back to her desk. Jiang Xin, seeing how easily the situation had been resolved, couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. The incident had originated with him, yet it concluded with others bearing the brunt of emotional turmoil. And he had been held accountable for nothing, leaving unscathed in the end. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Min, and they both silently acknowledged a shared understanding. Hee. How delightful. Let us go. Let us slip away. Xiao Min, the instigator, completed the mischief and took his leave. As they walked a short distance, they heard Zhang Jiejia's rare, thunderous shout from the office. Were you even listening in class? You must have been copying during exams. This was followed by Zhang Yaoyao's vehement denial. I didn't copy. You're targeting me. You're targeting me. I can't go on like this. Quick. Someone stop her. Teacher Xia. The classroom office for the first-year students erupted into chaos. Jiang Sun and Xiao Min, who had nearly reached the classroom door, turned sharply at the escalating commotion behind them and rushed back towards the office. Not only them, but students from Class 5, regardless of their need to relieve themselves or having already done so, dashed out of the classroom and hurried towards the office. As they raced back to the scene of the incident, Jiangxin peered inside and found Zhang Yaoyao threatening to jump out the window. While several teachers struggled to restrain her, Jiangxin nearly shouted, "Let her jump. There's a green belt below. At worst, she'd only suffer a high-level paralysis from the second floor." While contemplating this, his professional instincts kicked in, prompting him to observe the reactions of the other teachers in the office. To his surprise, all the teachers had risen in a panic, except for Zheng Hong, who sat calmly in the corner, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her expression imbued with a certain depth of meaning. At the sight of her sinister demeanor, Jiang Xin's heart sank. What is wrong with you? This wretched, incompetent individual has evidently found an opponent even more pathetic than himself. Who could have anticipated that the one to salvage Zheng Hong's career would be none other than Zhang Yaoyao? Moreover, Zhang Yaoyao is a prodigy he himself has painstakingly nurtured. Oh heavens! Is it possible for such a tragic intertwining of fates to exist? Jiang Sun felt the weight of retribution stirring within him, and as he cast a glance at Zheng Hong, an involuntary shiver of apprehension coursed through him. Moments later, Zheng Hong too became aware of Jiang Sun's gaze. Their eyes met, and Zheng Hong, startled, quickly masked her expression with a smile, lowering her head in fear of revealing her inner turmoil. This school must surely be cursed. How could the restroom be situated adjacent to the teacher's office? The layout is fundamentally flawed. Jiang Sun mused to himself as he extricated himself from the crowd, returning to the classroom with a sense of melancholic reflection. Upon settling back at his desk, it was but a short while before the bell rang for the third period. The students who had been lingering outside, drawn by the spectacle, were finally ushered back by the teachers from the office, taking their seats in a disorganized manner. When Zhang Rongxing entered the classroom, his face was still alight with an exuberant smile, and he exclaimed to his deskmate, "Wow, that was utterly outrageous. Enough of that. Let us not concern ourselves with others," he continued. The time-wasting matron had already taken her place at the podium, deliberately neglecting to enforce order, allowing the students to indulge in their laughter and chatter for at least 3 or 4 minutes after the bell had rung. Finally, she spoke with feigned indifference. "What is so amusing? The young lady simply lacks understanding, and yet you all join in the ruckus? Very well, let us commence with the lesson. Please stand. Good day, students. Good day, teacher." Chapter 46. Captain of the track team. As the clock struck 5:10 in the afternoon, the school bell resonated through the corridors. In the classroom of Class 5, Grade 1, both teachers and students, who had endured an exhausting 2 periods together, finally exchanged farewells. The beleaguered teacher, having depleted her energies, even forgot to assign homework before hastily vacating the premises. It was evident that she herself had come to realize the extent of her own excesses that day. Rewind 2 periods to the beginning of the 3rd class, where the teacher entered in a particularly lethargic state. She commenced with her customary opening remarks, solemnly emphasizing that only 3 weeks remained in the semester Yet there was still an entire unit of the English curriculum left to cover. Hence, it was imperative to expedite the lessons and aim to conclude the textbook material within that week. Before embarking on a comprehensive review of the academic year over the subsequent 2 weeks, revisiting the knowledge from both semesters. This monologue lasted approximately 10 minutes. After stressing the urgency of time, she paradoxically contradicted her previous statements by calling on students one by one to read aloud the exceedingly lengthy first lesson of the new unit. The students of Class 5, as expected, did not disappoint her, stumbling and stuttering through the text. When Huang Mingjie was summoned, the class erupted into a cacophony of disarray. And by the time the passage was read in its entirety, the third period had all but elapsed. Subsequently, the teacher dutifully recited the background of the text from the supplementary materials, reading every word verbatim. Upon finishing the last sentence, the third period concluded, neither a moment too soon nor too late. Remarkably, she conducted the entire session in Chinese, evidently catering to the students' comprehension abilities. Jiang Xin was taken aback by the teacher's prowess, yet he had no inkling that the third period was merely an appetizer. As the fourth period commenced, she employed the same tactic, calling students to translate the previous lesson's content into Chinese. Cloaked as a collective analysis, it sent shivers down the spines of the students below. After all, once the teacher pointed her finger, the chosen student was bound to reveal their ineptitude, facing potential humiliation. Fortunately, Jiang Xin rose to the occasion, shouldering the burden for nearly half an hour, effectively guiding his classmates through the textbook from beginning to end. Once the translation was complete, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the classroom in the final 2 to 3 minutes. The teacher remained silent, and the students, overwhelmed by their inadequacies, hung their heads in shame. However, the boys in the back row stubbornly refused to acknowledge that Jiang Xin's superior command of English had utterly decimated their confidence. Though the girls admired Jiang Xin in their hearts, the presence of mediocrity rendered their admiration unvoiced. In the end, it was the teacher who had to commend Jiang Xin's performance, hastily exiting the scene thereafter. Throughout the entire ordeal, including Jiang Xin, not a single person cared to ponder why Zhang Yaoyao had not returned all afternoon, as if she had already faded into oblivion in the hearts of those around her. The class has ended, and the health committee member, Zhu Chuchu, weakly announces the conclusion. A handful of students drag their chairs and meander out of the classroom. Jiang Sun, shouldering his backpack, walks through the corridor bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. The slanting rays illuminate his face, highlighting the oily sheen of his acne, rendering it particularly unappealing. A few girls from the class follow closely behind him, murmuring softly amongst themselves. Isn't it just so unfair how life treats people? One whispers. Jiang Sun truly embodies resilience in adversity. Another sighs, how pitiful. Hearing their remarks, Jiang Xin's mood turns complex as he hastily exits the building. Moments later, he passes by the cafeteria but does not enter. Instead, he continues forward, traversing the basketball court in front of the cafeteria, eventually arriving at the school's farthest corner, the vast playground. At this hour, the playground, devoid of any activity aside from the cinder track and 2 soccer goals, stands eerily empty. With no sports meet this semester and the school's soccer team temporarily disbanded, the grounds remain untouched. Jiang Xin approaches a small platform on one side of the playground and patiently waits for about 5 to 6 minutes until Lao Qiu leads a few members of the school's athletics team into the area. From a distance, Lao Qiu spots Jiang Xin and joyfully shouts, Jiang Xin, have you had enough to eat? I saw you devouring 2 large bowls at lunch. Your table manners were so dreadful that you scared the girls away. Jiang Xin retorts, what drove them away? Do you honestly not realize? As Lao Qiu rambles on, Jiang Xin interjects, by the way, is your salary paid daily or monthly? What salary? Lao Qiu approaches, followed by 4 slender middle school students, and chuckles. You can inquire about that with the school. I'm solely responsible for your training. Jiang Sun can't help but respond. Your words are less trustworthy than a construction site foreman. I can't shake the feeling that you're planning to withhold wages from underprivileged students next semester. As soon as he finishes, one of the younger students chimes in, Teacher Qiu, what salary are you talking about? Oh, it's not a salary. It's a nutritional subsidy for underprivileged athletes. Lao Qiu gestures towards Jiang Sun, proudly introducing him. This is Jiang Sun from the first year, the student with the most challenging family circumstances in the entire school. Last year, he survived on free rice soup for both lunch and dinner. And he hasn't had breakfast in a whole year. The 4 middle school students gaze at Jiang Xin with newfound respect. Impressive. How remarkable. They exclaim in awe. Jiang Xin, caught between laughter and tears, replies, "Teacher, this isn't exactly a life achievement." Lao Qiu appears unfazed by Jiang Sun's skin condition, looking at him earnestly. "You see, despite your hardships, you've persevered until now. I'm using you as a role model for them." Turning back to the younger students, he continues, "Look at your senior. There are hardly any like him in all of Dong-O facing such adversity. He truly hails from the mountains, having endured a childhood of hunger, which accounts for his diminutive stature. The unsanitary conditions of the mountains have left his face in such a state. To speak candidly, if he fails to gain admission to university, his prospects for employment will be exceedingly bleak. And what of you all? Your families are well off now. As you engage in athletics, your parents can easily afford to enroll you in regular high schools. What grounds for complaint can you possibly have? If you continue to grumble under such circumstances, then one must wonder about your senior. Shouldn't he have long since taken the drastic step of ending his own life? Look over there, that dormitory building. He resides on the 3rd floor. With a mere closing of his eyes, a leap would land him on the concrete below, head first. With no hope of salvation, Jiang Sun observed Lao Qiu as he pointed toward the dormitory, animatedly depicting the gruesome scene of the fall. The more he listened, the more it seemed as though he was hurling insults. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Lao Qiu, isn't that a bit excessive?" "Ah, ha ha ha, excessive, you say? Very well, let us put this matter aside for now, ha ha." Lao Qiu chuckled heartily, clapping Jiang Sun on the shoulder, adopting a casual tone as he continued. "Now, our high school athletics team has yet to be formally established. Currently, we have only 2 candidates for the sprinting events, and you are the first to officially join. Henceforth, you shall serve as the captain of the school's track team. Come next semester, should I find myself unavailable, you will lead their training, alongside a male student from class 2 named Luo Beikong, and a female student from your own class, Huang Mingjia." Jiang Sun, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback and asked Lao Qiu in astonishment, "Huang Mingjia?" "Indeed," Lao Qiu replied with a smile. "What of it?" Jiang Sun, with a serious demeanor, inquired. Considering her physique, wouldn't he running present quite the resistance? "Oh, that's not a concern," Lao Qiu explained calmly. "During practice and competitions, a simple wrap of cloth will suffice. Her cadence and core strength are exceptional. In amateur competitions for high school students, it won't have a significant impact." Jiang Sun. Chapter 47. Each possesses exceptional skills. The training of the overly amateur school team in the 18th session was devoid of any technical substance. The content of Old Qiu's first training session was quite simple. He led Jiang Sun and a few others through warm-ups, followed by 2 sets of acceleration runs, and finally concluded with a 3,000-meter run. Jiang Sun found the 1,500 meters rather easy, yet the 3,000-meter run left him feeling quite exhausted, collapsing into a heap of fatigue afterward. Old Qiu was not particularly satisfied with his performance, lamenting that he was hindered by poor nutrition and that his innate advantages had not been cultivated. His stamina only sufficed for maintaining high-speed running for approximately 1,500 meters, thus designating Jiang Sun's primary training events as the 800 and 1,500 meters. Jiang Sun, indifferent to the matter, felt no concern over the distances he was required to run, as long as the school provided timely financial support. By the time training concluded and he exited the playground, it was already past 6 in the evening. The young boys who came to play basketball after class returned home without needing to be ushered by the old man from the reception. The campus fell into a serene silence. The 4 middle school children also returned home for dinner. After bidding farewell to them at the cafeteria entrance, Jiang Sun, drenched in sweat, entered the dining hall alone. At this time, the cafeteria was already quite empty, as the boarding students had finished their meals and retreated to their dormitories. Only a few teachers remained, leisurely enjoying their food and conversing. Jiang Sun first washed his hands at the sink, then proceeded directly to the serving windows, where he produced the principal's esteemed VIP meal card. With the cafeteria staff beaming at him, he effortlessly spent public funds on 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, exceeding double-digit prices. Turning around, he swiftly found an empty seat and, within a mere 10 minutes, polished off 2 large bowls of rice, finishing the vegetables and soup with remarkable efficiency, thus concluding his bountiful dinner. A short while later, he strolled back to the 3rd floor of the dormitory. For twos. Airplane, damn it. How could I not escape with 2 bombs in hand? As soon as Jiang Sun stepped onto the floor of the 3rd level, he heard the frantic curses of Luo Beikong emanating from room 301. Moreover, not just 301, but 303 was also noticeably more boisterous than usual. Jiang Sun, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, returned to room 302, where Zhang Rongshan, Xiaomin, and Hu Qi were diligently working on their assignments. While Wen Xianbin stood by the window, contemplating life as usual. Back already? Finished training? Xiaomin, easily distracted, immediately looked up to inquire as Jiangxin entered. Jiangxin replied. To his surprise, Wen Xianbin also turned his head, saying, Jiangxin, I saw you going to the cafeteria for dinner. Jiangxin regarded the earnest expression on Wen's face, paused for 2 seconds, and replied, yes, and then? Wen Xianbin suddenly broke into a smile. Then I saw you come out. You eat so quickly. After a moment of silence, Jiangxin nodded in agreement. At this moment, Hu Qi raised his head to ask, Jiangxin, did you get an A on the history exam? Jiangxin answered calmly. An A? Sigh. Hu Qi sighed. Then in our dormitory, I'm the only one with AB. I also got an A. Xiaomin chuckled, boasting with delight. With his head bowed low, Zhang Rongshan was engrossed in the mathematics paper released today, yet his mind had wandered to the conversation between Jiangxin and the others. He interjected, what significance does a mere history subject hold? I could easily score an A without much effort. The humanities merely provide a lifeline for the less astute. You received AB in geography. Jiangxin suddenly interrupted, catching Zhang Rongshan off guard. Initially stunned, Zhang Rongshan erupted with rage, shouting, Jiang Mazi. You deserve to be struck by lightning. The repercussions of Hu Highway's words will all fall upon you. Is that truly so malevolent? Jiangxin retorted, his expression turning serious as he declared loudly, very well. I willingly accept this curse in exchange for your geography grade of merely AB. Little Rongrong. Let us face our fates together. Zhang Rongshan was momentarily taken aback by Jiangxin's fearless spirit, rendered speechless with wide eyes. Xiaomin, observing the exchange, sighed, damn. Jiangxin, you've become increasingly eccentric lately. I concur, Jiangxin admitted candidly. Either one erupts in silence or becomes twisted in silence. I have endured this here. And now that I possess a semblance of influence, I must retaliate. Otherwise, what purpose does my toil serve? Damn. Xiaomin chuckled, you cunning old fox. You had this planned all along. Hu Qi chimed in. Jiangxin is formidable. If I were in your shoes, after being subjected to such remarks for so long, I would have likely crumbled. Indeed, when Xianbin suddenly interjected nonsensically, I scored AC in my history exam. The room fell silent, and every gaze turned toward Wen Xianbin, who, under the weight of their attention, melancholically added, I was so close to AB. Jiangxin. The occupants of room 302 regarded Wen Xianbin with an awe akin to that reserved for the divine, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Luo Beikong burst into the room from the diagonal door, striding in with urgency. Upon seeing Jiangxin, he exclaimed, Mazi, I failed my history exam. I don't want to study anymore. Not wanting to study? Jiangxin finally snapped back to reality. Instinctively adopting the tone of a life coach, he gravely responded, whether or not to study is ultimately your choice, but the question remains, aside from studying, do you have any other options? Does your family own a factory? Yes. Luo Beikong replied, blinking in surprise, my family owns 2 plastic factories. What of it? Jiangxin fell silent once more, staring at Luo Beikong in disbelief. And after a prolonged pause, he slowly said, I apologize, Master Luo. In the future, should you encounter any academic troubles, unless absolutely necessary, please refrain from seeking my counsel. I feel unworthy. Ah, I know you're unworthy, but who else can I turn to? Luo Beikong sighed deeply, then began to enumerate. Look around this room. Not a single person here resembles a competent individual. Xiaomin, timid oaf, little Rongrong, he barely understands anything, and that pig, even swine are smarter than him. I simply cannot fathom how our dormitory is filled with such characters. Hu Qi, laughing at your mother. You're no different. That's excessive, he added. Hu Qi Fong set down his pen and slowly rose to his feet. Once standing upright, he was noticeably half a head taller than Luo Beikong. Upon seeing this, Luo Beikong became quite spirited, exclaiming, oh, not satisfied? Come and fight me. Fight? Nonsense. It's so hot. I'd just end up sweating and having to wash my clothes afterward. Hu Qi Fong, rarely lowering his demeanor, replied, we haven't even finished our assignments yet. If you want to argue, take it somewhere else. Don't disturb our studies. With a dismissive huff, Luo Beikong let out an irritable sound but surprisingly found himself subdued by Hu Qi Fong's calmness. Grabbing a water cup from the table, he dashed outside, shouting in a manner akin to someone unhinged, when on earth will the principal arrive to install the air conditioning? I'm about to lose my mind from the heat. Chapter 48. The yellow robe, perhaps it was the multitude of events on that Monday that rendered the day particularly lengthy for Jiang Xin as he returned from self-study in the classroom and lay down, a sense of time dragging heavily upon him. However, in the subsequent days, life settled into a much smoother rhythm. Zhang Yaoyao had taken 3 consecutive days off, which brought an unexpected delight to Jiang's senator when she finally mustered the courage to return from her home. The atmosphere in Class 5 of the first year was palpably on the brink of transformation. This ambience stemmed partly from Jiang Xin's commendable efforts, and partly from the recent lackluster performance of Hu Haiwei, the reigning king of Class 5 who had held his position for nearly a year. During those 3 days, news broke that Jiang Xin had been selected for the school's athletics team and appointed as the captain of his small squad. This announcement was confirmed in person by the pretentious Xing Yukai at Tuesday's morning assembly, generating considerable excitement and significantly elevating Jiang Xin's status within the school. However, the most unexpected events unfolded on Wednesday. Upon hearing of the chaotic antics of the teacher, Cheng Zhanpeng, the head of the English department, stormed into Class 5 with all the English faculty in tow, conducting an impromptu observation of 2 English classes. In those 2 lessons, the teacher spoke for approximately 20 minutes, leaving the majority of the class under Jiang Xin's control to the extent that it seemed he might as well have taken over the lectern. Following the classes, the English teachers were visibly agitated, having never witnessed such a unique teaching dynamic where a student not only taught but did so with a level of proficiency that vastly surpassed that of the teacher. They clamored to shake hands with the principal, exclaiming their gratitude for the remarkable talent discovered in their midst, even if Jiang Xin's mathematical abilities faltered in the future. Securing a place in a second-tier university appeared almost guaranteed. The principal was even more exhilarated than the English teachers after the lesson. He deliberately extended the class time by a good 10 minutes to lavish praise on the teacher for recognizing Jiang Xin's potential and for adopting a commendable teaching style that unearthed such exceptional talent. He expressed eager hopes that the teacher would maintain her dedication during the final month, promising to seek out another outstanding instructor for the school next year. As for Jiang San, he was now regarded as the most promising candidate in the history of the school, a veritable gem among seeds, aptly dubbed the horse. Coupled with his title as captain of the athletics team, he emerged as the quintessential exemplary student, embodying both scholarly and athletic prowess since the establishment of the high school division. This year, there were 2 municipal level 3 good student awards available for nomination, and Cheng Zhanpeng promptly decreed that one would be bestowed upon Jiang San, leaving the entire Class 5 in a state of collective astonishment. The citywide unified examination had yet to commence, yet in just 2 class sessions, Cheng Zhanpeng had already allocated a wealth of resources to Jiang's senator in his eyes. These resources were indispensable, for he perceived in Jiang Xin a beacon of hope illuminating the path forward. Cheng Zhanpeng was acutely aware that, at least in the subject of English, Jiang Xin's proficiency was undoubtedly among the finest in Dongou City and even across Zhejiang province. If he could continue to refine his skills, achieving a score of 140 in the college entrance examination was not merely a fanciful dream. Even if Jiang San struggled with mathematics, as long as he managed to score around 100, the average of these 2 subjects could reach 120, conservatively estimating. Even the Chinese language score could be around 100. Thus, with these 3 core subjects combined, it was highly probable to surpass 340. Optimistically, the prospect of reaching 360 was not out of the question. Furthermore, considering the remaining 3 elective subjects, Jiang Xin had firmly decided to pursue the arts, which posed no issue. According to Xia Xiaolin, his scores in history, geography, and politics were on par with his chemistry performance. It was noteworthy that just days prior, Jiang Xin had achieved a perfect score in his chemistry unit test. Therefore, could he not aim for 240 in the integrated arts? Absolutely. Should Jiang San maintain his current state of stability and reinforcement, the theoretical possibility of crossing the 600 mark was indeed substantial. Even if he experienced a slight setback, losing around 30 points, he would still barely meet the first-tier university cutoff for Zhejiang province in recent years. And even in the worst-case scenario, should he lose 50 points, securing a place in a second-tier university remained a viable option. Cheng Zhanpeng assessed Jiang Xin's capabilities, establishing both an upper and lower limit, ultimately drawing 2 key conclusions. First, this child must be nurtured diligently. Second, his discerning eye for talent was indisputable. With the principal's endorsement, by the end of Wednesday, Jiang Xin's standing in class was no longer one that could be easily mocked or derided by his peers. After Wednesday's English class, No one in Class 5 of the first year dared to call Jiangxin derogatory names. Although there was a slight regression on Thursday morning, by the afternoon, Jiangxin silenced the boys at the back of the classroom once more with his impressive score on the mock political exam, 98 points, setting a new school record. By Friday morning, as Zhang Yaoyao returned, she found herself switched to a new seat by Xia Xiaolin. Zhang Rongxin was reluctantly moved away from his desk partner and placed next to Jiang Senator Zhang Yaoyao, still reeling from the sudden change. Was sternly warned by Xia Xiaolin to refrain from using foul language towards classmates, as a record had already been noted by the disciplinary office. If she wished to graduate, she needed to behave, which left Zhang Yaoyao feeling utterly uncomfortable. To be frank, she had come with resentment, intending to vent all her frustrations on Jiang Sr. In her view, had it not been for her need to berate Jiang San, she would not have been apprehended by Zhang Haiyun. Had she not been caught, she would not have missed the mathematics exam, and consequently, she wouldn't have found herself in a desperate situation in the office, leading to another encounter with the disciplinary office, resulting in her hiding at home for 3 days out of embarrassment. In summary, unless she unleashed her verbal aggression on Jiang San throughout the day, how could she possibly resolve her inner turmoil? However, who could have anticipated that within a mere 3 days, Jiangxin would don the yellow robe? The captain of the athletics team? A model student at the municipal level? He even shattered records in the political exam? Upon hearing her new deskmate recount the events of the past 3 days, Zhang Yaoyao momentarily felt as though she had yet to awaken, perhaps trapped in a surreal and absurd dream devoid of logic. How could Jiangxin, standing at a mere 1.50 meters, possibly be the captain of the 18th high school athletics team? Had all the capable men of 18th high perished? Upon returning from the morning assembly, just before the first Chinese lesson began, Zhang Yaoyao continued her incessant chatter. Just then, Xia Xiaolin entered from outside, overhearing her words, and immediately glared with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Zhang Yaoyao, is this never ending?" Feeling guilty, Zhang Yaoyao pouted and lowered her head. Only then did Xia Xiaolin temper her anger. Sighing, "All right, before we commence class, let us discuss the subject selection for the second year. As you all know, beginning in the second year, we must choose between the liberal arts and sciences. Let us take a preliminary survey. I will record your choices. If any student feels uncertain, you may discuss it with your parents at home or come back to me in a few days. For now, I will gather everyone's initial preferences. One by one. Jiang San, will you choose liberal arts or sciences?" Jiang San lifted his head, smiled at Xia Xiaolin, causing her to hastily avert her gaze. "Liberal arts," he replied. Chapter 49. A multitude of thoughts. The statistics regarding the division of arts and sciences in Class 5 of the first year took nearly 20 minutes. Like other classes, the situation in Jiang Xin's class was overwhelmingly one-sided. All the boys opted for the sciences, while the girls uniformly chose the arts, with only a few outliers like Jiang San himself, notably from dormitory 302, such as Xiao Min and Wen Xianbin. Among the boys, the only exception was Zhu Jialuan, who placed a wager on Jiang San winning against Hu Jiangji in the final exams and likewise chose the arts. Xia Xiaolin was not surprised by this outcome. She simply believed that Xiao Min and Wen Xianbin had been influenced by Jiang's senator. She then casually asked Alan, "Zhu Jialuan, why did you choose the arts?" A sudden, exceedingly lewd laughter erupted from Zhu Jialuan, who, without answering, prompted the entire class to join in a nonsensical chuckle. Eventually, he delivered a response that made Xia Xiaolin roll her eyes. "In the arts class, there are more girls." The room erupted in an uproar of laughter. Xia Xiaolin felt a surge of frustration, caught off guard and embarrassed by Zhu Jialuan's remark, and shouted, "All right, enough. What is so funny? You all spend the whole day with your heads filled with nonsense. Let us get back to class." At last, the raucous students quieted down. The first 2 periods of the morning were devoted to Chinese, followed by a chemistry lesson in the 3rd period. After these 3 classes, the discussions regarding the division of subjects had largely subsided. The underachievers seemed to harbor far fewer thoughts about the college entrance examination. For the students of the 18th high school, the significance of camaraderie overshadowed that of individual choices. Only a handful truly understood which direction suited them best. During the 4th physical education class, Jiangxin descended the stairs, accompanied by a throng of fellow students. Zhang Rongxin trailed closely beside him, incessantly murmuring in a tone reminiscent of a foolish scholar. Observing the boy's ignorant demeanor, Jiangxin felt that further explanation would be a defeat on his part. Thus he chose to ignore him entirely. Upon reaching the ground floor, Numerous first-year classes were congregating in front of the small playground for the last physical education class of the week. As Jiang Xin and his companions emerged, students from Class 1 and Class 2 greeted him enthusiastically. "Captain." "Hello, Captain." Captain Jiang. His position as the captain of the school athletics team seemed to draw admiration from those outside his class, while his own classmates avoided the topic altogether. Ironically, others relished in the pretense, reveling in their camaraderie. Jiang Sun graciously accepted their admiration, nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes, greetings, comrades. Please stand at ease. No need for kneeling. I am but an ordinary person." In the midst of Class 5, Hu Highway, witnessing Jiang Sin's self-important demeanor, felt a surge of jealousy that had been simmering for nearly a week. Now, it seemed to him that his stomach churned with acidity. In a tone unmistakably tinged with envy, he derided, "Oh, look at the school team captain, so impressive." Yet this time, not a single boy from the back row joined in the mockery. Even Zhang Yuba, the leg-hugging prince, merely chuckled lightly. Hu Jiangji and Huang Huang offered no support either. Hu Jiangji furrowed his brow, troubled by Jiang Xin's rising prominence. For the past month, Jiang Xin's academic performance had inexplicably catapulted him ahead, seemingly magical at first glance. Yet upon reflection, not entirely unfathomable. Previously, his weaknesses in mathematics and physics had been glaring, while the history and geography exams posed little challenge. This disparity had led to a significant decline in his overall scores. However, with recent improvements in his mathematics, the tide had turned. If this continued, Hu Jiangji feared for his own status as the top student in Class 5. With only 2 weeks left in the semester, it appeared he would indeed need to seek a tutor. Supplementing his English was no longer feasible, and there was no necessity for additional help in mathematics or natural sciences. Only a fool would seek extra assistance in language arts. Thus, the only subject left that warranted attention was political science. Damn it, he thought, as a proud science prodigy. How could I find myself in need of political tutoring, especially to compete with that Jiang Xin? The more he contemplated, the more his frustration grew. And as he cast his gaze toward Jiang Xin mingling with students from other classes, a fire ignited within his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, in a distant corner of the gathering stood another individual whose expression was even more grim. Lin Xiaoxiu lingered at the edge of the crowd, silently observing Jiang Sun with an ominous glare. Compared to Hu Jiangji, who merely grappled with the vexation of being deprived of the top position in class, Lin Xiaoxiu bore an immense psychological burden, magnitudes greater than that of Hu. As a 3-time champion in significant examinations, the midterm and final of the first semester and first year, as well as the midterm of the current semester, his pressure was palpable. Sharing the same dormitory and hailing from similar impoverished backgrounds, Lin had scarcely registered Jiang Xin's existence throughout the entire last semester, aside from the noticeable pimples that marred his complexion. It wasn't until this semester that he had merely heard whispers of Jiang Xin's prowess in English and the humanities, thoughts he had dismissed without much consideration. Yet, within the span of merely 2 months, Jiang Sun seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation, his grades surging to dizzying heights, stirring profound unease within Lin. Upon reflection, Lin came to the startling realization that Jiang Xin's performance had not merely improved, he had consistently excelled. The legendary English score of over 130 points in a failed examination lingered in Lin's mind. Ironically, Lin's most significant weakness lay precisely in English, where he had languished in the range of 110 to 120 for an extended period. While this score might not be deemed poor at a mediocre institution like No. 18 middle school, it paled in comparison to Jiang Xin's achievements. Regrettably, this particular subject had long eluded his grasp, despite his earnest efforts. He could not elevate his proficiency to a higher echelon. Yesterday, upon learning that Jiang Sun had even substituted for a teacher and received commendation from Cheng Zhangping, one of only 2 city-level 3 good students awarded by the school, Lin felt a sense of disillusionment, bordering on imbalance. With only 2 slots available in the entire school, one awarded to Jiang Sun, the other likely going to a second-year or third-year student. Lin pondered his own frustration. After diligently striving for 3/4 of a school year, achieving 3 prestigious first-place finishes, how could he have been bested by Jiang Sun in a single subject? A sense of inequity gnawed at Lin, especially since he had aided Jiang Sun in his studies. Witnessing him evolve from a physics novice to a struggling student, coupled with rumors of Jiang Xin's gradual improvement in mathematics, the once seemingly stable academic standings between them had undergone an irrevocable reversal. If this continued, would he truly be eclipsed by Jiang Sun? That was unacceptable. He must devise a strategy to reclaim his advantage. I taught you physics. You must repay me in kind. Lin mused internally. Just as a cacophony of laughter erupted from the crowd of Class 5, Year 1 ahead, Jiangsun was reveling, training daily with Denai. Returning directly to the dormitory after their sessions, while the 2 rooms beneath the dormitory remained unoccupied. The classroom too was devoid of students at night. Upon hearing this, Lin's countenance darkened further. Huang Mingjie, was there a single boy in the dormitory who did not harbor thoughts about her? Chapter 50, Driven to a Dead End. Have you ever witnessed Huang Mingjie sprinting 200 meters? The way she shudders is akin to tumultuous waves. Hilarious. Xiao Min's boisterous laughter resonated across the entire playground. Complemented by his unique body language and his vividly expressive, albeit lewd, demeanor, instantly eclipsing Jiang Sun and making him the center of attention. Yet, in a moment of unrestrained joy, a tall, slender figure unexpectedly emerged from behind him with a chilling presence. The usually affable Lao Qiu delivered a sharp rap to Xiao Min's head. Thud. The sound of his knuckles striking the skull was crisp and resonant. Xiao Min let out a high-pitched wail, while the crowd, including Jiang Sun, instinctively gasped in shock. Lao Qiu's stealthy strike was genuinely painful to behold. After delivering the blow, Lao Qiu remained unsatisfied, unperturbed by whether Xiao Min was on the verge of tears. He pointed an accusatory finger at him and scolded, at such a young age. How can you be so vulgar? Is this how you speak of your female classmates? Is this what your parents taught you? Just a moment ago, Xiao Min had been filled with mirth, but now he dared not utter a word. He covered his head, bowing it low as a solitary tear fell to the ground. Succumbing to gravity, overwhelmed by guilt and shame, he found himself devoid of the will to retaliate. Seeing Xiao Min's spirit crushed, Lao Qiu's ire finally subsided. He gently patted Xiao Min's buzz cut and returned to his usual amiable tone, saying, "It's good that you recognize your mistake. In the future, refrain from such reckless speech. You may one day have a daughter of your own." With that, he picked up a whistle and blew it forcefully. True to form, the ringing of the bell echoed immediately. Students from several classes on the small playground quickly gathered in their respective formations. Jiang Sun, alongside his classmates, hurried to their designated spots. Standing behind Xiao Min, observing Xiao Min wipe away his tears, Jiang Sun couldn't help but sigh softly. A man lacking in capability should indeed refrain from entertaining thoughts of women before achieving success. Otherwise, he is likely to find himself in distress. However, one must also consider that these 16 and 17-year-old youths, brimming with hormones, are bound to desire women. Moreover, Huang Mingjie possesses a figure that undeniably invites attention. With her curvaceous silhouette and barely passing looks, what stands out most is the air of vulnerability she exudes, coupled with an ingrained sense of inferiority and cheapness stemming from her rural origins. These combined factors lead the boys of 18 middle school to believe they might win her affection. Yet, Jiangsun understood all too well that the fantasies these boys harbored about Huang Mingjie were merely reflections of a petty superiority complex of urban sophisticates over a rural girl, coupled with the base desires that such a complex breeds. Fortunately, Huang Mingjie's height, exceeding 1.70 meters, provided her with a natural barrier, deterring many, like Xiao Min, who harbored ill intentions but lacked the courage to act. Despite being a conventional public high school with stringent rules and regulations, and a formidable leader like Zhang Haiyan, it is fortunate that the young lady in question has managed to maintain her integrity until graduation. Thus, while Haiyan may not possess the most admirable character, her influence on the students is undeniably significant. Jiang Sun, in a rather astonishing manner, drew a connection from Huang Mingjie's Nai to Zhang Haiyan. His ability to think divergently was such that even he could not help but admire himself. As for his thoughts on Huang Mingjie, frankly, it was of no concern to him. What kind of women had he not encountered? He had little interest in high school girls who were utterly clueless. Over the past year, all his enthusiasm for the girls in his class had been channeled solely into educating Zhang Yaoyao. Jiang Sun, as he was absent-mindedly picking his nose while contemplating the possibility of continuing to sit next to Zhang Yaoyao after the division of subjects next year, old Qiu, standing at the front of the line, suddenly called out, snapping Jiang Sun back to reality. Hastily responding, he withdrew his finger and nonchalantly wiped it on his trousers. Just in time to hear old Qiu say, "Come up and lead everyone in some warm-up exercises." To his surprise, the boys in the front and back rows actually displayed a rare sense of unity. Old Qiu, being quite astute, immediately seized upon the evident jeering from the crowd. Bypassing the minor players and going straight for Hu Haiwei, the ringleader, he asked, "Hu Haiwei, are you not convinced? He is the captain of the school's athletics team. If you're not satisfied, you can compete against him. If you win, I'll let you join the school basketball team. Hu Hiwei felt a surge of excitement at this, but as soon as he recalled Jiang Sun's impressive endurance during the last 1,500-meter run, he immediately wilted. Though he attempted to maintain a facade of nonchalance, chuckling, "What's the point of comparing myself to the athletics team if I want to join the basketball team?" "Oh?" Old Chiu retorted sharply. "So you mean if you face off against the basketball team, you think you can handle it? How about this? Luo Bacon's class is here today. I'll call him over for a one-on-one match. You can choose the contest, and we'll all serve as judges. Are you willing to accept?" Upon hearing Luo Bacon's name, Hu Hiwei's confidence evaporated, and he stood there, sweating and silent, displaying an unmistakable cowardice. Observing Hu's lack of resolve, Old Chiu felt a tinge of disappointment and shook his head. He then turned to Jiang Sen, who had approached the front of the line, and asked loudly, "Jiang Sen, do you know how to play basketball?" "What? You're asking if I, a nearly 20-year veteran of the game, can play?" Although I haven't touched a basketball in years, a smirk appeared at the corner of Jiang Sen's mouth as he shamelessly estimated his own skills, responding modestly, "I understand a bit." Seeing this, Old Chiu couldn't help but chuckle and inquired further, "Are you willing to challenge Luo Bacon to a match? Let the entire school witness it." "Sure," Jiang Sen replied without hesitation, a carefree smile on his face. At worst, it would just be a loss. Amidst the light laughter of the creatures before them, Zhu Jieluan exuberantly exclaimed, "The captain speaks wisely. A true man." Lao Chiu cast a glance at Zhu Jieluan, noticing the boy's radiant smile, and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, if a man lacks even this modicum of courage, what can he truly call himself?" As he spoke, he patted Jiang Sen's shoulder with satisfaction and turned to Hu Hiwei, stating, "Hu Hiwei, do you see now? Why did the school choose Jiang Sen as the captain of the team? Let me tell you, in terms of ability, you are leagues behind him." Lao Chiu's words struck a deep chord within Hu Hiwei's soul. Am I really that far behind him? Hu Hiwei seethed with indignation. Then tell me, how do we compare? What shall we wager? Lao Chiu raised an eyebrow slightly. What? Do you earn a fortune each month? Or does your family possess billions? Jiang Sun receives 300 yuan a month for training. Can your family afford to provide you with the same? This retort was even more devastating than the previous one. Enraged, Hu Hiwei felt as if boiling oil had been poured over him, nearly choking him with fury. What nonsense! How much money can a high school student even have? I can barely scrounge 50 yuan from home each week. Humiliated both mentally and materially, Hu Hiwei's agitation grew uncontrollable as he shouted, "I never said I wanted to wager money. If I win, you let me join the team. If he loses, he should kneel and bark like a dog, right? Damn it. So it turns out there's no benefit for me, win or lose." After a moment of silence, Jiang Sen quickly interjected, "If I lose, I'll bark like a dog, but if you lose, you should eat dog feces. How about that?" Hu Hiwei's eyes bulged in disbelief, shamelessly employing double standards. "If you can't compare, then just go away. Do you even have the comprehension skills for language?" Jiang Sen shouted, astounded. "If you win, you join the team. While I must bark like a dog. If I win, I don't want anything. Just let you eat a bit of feces. Who exactly is too afraid to wager?" "Hudashi, with half a month of summer vacation left, did you already lose your mind this early? Have you been gorging on feces lately?" Oh, after a moment of confusion, the entire class finally grasped Jiang Sen's explanation and began to criticize Hu Hiwei. "Indeed, Hiwei, one must be fair. You can't be the only one benefiting. Hiwei, go on and compare. What are you afraid of? Losing 1T truly make you eat feces?" "Exactly, just a friendly competition. It 1T kill you." In an instant, not only the scattered students in the class joined in the ruckus, but even the boys in the back row, lacking in intelligence, also chimed in to pile on Hu Hiwei. Amidst the atmosphere of betrayal, Hu Hiwei felt something within him slowly shattering. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage, and glared at Zhang Yuba, who was laughing the hardest, saying through clenched teeth, "You fool, what business is it of yours? Go call your mother." Zhang Yuba, who had been chuckling merrily, suddenly froze at the reprimand, his face reflecting a mix of grievance and injustice. Lao Chiu furrowed his brow and interjected with irritation. "Enough. Don't take your anger out on your classmates. Let the competition commence, or let it be forgotten. Jiang Sen is a member of the school team. I shall not make things difficult for you. As long as he does not lap you in the 1,500 meters, you shall be deemed the victor. If you win, entry into the basketball team shall be yours. Should you lose, you will apologize as you once mocked him. No verbal apologies will suffice. A written letter of apology, comprising 3,000 words, is required. Is this fair?" Upon the utterance of these words, not only did Class 5 of the first year take notice, But even those from Class 1, standing a distance away, turned their gaze. The physical education teacher of Class 1, a new and youthful addition this year, joined the fray, calling out from afar, "Compete. If you don't get lapped, it counts as a win. If you lack such basic skill, what right do you have to play basketball?" As soon as these words fell, before Hu Highway could voice a response, some instigator from Class 1 suddenly set the entire small playground ablaze with synchronized chants, "Race him! Race him! Race him!" The fervor swiftly spread from Class 1 to the more distant Class 2, where Luo Beikong and Hu Qi exchanged puzzled glances. To compound their confusion, the girls from Class 5, who happened to be having outdoor lessons that day and were preparing to time their 800-meter run, also looked on with curiosity. Having never encountered such grand spectacles, Hu Highway felt as if a tremendous weight bore down upon him, nearly suffocating him under the pressure emanating from nearly half the grade. Old Chiu was relentless, further amplifying his voice. "Hu Highway, if you don't get lapped, it counts as a win. If you avoid being lapped, you'll join the school team. Are you afraid? Are you not a man?" This merciless inquiry shattered Hu Highway's last vestiges of hesitation. He felt as though a string within his mind had snapped, leading him to erupt in a wild, furious roar. "Let us compete. Let us compete." Only a coward would shy away. With this declaration, the small playground erupted into a cacophony of applause, completely disregarding the emotions of the protagonist. Highway is a real man, a true warrior. The basketball team awaits you. This timely wave of applause and encouragement provided a slight reprieve for Hu Highway, who had been feeling immensely constrained. Without delay, Old Chiu stepped back and instructed Jiang's son, "Prepare to warm up for the competition. Lose, and you shall face penalties." Jiang Sen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh my,